Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 433, Chapter 433 Adam finds his creator, Bonus 7. Chapter 433 Adam finds his creator. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Congratulations to Juice for advancing to Sequence 9, reader, +5 bonus. When Freya saw Hobert return empty-handed, tears fell again. Hobert explained to her, "Your sister is safe and sound, currently at the Church of the Evernight Goddess." Freya breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, kind sir. How can I ever thank you enough?" Hobert drew his knife, carefully wiped it with a handkerchief, cut a small piece of ham from the one old Kohler handed over, tilted his mask open, and put it in his mouth, chewing as he said, "We'll talk about it later." He cut 2 more pieces of meat and handed them to old Kohler and Freya respectively. The moment old Kohler tasted the meat, a smile immediately crept onto his face, as if the illness he had just experienced was a test for getting to eat this bite of meat. Although Freya had no appetite, she didn't dare refuse Hobert, so she put it in her mouth and chewed, but it was like chewing wax. Hobert put away his knife and then said, "I have something to tell you. This fog was actually created by someone, or rather, by a force. It's not a natural disaster." Old Kohler was almost choked by the piece of ham he couldn't bear to swallow. His first reaction was surprise and disbelief, but then he thought of the mysterious man's magical abilities and gradually believed it. Freya was also stunned. Although it sounded incredible, she didn't question it, because she could clearly feel that she was only one step away from death just now. On the streets of the East Borough, there were people teetering on the brink of life and death every day. She knew the aura of death too well. If it weren't for this gentleman, she knew that she would have died with her mother on the damp ground. It made no sense for a gentleman with such magical abilities to deceive her and old Kohler in such matters. Hobert then asked, "Do you want to avenge those who died today?" A strong anger flashed in old Kohler's eyes, but then it gradually disappeared. He touched the gray hair at his temples. "Sir, I'm old. It's a blessing from the gods to live another day. I don't want to get involved in the affairs of big shots." Hobert nodded and looked at Freya again. In addition to anger, Freya also felt grief over her mother's death. "Sir, what can I do to get revenge?" "Make yourself stronger until you have the ability to defeat those people," Hobert said. "Become my student, and I'll teach you how to become stronger." Freya was about to nod immediately, but she hesitated. "Sir, can I bring my sister with me to follow you?" "No. If you separate, you will each have considerable growth, but if you stay together, you won't be able to take revenge at your current rate of growth." Hobert explained further. "After you leave, Daisy will enter the orphanage of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, where she will at least have food and clothing. She has a regularly distributed fund and can continue to go to school until she graduates from grammar school. When you have the ability to return to Backlund in the future, you can come back to see Daisy, and you can also take her with you after she graduates. Of course, all of this is on the premise that you are good enough." Freya hesitated. Her mother had just passed away, and Daisy was still young. The two sisters should depend on each other. Hobert didn't urge her or continue to persuade her. If he really wanted Freya to follow him, he could completely use the power of the mental spoon to hypnotize her. Of course, he wouldn't do that. Instead, he let Freya choose for herself. Even if Freya chose to stay in Backlund, he wouldn't interfere in any way. Freya also realized that this was an opportunity to change her destiny. If she stayed in Backlund, although she could take care of Daisy, she would still have to do laundry work, and even occasionally work as a street prostitute to make a living. There were too many examples of this around her. But if she followed this gentleman, although the future was full of uncertainties, at least she would have a chance to escape her current fate. After thinking for 2 or 3 minutes, Freya said, "Sir, I am willing to go with you, but on the condition that I can say goodbye to Daisy." Hobert nodded. "No problem." He paused and then said, "Come with me." Hobert led old Kohler and Freya into the Harvest Church. At this time, the church was very busy. Emlyn was diagnosing people entering the church and distributing medicine, while Bishop Utravsky was distributing food to everyone. Hobert first introduced Bishop Utravsky, and then he said, "Father, this old man is a survivor of the Great Smog incident. Can you take him in for a few days? It would be best to wait until the official Beyonder investigation is over before letting him go back." Utilavsky agreed to let old Kohler stay here as a helper for a few days, and the Harvest Church would temporarily take care of his food and lodging. He glanced at Freya. Hobert sighed, "I only rescued 2 people." Giant Bishop said, "The Earth Mother will see your actions to save lives. At your reminder, we have prepared enough medicinal materials to save so many people." The Earth Mother will also see these kind actions of yours. Hobert thought, the way he said that makes me feel a chill down my spine. He drew a leaf symbolizing life on his chest. These are all good deeds done under the guidance of the Mother. Praise the Mother. Hobert pointed to Emlyn distributing medicine over there and introduced old Kohler, that is Mr. Emlyn, a very excellent doctor. You can go to him directly if you feel uncomfortable. It's free. Emlyn also recognized Hobert, who was still wearing a mask. Don't listen to the traitor's nonsense. My consultation fees are very high. Hobert added, he is practicing medicine at the Harvest Church and does not charge consultation fees. Emlyn curled his lips and said nothing more. Just then, when he had a little free time, he looked at old Kohler a few times. Old man, your body is very weak. If you can afford it, eat more meat. If you can't afford it, eat more soybeans. Thank you, doctor, thank you, doctor. Old Kohler could of course see that although this handsome doctor had a bad tone and looked impatient, he was very skilled in medicine and was willing to think about poor people like himself. Ordinary doctors would not care whether patients like old Kohler ate meat or soybeans. After settling old Kohler and saying goodbye to Yutravsky and Emlyn, Hobert left with Freya. Before leaving, Hobert said to old Kohler, Happy New Year. Old Kohler then realized, so it's that gentleman. He tried hard to recall the gentleman's appearance, but because he didn't see the other person's face clearly at the time, the recall was unsuccessful. At this time, the thick fog had been blown away a lot by the wind, and even the outline of the sun could be seen. Hobert found a deserted corner and used travel to take Freya to the church of the Evernight goddess first. At this time, the light yellow fog had just dissipated, and the church was still tightly closed. Hobert explained his purpose to the servant of the church of the Evernight goddess, and Daisy did recognize Freya, so the servant let Daisy out. The sisters first hugged each other and cried bitterly. Daisy tightly grabbed her sister's clothes. I thought I would never see you and Mom again. Mom, Mom. Freya didn't know how to speak for a moment. Daisy realized that something was wrong and quickly went home with Freya. After seeing her mother lying on the ground, she naturally cried again. Hobert found a hearse, carried Liv's body, and took Freya and Daisy to the cemetery together. This time, Hobert didn't use travel to take them to the cemetery, giving the sisters enough time to say goodbye to their mother. Hobert did not ride in the carriage with them, but found a deserted place and quickly sacrificed the sealed artifact of the error pathway to the nation of disorder. The negative effects of a grade 1 sealed artifact are too terrible. At the same time, he took some gold pounds from the nation of disorder through sacrifice. He had given all the money he had with him to Bishop Yutravsky before. When the hearse arrived at the cemetery, Hobert had already bought the cemetery and the coffin, and had also invited a pastor. Liv was not cremated hastily like the others who died in the East Borough today, and was not hastily placed in a small box. She had her own tomb and coffin, and even a tombstone where an epitaph could be engraved. Hobert asked for the sisters' opinions. How about writing, she was a competent mother, for the epitaph? The sisters, who could no longer cry, nodded slowly, quietly watching their mother being laid to rest and buried. When the staff had all left, only Hobert and the Freya sisters were left in front of the tombstone. Freya told Daisy in a low voice that she was going to leave with this masked gentleman. Daisy had already witnessed Hobert preparing the tomb and coffin for her mother, and had helped invite the pastor, so she was already mentally prepared. In the East Borough, such things were too common. The stewards of dignitaries helped bury relatives, or gave a sum of money to take away a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Some of those girls never came back, while others became the lovers of some big shot, allowing the entire family to live a good life. Daisy said, Sir, my sister doesn't talk much, but she has a kind heart. Please treat her well. Hobert didn't explain, but just said, study hard. After sending Daisy onto the carriage sped away in the sisters' reluctant eyes. It wasn't until the carriage disappeared on the street that Freya wiped the tears from her eyes and said to Hobert, Kind sir, thank you for waiting patiently. Let's go. Hobert looked blank. You, who are you? He looked around. How am I at the entrance of the cemetery? Freya opened her mouth, not knowing how to answer for a moment. After a second or two, Hobert's eyes were no longer so confused. I put it all back in the nation of disorder. The after effects of the grade 1 sealed artifact are so great. He said to Freya, who was looking surprised, this is the price of gaining power. Freya nodded as if she understood. Then Hobert used travel to take Freya to Geoffrey's territory, to his study. He had Freya move a chair herself and sit on one side of the desk. Hobert took off his mask and said, First, let me introduce myself. My name is Hobert Geoffrey. You may have heard of me. Freya thought for a moment, and finally shook her head slowly. Her previous work did not involve politics, or even newspapers. Seeing the other party's reaction, Hobert explained, I used to be a lawyer in Backlund, but for some reason, I am now a baron of the kingdom of Fainapotter. Okay, let's talk about your learning tasks. Starting tomorrow, I will spend 2 hours a day teaching you the writing and pronunciation of loan and phanepater. You will also spend 2 to 3 hours a day practicing. The other half of the day. Freya, who had always dreamed of learning words and grammar, had already stood up happily. She snatched the words, the other half of the day, I will clean your mansion spotlessly. No, you can't clean it all by yourself. Sit down, sit down. Hobert continued, you have to go around the territory and take a look. You don't have to do anything else, just look. Hobert didn't plan to let Freya become an Beyonder right away. He planned to wait until Selena came and give them the opportunity to become Beyonder at the same time. Before that, let Freya adapt to her new life. Freya was a little uneasy, but. Use your eyes to feel the changes in this territory during this period, and try to broaden your horizons as much as possible. This is the prerequisite for becoming a good student. Freya nodded quickly, yes. Alan. Hobert called in the male servant waiting outside, this is my student, Miss Freya. She's a little uncomfortable here. Take her to visit the manor and arrange her in the room next to Marcy and Mary. Also, take her to the town to make some local-style clothes, and find a desk and chair in the warehouse and send them to my study. Oh, right, she can't speak phanepater yet, so you can help her arrange these things. Marcy and Mary are Furza's 2 maids. Yes. Alan was also a little strange. The Baron hadn't come out of the study all day, so how could he suddenly have a female student? And she can't speak phanepater. Strange as it was, Alan still took Freya out very politely. Only then did he dare to look up at the Baron's student. She looked 17 or 18 years old, her skin and hair were a little rough, her cheeks were thin and a little yellow, and her hands seemed to have some burns, but even so, the vigor that a girl should have was still there, but she looked a little shy. Alan also looked at Freya's clothes, which had exotic features, but the clothes looked a little old and had patches. After making a basic judgment on Freya's background, he couldn't help but sigh, what good luck. Being favored by the Baron and becoming the Baron's student is definitely good luck. Hobert rested for a while, but as soon as he stopped, images of corpses lying on the streets of the East Borough immediately appeared in his mind. Only then did he belatedly realize, the Blackhound spirit beast hasn't been recovered yet. Why hasn't it come to me? Hobert quickly entered the Nation of Disorder, but he still couldn't sense the Blackhound spirit beast. He pinched his chin and pondered for a while, then returned to the real world and used the Faceless Man necklace to divine the whereabouts of the Blackhound spirit beast, but the result of the divination was a pitch-black night. Hobert was about to change to another divination word when he suddenly thought, could it have been taken into Foggy Town? He immediately changed the divination word, the Blackhound spirit beast blessed by the ancient death god is in Foggy Town. After reciting it 7 times in a row, the divination failed. Hobert sacrificed the Faceless necklace to the Nation of Disorder to redivine, but the divination still failed. Although the level of the Nation of Disorder is high, it only has a certain ability to resist divination, but it doesn't add much to divination. Hobert pondered for a while and had another idea. He held a wisp of Power of Order in his hand, trying to establish a connection with the Power of Order in the Black Dog Spirit Beast. This time, he finally felt the Power of Order in the Black Dog Spirit Beast, but that was all, and he couldn't get more information. But this was enough for Hobert. After such a long time, the Power of Order in the Black Dog Spirit Beast had not been diluted, which was enough to prove that it was now in a closed space. It should be Foggy Town. Isn't this just bad luck? In the blink of an eye, he was sent into Foggy Town by the Evernight goddess. Hobert frowned, it would be better to send the Bull Demon King in. Then he seemed to realize something and said to the skull of the crow-feathered golden-horned evil monster, I don't mean anything else, I just hope to let you see the world. The Bull Demon King can only be used 7 times now, while the Black Dog Spirit Beast can theoretically be used countless times. Hobert sighed, now it's all right, not only the angel-level combat power, but even the saint-level combat power has to be used sparingly. At this moment, Hobert saw a strange star expanding in the pool in front of him. He spread his spirituality over, and sure enough, it was a member of the Balk family who was offering the payment for Beyonder characteristics. South Continent, outside Crawlier City. Elliot and Lawrence and others are discussing the construction of textile factories and sending people to the northern continent to study. Lawrence suddenly wanted to play with that level 0 sealed artifact, so he took out the crown sealed in the cloth bag and played with it in front of everyone. The other people at the venue didn't think there was anything wrong with this, and thought it was the most normal thing. Only Lawrence, who was holding the sealed artifact, felt that his current behavior was a bit strange, but he couldn't say what was strange. Then Elliot felt that he hadn't prayed to the Creator for a long time, which made him feel very unfaithful, so he said goodbye to everyone and returned to his room to pray to the Creator, saying that he had important things to report. After praying once, the Creator did not reply in time, and then Elliot prayed for the second time. On the Iron Throne, Hobert looked at the pile of gold and kinroes in front of him, and his mood gradually improved. At this time, he saw the star representing Elliot light up. Spreading his spirituality over, Hobert almost jumped off the Iron Throne. Elliot was bowing his head and praying piously, and standing next to him was a simple and gentle priest in a simple white robe with a light golden beard and a cross pendant hanging on his chest. Adam. Although Hobert had never seen Adam before, he was sure that this was Adam. Hobert's first thought was to pack his bags and run. He wouldn't be the creator anymore, nor would he be a baron, and he would lie dormant somewhere for 2 years. But soon, he slowly sat down again and quickly calmed down. When I decided to help the Balk family fight the battle, hadn't I already prepared myself for the possibility of encountering such high-level figures? Then he understood, this is the influence of the original book on me. I always feel that Adam and Aman are strange and terrifying. But the premise is that if Adam and Aman are on the same path or adjacent paths, then these two enemies are terrible. I don't have the most direct conflict of interest with them, so what am I afraid of? Thinking of this, Hobert quickly calmed down. The only conflict I have with Adam now may be that, in his opinion, I am hindering George III from becoming the Black Emperor, or hindering the era torrent created by Adam, but I have no ability to stop these two things. Hobert nodded. In fact, what Adam mainly cares about is whether the suddenly emerging creator will hinder the era torrent he created. As for whether George III becomes a god, he won't take it too seriously. As long as the event of George III preparing to become the Black Emperor causes a full-scale war between the Lone Kingdom and the Fasak Empire, and the entire North and South continent enters a state of war, Adam will not care whether George III becomes a god. After clarifying the main contradictions, Hobert began to ponder how to deal with Adam, who suddenly came to his door. First of all, one thing is certain: if he talks to Adam in a short time, Adam will not be able to harm himself in the Nation of Disorder. This is certain. After all, the level of the Nation of Disorder is here, and Adam is now only at the King of Angels level. Of course, if you babble with the other party for an hour or two, it will be hard to say. Then, we must quickly clarify the root of the conflict between the two sides and show that we do not pose a threat to the other party. Hobert sighed, and he can't appear too cowardly, otherwise, if he deals with Adam again in the future, he will be at a psychological disadvantage. After thinking for a while, Hobert projected his image into the star belonging to Elliot, Adam. Southern continent, in a luxurious villa outside Crawlier City. Adam saw the image of the creator. The black divine light emanating from him blocked Adam's sight and perception. But Adam still obtained some information based on some details. He is still very weak, and now he can only occasionally exert the strength of a god by using a certain sealed artifact. Nation of Disorder. It shouldn't be. That is a huge source of corruption. Even Trunsoist couldn't resist its corruption, or is the creator Trunsoist? Only the creator said in a solemn tone, Adam. Adam was not surprised that the other party knew him. As soon as the creator spoke, Adam saw, or rather felt, more information. You are a descendant of Trunsoist. The creator almost blurted out, how the hell did you see that? Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 434, Chapter 434, Wedding Date Confirmed, Bonus 8. Chapter 434, Wedding Date Confirmed. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Already panicking inside, Hobert tried his best to appear calm. I know why you've come to me. He resisted the urge to wipe away the cold sweat and smiled faintly. I won't affect the so-called tide of the times, because this tide is also beneficial to me. I'm even less interested in whether you become a god or not. Adam nodded slowly, not surprised that the creator knew his purpose. In fact, this was more reasonable. Based on this, the creator's promise seemed more credible. Contact me directly if anything happens in the future. Hobert wanted to end the conversation as soon as possible. As for contact information, guess. But Adam suddenly said, George III will become the Black Emperor, and the God of Combat Church just sent the brass book of Trunsoist to Castilla. Hobert smiled faintly. You also know how forced George III's ascension to godhood is. You can fool Augustus and those other fools with that kind of talk, but you can't fool me. Adam didn't continue speaking. He saw a lot of contradictory information, such as the creator's weakness exceeding his imagination. But the creator happened to know a lot of secrets. Logically speaking, knowing so much, he shouldn't be so weak. Could it be that he's hiding his strength? Adam remembered the last time he couldn't see through his opponent's reality like this was in the fourth epoch. In the end, he concluded, the other party is at most at the level of an angel, but a difficult opponent. After this simple and rapid psychological game, Hobert immediately cut off contact with Elliot. Adam also left. Elliot felt that his prayer was pious enough, so he went back to continue the meeting. No one felt there was anything wrong with this. In the Nation of Disorder, Hobert wiped away a cold sweat, but he quickly realized, I'm in a spirit-body state right now, where would the cold sweat come from? He smiled helplessly. Even with the protection of the Nation of Disorder, Adam could see through my reality if we talked any longer. After waiting for a long while, Hobert felt that his mood had calmed down before looking at Elliot's situation again. They were in a meeting, as if nothing had happened just now. Forget it, it's fine if they don't know. But on second thought, no, it wouldn't be right if my believer didn't know Adam's basic information. As long as they know Adam, Adam will know them. And if they don't know Adam, it's as if I'm afraid of Adam and dare not tell my believers about his information. Hobert sighed, dealing with people on the visionary pathway is really troublesome. If there's even a slightly unexpected point, they can interpret a lot of information from it. So Hobert projected the scene of Elliot's prayer just now into his star. Southern continent, in a luxurious villa in the suburbs of Crawlier City. Elliot, who was in a meeting, suddenly had a picture in his mind. When he was praying just now, there was actually a priest with a golden beard standing next to him. Elliot blurted out, "How did I not notice?" Lawrence and the others were stunned. Elliot quickly explained, "Just now, the Creator gave a hint. I was praying just now, and there was actually a priest standing next to me. How did I not notice at all?" Everyone was a little surprised. To be able to deceive the spirituality of a sequence 6, that priest's level should not be low. Lawrence said, "Pray to the Creator again and ask what's going on." Elliot then reacted from his shock and went to a corner next to the meeting room to pray. It's not that his psychological quality is too poor, but this kind of experience is too scary. Imagine one day, a person is working or studying as usual, feeling that there is nothing worth paying attention to all day long. But in fact, when he is working and studying, there is a person sitting quietly next to him, watching his every move. This feeling of having no privacy and being unable to detect the other person's existence is frightening to think about. After Elliot prayed to the Creator, the image of the Creator once again appeared in front of everyone through Elliot's star, that is the angel of imagination, Adam. As the Creator spoke, he waved his hand, and the entire meeting room was immediately filled with the power of order, and everyone seemed to suddenly wake up. Everyone immediately stood up. Before they could praise the Creator, they each discovered what was wrong with them just now. Lawrence, why did I take out the balancer crown to play with while in the meeting just now? Elliot, why did I suddenly want to pray to the Creator in the middle of the meeting just now, and for so long? Chester, why didn't I feel that your performances were wrong just now? Creator, this is Adam's ability. Hobert didn't explain in detail, letting them experience it for themselves. The more they thought about it, the more scared they became, especially Lawrence. As the only saint in this room, he only felt a little strange when he was holding the balancer crown. The key is that he exposed the family's grade 0 sealed artifact in front of the other party. Lawrence asked, "Great Creator, what sequence is Adam?" Hobert, he is a king of angels. Lawrence and the two demigod elders' eyes narrowed. The three of them could read some family books of a confidential nature, which contained descriptions of the king of angels. Elliot also asked, "Respected Creator, why did Adam come?" Hobert said in a solemn voice, "Looking for me. He has already left now." After speaking, the Creator also disappeared from the meeting room. The few people looked at each other, and no one spoke for a long time. It wasn't until 2 or 3 minutes later that Elliot asked, "Patriarch, elders, what sequence is King of Angels?" Lawrence glanced at the other two demigod elders before saying, "Above sequence 1, below true God." True. True God. Elliot was full of surprise. He didn't expect that he, who was still very weak, could come into contact with such a high-level existence. Then the few people looked at each other. Such an existence could only be here to look for the Creator, otherwise no one else would have known he had been here. This should be a high-level meeting. As for what the two big figures specifically talked about, they could only guess. Feynapotter Kingdom, Jeffrey Territory. Returning to the real world, Hobert immediately prayed to himself, then returned to the Nation of Disorder, and used True Sight to confirm that Adam was not appearing beside him. Hobert knew Adam better. In addition to ignoring Adam's existence, he could also change other people's decisions without anyone knowing. Without True Sight, Hobert felt that he would become paranoid and wonder, did I make this decision myself? Or did Adam help me make it? Another thing is Adam's author ability, which can write people to death without leaving home, which belongs to remote attack. However, Hobert wasn't too worried about being in danger in the real world. He had thought about this issue before. He believed that the Nation of Disorder could help him cut off the connection between the Creator and Hobert, and also cut off the connection between the masked men in the Backlund smog and Hobert returning to Feynapotter. The incident just now proved Hobert's guess, otherwise Adam would have come directly to Hobert, and would not have just gone to Elliot. So, after sealing Adam's memory in the Nation of Disorder, there is currently no danger in the real world. At noon in the Harvest Church, Hobert dared to participate in the smog incident based on this kind of thinking. Immediately afterwards, Hobert thought, Adam suddenly came to me, it shouldn't be just because the Creator's subordinate appeared in the smog incident. Before Hobert participated in the Backlund smog incident, he had done a lot of thinking in the Harvest Church. Until now, he still believed that the tide of the times that Adam had been pushing should be, the improvement of the steam engine made the world enter a new era, the production capacity of various countries in the northern continent gradually became surplus, and the gap between the rich and the poor in various countries gradually increased. The series of contradictions caused by these unprecedented problems can only be solved by a world war. As for George III's promotion, it is the best catalyst for these contradictions. After all, after more than 1,000 years of game and battle, the extraordinary power of the 4 countries in the northern continent is basically in a balanced state, and none of them will rashly start a full-scale war. But it's different if George III wants to become a god. This will force the Fasak Empire, the mortal enemy of the Kingdom of Lone, to start a war before George III becomes a god, and make the Kingdom of Fenapotter join the war without hesitation. Hobert believed that this tide was not very related to the scale of the smog. This was a consequence caused by an accident triggered by Trissy and Klein, and it was also a population balance done by George III, who needed a large number of slaves to build the mausoleum, which may not have been in Adam's script. Even if it is in Adam's script, as long as the smog incident occurs, Adam shouldn't care whether so many people die, because even if so many people don't die, the sudden appearance of enough respiratory infection patients can also attract widespread attention. Now, thinking back to this question, Hobert believed that Adam suspected that the Creator knew that George III was preparing to become the Black Emperor because the Creator's subordinate participated in the smog incident. Just now, the Creator showed amazing strength in General Anthony's territory in the southern continent. Adam was afraid that the Creator would destroy his Tide of the Times script, so he planned to come forward and talk to the Creator. But because the Creator's subordinate did not take any action to destroy George III's mausoleum, and the Creator also admitted that he would benefit from Adam's Tide of the Times, Adam didn't feel any threat here, so the matter was resolved. Hobert smiled slightly. Sure enough, grasping the main contradiction is equivalent to grasping the bull's nose of the problem. The situation was urgent just now, and he didn't have time to think so much, but he still grasped the main contradiction and responded properly. With this matter over, Hobert plans to be honest for a while, focusing his energy on developing the territory, and after a while, no one will pay attention to the Creator anymore. As for the risks encountered in this matter, Hobert believes that this is the cost he has gained, just like the action to subdue the Balk family. Sometimes the opportunity for development comes as soon as it comes, regardless of whether Hobert is ready. If you want to seize the opportunity, you must bear the risks involved. There has never been a good thing that you can enjoy the results without taking risks. Hobert knew that his idea was incompatible with the essence of enduring in this extraordinary world, but enduring is the development essence of the full pathway. If Hobert also does this, he may never become the Black Emperor. The only thing that Hobert couldn't figure out was why he didn't leave immediately when he encountered the frenzied mage of the Solomon family before. He even foolishly waited for the beyonder characteristics of the demoness of despair to explode. After Hobert repeatedly pondered, he believed that this was the work of 0-08 or Adam. Although the mask he was wearing gave him a certain protection, he would still be arranged with some seemingly normal but somewhat abnormal behaviors after careful consideration. Prevent fire, prevent thieves, prevent Adam. Returning to the real world, the sky was already dusk. Just as Hobert was preparing to have dinner, Furs ran over from her room. Hobert, a big thing happened in Backlund today. She spoke with gestures, telling the story of the Backlund smog incident. Hobert then said, I know about this. A friend asked me to help rescue people. I also rescued a girl from the smog. Is that so? Furs praised, so amazing. You only saved one girl. There's also an old man. Hobert quickly said, I originally wanted to bring them all back to the territory, but the old man didn't want to come, so I had to arrange for him to stay in Backlund. As for that girl, you will see her at dinner later. Furs said, oh. This topic was considered over. Do you know why the smog happened? Hobert breathed a sigh of relief and asked with a curious expression, isn't it because the smoke from the factory is too serious, making the smog somewhat toxic? He sighed in his heart. Sure enough, life in this world depends entirely on acting. Just over an hour ago, Hobert had used his acting skills to deceive the most difficult men in the world to deceive, but he was still walking on thin ice in front of Furs. Furs told the news that Zio had heard. A prince fell in love with a witch. The king ordered the prince to abandon the witch. In a fit of anger, the witch increased the toxicity in the smog, causing serious consequences. The prince has committed suicide to apologize. This story was obviously fabricated, but Furs firmly believed it, because the prince who committed suicide was named Edisak, and Mr. Fool had reminded him at the Tarot Club. Of course, Furs would naturally not tell Hobert about Mr. Fool's reminder, but only explain to him how reliable Zio's intelligence was. There was one more person at the dinner table. Helen curiously looked at Freya. The fiery gaze from those beautiful eyes made Freya blush a little. Hobert introduced Freya. This is my fiancée, Miss Furs. This is a guest of the Lord's mansion, Miss Helen. Freya, who had changed into local attire, breathed a sigh of relief. Now she was finally convinced that Mr. Hobert hadn't brought her back out of lust. Because his fiancée was very elegant, beautiful, and had a great figure. And his lover was shy and lovely, with eyes that seemed to speak, directly captivating people's hearts. Based on Freya's experience, she naturally assumed that Helen was the teacher's lover. Hobbes then said to Furs, "Tomorrow morning, go find Zio and buy me some textbooks. I'm going to teach Freya to read and write. After she has accumulated a certain vocabulary, you can teach her grammar." Because Helen was present, Hobert didn't directly tell Furs to go to Backlund, but instead asked her to find Zio. Furs, of course, understood Hobbes's meaning, and she nodded, "No problem." Hobbes added, "I have a second matter to discuss. My mother and sister, Donna, will arrive in Geoffrey's territory tomorrow morning, at the latest in the afternoon." He said to Furs, "After buying the textbooks, come back quickly and go with me to the docks to welcome Mother." Hobert had mentioned this before, and Furs nodded somewhat nervously, "Okay." Finally, Hobert said to Helen, "Please ask Miss Monica to come by tomorrow afternoon. I have something to discuss with her." The Backlund Smog incident had put Hobert's witch church on his list of enemies, but of course, he wouldn't tell the knowledge church, "I'm going to be enemies with your superiors." He planned to observe whether there was a possibility of using the Theosophy order to let the enemies wear themselves out, which was also a way to deal with them. Besides the witch church, Hobert also included the Aurora Order and the Lone Kingdom's royal family on his list of enemies. The Aurora Order went without saying, he would kill them on sight. As for the Lone Kingdom's royal family, they could only be temporarily included on the list of enemies, as he currently had no means to deal with them. Helen nodded, "Okay." Hobert then said, "All right, with the serious matters out of the way, let's eat." After dinner, Hobert returned to his study. Suddenly, the light in the study dimmed, and Hobert sensed something. He saw a huge skeleton appear in the study. Its eye sockets flickered with dark red light, and it seemed to stare at Hobert for a second or two, as if confirming it was him, before opening its hand and placing a letter on the desk. Then the skeleton collapsed as if it had fallen apart, and its bones scattered as it left the study. Hobert didn't make any rash moves, because he suspected this was Mr. Azek's messenger. Opening the letter on the desk, it was indeed from Mr. Azek. Azek first expressed his apologies in the letter, saying that he had been a little busy recently and hadn't replied to Hobert's letter. He also stated that after separating from Hobert last time, he had gone to see the corpse of the ancient sun god alone, but it could no longer remind him of more things, and he shouldn't need to observe the corpse of the ancient sun god again in the future. At the end of the letter, Azek reminded Hobert to seal the corpse of the ancient sun god, otherwise it would easily attract beyonder beings of the death pathway. Mr. Azek also thoughtfully listed 2 sealing methods, both relying on the power of the spirit world to seal it. Hobert immediately asked the kitchen to make donuts, and he wrote a simple reply. He first thanked Mr. Azek for the reminder and the sealing methods provided, and promised to seal the corpse of the ancient sun god properly. Hobert also briefly mentioned his current situation and invited Mr. Azek to visit his territory. After waiting for more than half an hour for the donuts to be made, Hobert summoned the messenger to send the letter, and settled the 8 donuts he owed from last time. Returning to his bedroom, Hobert couldn't help but see the scene he saw in the East Borough of Backlund when he closed his eyes. He had to use meditation to fall asleep as soon as possible. The next morning, Hobert personally directed everyone in the yard to clean the Lord's manor and tidy up the road up the mountain. Around 9 o'clock, Furs, who had rarely gotten up early, had already bought the textbooks. After applying light makeup, she rode in a carriage with Hobert to the docks to welcome Mona and her party. The news that the Lord's mother was coming had already spread, and the docks were filled with people welcoming Mona and her party. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, 2 ships, one large and one small, were finally seen entering Full Moon Lake from upstream. Before the ship docked, Donna was already shouting loudly on the ship, "Hobert is being a lord fun." Hobert smiled, "I'll let you be a lord for a day tomorrow, and you can try it yourself." The 2 were speaking in Loanese, and only Furs on the side smiled knowingly. The people around didn't know what they were shouting, but everyone could hear the joy in their conversation. The ship finally docked and the gangway was lowered. Hobert had been chatting with Donna in shouts for more than 10 minutes. Donna was the first to rush down and spread her arms to hug him. "Hobert." After hugging her brother, Donna hugged Furs, sister-in-law. "From the first time I saw you, I knew you would definitely be my sister-in-law." Furs blushed a little, and suddenly didn't know how to face Donna. The last time they met, she was still a friend's sister, but this time they met, she was already a fiancé's sister. But even without her responding, Donna could chatter on and on by herself. Hobert reached out to help Mona, who was getting off the ship. "Mother." Mona smiled and sized up Hobert, "You've lost a little weight." Hobert smiled and said, "Maybe I haven't quite adapted to the food in Fenaport yet." Mona took Furs's hand again. "Are you used to living here?" "It's very nice here," Furs quickly said. The 2 held hands and talked for a while, and then the residents on the dock bowed and shouted, "Madam." Mona smiled and waved to them, showing that Hobert was well loved by the people here. The group rode in carriages back to the Lord's Manor, and because it was already noon, they went to the dining room to eat first. As soon as everyone sat down in the dining room, Mona asked Hobert, "Have you set a wedding date yet?" Hobert was stunned, he hadn't really thought about it. Furs was also stunned, "Aren't we contract spouses? Do we have to get married properly? If we have a wedding, wouldn't I really be married to Hobert?" Mona glanced at the two young people and said helplessly, "These young people nowadays. Since you haven't made any plans, I'll decide for you. The wedding date is set for January 28th. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 435, Launching the Land Revolution, Bonus 9. Chapter 435, Launching the Land Revolution. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert pondered for a moment and immediately agreed, "All right. However, we plan to hold our wedding in my territory." He suddenly thought that the wedding of Earl Christian's son would surely attract many dignitaries, which would be like a wave of publicity for his territory. Furs saw Hobert agree so readily, and being in such a setting, she couldn't say anything more. Mona nodded, "You decide on that." She added, "I will have Dofus come to Jeffrey territory a few days in advance to help you decorate the wedding venue and make preparations for the reception." With the wedding settled, Mona was finally in the mood to enjoy the food. The uncertainty of Hobert's wedding date had been worrying her. Hobert then introduced Freya, as it was a family dinner, and Hobert didn't invite Helen. However, Helen was also busy at noon today, as she went to inform Mrs. Monica. Mona introduced a young man in his 20s she had brought with her. "This is Angus Jeffrey, your cousin." Angus politely stood up and bowed slightly to Hobert. Hobert also stood up and shook his hand politely, a little puzzled. How did a cousin suddenly appear? Didn't Christian have no siblings? Could it be Christian's illegitimate son? Regardless of this cousin's background, the protagonists of this lunch were Hobert, Mona, and Donna. With Donna enlivening the atmosphere in the restaurant was cheerful. Donna suddenly said to Hobert, "I don't plan to go back, Hobert. Give me a high-ranking position." Hobert smiled, "I'm just a baron, where would I get a high-ranking position for you? Then you can knight me. Don't mess around, go back to school. I know you're in Father's and Dofus' secret." Donna chuckled, "Father told me to choose my own life." Hobert was taken aback, "What secret?" "The secret that you have magical abilities." Hobert glanced at Mona, who smiled, "If you need manpower here, keep her here. I'm relieved to have her with you." Hobert then nodded, "I happen to need someone trustworthy to collect taxes for me, so why not give you this job? But I have to say in advance, if you need money, ask me. If you hide tax money, I'll send you home immediately." Mona was about to say something, but Hobert added, "In the beginning, it's impossible for you to be in charge of taxation. How about this, there's a meeting this afternoon. You can participate together and follow them outside to get a feel for the specific work situation." Donna immediately agreed, "No problem." This arrangement also reassured Mona, "I have nothing to do this afternoon, so I'll go listen to your meeting too." Hobert nodded, "Okay." Also, Mona said, "Your father wants you to arrange a job for Angus too." Hobert didn't know the truth about this guy and didn't immediately agree. "I'll think about it and find him a good job." The official business ended there, and the family didn't talk about these things anymore. Hobert didn't think that talking about official business at a family dinner would ruin the atmosphere. In his opinion, these were just words spoken behind closed doors between family members. After a fairly lavish lunch, Hobert took them to the pre-arranged yard to rest. Donna and Angus went to rest separately. Mona said she wasn't tired yet and asked Hobert to talk to her for a while. As Hobert expected, his mother immediately brought up Angus' background. "Your father's surname is actually Tudor, you should already know that, right?" "I know. Well, there are basically 3 branches of the Tudor family left, one of which is the family your father was born into." Mona continued to explain, "When your father was young, he disagreed with the clan leader's distribution of family resources, so he left the family and developed on his own." Hobert then realized that his mother, Mona, knew a lot of inside information. It was just that she hadn't participated in some of Christian's affairs before, or maybe she had, but Hobert didn't know. Mona continued, "In the past, no matter how difficult your father was in the southern continent, the Tudor family never offered a helping hand. Now that your father is highly appreciated by Ferdinand II, they have come again, saying they want to invite your father to participate in the family's council of elders. Your father told them he didn't have time, so they sent Angus, saying he was your father's helper. This made it difficult for your father to keep him or send him away, so he sent Angus to you. Just find him a job, and if it doesn't work out, just send him away. Anyway, the Tudor family hasn't given you any favors, so there's no need to be polite with them." Hobert asked, "What sequence is Angus?" It should be sequence 6. Hobert smiled. It's a pity to send him away. I'm just preparing to clean up the surrounding forces. He's sequence 6 after all, so I might as well use him. Mona also smiled. You decide. Then Mona talked about Furs, liking her more and more. Hobert also followed this topic and talked about how he met Furs. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, according to Hobert's notification yesterday, Conrad, Philip, Roy, and others came to the main hall to attend the meeting called by the Lord. When they saw Mona in the main seat, they were all slightly stunned, but they still called out together, "Old Madam." Hobert, who was sitting in front of Mona's side, said, "My mother wants to hear about the management of the territory, so she's attending this meeting with me." Hobert knew that Mona was worried about whether he could be a good lord. After all, from lawyer to lord, the professional span was quite large. Let's first discuss the issue of reallocating land. Hobert asked Conrad, "How is the preparation work going?" "The manpower is already in place." Conrad said, "I am training them, and we can officially start in the next few days." Hobert said, "I plan to have you form a propaganda team and go to each village to publicize the policy of reallocating land, so that you can give them better training in the work." But, Conrad said, "This time we are reallocating land by confiscating the land of the village bullies and distributing it to other villagers. If we publicize it in advance, will it give the village bullies some time to prepare?" The previous field property registration had already made the land situation in Jeffrey territory very clear. These village bullies were all people who had been favored by Viscount Wright before, or who supported the bandits in power. A small number of them actually controlled nearly 1/3 of the land. In addition, there was land belonging to the bandits on the mountain before. Some of that land belonged to the Wright family before, and some was taken from the villagers by the bandits through coercion. The bandits had already been defeated by Hobert, but the ownership of these lands was a problem. The remaining 1/3 of the land belonged to the vast majority of the population, the self-cultivating farmers. Hobert smiled. "What are they preparing?" "To rebel. Not only should we publicize the policy of equal distribution of land, but mainly to tell them that from now on, the ownership of all land in the territory belongs to the Lord. After the land is distributed to them, they only have the right to cultivate and lease it, but not to buy or sell it. Even the lease contract must be reported to the Lord's mansion, otherwise the contract will be invalid. If those village bullies dared to resist, it would be easier to solve. They could be directly tied to the construction site and undergo labor reform for a year or two first." Conrad said, "Yes, I will do the corresponding publicity." Hobert then said to Seal, "Take people to protect the safety of the propaganda team." After all, this was moving the interests of some people, so it was better to be careful. Seal said, "Yes." Then Hobert added, "My mother also brought 300 new-style rifles, as well as dozens of pistols, and 2 instructors. After you complete the task of protecting the propaganda team, organize 50 young adults and formally form the Army of Jeffrey territory. Remember my previous request?" Seal said happily, "I remember. We can't only recruit young people from the town, we should try to average the quota to the entire Jeffrey territory. I'll go to each village with the propaganda team to determine the quota." Hobert nodded in satisfaction and said to Corwin, "You also participate in this propaganda team and publicize the 12 simplified regulations that I have made. This was originally your father's job, but now I'll give this job to you first." Finally, Hobert said to Donna, "And you, Donna, you follow the propaganda of the new tax law. Do you know about personal income tax and business tax?" Everyone certainly knew that Donna was the Lord's sister, but since the Lord directly called Donna, it meant that he had work requirements for her. Although Donna's university major was not law, she also knew some basic knowledge of personal income tax and business tax. After listening to her description, Hobert added some details. In the future, the personal income tax in Jeffrey territory would be collected starting from a monthly income of 2 gold lire, and divided into several levels. 2 gold lire to 5 gold lire was one level, and 5 to 10 gold lire was another level. The higher the level, the greater the proportion of taxation. The business tax is collected from a single transaction of 1 gold lire or more, and is divided into 2 tax standards. One is the transaction amount, and the other is the type of tax. These tax laws are not very useful now, because the monthly income of the residents of Jeffrey territory, except for some people working in the Lord's mansion, is almost all below 2 gold lire. The transactions are only for trading vegetables and other crops, and the shops in Jeffrey town are currently unlikely to have a one-time transaction amount of more than 1 gold lire. It is time to collect taxes when the territory develops. Finally, it was to discuss the progress of the project with Roy. More than 600 people have now been mobilized and are preparing to lay railways and build concrete roads leading to the mountains. The renovation work in the town has also begun, but the problem is that the building materials are used up, and Roy can only follow the drawings and direct them to dig the foundation first. Hobert asked Roy to clear a piece of ground, and the first batch of building materials would arrive soon. Mona, who had been watching, nodded in satisfaction. She didn't expect that Hobert was only in his 20s and had never been a nobleman before, but he could manage the territory in an orderly manner, at least it looked orderly. She didn't quite understand the role of Hobert's new policies, but she still had the ability to judge people. The people who worked for Hobert were all shrewd, capable, and loyal enough to Hobert. Whether a person is capable can be seen from the way they speak, and their dissatisfaction with Mona sitting in the main seat is enough to show the Lord's position in their hearts. After the meeting, Hobert asked Donna and Corwin to participate in the propaganda team's meeting as Conrad's subordinates, and prepare to start going to the countryside this afternoon. The word, going to the countryside, was invented by Hobert just now. Hobert translated it directly as, go to the countryside, extending the meaning to carry out relevant work in the countryside. There is no concept of going to the countryside in the current northern continent, but now Hobert clearly stated that understanding the situation in the countryside is an important criterion for the promotion of Jeffrey Territory's government personnel. After Conrad and others left to implement the work at the meeting, Mona encouraged Hobert a few words, praising him for being able to understand the territory so well in such a short period of time. After only a few words, Alan came to report, Lord, Miss Helen brought Mrs. Monica here. Hobert nodded and said to Mona, Mother, go to the backyard to rest first, I want to talk to them about something alone. Mona agreed, and Furs accompanied her out from the side door. Hobert came out of the main hall and welcomed Monica into the side hall. Although the side hall was also very spacious, it was much smaller than the main hall, and it had sofas and coffee tables, making it a very suitable place for secret talks. Monica's temperament was still so charming. She didn't need to use charm, and her every move showed the charm of a woman. However, Hobert was already sequence 5 at this time and could directly face the charm displayed by Monica. After a few simple pleasantries, Hobert said, Mrs. Monica, you should have heard that the Taz River waterway has been reopened. Although we have only had political cooperation and no cooperation on interests. Hobert's so-called political cooperation was his default of the Theosophy Order's legitimacy in religion, and the Theosophy Order recognized the rationality of Hobert's rule over Jeffrey Territory. As political allies, I must remind you that this will be a huge change in South Colson, please be prepared. Hobert probed. Mrs. Monica smiled, Lord Hobert, your abilities far exceed our imagination, and we are already preparing for this. But according to our estimates, the Church of the Earth Mother should not be able to send a demigod to South Colson to sit in, so we only need to train the believers to hide their beliefs. They are very good at this, after all, in other places, the believers of the Theosophy Order secretly preach and secretly hold rituals. Hobert said seriously, if you think so, then please forgive me, I will terminate the political alliance with you. Monica was stunned before smiling, we can't compete with the Church of the Earth Mother for believers. Although the Church of the Earth Mother will not send a demigod, if they find out that there are so many believers of the Theosophy Order here, they will definitely organize enough power to carry out a purge. Forgive my bluntness, but the Theosophy Order is a bunch of idiots. Hobert said, it is precisely because the Church of the Earth Mother is weak in South Colson County that you have the opportunity to legalize. Not only is there the power of the Theosophy Order here, but also the power of the blood-sanctified believers and the Aurora Order. You can fully cooperate, purge these forces with the Church of the Earth Mother, and then use the base of believers to strive for legalization. Ms. Monica was slightly stunned before smiling and saying, you are a natural politician, but you don't understand religion. The Church of the Earth Mother will not allow our existence. Even if we help them eliminate the other forces entrenched here, they will still turn around and wipe us out. That's why I invited you here, Hobert said, I am preparing to form my own official Beyonder force. As a political ally, I invite a portion of the Beyonder power of the Theosophy Order to join and help solve Beyonder events involving religion. If you are willing to join, I will talk to the Church of the Earth Mother about your legitimacy issues. At the same time, this is a political commitment to you as your political ally. Even if the Church of the Earth Mother goes back on its word afterward, I can still protect your official status. The Theosophy Order will always have a legitimate force in South Colson. This was unexpected by Monica. She fell into a brief silence, and after a full half-minute, she asked, aren't you afraid that getting involved with the Theosophy Order will affect your political career and personal reputation? Hobert smiled, power is the only standard in this world for measuring a person. I mean, can you withstand the pressure? Monica asked, I can see that you have advanced to sequence 5, and I also know that your father is Christian. But such power does not seem enough to make the Church of the Earth Mother yield to you and your father. Hobert bluntly stated the matter, I understand what you mean. You are afraid that I am also using you, you are afraid that I will also betray you. Let me put it this way, I can ask a saint to help me strike at the demons and demigods of the Aurora Order at any time. The reason why I am cooperating with you is indeed for my own purposes, but my purpose is to hope that you can have a certain legitimacy in my territory, so as to prevent the Church of the Earth Mother from dominating my territory. I think this is a win-win cooperation. Do you want to always live in the shadow of the Orthodox churches? Do you want to always preach in such a secretive manner? Hobert's last sentence moved Monica. Anyone who has lived in the sun, who would want to live a secretive life again. She was silent for a long time before saying, "This is not something I can decide." The main leadership of the Theosophy order is mostly composed of door pathway beyonders. Monica and a part of the witches are only responsible for diplomatic work. Hobert finally threw out the most valuable intelligence. "You better come to a conclusion quickly. I just got news yesterday that the people from the Church of the Earth Mother will arrive in Jeffreytown in 2 or 3 days. In fact, when he received the payment for the spirituality materials of the ancient Azure Dragon Beast, Bishop Simpson had mentioned this matter in his letter. The reason why he only told Monica now was to give them enough pressure." After seeing Monica off, Hobert asked Alan to call his cousin Angus. After a few simple pleasantries, Hobert asked, "I have been considering for a long time, and there is a job that is very suitable for you. I am forming an official Beyonder force in the territory and need a trustworthy captain. I think you are very suitable." Angus's eyes lit up. Although the Tudor family has a long and glorious history, even if this family is strong now, they are still wild Beyonders. It is precisely because they were once the masters of the Tudor Empire that they value the identity of official Beyonders. The Tudor family sent Angus here, hoping to use Christian's identity to obtain a certain semi-official status in Fanapotter, at least to establish a reliable stronghold. But Angus did not expect that he would be directly dispatched to this remote place, making it difficult for him to leave or stay. He had already given up hope for the errands Hobert had arranged for him, but he did not expect that the situation would take a turn for the better, and he would have the opportunity to become an official Beyonder. As for Hobert, of course, he would not completely hand over the power of the official extraordinary force to the Theosophy order. Before learning about Angus's background, Hobert had always planned to cultivate his own official Beyonder force. It was a bit slow, but the power cultivated was more reassuring. At that time, Hobert did not intend to introduce the power of the Theosophy order into the official Beyonder force. After learning that Angus came from the Tudor family, he immediately had the idea of introducing external forces to strike at the demons and the Aurora order. Even if there were battle losses, he would not feel heartache. On the other hand, Hobert planned to cultivate his own Beyonder power in Seal's 50-man troop. Angus nodded almost immediately. "I am willing to stay in Jeffrey territory and become a member of the official extraordinary force here." Hobert nodded and asked, "What sequence are you?" "Sequence 6. Judge or Baron of Corruption." Judge. Christian's branch of the Tudor family had basically switched to the Arbiter pathway a long time ago. "You should have heard about the Kingdom of Loan's bounty on me. They sent a lot of mercenaries to kill me, including a disciplinary knight," Hobert said with a smile. "Unfortunately, they all died here." Angus's eyes lit up. "I don't know if it is easy for you to be assigned the opportunity to advance to disciplinary knight in the family." Hobert saw Angus's expression and already knew the answer. "But here with me, as long as you can be competent in this job, as long as you can make enough contributions, that Beyonder characteristic is yours." Angus quickly said, "I will definitely be able to do this job." Hobert nodded. "Then the first task I give you is to go back to the family and find some clansmen who want to become official Beyonders, but you have to make it clear to them that being an official Beyonder is prestigious, but there are also considerable dangers. They must be mentally prepared." Angus smiled. "As long as you are in the extraordinary world, there may be danger anywhere." He asked again, "How many people do I need to find?" Hobert said, "It's up to you. The other captain is also a sequence 6 and has about 7 or 8 subordinates. It's just that whether the captain exists is still unknown. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 436, Chapter 436, George III, A Little Troublesome for Children, Bonus 10. Chapter 436, George III, A Little Troublesome for Children. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert dealt with the official Beyonder affairs and mentioned that he had a batch of Arbiter pathway characteristics he wanted to sell. If the Tudor family was interested, they could send someone to discuss it. After discussing business, Hobert returned to his study to teach Freya vocabulary. However, he found that Freya's pronunciation was not very standard, so he started with the alphabet again, correcting her pronunciation. Since she was learning Loanese first, which was Freya's native language, he only needed to correct her pronunciation slightly. Hobert also assigned her 10 relatively simple words, asking her to copy them at least 50 times and read them 50 times. Originally, Freya wanted to find a soft patch of land to practice the words on the ground. Hobert rejected her idea. "Practice on paper. After you finish writing, you can see if you've made progress." The first day ended there. Hobert let Freya practice in the study by herself, and he returned to his room. He originally wanted to take gold from the Nation of Disorder to find Upton. However, he found that the £36,000 worth of gold was too heavy, so he only took out a portion of the briber Beyonder characteristic through bestowal. Then, he changed into Loanese-style clothes, put on a mask, and used travel to come to Conant City, to Upton's office. Upton quickly got up and said, "Blessed of the god." Although he knew that the person in front of him was the traitor Hobert, he didn't have much sense of belonging to the kingdom of Loan. Treason didn't matter much to him. Hobert took out a small wooden box. "This is your reward, a complete briber beyond her characteristic." Upton thanked him and took it with both hands. He opened the wooden box and took a look. It was indeed the briber beyond her characteristic. He breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know if it was his father's beyond her characteristic, he would soon become a briber. If he continued to serve the Creator, becoming a baron of corruption wouldn't be difficult, and there was even hope of becoming a mentor of disorder. As for the remaining gold, Hobert said, "Because the quantity is too large, I have asked the Creator to give it to you through bestowal. In the evening, find a suitable place and pray to the Creator." Upton nodded. "Okay. Is the progress of purchasing materials going smoothly?" "Smoothly, a batch of materials has already been delivered to the warehouse." "Give me the address of the warehouse." After getting the address, Hobert smiled and said, "If there are new tasks, I will come to you again." As he spoke, his figure disappeared in front of Upton. Upton took a deep breath and opened the wooden box again to examine the beyonder characteristic. He seemed to see infinite hope. Hobert didn't return to the Lord's mansion immediately, but went to the cemetery in the suburbs to rest for a minute. Using the faceless necklace for navigation, he came to a small town in the suburbs of Backlund. There was a dilapidated hotel here. Hobert followed the guidance given by the faceless necklace and knocked on a door. A hoarse voice came from inside. "Who is it?" "Hobert." There were no other guests here, and Hobert had already hypnotized the hotel owner with the psychological spoon, so he could safely report his name. A few seconds later, the door opened with a creak. Hobert could imagine that Klein must have been divining the authenticity of the visitor. But the divination must have failed, because Hobert was wearing a mask made of order crystal, a fire lacquer seal, a pocket watch key, and a sword hilt, a box for holding sealed items, and so on. After Klein saw the mysterious symbol belonging to the Creator on the visitor's mask, he confirmed that the person was Hobert. It's just that he was a little curious. He used burning paper dolls for anti-divination processing for every step of his actions. How did Hobert find him? Although Klein performed anti-divination processing because he had prayed to the Creator, there was another close connection between him and Hobert, so Hobert could easily find him with the faceless necklace. Hobert entered the door and saw Klein without a beard, similar to the way they looked when they first met. Now Klein is already a faceless. Whether or not he has a beard is just a matter of his thought. Hobert saw that his face was not good, so he used a healing spell on him, immediately curing Klein's cold caused by Mr. A. Klein smiled and said, "Thank you. How did you find me?" "The guidance of the Creator." After the two sat face to face on the chairs, Hobert added, "I was ordered to stop the great smog in Backlund yesterday, but I failed." Klein was stunned. "The Creator heard my prayer?" "Yes." Hobert said, "The Creator told me that you were also involved in this incident, but you had already been rescued by someone else at that time." Klein nodded. He thought that the Creator did not want to participate in this matter. Hobert did not continue this topic. "What are your plans next?" "I'm going to go to sea." Klein didn't hide anything. He knew that he might be marked by the Creator, and Hobert could easily find out his whereabouts. Hobert smiled and said, "Going to sea is a necessary path for every wild seer, because there are beautiful mermaids on the sea." Klein was not surprised that Hobert knew that he was going to sea to find mermaids. After all, this was the knowledgeable emperor. "Do you know where there are mermaids?" This question was once discussed at the Tarot Club, but Klein still wanted to ask if there were other channels. "If you don't want to return to the embrace of the Evernight goddess, go to the depths of the Sonia Sea to find them." Hobert smiled and said, "But before that, you have to find a reliable ship." Klein nodded slowly. He had inquired through several channels and got almost the same answer. Hobert got up and said, "Hurry up and improve your strength." He said as he walked out, "If I were a demigod, I would have had hoped to stop this great smog yesterday. Remember to write to me if you have time." Klein looked at Hobert's disappearing back. From this back and Hobert's tone, he felt Hobert's unwillingness. Backlund, St. George Borough. In a small villa, a woman with chestnut hair, wearing a lady's shirt with lace flowers, matched with a grey skirt over the knee, curled up on the sofa in front of the fireplace, reading the letter in her hand. This is Bernadette, Queen Mystic, who has been staying in Backlund during this time, looking for opportunities for promotion. Creator. She suddenly smiled and said, "I wonder how that shy lawyer is doing recently." In the Sodalak Palace, George III, with a small mustache and a firm face, held a crystal wine glass, looking out the window, wondering what he was thinking. "Father." A cry interrupted George III's contemplation. Alice, with a noble temperament and beautiful face, who George III had loved since childhood, cried with red eyes, Just now I watched Edisac buried. He was so good since he was a child, how could he like a witch?" In order to show his punishment for this disappointing son, George III did not attend Edisac's funeral. Hearing Alice say this, George III's eyes were also a little red. "Child, I can't believe it's true, but the facts are so." Alice wiped her tears. "I want to kill all the witches in Lone. They must pay the price for seducing the prince." George III nodded. "That's what I think too. I'm not too old to kill people." With George III's promise, Alice seemed to be comforted a lot. She knelt down beside George III's legs and cried again, while George III stroked her hair and comforted her patiently. After crying for a few minutes, Alice vented her grief and finally felt better. Supported by an old attendant, she sobbed and bid farewell to the king. The old attendant supported Alice out the door, and secretly stuffed a note to Alice when he reached the door. Alice naturally put it away while crying. This old attendant, or rather old eunuch, this is a title, not an insult, named Bernie, people call him Old Bernie, and has been serving George III. Alice once bribed Old Bernie heavily, asking him to reveal some of her father's preferences or needs. Quickly returning to her bedroom, Alice's face turned cold, and she couldn't see any sadness at all. "Don't think I don't know, you have been in contact with the demonist sect." She opened the note, which was a brief introduction to the Creator, who had just appeared in the southern continent, a powerful existence suspected of being a god. There was also the Creator's honorific name on the paper. Alice clenched the note. "Edisac, sister will definitely avenge you." On George III's side, he was still holding the wine glass. Without drinking a sip of wine, "Give it to her." Old Bernie bowed and said, "Given to her." George III's eyes were no longer red. "Pay close attention to her movements." He smiled. "3 sequence ones and uniqueness are all here with me. I want to see what kind of god this is, daring to call himself the Creator in the shadow of order." As for Alice, it was the possible price to pay for this test. George III believed that in this delicate period of the Black Emperor pathway, only a prince or princess of the lone royal family could attract the attention of the Creator. Hobert did not return to his territory, but went to Christian's mansion. He first found Dofus, and after knowing that Christian was in the mansion, he went to see Christian together. Hobert mainly came to Christian to talk about Donna. After confirming that Christian's attitude was no different from Donna's description, he was relieved to leave Donna behind. There was also the matter of Angus. Hobert talked about his arrangements for Angus and asked Christian about his views on that branch of the Tudor family. The patriarch is an old antique. Christian obviously still had a lot of opinions on that patriarch, but that is indeed a force that can be used. There is a saint, 4 demigods, and a considerable number of sequence 5 members in this branch of the family. They are a considerable beyonder force wherever they are placed. They also tried to find opportunities to become nobles again, but they didn't behave harmless enough like the Pond family, and always flaunted the demigod-level combat power in the family, which resulted in the encirclement and suppression by the church and the royal family. Christian pursed his lips and smiled, as if she was not talking about the family she was born into. "Fortunately, I left them early, otherwise I would have been killed by them. I want to use them to clear the beyonder forces around the territory." Hobert got to the point. "They may have some sacrifices." Christian smiled. "I haven't regarded them as family for a long time. Sending them to you is just to see if you are useful." Hobert nodded. It could be seen that Christian was completely disheartened with the family. With Christian's current strength, he can completely create an beyonder family, which makes him have no sense of belonging to the Tudor family at all. With such an answer, Hobert was relieved. After chatting for a few more words, Hobert got up and said goodbye. After he got the payment from the Balk family and met the Tudors, he planned to put it together himself to see if he could raise enough money to build the territory. If there is a big gap, he will come to Christian for financing, and if the gap is small, he will borrow or ask Christian for a little. When he returned to the territory, it was already evening. During dinner, Hobert discussed with his mother and Donna how to spend the new year tomorrow. Although the territory is still in ruins, the first new year as the new lord should be grand. Monlisa also plans to go back after spending the new year here. After dinner, everyone went to rest, but the bitter Creator had to work overtime. Hobert returned to Conant City in the Kingdom of Lone again, and took a taxi carriage to the large warehouse rented by Upton. Using Blink to enter the warehouse, Hobert breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the piles of building materials. "Fortunately, I was more cautious and didn't let Upton sacrifice, otherwise the Creator couldn't take away so many building materials at once, and would definitely lose face in front of the believers. What's more, the Creator is not a porter. The water pump is at least a high-tech product of this era, and it's a bit degrading to sacrifice these cement and steel bars to the Creator. Hobert began to light candles on the open space to prepare a simple altar. He smiled bitterly as he prepared. "I take back what I said just now, the Creator is now a porter." Then Hobert began to sacrifice himself to himself, grabbing these cement and steel bars into the nation of disorder again and again. Although the Creator's grabbing power has been greatly improved after being promoted to Sequence 5, it still took more than a dozen grabs to move all the materials to the nation of disorder. In the middle of this, Upton prayed to the Creator for the gold as the remaining payment, and Hobert almost bestowed him the steel bars piled by the pool. At this time, inside and outside the hall built by Hobert in the Nation of Disorder were piled with building materials. Sitting in the middle of it, Hobert felt that the current Creator was a merchant who wholesaled cement and steel bars. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 437, Chapter 437 Happy New Year. Bonus 11. Chapter 437 Happy New Year. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Potter Kingdom, Jeffrey Town. Old Bog was a watchman on the construction site. Before that, he was a gongbanger, responsible for patrolling the lakeside and sounding the alarm immediately upon spotting a monster. Fortunately, there's no longer a need for anyone to do that dangerous job. Old Bog looked at the construction site illuminated by the lights and couldn't help but sigh. Everyone knows that the current Lord is very wise, but he's just too restless. At noon, Old Bog heard the Night Lord calling him Night Lord, but before this Lord came, Conrad was a recognized simpleton. He was always slow when working in the fields, looked a bit dull, and worried about paying taxes every month, even though he could read and write. In the blink of an eye, he's now a Night Lord. This has made several thugs who used to bully Conrad afraid to go out, but a few days ago, Conrad caught them and put them to work on the construction site, doing the hardest and most tiring jobs, it is said. Old Bog walked forward unhurriedly. The Night Lord actually said today that he would divide the lands of those bullies among everyone. No one believed it, and even if they did, no one would dare to take it. Most of the bullies have been around since Viscount Wright was in power. Old Bog remembers that there were bullies in the town and villages when he was a child, and after those bullies died, there were their sons, and another batch of bullies. Now the land is being divided, but who knows what means they'll use to take it back in the future. Ahead was the excavated foundation. Old Bog sighed again. How long will it take to build with so much foundation dug up? Such good land, dug up everywhere with ditches, but the building materials are said to be coming in a while. What a mess. With so much money, the Lord might as well give some to everyone in the territory so they can have a good year. Just as he was thinking this, Old Bog saw a faint light not far ahead, those troublemakers. Kids often run to the construction site to play at night, and of course, thieves often visit too, so there's almost nothing valuable on the construction site at night. Rumble. The sound of something heavy falling to the ground startled Old Bog. Unfortunately, the night was not very clear, and the light in Old Bog's hand couldn't see what was happening ahead. Old Bog only felt like there was something terrible in the air ahead. This feeling reminded him of his experience as a gongbanger, being stared at by a ghost-like monster, with a similar feeling. Rumble. Another sound of heavy objects falling. Old Bog swallowed and retreated behind a pile of earth. He had been a gongbanger for 7 years. The gongbangers before him had died in the mouths of monsters after working for no more than 3 years. It's not that he was so powerful, but he knew not to be brave, to hide when he should hide, to run when he should run. Nothing is more important than his own life. The rumbling sound rang more than a dozen times before finally quieting down. Old Bog came out from behind the pile of earth and stared blankly at what was in front of him. There seemed to be a small mountain over there. He approached it boldly and saw a lot of cement and steel bars, as well as scaffolding and other tools. After a long while, Old Bog finally came back to his senses and ran towards the town. Too scary. Steel bars and cement actually fell from the sky just now. Luckily, I didn't go any further, or I would have been crushed to death by these things. What happened just now was completely beyond his understanding. He could only think that those building materials fell from the sky. Before he reached the town, he saw many people rushing this way with lights, and the person at the head was Roy. Old Bog quickly went forward to report. Roy was relatively calm, listening to Old Bog's report while coming to the mountain-like building materials. Seeing the piles of building materials, Roy was also speechless for a long time. Just now, the Lord suddenly came to tell him that a batch of building materials had just been unloaded from the cargo ship, and asked him to find someone to guard it and sort it out tomorrow. What cargo ship can carry so many things? Also, why was it unloaded directly at the construction site? It's so far from the dock. Are the porters so dedicated these days? But after a long silence, Roy still said to everyone, "These are the building materials that have just been unloaded from the dock. Some of you stay to guard them." Old Bog was about to say something, but Roy glanced at him. "Don't forget, the Lord is a God-favored one of the Earth Mother." In fact, he didn't know what was going on, but if he wasn't sure, it was always right to push it to God. Old Bog lowered his head in horror, so that was a miracle just now. The next morning, Hobert yawned and rubbed his shoulders as he came to the yard. He was indeed quite tired yesterday, but seeing the large pile of building materials down the mountain, he felt a sense of accomplishment again. But soon Hobert thought again that this was only a quarter of the first batch of building materials. He sighed, wondering if he should ask the fool to help with the transportation. Hobert shook his head with a smile, estimating that if the fool helped move the building materials, he would simply cancel his qualification to participate in the tarot gathering. Today is New Year's Day, and Philip was directing the servants to clean the yard early in the morning. Actually, there wasn't much to clean, as it had just been cleaned a few days ago to welcome Mona and her party. This is the first New Year in this world. Just as he was feeling emotional, Hobert's spirituality sensed something. He looked at his study, opened the crystal of order sealed outside the scepter, and struck a fighting pose. "Sorry, I came uninvited." A man's voice came from the study, "But please rest assured, I have no malice." Hobert opened the door of the study and saw a man in his 30s, clean-shaven and with his hair combed meticulously. Freya had already come to the study to practice her vocabulary. Although the sudden appearance of this gentleman startled her, she did not panic because her teacher had also appeared so suddenly before. She was just a little curious, did teachers and their friends like to appear and disappear so suddenly? Hobert probably guessed that the other party was from the Theosophy Order, but he still asked, "May I ask who you are?" "I am Jonathan, the vice president of the Theosophy Order in Southern Colson." Sure enough, Hobert put away his scepter. "Please sit down." "Hee, I don't think I need to introduce myself." Then he asked Freya to ask Alan to bring tea. The two sat down around the desk, and Jonathan looked around the study. "I heard Monica mention the fire dragon you invented. I must say, you are a creative young man." Hobert smiled. "I didn't create this thing, I just brought it here." After Freya and Alan brought the tea, Jonathan politely took a sip. "Regarding your proposal yesterday, we had a meeting all night. The final decision was to try to cooperate with you more deeply." He spread his hands. "I must say, you have provided us with a new way of thinking. Many people are amazed by this proposal. As Monica said, you are a natural politician." Through the descriptions of Monica and Helen, Jonathan really wanted to meet this young man, and the final cooperation matters would also be discussed by him personally with Hobert. So Jonathan came directly to Hobert's study. Although this was a bit irregular, the mystic could go wherever he wanted. Hobert smiled and said, "It should be said that you made the right choice. But I have two conditions. First, there must be no extremists among the official Beyonder." Jonathan nodded, "That's for sure. Second, the Theosophy Order must provide a squad. The captain can report their actions and tasks to the Theosophy Order, as well as the information obtained in the tasks, but must obey my command." Jonathan did not immediately agree, but asked, "Is it only this one squad?" "No, there is another squad. The captain of that squad is a sequence 6. Hobert used his pie-drawing magic. Jonathan asked again, "How many members does the other party have?" "About 7 or 8. "How should the sealed artifacts or spoils seized in the mission be distributed?" Hobert said, "Whichever squad gets it belongs to that squad, but if it is obtained jointly, I have the right to distribute it." Jonathan thought for a moment. "Okay." He paused and said, "I will let Helen, the captain dispatched by the Theosophy Order, be stationed in Jeffreytown. After returning, I will equip her with 2 Sequence 7, 4 Sequence 8, and 3 Sequence 9 members." Hobert stretched out his hand and smiled, "Happy cooperation." The two shook hands, and Hobert suddenly thought, "Oh, right, I have several apprentice pathway Beyonder characteristics to sell. I wonder if you are interested." "Of course, I'm interested." Jonathan smiled. "How many are there specifically? What sequence are they?" 6 apprentice, 4 trickmaster, 3 astrologer, 1 scribe. These Beyonder characteristics all came from the Tamara family. To avoid attracting attention, Hobert had not sold these Beyonder characteristics. "Jonathan, are you kidding me by calling this a few?" he asked. "Where did you get so many Beyonder characteristics? Could it be from the members of the Theosophy Order in other regions?" Hobert smiled. "Some ancient families also have the inheritance of the apprentice pathway." He deliberately did not explain clearly. It could be the Abraham family, or it could be another family. Moreover, Jonathan had not heard recently that there had been a large number of casualties among the members of the Theosophy Order. Even if such a situation occurred, with the opportunity to recover the Beyonder characteristics, Jonathan certainly would not let it go. "How much do you plan to sell them for separately?" "As allies, I'll give you the base price for apprentice and trick magician, 360 gold lire and 720 gold lire." Hobert smiled. "But astrologer and scribe must have a premium. After all, it took a lot of effort to get them, 2,000 gold lire and 5,000 gold lire respectively." This price was slightly higher than the price given to the Balk family for those Beyonder characteristics. Believers and allies were ultimately somewhat different. Jonathan thought the price was reasonable. "Okay. Then the total value of 6 apprentice Beyonder characteristics is 2,160 gold lire, and the total value of 4 trickmaster Beyonder characteristics is 2,880 gold lire." Hobert said, taking out paper and pen to list a list. 3. Astrologer B under characteristics, total value 6,000 gold lire, and 1. Scribe 5,000 gold lire. Let me calculate, the total is 16,040 gold lire, I'll round it down to 16,000 for you. Okay. Jonathan smiled, I'll have Monica bring the money to trade with you in the afternoon. After sending Jonathan away, Hobert continued to teach Freya vocabulary. Freya studied very hard, so today he taught 20 words. After that, Hobert enjoyed the festive atmosphere. Everyone around him was full of smiles, and everyone was full of hope for the coming year. In the afternoon, Monica came to complete the transaction. The money and goods were fine, and the two said, Happy New Year, to each other before returning to celebrate the new year. Hobert was finally relieved. Currently, he has 58,000 gold lire, of which 16,000 was just obtained from the transaction, 24,000 was the harvest from the transaction with the Balk family, and 16,000 was the money from selling the ancient blue dragon beast, and the last 2,000 gold lire was Hobert's old money. In addition, Hobert has nearly 4,600 pounds and 5,000 pounds worth of gold. The payment for the second batch of building materials is not a concern for the time being. After completing the transaction with the Tudor family, it is estimated that the third batch of payment will also be available. Hobert plans to ask at the tarot gathering who can contact the temperance faction of the Rose School. It would seem too targeted if he directly asked Klein. If the temperance faction digests another batch of prisoner pathway B under materials, or sells them to sequence 4B under characteristics, it is estimated that the payment issue for the building materials will be basically resolved. He only needs to worry about the decoration costs. Hobert smiled and said to himself, I am richer than I imagined. In the evening, under the unified deployment of Philip, more than a dozen bonfires were piled up on the streets of the town. As soon as night fell, everyone lit the bonfires and began to sing and dance around the bonfires. Today is a rare day for them to relax, everyone is singing and dancing together, celebrating this special day. Looking down from the Lord's mansion, the town was brightly lit, full of laughter. Hobert was also driven by the atmosphere created by everyone, and said to Furs next to him, let's join them too. Furs had wanted to go for a long time. Although she usually didn't like singing and dancing, she wanted to see the New Year customs that were different from Loon. Hearing Hobert's invitation, she immediately agreed. Looking at the backs of Hobert and Furs leaving, Donna, Ed, Hobert has changed, he doesn't take me to play with him anymore. Manresa smiled, he's about to start a family, of course, it's different from before. If he doesn't take me, I'll go myself. Donna said, Freya, let's go together. Before Freya could say anything, Donna pulled her out the door. When the two of them came to the town, Hobert and Furs were already dancing in front of the bonfire. The dance steps they had learned previously were out of sync with the surrounding environment, so they simply learned the cheerful and simple steps of the people around them. The benefits of being a Beyonder were evident at this moment, as they learned almost instantly and quickly integrated into the cheerful environment. The arrival of the Lord and Lady brought the bonfire dance to a climax. The residents of the town surrounded Hobert and Furs, dancing and laughing. The days when they were exploited by bandits and knights seemed to have been forgotten, as well as the bewilderment and unease brought about by the Earl's mobilization throughout the territory and the sudden promulgation of new policies. Everyone was single-mindedly enjoying the joy of this moment. It wasn't until the bonfire gradually died down that everyone felt tired, and reluctantly returned home, and then smashed things. In this almost isolated town, the custom of smashing everything that can be smashed on New Year's Day is still popular. They believe that this can throw away all the troubles of the past year and welcome the new year without any burden. In large cities such as Fainapotter, this custom no longer exists, but a new custom has formed. On New Year's Day, young people jump into the cold river to wash away all their troubles and greet the new year cleanly. However, it is also possible to greet the new year with a runny nose and a cold. Kingdom of Lone, a small town outside Backlund. Klein, in a dilapidated hotel, looked at the fireworks in the direction of Backlund, New Year. He spent this new year alone. Backlund, Empress Borough, Earl Hall's villa. The weather today was rare and clear, as if it had wiped away the tragedy that had just occurred in Backlund. Audrey, who had just attended the New Year's ball, stood on the terrace, looking at the fireworks not far away. Happy New Year, Susie. Happy New Year. Audrey. Rosted Archipelago, Hillston Port. Alger avoided those reveling Loanese and continued to his destination in silence. The local New Year is not on the same day as the Loanese New Year, so Alger did not feel any festive atmosphere. Even the local New Year could not make Alger happy. Because it would make Alger realize that another year had passed, but he was still alone. Kingdom of Lone, Tingen City. Selina locked herself in her room and stuffed cards with pre-written greetings into envelopes. Then, according to the method mentioned in Teacher Hobert's letter, she prepared the altar. This made Selina a little nervous and a little excited. She cleared her throat and said in Hermes, In my name, I summon. Spirit wandering in the void, friendly creatures that can be driven, messengers belonging exclusively to Hobert Jeffrey. The flame of one of the candles suddenly turned a ghastly green, and the candlelight quickly grew larger. Selina took a step back in surprise. This was the first time she had received a response in a mystical ritual. Soon Selina felt as if something had been added to the room. Almost at the same time, she felt as if a huge rock was pressing on her spirit, making it difficult for her to breathe. Fortunately, soon, the letter on the simple altar, as well as the 3 donuts she had prepared in advance, disappeared, and the huge sense of oppression also disappeared. Selina stared blankly at the altar for a while before saying, "So cool." At this time, only the exclamation invented by Emperor Roselle could express her feelings. She realized today that mystical rituals are so easy to get a response if you find the right method. Before, well, Selina smiled, no wonder Teacher Hobert repeatedly told me not to contact Teacher Hannah's friends. It turned out they were all liars, and none of the rituals they taught me ever received a response. Fortunately, I met Teacher Hobert. This is the real mystical mentor. Just as she was thinking about this, Selina's mother suddenly called from below, "Selina, Elizabeth, and Melissa are here. They had agreed to go out to watch fireworks tonight." The 3 girls bid farewell to Selina's parents and walked happily in the light of the gas street lamps. There were many young people on the streets who were going out to watch fireworks in groups. On this special holiday, the night in this city seemed particularly lively. As they chatted, they talked about their plans for the coming year. Elizabeth was preparing to try to get into Backlund University, while Melissa was going to Backlund with her brother and continuing her studies at the University of Technology there. Selina sighed, "Next year in the second half of the year, I may be the only one left in Tingen City." She didn't tell her 2 good friends about her plan to go to Hobert and become a Beyonder for the time being. Although it was not yet the season for graduation, the atmosphere of graduation season had already been pulled to the max. "Let's talk about something happy." Selina suddenly said, "How are you planning to spend the New Year's holiday?" Elizabeth said, "I'm going to Conant City with my parents tomorrow for vacation." Melissa, "Reading books, tidying things up." So Selina extended an invitation, "Melissa, let's go to Backlund Manor together. My family is going there for vacation, ask your brother to come along." Elizabeth also persuaded, "Melissa, the hot springs there are very good, it is said that they can wash away all troubles." But Melissa said, "We can't spend too much before Benson finishes his exams, let's talk about vacationing later." Elizabeth and Selina smiled at each other, and Selina said, "Melissa, in the future, you will definitely be a good wife." Potter Kingdom, Jeffrey Manor. Today is January 1st. Hobert stared at the roof for a while. After returning yesterday, he drank some wine with Furs and Donna and the others, and slept until after 8 o'clock. Alcohol had long since had no effect on the physique of Sequence 5. The reason why Hobert could sleep so soundly was purely because he was relaxed last night. Hobert stretched, changed into his Baron attire, and put on his cloak. "Alan, tell Roy and Scholar to wait for me at the construction site in town." Roy and the others did not expect that the Earl would enter work mode just after the new year. They basically crawled out of bed, eating bread while going to the construction site. When they arrived at the construction site, they couldn't help but laugh when they saw that the others were as embarrassed as they were. Soon, Hobert also arrived, with Donna and Freya by his side. Donna scratched her messy hair. "In theory, today is still a holiday, and your lord calling everyone up so early is illegal. Does anyone want to sue him? I'll help you contact a lawyer." The few people smiled at each other, and didn't dare to speak. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 438, Chapter 438 A New Year's Gift for Furs. Chapter 438 A New Year's Gift for Furs. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert ignored Donna's joke. "Are the materials ready? How's the progress on the construction site in town?" Roy replied, "We started laying the foundation yesterday morning, but I gave everyone half a day off in the afternoon. I plan to start work this afternoon." Hobert nodded. "The construction can wait. We need to start renovations first. I'm turning all those houses I bought into hotels, inns, and restaurants. We need to be fast. Or we won't make it." Roy was taken aback. "Make what?" "The wedding." Hobert had initially planned for wedding guests to stay in tents when he agreed to his mother's proposed wedding date, but he's been re-evaluating and realized he could accomplish more if he pushed. Hobert said, "My wedding with Miss Furs is set for January 28th. With my father's influence, there will definitely be a lot of people attending the wedding. We need to provide them with adequate accommodations." Roy was momentarily stunned, then happily said, "I'll do everything I can to renovate the town. But that will require a lot of construction materials." "Make a list," Hobert said. "Wayne should be back soon. He can go shopping." "Yes, sir." Hobert looked at Scalera. "The land redistribution will start today. I've already spoken to Conrad and asked him to divide the land on the mountain first. The land acquisition issue has been resolved. Can the railway be completed before the 28th? Hobert's approach was simple: reclaim ownership of all the land, and then divide the land outside the railway and road routes among the people. This completely bypassed the land acquisition process. Sefirah shook his head helplessly. Your lordship, the quick completion of land acquisition is indeed surprising, but that's just the beginning of railway construction. Next, it will take a lot of time to transport the materials to the railway line, and then to lay the tracks. Although the total mileage of the Jeffrey Territory Railway is not very long, based on my experience, with mountains involved, 28 days might not even be enough to get the materials to the line. Hobert thought for a moment. What if the materials could be delivered quickly, like a batch to the railway line by tomorrow morning? Sefirah smiled and shook his head, but still replied, in that case, I'm confident we can lay the railway before the 28th. But we don't have enough manpower to transport all the materials to the line in a day and a night. Hobert nodded. Take me to the railway line for a look. The group followed the railway line up the mountain. As Hobert said, Conrad had already begun redistributing the land under the protection of Seal and the other guards from the Lord's Manor. The village bullies naturally started arguing with Conrad, and their families started wailing and crying. But under the muzzles of Seal and the others' guns, all the arguments were ineffective. The villagers then realized that the Lord was serious this time. For a moment, the whole village was in chaos, and everyone ran to see the land distribution and ask how much land they could get. The village's formerly respected figures were no match for the authority of Seal and the others' guns. Even the threats of the village bully, who used to have the final say, weren't so scary anymore. Amidst the excitement, there was also some confusion. It was like carrying a huge rock on their backs since birth. Now that the rock was suddenly lifted, they felt top-heavy and didn't even know how to take the next step. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Hobert had initiated a once-in-a-millennium change. The concept of equal land distribution and tax exemption had never existed in the North and South continents. Land was always seized by force, whoever had the bigger fist got more land. Hobert forcibly redistributed the land in each village and reclaimed ownership for the Lord's Manor using violent means from the Lord's Manor. He knew very well that only more violent means could protect the interests of ordinary and vulnerable people. Passing through the excited and confused villagers, the group arrived at the top of the mountain. Hobert asked Vok, it shouldn't take too long to transport the materials for building a paved road to the line, right? That's right, Vok said. Building a road is definitely faster than a railway. What about the construction time for the villas? Hobert asked again. Can we build the auction center and about 5 villas within a month? Vok smiled helplessly. Your lordship, that's an impossible goal. Building just the walls wouldn't take much time, but because it's on a mountain, we have to excavate large areas of flat land, and the later decoration will also take a lot of time. Hobert said, tell me where needs to be leveled. After learning about the specific difficulties and the approximate construction progress, Hobert returned to the Lord's Manor, and Roy and the others went back to their respective tasks. Back in his study, Hobert replied to the letters and cards from Jessica and Selina. In the letters, he sent his regards and asked Jessica how the new extraordinary weapon manufacturing site was doing. In the other letter, he told Selina that he would find time to talk to her soon. He didn't avoid Freya when summoning the messenger, but he didn't actively teach her either. After replying to the letters, Hobert dictated a few words to Freya. Seeing that she had grasped them well, he taught her 20 more words. After learning, Freya suddenly asked, Teacher, I have a question to ask you. Hobert sat back in his chair. What is it? Why is it so difficult for me to fit into the surrounding environment? Freya clenched her fists, somewhat nervously. I tried to befriend Mary and Marcy, but they always kept their distance from me. I want to befriend Miss Donna and Miss Furs, but I don't think I'm as good as them, and it's always difficult for me to join in their conversations. Hobert smiled. That's because you're not clear about your own position. In this complex society, you must first find your own position, otherwise, your actions and words will seem abrupt to others. Because of your previous experiences in the East Borough, you feel close to Marcy and Mary, but they think you are the Lord's student, the master, so they will have a distance from you. At the same time, because you are my student, in the eyes of Furs and Donna, you are a junior, so they will not accommodate your feelings, and naturally will not consider whether you can join the topic when chatting. Freya thought for a while. I understand, thank you, teacher. I think I should put myself in the same position as Mr. Seal and Mr. Conrad. No, I'm not as good as them, I mean, I'm with them, one level. Yes, people on the same level. Hobert nodded. I'll give you one more word today, the spelling of level is. This word was relatively long, and Freya memorized it carefully and understood it seriously. Overall, Freya was relatively introverted, but before, she had to work non-stop and had no time to think. Hobert asked again, did you go around the territory yesterday? No, no. Go out with Conrad this afternoon and tell me your thoughts tomorrow morning. Freya quickly said, yes, sir. In the midst of busyness, it was soon lunchtime. Before eating, Hobert returned to his room to get a small wooden box and brought it to the restaurant. Before eating, Hobert pushed the wooden box to Furs. This is a New Year's gift for you. Furs was slightly stunned. Amidst Donna's teasing, she opened the wooden box. Inside were a few pieces of blood-red crystal, as beautiful as rubies. She blurted out, lava octopus blood crystal. This was precisely one of the main materials for astrologer that she had been searching for. Donna sat back in her chair. TCH, I thought it was a diamond ring. Furs said, Hobert, I can't accept this. This is too precious. The base price of Beyonder materials at sequence 7 is £600, but the main materials at this level basically start to have a premium. Selling for £700 or £800 is very normal. At this week's tarot gathering, Furs sold materials to Miss Justice for £1,000. Sister-in-law, you're too easily satisfied, Donna laughed. Just such a small thing, you should say, 3 more servings. Everyone laughed at Donna's joke. Hobert said to Furs, take it. You've been working lately, and you've been accompanying my mother to see the scenery in the territory. You're quite tired, so take it as a reward. The so-called work was that Hobert required Furs to finish her new book before the 15th, so that a batch of books could be printed and placed at the wedding site on the wedding day. So these days, you could see Furs writing furiously at night. Monlisa also smiled and told Furs to put it away. Furs then felt that she could write one more chapter tonight. At the end of lunch, Monlisa told everyone that she planned to leave tomorrow. After Hobert failed to persuade her to stay, he asked Philip to prepare some local specialties and asked Alan to take people to tidy up the rented ship. In the afternoon, Hobert received payment from Alger. The Storm Church gave Hobert £1,500 for the information he provided. After Alger deducted £150, Hobert received £1,350. While lamenting the Storm Church's stinginess, Hobert became more certain that the Storm Church knew more information about the battle in the southern continent, otherwise they would not have only given £1,500. Across Full Moon Lake, in Viscount Teuton's mansion. Viscount Teuton frowned as he watched Jeffrey Town, which had been busy since the afternoon of the 1st. Is Hobert preparing to expand that town into a small city? He put down his telescope. Also, where did he get so much money? Viscount Teuton certainly knew the cost of construction. Even with the accumulation of so many generations of Viscounts, he would not dare to spread out such a large scale. We can report all of this, including Hobert's ambition, to the king. Grove said. Viscount Teuton pondered for a moment. That's a good idea. After the waterway is opened, the royal power will also radiate to South Colson again, and of course, it will not allow the strength of a certain noble to be unique. Viscount Teuton, who has been secretly loyal to the royal family, is definitely the royal family's first choice for support. In addition, we can also put Hobert in trouble, Grove suggested. Viscount Teuton shook his head. As far as I know, Hobert is a sequence 6. It is difficult for me to shake his rule with my strength. Grove smiled. Aren't there some powerful figures in your territory? A trace of fear flashed in Viscount Teuton's eyes. You don't know the horror of these people. Don't provoke them, and don't try to betray them. Of course, I'm not going to provoke them, nor am I going to betray them, Grove smiled. Since Hobert has chosen to cooperate with the Theosophy Order, we can let Hobert see their existence and let the Theosophy Order know their reality. These are all seen and investigated by Hobert himself. What does it have to do with us? Viscount Teuton looked across Full Moon Lake, feeling a little tempted. Grove added, the new year is over. As the only Viscount nearby, shouldn't you invite the Baron opposite to a banquet? Express your welcome to this new Baron. Viscount Teuton pondered for a moment, then smiled. Don't try to take revenge at the banquet. You are not strong enough. Of course not. A trace of resentment flashed across Grove's face. I know, now is not the time. Viscount Teuton nodded. Go and have someone write an invitation and have Knight Ketton deliver it in person. Yes. Oh, right, Viscount Teuton smiled. Old Knight Connor passed away more than a year ago, and his family property has been squandered by his 2 good-for-nothing sons. They no longer have a sense of knightly honor. I will deprive them of their knightly titles, and the territory will be given to you. Grove said excitedly, thank you for your reward, your lordship. Hobert received an invitation from Viscount Teuton in the evening. He was a little strange. Why would Viscount Teuton suddenly invite him to a banquet? He was slightly stunned and said to Alan, treat this knight well. Then Hobert called Philip, Conrad, Roy, Seal, Corwin, and others to discuss the matter. Corwin said, this matter is definitely not that simple. Everyone, the traitor Grove is currently in Viscount Teuton's mansion. This may be a trap. Philip said, the current situation is not chaotic. A Viscount cannot set a trap in his own mansion to harm a nominal baron. At most, Viscount Teuton will send assassins under Grove's confusion, or simply have his guards cross the river to conquer us, but he has not done so, which shows that he has not been confused by Grove. Hobert nodded. I can't refuse this invitation. Seal and Corwin will go with me tomorrow. Everyone else should do what they need to do and don't be affected. Yes, sir. They had all seen the Lord defeat the ancient Azure Dragon Beast, so they had nothing to worry about regarding the Lord's safety. In the evening, Hobert was about to go out when Helen suddenly came. I heard that you are going to Viscount Teuton's mansion for a banquet tomorrow. That's right, Hobert was stunned. I haven't been to the other side of Full Moon Lake yet. Take me with you to see it, Helen said with a smile. Actually, it was because the informant she had developed earlier had disappeared without a trace, and she planned to go to Viscount Teuton's territory to see if she could reconnect with them. Hobert smiled, tell the truth. Okay, I want to see if the place is suitable for developing the Theosophy Order's power. Hobert knew she still wasn't telling the truth, but he didn't ask any further. No problem, but you have to dress up as a maid. Helen was slightly stunned. Can't I dress up as your assistant or something? For this kind of private banquet, I don't plan to bring an assistant. Okay. After seeing Helen off, Hobert locked the door and used travel to go to the warehouse where the building materials were stored. Those building materials had already been transported to the warehouse by Roy's men, or simply started to be piled up on the construction site. Finding the warehouse where the railway laying materials were stored, Hobert once again sacrificed the materials to the Nation of Disorder. Then, using the method of bestowal, he sprinkled them as evenly as possible along the route where the railway was to be laid. First, there was the roadbed, which required a lot of gravel, and then the sleepers and rails. These were all relatively heavy materials, and in the absence of large equipment, they could only be transported to the railway line little by manpower. If someone else possessed the Nation of Disorder, they would never do the kind of work that railway workers do. But Hobert was different. He didn't have the airs of the nobles, and he also found the decency of the middle class ridiculous. For him, when he encountered this kind of thing, there was only one principle: practicality is the key. Since he had Beyonder powers, he would use Beyonder powers to carry out the construction. If he delayed his career because of his status and decency, Hobert would find that ridiculous. After several sacrifices and several bestowals, he finally scattered the materials for several kilometers, just at the beginning of the mountain. That's all for the first batch of materials. A large part of the materials have not been shipped from Conant, and because the land acquisition work was only completed today, the work of clearing the roadbed along the way and building culverts and bridges has not yet been completed. Building culverts is for waterproofing, and building bridges is to facilitate the surrounding residents to cross the railway. These constructions are essential. Then Hobert came to the mountainside again. After praying to himself, he entered the Nation of Disorder and used the surging power of distortion to distort a small area of the terrain, making the slopes there flat and gentle. The flowers, plants, and trees that were previously on the ground were still on the ground, as if someone had re-kneaded the surrounding terrain under the ground using a method similar to kneading plasticine. After doing all this, Hobert smiled and said, today's work is finally over. So, the next morning, Scholar and Vok ran to the Lord's mansion in a panic. Lord. Damn it, your territory was haunted last night. Scholar said, the materials stored in the warehouse were all scattered along the railway line. Vok, the hillside that we said would take a lot of effort to level yesterday has become flat. It's haunted. Lord. Nonsense. Hobert didn't like hearing this. This is clearly the result of me praying for the help of the gods. When have you ever seen evil spirits so kind as to help us with construction? The two designers then came back to their senses. They had indeed never seen that. But what the Lord said about God helping surprised them even more. During the construction, it was inevitable to dig out some bones and ancient tombs. They knew that evil spirits were real, but they had never seen a god respond. In the end, they had no choice but to think in terms of God's chosen. Hobert smiled and asked, if there is divine help, do you think you can complete the task I gave you within a month? The two men opened their mouths in surprise before saying, yes. Hobert nodded, talked to them about some engineering issues, then changed into more formal clothes and sent his mother away with Furs, Donna, and others. Returning to the Lord's mansion, Hobert changed back into his baron's dress, and asked Alan to bring the horse. Along with Helen, Seal, and Corwin, the four of them rode to the pier, and boarded a locally made wooden boat with their horses. Knight Ketten, who had sent the invitation yesterday, was already waiting at the pier in Teuton's territory. Ken couldn't help but glance at Helen a few times, and then smiled and guided the group to Viscount Teuton's mansion, but he would still steal glances at Helen from time to time. Hobert noticed that the size of Teuton Town was larger than that of Jeffrey Town, but it was lifeless here. There were so many residents, and there were many pedestrians on the streets, but their walking posture was like walking dead, their expressions were numb, and they were as thin as firewood. The only place where you could feel that they were alive was when they were worshipping some hideous statues, or when they were kneeling before some abstract symbols. In the streets and alleys, there were small statues everywhere. These statues had two thick goat horns on their heads, and their faces were either wearing cold smiles, or their faces were hideous, or their faces were solemn, holding giant swords. Many people in the streets prostrated themselves before the statues, shouting some respectful words in the local dialect with all their strength, as if they were possessed by evil spirits. The religious atmosphere was also a bit crazy, and it gave Hobert a feeling of numbness and ignorance. This feeling reminded Hobert of a movie he had watched when he was very young, which depicted the White Lotus sect. Hobert's mind immediately flashed the information provided by Bishop Simpson. In the isolated South Coulson area, not only were the forces of the Theosophy order entrenched, but there were also signs of the blood worship cult and the Aurora Society. Now it seemed, where were these just signs? This was the first time Hobert had seen someone worshipping and kneeling before demons in the street. The demons' followers turned a blind eye to Hobert's group's horses. Whenever they encountered believers worshipping demons and being blocked, Knight Ketton would ask everyone to wait patiently until the entire set of kneeling rituals was over before leading everyone forward. Obviously, Knight Ketton was used to this scene, and as a knight, he had to give way to these believers and dismount to show a pious appearance. In addition to these statues, there were also some abstract symbols painted on the walls. Hobert had seen these abstract symbols in a notebook before. The notebook came from the room where the ancient god of death's corpse was stored. That unlucky guy who had turned into a skeleton had encountered a scene of offering sacrifices to demons when he was looking for the skeleton lord. In the related exploration, he saw and wrote down such symbols in his notebook. According to the description in the notebook, there shouldn't only be symbols, there should also be large trees with corpses hanging on them. After leaving the town, Hobert and his party indeed encountered such a large tree. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 439, Chapter 439 Gift from the Abyss. Chapter 439 Gift from the Abyss. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. As described in the notes, a huge tree was hung with shriveled or fresh corpses. From the fresh corpses, it was clear that the people who had been hung up had suffered inhuman torture before their death. It is said that these emotions, such as pain, resentment, and fear, can please higher-level demons. Hobert simply counted, and there were already more than 200 corpses hanging on the tree, which made the towering tree creak. Seeing this scene, Hobert, although he had some opinions about the gods, still fully affirmed the role of the Orthodox Church. If there were no blows from the Orthodox Church, many places might be like Teuton Viscount's territory, where the people are numb and dull, and there may be countless such trees full of corpses. When he came to the tree, Knight Ketton dismounted and knelt down piously, and then introduced to everyone with some pride that there was also a sacrificial tree in his territory, but unfortunately he has only hung up more than 30 corpses now. For this reason, he said that he still needs to work harder to hang up 100 corpses as soon as possible. When Hobert was talking to him, he took a strand of hair from his clothes without paying attention. "You don't have this chance, because I will go and kill you tonight." As for why Hobert did this to these corpses who were hung up and had nothing to do with him. Because Hobert was beaten in Backlund and had a belly full of anger, and he had nowhere to vent it. Finally, they arrived at the Teuton Viscount's mansion. The Viscount, who was in his prime, greeted Hobert very politely at the door, and secretly glanced at Helen, who was dressed as a maid, and sighed in his heart that Hobert was very lucky. The banquet began in a harmonious atmosphere, until Grove came to the banquet, and the atmosphere immediately became subtle. Grove deliberately approached Hobert, as if provoking him, and wandered around in front of Hobert twice. He sneered and said, "I heard that Baron Hobert is going to take all the land in the territory under the name of the Lord's Mansion." "That's right, Hobert certainly wouldn't give him a good look, it's just to prevent knights like you from running rampant in the countryside. You are smearing the face of the nobles. There will be no good results." Hobert smiled and said, "Your son is now my servant." "You." Grove drew his sword and was about to rush up and fight Hobert desperately, but fortunately, Teuton stopped him, and the two of them did not fight at the banquet. After Grove left with a look of indignation, the atmosphere of the banquet became harmonious again, as if the little episode just now had never happened. Of course, this kind of harmonious banquet is basically just talking nonsense. When the banquet was about to end, Teuton euphemistically expressed his hope that Hobert could take action to clean up the monsters in the lake again. After Hobert beat those fish-headed crocodile-bodied beasts so that they dared not go to Jeffrey Town, those fish-headed crocodile-bodied beasts began to attack Teuton Town like crazy. Hobert laughed and did not agree or refuse. The banquet ended in such a harmonious but estranged and inefficient atmosphere and conversation. After Hobert and his party said goodbye, they rode their horses and left unhurriedly. It was still Knight Ketton who sent them to the pier. At the pier, several well-dressed men were waiting there. The leader, who looked like he was in his 30s, had black hair and unruly eyes. No matter how he smiled, it seemed like he was smirking. Knight Ketten quickly dismounted and prostrated himself in front of the men. Mr. Arlen. This Mr. Arlen with a smirk on his face didn't even look at Ketten, but said to Hobert, I have brought you a gift. He stretched out his hand to show the gift in his palm, which was a delicate wooden box with a demon pattern engraved on it. Hobert did not dismount. Is the demon family showing goodwill to me? It seems that you know something about us. Arlen smiled evilly. This is a gift from the great Abyss to you. You are the person chosen by him. Cheer. Abyss will return to the earth. Hobert smiled. Sorry, I am a devout believer of the Earth Mother. After speaking, he bypassed Arlen and others, came to the pier, and boarded the ship while watching Arlen and others. Arlen chased after him to continue giving gifts. They stood there and smiled at Hobert, smiling so hard that it made people feel goosebumps. At this time, town residents like zombies came to the pier and knelt down and cheered towards Hobert. This made Hobert once suspect that he had been tricked by some high-level demon. But he repeatedly checked his spirituality and spirit, and found nothing wrong. Until the boat sailed to the center of Full Moon Lake, the demons and the demons' believers on the pier were still watching Hobert. Hobert was also staring at them. Suddenly, he felt his pocket tighten. While staring at the opposite pier, he stretched out his hand and took out a delicate wooden box with a demon pattern engraved on it. Damn it. Hobert almost lost his hand and dropped the wooden box in the cabin. He glanced at Arlen on the pier again. Although he could no longer see Arlen's face clearly, he could still feel his smirk. Helen on the side said, I really can't tell that you have the inner being of a demon, and you actually made these demons offer gifts as soon as they saw you. In fact, Helen was the most nervous just now. The Theosophy Order had had some conflicts with the demon family before, and she thought that the people on the pier were coming for her. Hobert smiled and said, Since you like it so much, I'll give you this gift. I don't want it. Give it to you, don't be polite. Helen showed a beautiful chuckle and hummed cutely twice, Don't try to trick me, this gift must not be a good thing. Otherwise, you wouldn't give it to me. Since you don't want it, then I'll throw it away. After saying that, Hobert threw the small box into the lake and watched it sink into the water. Helen also noticed that this gift was unusual. She asked with some concern, Do you want to ask Ms. Monica to help? No need, Hobert smiled and said, I'm not afraid even if the Abyss comes. Lying, Helen said with a smile, You are obviously starting to be afraid. Then she asked, What is the Abyss? When you become the captain of the official Beyonder of Jeffrey and make great contributions to me, I will tell you, Hobert said thoughtfully while looking at the lake. He was a little strange. Why did that demon say, The Abyss has chosen me? The Abyss, besides being a real place, symbolizing the source of all evil and the land of depravity, is also the title of Sequence 0 of the Demon Pathway. Hobert didn't know whether the demon was talking about the place of the Abyss or the person of the Abyss. No matter what it was expressing, Hobert felt strange. He had never been in contact with a demon or the Abyss pathway before. How could the Abyss give him a gift? That oil painting. Hobert suddenly thought that according to the records in Colin Antigonus's notes, the oil painting was obtained from the southern continent, supposedly from a demon family. Thinking of this, Hobert said to everyone, I remembered something important, I have to go back first. Before a few people could agree, Hobert had disappeared from the wooden boat. 1 or 2 seconds later, the space in Hobert's bedroom suddenly became illusory. Hobert stepped out of the illusion and glanced at the oil painting hanging on the wall. It was still the landscape painting, and there was no change. Hobert sat on the chair and continued to consider what was going on. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and glanced at the table next to him. I don't know when, a small wooden box with a demon pattern engraved on it appeared in the center of the table. Hobert was not as surprised as last time. He carefully looked at the wooden box, and then entered the Nation of Disorder, in the way he prayed to himself, and checked the small wooden box with true sight. It looked like an ordinary small wooden box, and it did not reveal any evil aura. Returning to the real world, Hobert simply opened the small wooden box. Since this small wooden box was destined to follow him, it was better to take the initiative to investigate it than to turn a blind eye. Inside the small wooden box was an ancient ring with a demon head carved on it. Perhaps because of its age, the platinum ring had become a little black. Hobert did not touch the ring. He entered the Nation of Disorder again and observed the ring with true sight. Under true sight, the demon on the ring seemed to come alive. Although it was only a head, its expression was sometimes ferocious, sometimes angry, and sometimes roaring. Hobert did not dare to bring the ring to the Nation of Disorder. He was afraid that this was a trick of the Abyss to seize the Nation of Disorder. Although the probability that the Abyss knew that he was the master of the Nation of Disorder was very small, what if the other party knew through some means? Demons and devils, besides being synonymous with evil, are also known for their cunning. Hobert had never dealt with demons before, so of course he had to be careful. Returning to the real world, Hobert didn't even mean to touch the ring. He closed the box, put it in a locked drawer, and then locked the drawer. He knew that ordinary locks would definitely not be able to lock this box, or this ring, but this way he could feel more at ease. As for why the Abyss wanted to give Hobert this ring, he planned to investigate it tonight. Because of the protection of the Nation of Disorder, Hobert was not afraid of the Abyss. The current Abyss may still be the demon monarch for body of the second epoch. Speaking of those 8 ancient gods, except for this demon monarch, they have all fallen once. Although the progenitor of the sanguine and the dragon of imagination are not completely dead, they have fallen after all. Only for body has no clear information showing that he has fallen. On the contrary, Hobert still remembers that in the current 5th epoch, he is still active as the dark side of the universe. This should be an ancient god who cherishes his life and understands the essence of evil. Hobert felt that he should not mess around. Letting out a long sigh, Hobert took out a note from his pocket. This was what Grove secretly stuffed into him when he was at the Teuton Viscount's mansion, when Grove walked into the restaurant and wandered around in front of Hobert twice. Hobert opened the note and read it. The contents were Grove's previous plan for Baron Teuton. First, use Hobert as an unstable factor to request the king's assistance. Second, use Hobert's power to strike at the demons that had already lost control in Baron Teuton's territory. After reading it, Hobert burned the note with spiritual flames. This is a good strategist. This note was both a report to Hobert and an attempt to take credit. Hobert pondered for a moment. These two strategies were equivalent to getting something for nothing for Baron Teuton. He didn't pay much cost, but he was likely to gain huge benefits. For Hobert, he could freely go to the other side of Full Moon Lake to strike at the demons in the future, without having to worry about Baron Teuton's territorial awareness. As for the king's assistance, Hobert smiled. Of course, the more assistance, the better. Then Hobert went to the study and wrote a letter to Bishop Simpson, talking about his experiences in Baron Teuton's territory and inquiring about more detailed information about the South Coulson demon family. After another while, Seal and the others returned. Facing their worried gazes, Hobert told them, "It's all right, go and do your work." Seal and Corwin couldn't help much, and Hobert wasn't comfortable letting Helen help, so he simply lied that the problem had been solved. Just as the few people were about to leave, Hobert called out to Corwin again, "You come with me to the main hall." Seeing that the Lord was about to start dealing with government affairs again, Seal and Helen were completely relieved. Arriving at the main hall, Hobert said, "I have a task to assign to you." Corwin said somewhat excitedly, "Please tell me." Generally, when the Lord assigned a task, it was a sign that he was going to be given an important role. Go to Buga City or Granada Port and hire a batch of carpenters and renovation workers. Hobert said, "In a while, a large number of renovation workers and carpenters will be needed in the territory. If they are unwilling to come, then pay them a generous salary." Corwin nodded, "Yes." Go to Philip and collect 500 gold salas, take the ship rented by Seal, and set off this afternoon. Hobert had previously asked Seal to rent a ship in Buga City to lead the way for Montresor and his party. That ship had been docked in the port. "Yes." Corwin shouted again with high spirits and turned to leave. "By the way." Hobert called out to him, "Go and call Grove's son here." As soon as Corwin left, Alan came to report, "Lord, Wayne is back." Hobert quickly called him in. Wayne happily paid his respects to Hobert and reported the general experience of buying the ship. The ship was easy to sell, but it took several days to gather the crew. They were all brand new steamships. According to Hobert's requirements, one was a cargo ship with a displacement of about 800 tons, and 4 were passenger ships that could carry 32 people. Hobert was very satisfied with the task that Wayne had completed. After listening to the report from the accompanying financial staff, he immediately knighted Wayne as Knight of Shipping. Wayne was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He had forgotten all about the hard work during this period. Hobert said, "Rest for one night, and I will have to trouble you to make another trip to Granada Port to purchase a batch of decorative materials. I will have Roy send you the list in a while. As for the passenger ships, one will go with Corwin, one will go to Granada Port, one will go to Buga City, and one will go to Fainapotter City. Regardless of whether there are passengers or not, stay in the port for 1 day and 1 night before heading back." Wayne said with some difficulty, but we don't have the relevant procedures." "No relevant procedures are needed. Someone will naturally send us the procedures in a while." Hobert smiled and said, "If you can argue with the port staff and attract people to watch the excitement, I will also give the captain a reward. By the way, each ship must have an eye-catching banner, South Coulson, Jeffreytown welcomes you." Wayne didn't understand what the Lord was going to do. He was stunned for a few seconds before reacting under Seal's repeated winks, "Yes." After letting Wayne go to rest first, Corwin brought 3 people. Because the Lord didn't say clearly which son to call, Corwin brought all 3 of Grove's sons. After dismissing Corwin, Hobert looked at the 3 people. Grove's eldest son was called Archie, who was burly and had a long beard like a rude warrior. The second son was called Edgar, who was also very tall but had not yet grown a beard. The third son, Dennis, was still a teenager in his teens, thin and not as tall as his two older brothers. But only Dennis glared at Hobert with anger in his eyes and dared to look Hobert in the eye, while Archie and Edgar were obsequious and showed enough obedience. Hobert said, "I need 2 servants recently. Archie and Edgar will stay and be my servants. As for Dennis..." "Hobert Geoffrey. This is an insult to the knight." Dennis only shouted halfway before Edgar quickly covered his mouth. Archie quickly apologized, "Lord, the child doesn't know how to speak, please don't take offense." Dennis broke free from Edgar's hand. "You are afraid of him, but I am not afraid." Hobert smiled and said, "Since you are so brave, stay and be my manservant too." So the news quickly spread throughout the town that the fleeing Grove had angered the lord who went to the banquet, so the lord had all of Grove's sons be his manservants to vent his anger as soon as he returned. Grove on the other side naturally cursed again. Baron Teuton scolded with Grove while trusting Grove even more. But in order to prevent Grove from being threatened by Hobert with his sons, Baron Teuton sent Grove 5 beauties and hoped that the nearly 50-year-old Grove would give birth to a child in Teuton's territory as soon as possible to inherit his current family business. In the evening, Hobert received a reply from Bishop Simpson. The bishop said in the letter, "According to our understanding, the forces of the blood worship sect are entrenched in the 5 adjacent territories of Baron Teuton, Baron Eugene, and Baron Felix. Mainly members of the Norse family. It is said that a demigod is in charge, but it is not clear in which field. There are also some members of the André family. The specific distribution of the members of the 2 families is also not clear, but there are at least 3 sequence 5s. While Hobert asked the kitchen to bring raw meat to entertain the spirit world dog that was already drooling, he pondered the opponent's strength. If it was at sequence 6, Hobert would have felt that he couldn't afford to offend them, but after being promoted and having a few level 1 sealed items, Hobert's courage also grew, and he felt that he could completely go to the other side to fight. After nightfall, Hobert changed into a set of tight and neat clothes, brought his portable magical items and sealed items, and entered the spirit world under the navigation of the Faceless Necklace. What Hobert was looking for was Knight Crichton, who had led the way for him today. In just 1 or 2 seconds, Hobert came out of the spirit world and saw Crichton devoutly worshipping a demon statue. Crichton was startled when he saw Hobert, "Lord." Hobert deliberately did not change his appearance or wear a mask. He needed to distinguish between the 2 identities of Baron Hobert and Favorite of the Gods. It was both for him to distinguish and for others to distinguish. Crichton seemed to realize something and jumped to the weapon rack to get his sword. Hobert took a step forward and slashed Crichton's throat with a knife. Amidst the gushing blood of sizzling sounds, Hobert kicked down the demon statue and sat on a chair, watching Crichton struggle to cover his neck and die in pain. Then Hobert began to use the spirit wine glass to communicate with the spirit world, the residences and strengths of the blood worship sect members that you know. After chanting 7 times, Hobert saw the residences of the blood sanctify sect members one by one. Their residences were easy to confirm. Either the walls had words written in blood, or there were piles of human heads in front of the door. As for their strength, Crichton's understanding was very vague. He only knew that some people could use curses, some people liked to kill people, and some people could become huge and become demonized monsters. Hobert pondered for a moment. The one who could turn into a demonized monster should be a sequence 6. Then he discovered that Yarlin, who appeared at the pier today, was not among these people. However, Hobert did not continue to ask, because it was too late. From the moment he started communicating with the spirit world, it was estimated that these demons had sensed that someone was posing a threat to them. If he didn't hurry up, he might not be able to catch even one demon. Travel had just finished its cooldown, and Hobert stepped into the spirit world again and came to the residence of that sequence 6 named Atwood. The door of this demon's house was piled with human heads, some of which were still fresh, and some of which were just skeletons. Seeing that the other party's door was open, Hobert quickly jumped to the roof and saw a figure running away quickly not far away. He may have felt that the danger was very close to him, and he was demonizing himself while running away. Hobert immediately used Blink and Flight to catch up, Disorder. Although demons also have a strong defense against attacks in the spiritual field, Hobert was 1 sequence higher than him, so Hobert's Disorder made the demonized Atwood make a foolish choice. He kicked open the door of a nearby house, preparing to add a few of his collections. Hobert had already caught up, Holy Light. Because he knew that he was going to deal with demons, Hobert put on the light ring. A huge beam of light fell, completely engulfing Atwood. After the strong light passed, Atwood screamed and fell to the ground. The goat horns on his head, as well as his ears, nose, shoulders, and legs, had all melted to varying degrees, making him look like a melting wax figure. The attack of Holy Light really has a bonus against demons. Hobert was about to step forward and slash off the demon's head, but he suddenly stopped, because he found that he had been surrounded. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 440, Chapter 440 The Only Living Ancient God. Chapter 440 The Only Living Ancient God. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert found himself surrounded by 7 or 8 demons. Each of them sported goat horns and wore mocking smiles as they looked at Hobert and his fallen companion. The blood-type patterns and demon statues scattered all around made Hobert feel as if he were in hell itself. Hobert smiled. I didn't expect the demon's ability to foresee danger to be so keen. The demon's smiles deepened. A huge demon stepped out from the group, a wicked grin on his face. Isn't this Baron Hobert? Lost in a midnight stroll. The demons erupted in laughter. Seeing the other party's wicked smile, Hobert knew it had to be Yarlin. Hobert said to himself, your ability is quite good. Saves me the trouble of finding you one by one. Disorder. A disorder stone was thrown on the ground, and several Sequence 6 devils immediately froze, struggling against losing control. Fortunately, they were in a demonized state, and their control over themselves was significantly enhanced. They desperately burned the goat horns on their heads, trying to recover as soon as possible. Yarlin, who was not greatly affected, suddenly had more than 20 blue fireballs appear around him. The fireballs were controlled by Yarlin's will, and one by one, they smashed towards Hobert. Hobert used Blink, and appeared directly in front of Yarlin, holy. Halfway through the ability, Hobert suddenly felt his heart throb twice. He felt unwell and extremely restless, and he actually interrupted his own ability. This was the Desire Apostle's detonation of desire. Hobert had always tried to restrain his desires, but just now he had the desire to kill Yarlin, so Yarlin seized the opportunity. Fortunately, the lawyer pathway was also known for resisting mental attacks, otherwise Hobert's heart would have suffered great damage. Yarlin couldn't laugh anymore. He didn't expect Hobert to be so fierce. His fireballs hadn't all been thrown yet, and Hobert had already rushed over, wanting to fight him at close quarters. Buzz. A thick magma greatsword appeared in Yarlin's hand, stabbing towards Hobert, who was clutching his heart. Because of the high temperature, his stab actually produced the sound of cutting through the air. Who knew that Hobert would actually grab his magma greatsword with his bare hands and send his black knife towards Yarlin's heart? Yarlin immediately released the hilt and dodged nimbly. Suddenly, Yarlin felt Hobert's aura soar, and he immediately sensed a fatal threat. Then Yarlin understood that Hobert had released the seal of some sealed item. This time, Hobert brought 2 Grade 1 sealed items to deal with possible dangers. One sealed item was the scepter he always carried with him, and the other sealed item came from a Rose School demigod. He didn't dare to use the sealed item from the error pathway randomly. The first time he used it, Amon didn't come, but that didn't mean he would be so lucky in the future. For the sake of easy distinction, Hobert named this level 1 sealed item from the Rose School 1 to 103. In fact, according to the naming convention of sealed items, it should be named 1-003, but that might expose the fact that the creator had very few Grade 1 sealed items, so he simply named it 103. The appearance of 1 to 103 was a moving human skin. Its ability was, it can turn inanimate objects without spirituality into monster puppets. These monsters will undergo unknown mutations, some may even possess beyonder abilities, some will be controlled by the holder, some will not be controlled by the holder, and some may even attract some powerful and evil gazes. The negative effect was, as long as you wear it, you will become crazy and bloodthirsty, but you can retain most of your sanity. Only by killing one person can you remove the wearing state. Wearing it for more than 5 minutes has a certain probability of suffering an unknown curse. Some curses turn the holder into a slug, some curses make the holder lose his mind, and some curses completely turn the holder into a werewolf, but he can maintain corresponding sanity. Even a Sequence 2 Ancient Bane cannot remove such a transformation curse. In other words, if he didn't kill an opponent within 5 minutes, Hobert would likely turn into a slug. The reason why Hobert dared to catch the blade with his bare hands just now was because he was affected by the sealed item, and his sanity went offline for a short while. The hot greatsword, after being released from Yarlin's control, turned into a ball of orange-red magma. Hobert quickly withdrew his hand, but his hand was still severely burned. But at this time, Hobert seemed to be unaware of the pain. He now had only one thought in his mind: kill. Hobert's eyes were bloodshot, and he charged towards Yarlin with his knife. At this time, the demons who were fighting against losing control gradually recovered, but what greeted them was an army of monsters made up of objects. A small bamboo basket floated up and covered the top of a demon's head. The demon struggled to break free, but he couldn't. Puffed. The bamboo basket imitated the dragon's fart, allowing the demon to enjoy the feeling of being surrounded by farts. A wall suddenly opened its arms and hugged a demon. The wall kept saying to itself, "I am a fossil, I am a fossil. You don't believe it. He, I have something wrapped inside. A piece of clothing hanging in the yard suddenly jumped down from the clothesline. Soon, it exuded golden light and wrapped around a demon. The demon let out a painful scream. The clothes laughed, "You didn't expect it, but I am actually a sunflower. Wherever I go, the sun follows." The demon who was burned by the sunlight cursed, "Sunflowers go to find the sun, how can the sun find the sunflower?" A stick standing by the wall jumped and poked a demon's butt. The stick slowly said, "I, actually, am a poop stirrer." The tiles on the roof threw themselves out and smashed towards a demon. They kept shouting, "I am a dart. I am a dart. Pa." The demon smashed a tile, and the tiles shouted, "Don't let the sacrifice of our compatriots be in vain. Charge." The demon was covered by tiles. Even the knife in Hobert's hand had life. "Friend. Your swordsmanship is too poor, watch mine." The black knife spun on its own and slashed at Yarlin. Hobert quickly dodged backwards. The black knife's attack almost cut Hobert. Disorder. Yarlin paused briefly, and the black knife plunged into his chest. At the same time, he grabbed hard and detonated Hobert's bloodthirsty desire. Distortion. Hobert gradually regained more sanity, and had been guarding against this point from Yarlin. He distorted the concept of himself and Yarlin so that the other party also suffered half of the detonation of desire. The veins on Hobert's face bulged, his eyes turned red, and he pounced on the nearest demon. The bloodthirsty desire once again overcame reason, and he once again grabbed the head of the demon with his bare hands. The demon's head was covered with a bamboo basket, and he couldn't avoid Hobert's attack at all. Hobert twisted hard, and with a crack, he twisted the other party's head 360 degrees, leave none alive. Cough cough cough, TMD, who farted? It smells so bad. He knew that the demon was not dead yet, so he continued to twist, 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles, and then pulled hard, pulling off the demon's head. The demon, spraying dark red blood, grabbed with both hands, as if looking for his head, and his head was kicked out by Hobert as a ball, hitting another demon. The headless demon reached out and grabbed a few times, and fell straight to the ground. Yarlin was not doing well either. He was already bloodthirsty and cold-blooded, so the impact he received was no less than Hobert's. He punched the wall that he thought was a fossil, and when he saw a demon struggling to come out, he exclaimed, "It really is a fossil." As he spoke, a magma greatsword appeared in Yarlin's hand, and he pulled open his posture and slashed horizontally. Both the wall that thought it was a fossil and the demon were cut in half. Hobert and Yarlin, who had each killed a life, had their bloodthirsty state weakened. Hobert regained most of his sanity. Corrosion. The demon's already dark hearts were immediately severely corroded by this skill. The demons, who were originally resisting those strange monsters, immediately lost most of their sanity. Some stood in place and sang a song that no one had ever heard with great devotion, allowing the monster to poke his butt. At this moment, he was really crazy. Some squatted on the ground drawing circles, allowing the clothes exuding the breath of sunshine to wrap around him. Curse you. Even Yarlin hugged the upper body of the demon that he had cut in half. How about we dance? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Hobert quickly took off 1 to 103, and resealed it. Why is this battle so strange? He quickly picked up the black knife not far away, preparing to take advantage of the demon's temporary state of irrationality to start a massacre. Hobert had long guessed that corrosion must be the most effective attack method against demons. So when he found himself surrounded, he began to brew mental corrosion against the demons. It's just that Hobert was affected by the sealed item, and his IQ was occasionally offline. It wasn't until he regained most of his sanity this time that he remembered his arrangement for corrosion. Before Hobert could rush to Yarlin, he felt a huge wave of malice coming. It was as if an invisible tentacle was entangling Hobert's emotions and desires. Hobert immediately used Blink to recover the Disorder Stone, and then used Travel to leave with the demon corpse whose head he had twisted off. Hobert's figure disappeared, and only 3 or 4 seconds later, a middle-aged man with no expression walked out of the shadows. He looked at the ugly demons and said, "Fools." At this time, Yarlin took the lead in regaining his sanity. He dropped the half-corpse he had just been holding and returned to a normal human state, Archbishop Bowen. Although the demon forces are inherited in a family manner, because they jointly formed the Loose Blood Sanctify sect, even if Yarlin and Bowen were related, they had to call the other party Archbishop. Bowen glanced at the monsters that were gradually losing their vitality and turned back into clothes, wooden sticks, and ordinary tiles. "Were you the one who summoned me just now?" As soon as Yarlin felt that the situation was not right, he immediately summoned this demigod, but this convenient summoning can only be used in a close-range state. Fortunately, this demigod did not leave South Colson tonight. He said, "Your Excellency Archbishop, before the battle started, I did not feel a fatal threat on the other party." If he had felt that Hobert was carrying a level 1 sealed item, Yarlin would have watched his companions being killed from afar, and then designed a trap to deal with Hobert. Bowen took a deep breath. His sealing of sealed items is very special, so you didn't perceive it in advance. At this time, more and more demons regained their sanity. They ended their demonization state and became ordinary people. Bowen glanced at the wound on Yarlin's body, and he sneered, "This wound is unusual. If you don't want to die, don't move." Without waiting for Yarlin to answer, Bowen grabbed towards the direction of the wound, and a thick magma emerged from Yarlin's body. These magmas cooled immediately after falling to the ground and exuded the breath of death. Yarlin felt that part of his soul had been caught out. He knelt weakly on the ground, sweating profusely and trying to repair the trauma of his spirit body. Thank you, Archbishop." The demon, whose butt was painfully poked by the stick, asked, "Archbishop, should we go to the other side and kill that hateful baron?" Bowen sneered, "He is a chosen one. We don't need to take action. Sooner or later, he will fall into the endless abyss." Hobert was surprised to find that he had not returned to his territory, but had come to Knight Cutton's room. At this time, the Beyonder characteristics in Cutton's body had been analyzed, which was an Arbiter's Beyonder characteristics. Hobert knew that Cutton was a Sequence 9 Beyonder, but he had just left before he had time to speed up the analysis of the Beyonder characteristics in order to attack one of the demons faster. Hobert threw the headless demon corpse on the ground, and after a little thought, he understood what was going on. This was the negative effect of 1 to 104. 1 to 104 was the scepter that Hobert had been carrying with him. 1 to 101 was the level 1 sealed item from the error pathway, and 1 to 102 was another level 1 sealed item from the Rose School. Although Hobert did not use 1 to 104 this time, he also released its seal, so he was naturally affected by its negative effects. One of the negative effects of the scepter was that it would make the holder unusually greedy. Fortunately, 1 to 104 had been resealed by Hobert using the power of the Nation of Disorder. Within 10 minutes of use, it would only become relatively greedy, but not abnormally greedy. So Hobert unconsciously returned to Cutton's place, wanting to pick up his Beyonder characteristics and see if there was anything valuable here. Since he was here, he certainly couldn't leave empty-handed. Hobert picked up Cutton's Beyonder characteristics, and then used the spirit wine glass to communicate with the demon's corpse. Once again in the spirit world composed of grey fog, Hobert stood before a man of about 30 years old, staring ahead with lost eyes. Hobert asked, "Why does the abyss want to give Hobert a gift?" After asking 7 times, the grey fog in front of Hobert parted, revealing a sacrificial scene in a cave. Inside the cave, magma gurgled and bubbled, and on the altar was a sacrifice still twitching and bleeding. A middle-aged man in a sacrificial robe, his face expressionless, stood before the altar and said, "Our sacrifice has finally pleased the abyss. Grand Duke Wright's idea is correct. The abyss is our demon lord. He is trapped somewhere and needs our sacrifices to provide him with the power to escape. Therefore, as long as we persist in sacrificing to the abyss, our monarch will return to the earth." After the demons cheered, one of them asked, "Your Eminence Archbishop, what instructions did the abyss give us?" The Archbishop said, "The abyss told me that tomorrow a baron named Hobert will come to Viscount Teuton's mansion for a banquet. We must give the monarch's ring to Hobert." The monarch's ring. Heavens, that's the ring the monarch once wore. Indeed. The Archbishop said with a cold smile, his expression unchanged, "Hobert is the person chosen by the abyss. He can help the abyss further escape its predicament." Another person asked, "Is Hobert also a demon?" The Archbishop sneered, "His spirit body and life are useful to the abyss." The scene ended, and Hobert pondered with his arms crossed, "They have been sacrificing to the abyss. If the demon lord for body, or rather the dark side of the universe, still holds the uniqueness of this pathway, then these sacrifices pointing to the abyss are also pointing to for body. But why does the abyss know my movements so clearly? Is it just because of that painting's effect?" Then Hobert felt a little strange again. Why didn't they do any anti-divination or anti-spiritualist measures for such an important plan? After thinking for a while without getting the answer he wanted, Hobert asked the spirit in front of him, "Your understanding of the abyss." After asking 7 times in a row, the spiritualist scene changed multiple times, flashing scenes of the other party discussing the abyss with his companions. Most demons know less about the abyss than Hobert. They only know that it is their god. Through their discussion of the abyss, Hobert learned some inside information about the Blood Sanctify sect. More than 1,000 years ago, after the appearance of the dark side of the universe, the higher-ups of the Blood Sanctify sect had a huge disagreement. Some high-level demons believed that it was the incarnation of the demon lord and should be sacrificed to and loyal to the dark side of the universe. However, more high-level demons claimed that they had received instructions from the demon lord that the dark side of the universe was not him, and that everyone should not believe in the dark side of the universe. This group of demons later split again. Some continued to believe in the demon lord Fabudi because the demon lord occasionally responded to their sacrifices. Others began to directly believe in the abyss, believing that as long as their sacrifices pointed to the uniqueness of the abyss, they could still get in touch with the demon lord. Moreover, they believed that the demon lord was obviously in some kind of trouble. If they directly sacrificed to the abyss, they could effectively bypass the power that was troubling the demon lord and directly contact their god. Seeing that the demon spirit was beginning to fade, Hobert immediately asked all Sequence 5s and the demigod's information in southern Colson. After chanting silently 7 times in a row, the appearances and names of Sequence 5s and the demigod appeared one after another, as well as some information about them. The demigod was called Bowen, who was the archbishop who presided over the sacrifice before. Also, there were not 3 Sequence 5s, but 5 Sequence 5s, including the 3 who liked to smirk, Yarlin, the seemingly wooden Shandy, and a voluptuous female demon, Gloria. There were also 2 Sequence 5s that this demon had never seen before, only knowing that they were called Wordsworth and Whites. The demon spirit was very faint, and Hobert, in the spirit of not wasting it, asked this demon for the potion formula of the abyss pathway. But only the potion formula for Sequence 7 was presented before the spirit completely dissipated, and Hobert was forced to withdraw from the spirit communication. Hobert accelerated the extraction of Beyonder characteristics, and then simply searched Ketten's place. Just as he was about to leave, Hobert's mind moved. He found a rope, hung Ketten's body on the so-called tree of sacrifice, and dipped it in blood to write the phrase, evil politics, on his body. Then he used travel to return to his room. Hobert first sacrificed what he had gained tonight, and Beyonder characteristic of Sequence 6 Devil and one of Arbiter that he didn't usually use, 1 to 103 to the Nation of Disorder. Then he returned to the real world, pondered the information he had obtained through spiritualism, and fell asleep while thinking and guessing. As he fell asleep, Hobert clearly felt some power invading his dream. Since Hobert was contaminated by an outer god last time and almost died in his dream, he would wear a bracelet made of Order Crystal every day to sleep. The Order Crystal bracelet would keep Hobert awake even in his dreams, and he could use the power of the Nation of Disorder to wake himself up at any time. In the dream, Hobert walked on a beautiful grassland. At the end of the grassland was a black hall that gave people a huge sense of oppression. The hall was a sea of flowers, and in the sea of flowers was a stone throne. Hobert entered the hall and came to the throne. He recalled that this was the hall deep within the painting, and there was also a sea of flowers and a throne in that hall. The difference was that on the throne in Hobert's dream at this time sat a thin, short-haired, middle-aged man with a short beard on his chin. The middle-aged man was wearing a classical costume, and his 2 thin and long arms were placed on the armrests of the throne. He had the aura of a monarch, looking down at Hobert expressionlessly like a statue. Phlegria divined you, descendant of Trunsoist. You will help me escape my predicament and help me get rid of my greatest enemy. Hobert smiled and said, while occupying my body. He guessed that the other party should be the demon lord for body. The middle-aged man on the throne had a tone somewhat like a charlatan. Even if I don't actively look for you, you will defeat my greatest enemy in the future. Now that I'm actively looking for you, I need you to do me a favor. What favor? Kill those annoying demons on the other side. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 441, Chapter 441, The Struggle Between Farbody and the Mother Tree of Desire. Chapter 441, The Struggle Between Farbody and the Mother Tree of Desire. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert paused for a second or two. You, aren't you, Devil Monarch, Farbody? The middle-aged man on the throne said, for a very long time, I was called that name. Hobert was even more confused. Aren't you Sequence 0 of the Abyss pathway? The god of demons. I am. Hobert smiled. Then why did you kill those demons? Because those fools kept trying to awaken me. Farbody's face, like a statue, finally showed some impatience. More than 2,000 years ago, I told them that I was actively entering a state of slumber to avoid my enemies. But they were honest for a few hundred years, and then they began to offer sacrifices to me non-stop. As a result, my enemy found me again, and I had to make some sacrifices to get rid of the enemy again. I simply stopped using Devil Monarch to respond to their prayers, and these fools actually started offering sacrifices directly to the abyss. In a fit of anger, I took back the bloody Archduke, characteristic from the Andariel and Beria families, but why don't they learn their lesson? Before long, they started offering sacrifices to the abyss again. Hobert recalled Elder Bowen's solemn speech in front of the altar, never expecting that there would be such smart people among the demons. Then he thought, case solved, no wonder the Andariel and Beria families gradually declined more than 1,000 years ago and became vassals. It turns out that Farbody directly killed their leaders. Farbody continued, kill those demons on the other side and stop them from continuing to sacrifice, and that ring is yours. That ring has been with me for a long time, and finally one day, it gained demigod-level abilities. I can help you reseal it so that its negative effects become almost negligible. In addition, I can also help you strengthen the painting's abilities. What do you think? Descendant of Trunsoist. This deal is very worthwhile, right? It was indeed a good deal, but Hobert did not immediately agree, but asked, "Who is your enemy?" "Telling you will harm you." "The mother tree of desire, is it?" Hobert discovered that in this dream, he possessed some memories about the outer gods that were sealed in his subconscious. Farbaughty said, as expected of the person divined by Phlegria. "Since you know, mother tree of desire, you have not been contaminated by her." "That's right, that has always been my biggest enemy. She has been trying to contaminate me, so I had to hide by sealing myself. Waiting for the person divined by Phlegria to appear and drive her to the depths of the starry sky." Hobert asked again, "What is your relationship with demonic wolf, Phlegria?" "Not enemies." Hobert nodded. "The dark side of the universe that appeared more than 1,000 years ago is." Farbaughty showed a slight smile. "That is the battlefield where I and Mother Tree of Desire compete. More than 1,000 years ago, because too many demons offered sacrifices to me, Mother Tree of Desire found me again. This time, she successfully contaminated me." Hobert's eyes narrowed, ready to leave the dream at any time. "Fortunately," Farbaughty continued, "so I made the contaminated part of myself degenerate, and made him a separate individual. This individual possesses all my characteristics, and even possesses some of my authority and divinity, whether in a practical sense or in a mystical sense. This individual is me. But he is not the complete me. As long as the me in front of you still exists, even if he is completely contaminated, Devil Monarch is still Devil Monarch. Mother Tree of Desire was indeed fooled and began to compete with me for control of that individual. So far, I have no hope of winning this battle, but I have not lost either." Later, that individual called himself Dark Side of the Universe and began to respond to the demon's sacrifices himself, which is another matter. Hobert twitched his lips. Hey, your clone has its own will. Don't you have any sense of crisis? Or did you give all your emotions to the dark side of the universe?" This reminded Hobert of the concept of a firewall. The dark side of the universe is Farbaughty's firewall. Then he thought, at the level of a true god, it is indeed difficult to be killed. Even if the level of Mother Tree of Desire is one level higher than that of Devil Monarch, as long as Farbaughty is careful and does not confront head-on, with the protection of the barrier, he can still fight back and forth with the other party for 1,000 or 2,000 years. Thinking of this, Hobert asked again, "Is the scene in the painting your dream? Your real body wouldn't be hiding in your dream, would it?" Farbaughty took a deep look at Hobert. "That is indeed a part of my dream. Mother Tree of Desire does not have this kind of authority, so she can't find me at all." He added, "You know too much, this is not a good thing. I just don't want to die in someone else's conspiracy without knowing why." Hobert smiled harmlessly. "Sorry, I didn't mean you. I can feel your sincerity." Hee, sincerity from a devil. Hobert paused and asked, "Is your condition okay now?" "I can maintain it for quite a long time." "Then I'm relieved." Hobert smiled. "Are you so confident in Phlegria's divination?" "To be honest, I don't want to drive away Mother Tree of Desire for you right now. And sometimes, the divination results interpreted by diviners may not be accurate, let alone a divination from thousands of years ago." Farbaughty said expressionlessly, "First of all, you are not driving away Mother Tree of Desire for me, but for yourself. Secondly, the reason why Phlegria's divination is credible is because you have an unimaginable close relationship with the true god later known as the Fool, or Lord of the Mysteries. Even a divination from thousands of years ago, involving the uniqueness of the same pathway, will guarantee sufficient accuracy." Hobert was slightly stunned. He didn't expect the seer's ability to be so ridiculous. Basically, other pathways are always affected or hindered in various ways when it comes to the uniqueness. The seer pathway was also affected after involving the uniqueness, but this effect made the divination of the uniqueness holder more and more accurate. "One last question." Hobert said, "If I drive away Mother Tree of Desire, what will you bring to this world after you regain your freedom?" "Of course, it's depravity, filth, and corruption." Hobert shook his head. "If that's the case, I don't want you to regain your freedom." Farbaughty's face still didn't show any emotion. "You say that only because your level is not high enough and you don't know enough. This world needs balance, and beyonder characteristics also need balance. One day you will look forward to my regaining freedom." Hobert thought, the Black Emperor will also master certain authorities of depravity and corruption. Does it really need the Abyss to help me balance these authorities after reaching a certain level? Hobert shook his head. This theory sounded plausible, but on closer inspection, it was full of deception. "Okay." Farbaughty said, "Having said so much, we can continue the transaction just now. I have given that ring some of the abilities of high-level demons. As long as you wear it, demons will not be able to perceive your malice towards them, and they will not be able to manipulate your emotions and desires. After you kill all the demons on the other side, these abilities will automatically disappear, and this ring will show its original ability, which belongs to Sequence 4 Demon." Hobert said, "I want to kill those demons just because I want to kill them, not because of a transaction with you." He never dared to make a deal with Farbody. This was a deal with a devil, no, with the devil monarch. Who knows what the consequences would be once a deal was reached. Whatever you say. Farbody said. Hobert asked again, you use paintings to open up your dreams. Aren't you afraid that, Mother Tree of Desire, will invade from here? Farbody showed a slight smile, you should have explored it. Only I can actively descend into this dream. No one can find me through this dream. This is really the last question. Hobert smiled, it's hard to imagine that as the devil monarch, your dream is not a barren land full of volcanoes and magma. Can I understand it this way? In the minds of demons, there are also beautiful scenery and seas of flowers. This question made Farbody stunned for a full 3 or 4 seconds before he shook his head slightly. You don't understand, this used to be my home. Boom. The dream suddenly shattered, and Hobert, lying on the bed, opened his eyes. It's just talking about beautiful scenery and seas of flowers, is it necessary? This used to be my home. This sentence echoed in Hobert's mind. Could it be that what I just said made that devil monarch homesick? Silently smiling, Hobert, who was completely awake, suddenly felt as if he was wearing a ring on the ring finger of his left hand. He raised his hand to take a look, and it was indeed the ring that Farbody gave him. Hobert immediately sat up and tried to pull it down hard, but he couldn't take it off no matter what. He was about to enter the nation of disorder when he suddenly seemed to think of something and glanced at the painting on the wall. After taking a few deep breaths, Hobert completely calmed down, got up and came to the study, left the perception range of the painting, simply prayed a few words to the Creator, and then entered the nation of disorder. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert spread his spirituality to his own star and used true sight to see his left hand covered with a layer of black mist. The source of these mists was the ring. Looking closely, the inside of the ring seemed to have some sharp teeth-like structures that pierced into his spiritual body. From a practical point of view, this ring could be taken off, but from a mystical or extraordinary point of view, this ring was firmly biting Hobert's spiritual body and became an inseparable part of him. So it wasn't that Hobert didn't have the strength in his hand just now, but that his subconscious thought that he and the ring were a whole. Hobert pondered for a while, boldly used the power of distortion to distort the object that those teeth were biting. When those teeth loosened, Hobert immediately wrapped the ring with power of order. Immediately afterwards, Hobert returned to the real world, gently took it off, and sure enough, he took it off. Hobert immediately sacrificed this ring to the nation of disorder, sat on the Iron Throne. Hobert put the ring in his palm, and could clearly see some black sharp teeth inside the ring. They wriggled like they were alive. Using the level of the nation of disorder, Hobert learned the ability of this ring. As Farbody said, it does have the effect of blinding the perception of demons and blocking one's desires and emotions. But it also has a hidden ability that allows the holder to gradually become a demon. Not the adjective demon, but the final form is the kind of tall demon with goat horns that I saw tonight. Even if Hobert is not in beyonder of the abyss pathway, he will still become a demon. At the same time, Hobert discovered that the last ability may have been secretly given by Farbody, so it was somewhat out of place with the ring. More precisely, it was a bit like the blessing of the Mother Tree of Desire on the sealed artifact that Elliot sacrificed to Hobert before. After being promoted to Sequence 5, Hobert's operations in the Nation of Disorder became more diverse. He used the power of distortion to try to extract this ability, and this ability was easily extracted by him. Hobert beckoned a rock from the Nation of Disorder and attached this ability to the rock. The lines on the rock twisted and formed a demon's face. This stone is similar to the previous Cursed Jade Stone, but it belongs to the Blessing of the Abyss. The blessed Beyonder will forever become a demon and can use the demon's abilities, but will unconsciously be attracted by the Abyss and eventually throw themselves into the embrace of the Abyss. The difference is that now Hobert's power in the Nation of Disorder is becoming more and more precise. Without harming the ring, he extracted this blessing. Hobert rubbed his chin and thought, in this way, the transaction initiated by Farbody really has problems. Perhaps taking the opportunity to contaminate me is just one of his purposes. However, Farbody may not have thought that the devil is 1 foot tall, and the Tau is 1 foot too tall. The contamination hidden in the ring was discovered by me and dealt with accordingly. Hobert smiled, named this stone that can be used 3 times, Gift of the Abyss, and then put it on the stone platform where the sealed artifacts were placed. Then Hobert sat on the Iron Throne and thought of demonic wolf, Flegria. Perhaps because this ancient god mastered the relevant authority of darkness, Hobert did not have too much impression of him. If he really gave Farbody such a divination, then he should also have divined his own fall. Didn't he leave a backup plan for his resurrection? That's not possible. Even, Attendant of Mysteries, Zeradal has a backup plan for resurrection. Flegria, who has mastered the uniqueness of the Fool, should also have his own arrangements. In addition, he has the relevant authority of concealment, and few people can discover his arrangements. It's scary to think about. Then Hobert thought that this was something that Klein had to worry about. Let's worry about himself first. Tonight, I already fought with the Blood Sanctify sect. Hobert didn't intend to hide his identity at the time, he was even looking forward to them attacking first and fighting on his home ground. Although the residents of the territory couldn't help, Hobert could boldly use methods like the Order would, going all out without worrying about recovery issues. Now that he had already killed one demon, he had no choice but to kill all of them so that Hobert could rest easy. But now was not the time for a full-scale war with the demons. It wouldn't be too late to start a full-scale war after the people from the Church of the Earth Mother, the Theosophy Order, and the Tudor family had all arrived. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 442, Chapter 442, Digesting the Potion for the First Time. Chapter 442, Digesting the Potion for the First Time. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Finally, Hobert thought about his deal with Forbody again, and he still felt that the deal was full of doubts. His suspicion started from the previous spirit channeling. It seemed that Forbody or the high-level demons deliberately did not process those information, thus misleading him. Moreover, Forbody mentioned the concept of transaction many times during the conversation, which also aroused Hobert's vigilance. Whether in the stories of the Common Era or in the stories of this extraordinary world, people who have made deals with devils have never had a good ending. There was another thing that Hobert thought of in his dream, but didn't say: could the demons' sacrifices be affected by the Mother Tree of Desire? This might be the way that Mother Tree of Desire is looking for Forbody. Regarding this point, Hobert felt that Forbody should have thought of it. Since this is the case, Forbody still wants to kill those demons, which obviously means that Forbody is hiding something on this issue. In addition, Forbody was able to recover the Beyonder characteristics of the two angels, Bloody Archduke, before, but now he can't even recover the Beyonder characteristics of a demigod and several Sequence 5s. Hobert guessed that the reason why Forbody entrusted this matter to him was nothing more than 3 reasons. The first reason was that he had split himself once, and his condition should not be very good. The second reason was that if he took action again, he might be detected by the Mother Tree of Desire. The third reason might be that he discovered the aura of the Nation of Disorder on Hobert, and used this transaction to set a trap for Hobert. Hobert believed that Forbody did this, and it should be related to all 3 reasons. In the end, Hobert decided not to be influenced by Forbody, and just do what he should do. However, Hobert didn't intend to completely fall out with Forbody. He planned to face Forbody in a fighting without breaking manner. After all, this is the mortal enemy of the Mother Tree of Desire, and Hobert believes that if the Balk family wants to become bigger and stronger, there will definitely be a lot of conflicts with the Rose School, and the Mother Tree of Desire is also a potential enemy of Hobert. The enemy of the enemy is a force that can be used and united. After figuring this out, Hobert left the Nation of Disorder and went back to his bedroom to sleep. He deliberately did not bring the ring into the real world. If the oil painting is part of Forbody's perception, this is a deterrent to him. A layer of water mist floated on the Taz River in the early morning, making the entire Fanapotter port a bit hazy. This morning, many people came to the port, looking at the downstream of the Taz River. Most of them are from shipping companies or freight companies. They came here just because they heard a message: the Taz River shipping seems to be reopened. Here it comes. Here it comes. A huge figure broke through the mist and appeared in everyone's sight. Its appearance gradually became clear, and finally slowly docked. This is the Nohar which everyone originally expected to be severely overdue, but arrived in Fanapotter ahead of schedule. The pier was already noisy with people talking. Until Captain Dean and others disembarked, reporters and colleagues immediately surrounded them and asked questions. But most of the reporters were asking, "Have you encountered any accidents along the way? What are your thoughts now?" Questions like this. Among the crowd, a young man in his 20s, dressed as a reporter, shook his head. As expected, they were hired with money and didn't ask the key questions at all. It's not as good as some of the questions asked by freight company colleagues. How many days did you save on this voyage? Dean replied with a smile, "As you know, although we sailed cautiously along the way, it only took half the time." Are there any supply ports along the way? Did you encounter any danger? The young reporter finally couldn't stand it anymore. "Captain Dean, how did you defeat those bandits?" "It wasn't us who defeated them." Dean smiled and said, "It was Baron Hobert who defeated those bandits with his entourage very easily." The young reporter then asked, "Why did Baron Hobert help you?" Dean pointed to the flag inserted at the bow of the ship. "This is the protection promised by Lord Hobert. As long as the flag of the Jeffrey territory is inserted at the bow of the ship, you can launch flares for help if you encounter any danger in the South Colson area. Lord Hobert's help will arrive in time." Flag, help, protection. The reporters who were invited only then realized that all of this was full of legendary color, and it was indeed a news story worth reporting. At this time, the reporters opened their shorthand notebooks and scribbled down notes. Once they entered a professional state, the reporters asked the point, is this Baron Hobert the gentleman who was offered a reward of £10,000 by the King of Loan? After he went to the Jeffrey territory, have there been any new changes in that territory? What? The waterway was opened by Baron Hobert. Is it so chaotic there that bandits have become the rulers? There was no need for the young reporter to guide them anymore. The reporters asked about the current situation of South Colson and the Jeffrey territory bit by bit. The surrounding people showed enough surprise, which made the reporters even more convinced that this must be a report that would be attractive enough to readers. The young reporter withdrew from the crowd and came to the corner. His appearance changed rapidly, and finally turned into Baron Hobert himself, who was being fiercely discussed on the pier. Then, a phantom-like layer appeared around Hobert, causing everyone to unconsciously ignore him. Soon, Hobert disappeared into the air, but the surrounding people didn't seem to notice this at all. At this moment, a small warship docked, and Ethel, dressed in military uniform and looking heroic, came down from the warship and saw the bustling scene at the freight terminal. Ethel was a little curious and called her adjutant, "Go and ask what's going on." Just as Ethel got into the carriage, the adjutant had already found out, "General, the waterway of the Taz River has been reopened." Oh. Ethel smiled. In that case, freight transportation will be much more convenient in the future. She didn't take it too seriously, and thought that the royal family had reopened the waterway. Ethel arrived at the palace smoothly and met Ferdinand II in the spacious and luxurious Kasha Hall. Kasha Hall is part of Ferdinand II's bedroom. It is about the size of a conference hall and is where Ferdinand II summons confidants to discuss internal royal issues. If it is routine official business, it is handled in his office. The father and daughter first said some words of missing each other, and then Ethel reported on the process of going to commend the senior spy before. However, she did not mention the crown prince's harm to her. She only said that the spies of the Intis Republic obtained relevant information, which exposed her whereabouts and the identity of the senior spy. She had completely destroyed the intelligence network of the Intis Republic in the Northern Theater, and so on. After talking about official business, the father and daughter chatted idly. Ethel had noticed just now that there was a map of Colson County hanging on the wall. "Father, I heard at the pier. The waterway of the Taz River has been reopened." "Yes." Ferdinand II said, "Hobert just submitted a related report a few days ago. I asked people to investigate it, and there is indeed news that a cargo ship docked this morning." Hobert. Hobert Jeffrey. That traitor. Ethel didn't have any good feelings for these traitors. Ferdinand II suddenly smiled. "That fool George III, it's fine if Christian, who he has been suppressing, is a talent, but Christian's son is also very capable. He actually sealed the corruption of Full Moon Lake and dredged the waterway of the Taz River." This surprised Ethel a little. "I remember that the corruption of Full Moon Lake seems to be able to erode even demigods, right?" Ferdinand II nodded. Hobert said in the report that he found inspiration from a sealing magic circle in the family's classics and tried to complete the seal. The king paused and then said, "I am preparing to send someone to find out the specific situation." He looked at the map of Colson County, took a deep breath and said, "Next, we have to find a way to take back the rule of these local nobles." The Feynapotter kingdom had many successful cases of this kind before, and it was not difficult for Ferdinand II. "I don't know where Hobert got so much money." Ferdinand II was very interested in talking about this. "I just received a report from Viscount Teuton this morning. Hobert seems to be expanding Jeffrey Town into a small city." Ethel smiled. "Then let him build it. When the fruit is ripe, it will be time to pick it. We can also invest in Viscount Teuton's territory and cultivate Viscount Teuton, using this excuse to send our people there to prepare for taking back the rule there." Ferdinand II nodded. "Your two older brothers are not as good as you." Jeffrey territory. Hobert, who had taken a stroll around Feynapotter Port early in the morning, drank a large bowl of hot porridge in the restaurant. The Feynapotter kingdom does not have the dietary habit of drinking porridge in the morning, but now Hobert doesn't care about the issue of fitting in, he just does what makes him comfortable. After breakfast, Hobert came to the study and continued to teach Freya words. After the learning process, Hobert asked, "What did you feel after going out for a walk yesterday?" Freya suddenly had red eyes. "Teacher, why doesn't Backlund have an organization to protect the poor? I only remember that the patrolmen are terrible, they beat people at every turn, and whoever gives more money, they will make a judgment that is beneficial to them. No one cares about our life or death, no one gives us a little bit of the rich's money, not even a little bit, and people won't die every day." Hobert smiled. "The situation in Backlund and the Jeffrey territory is different. If I have the opportunity in the future, I will tell you about the problems in Backlund. We will only talk about the problems in the Jeffrey territory today. Do you think that if I divide the land equally, the villagers' lives will be better? Will the bullies in the village disappear?" Freya thought for a while. "It should be. I asked Miss Donna to help me translate and asked the villagers some questions. Everyone is forced to rely on the bullies because the bullies are fierce and the villagers owe the bullies some food. If the land is divided equally, the bullies will not have so much food source, and everyone will gradually not owe the bullies anything, and the bullies will not be fierce. Hobert nodded in satisfaction. You can take the initiative to investigate, which exceeded my expectations. Your approach is very correct, and you should do this in the future. Without investigation, there is no right to speak. The reason why many policies in the countries of the northern continent today will arouse huge contradictions is precisely because the government's investigation efforts are not enough, and the responses made are full of some official self-righteousness. But the analysis after the investigation is equally important. You must be good at finding the essence of the problem and the root of the contradiction. Hobert couldn't remember many of the original words on contradiction, but he still remembered many of the theories in it. He continued, on the surface, there is a relationship of interest between the bullies and the villagers, but it also involves the issue of the right to handle civil disputes. The reason why the villagers rely on the village bullies is largely because the village bullies can resolve civil disputes in the village relatively fairly, and their solutions have timeliness and binding force. Because it is only relatively fair, the village bullies will naturally favor the party that is close to them, so everyone has to rely on him and try to become the party that the village bullies are close to. The so-called timeliness means that they can flexibly solve problems according to the situation on the spot. The so-called binding force means that after solving the problem, they can give both parties enough binding force so that both parties can implement his solution. Freya thought for a long time before saying, that is to say, the problem of the village bullies still cannot be completely solved, and the villagers still have to be bullied by them. This is exactly what I want to say next, the third step after investigating clearly and sorting out the main contradictions. Hobert smiled and said, properly solve the problem. The main contradictions have been sorted out, so wouldn't it be good to take back the right to handle civil disputes? It's just that solving the problem requires attention to the way and method, and it is unrealistic for the villagers to come to the Lord's mansion to handle disputes. Then the staff of the Lord's mansion can go to the countryside. The previous publicity of simplified regulations with Corwin was a start. In the future, there will be a civil court in the town, and there will also be 3 patrol teams. Their task is to go to the villages every day to solve various disputes among the villagers. In up to 3 months, the last breeding ground for bullies will also disappear completely. The more Freya listened, the brighter her eyes became. I knew that the teacher must have a solution. Hobert smiled and said, others can only learn the model of solving problems, but you have to learn the process of solving problems. Freya seemed to tremble all over, and suddenly understood a lot of things, then immediately stood up, said nothing, and bowed deeply to Hobert. Hobert felt the signs of the potion being digested for the first time. Although not much was digested, probably only 1/10 or even 1/15, it was a good sign that it had started to be digested. Hobert asked Freya to continue practicing words, while he calmly considered this issue. This should be from the digestion of the mentor aspect. Teaching a few words cannot be called a mentor. Teaching the laws of social operation or the way to conduct oneself is called a mentor. And the mentor of disorder is not just that. I tried to teach Freya to define her position before, but the potion showed no signs of digestion at that time, but this time it did. The only difference is that this time, I presented a brand new solution to a grassroots problem that has plagued the northern continent government since ancient times. Well, copied from the Common Era, it's the first time it's being used in this era. In this regard, Roselle constructed a Western colonial system, bringing both its advantages and disadvantages to this era. The biggest logical problem with this system is that it advocates human rights but does not respect personality. The biggest problem in terms of government operation is that the central government cannot reach the grassroots level. Although some villages in the northern continent today have management organizations similar to village governments and village councils, there are no positions like village party secretaries, and the central government has almost no control over these organizations. This kind of governance thinking may be the reason why they lack the idea of great unification, which is another issue. Now, the problem I have to consider is, I teach students new governance thinking and concepts, and the potion is digested. This is not only something that the mentor aspect can encompass, but also an interaction and explanation of the signs of chaos appearing in the territory, and the proposal of a unique solution. In other words, the mentor of disorder cannot be split like the baron of corruption. As far as digesting potions is concerned, the mentor of disorder is mostly a whole. Telling students why this society is chaotic, or the root of the chaos, that is the mentor of chaos. Hobert's thoughts became clearer and clearer. He continued to think, it's not that the path of creating chaos is impassable, but that chaos must be created purposefully, and there must be a certain degree of control over the chaos created. The mentor of disorder is by no means as simple as a destroyer of rules. Chaos can promote the formation of new rules. Only by understanding the meaning and function of chaos can one be called a mentor. Simply understanding is not enough. You also have to teach this knowledge to students, forming an interaction between the mentor and the student, or a collision in the spirit world, to truly complete a digestion process. The most direct evidence of these ideas is that more than 800 people throughout the territory have been mobilized to invest in the construction of the territory, and old people like Dofus have said that they have never seen so many people mobilized at once in their memory. This has caused no small amount of chaos in the territory, but this chaos has not loosened the potion, because this chaos is basically emotional chaos, not chaos in order. Reallocating land, although everyone is happy, has caused chaos in order. After my interaction with Freya, this chaos interacted with me, so the potion was digested. I estimate that the potion will be further digested after the right to handle grassroots civil disputes is completely recovered. Thinking of this, a smile gradually crept onto his face, because he suddenly thought that killing the demons on the other side, even if he did nothing after that, would be equivalent to re-establishing a new ruling system, and the potion should be digested accordingly. Just as Hobert finished considering this question and breathed a long sigh of relief, Hobert heard a commotion in the yard. Freya looked outside, then at Hobert, then put down her pen and opened the door to the study. It turned out that Alan and Dennis, who was on his first day of work, had a dispute, and the two were fighting. When Alan saw the door open, he immediately let go of Dennis and respectfully stepped aside, while Dennis was still unwilling to give up and was about to grab Alan's collar. Hobert stood at the door and asked, "What's going on?" Alan reported, "It's time for the Lord to have tea." I asked Dennis to go to the kitchen to get tea, but he refused, saying that I was insulting him, and he hit me. I had no choice but to fight him. Dennis retorted unconvinced, "Why didn't you go?" Alan very cleverly did not speak. Hobert asked Dennis, "Didn't I make it clear to you before you came? Alan is the senior male servant, and you three brothers must listen to his commands." Dennis was unconvinced. "Why?" "I know you're not convinced." Hobert smiled instead of getting angry. "How about this? I'll give you a chance. Use the most powerful way you've learned to attack me. As long as you can touch my clothes, I'll admit defeat, and you three brothers don't have to be male servants anymore. And I will only use my right index finger to block your attack. Using one more finger will be considered my loss." Dennis smiled and said, "You said that." Alan shook his head and stepped aside. "Of course I said it." Hobert smiled slightly. "Everyone in the yard is a witness." "Okay. Then I won't be polite." Dennis was still considered smart. He didn't expect to defeat Hobert head-on, but attacked with agile movements, aiming only to touch Hobert's clothes. But when he rushed to Hobert's side, Hobert's hand suddenly appeared in front of him. The index finger of this hand bent slightly, and then flicked, hitting Dennis's forehead directly, sending Dennis flying out. The servants in the yard and Freya in the study were all stunned. Of course, they knew that Dennis was no match for Hobert, but they didn't expect that the Lord could defeat Dennis so easily. Hobert stood at the door of the study and waited for Dennis, whose forehead was red, to get up before asking, "Are you convinced?" He had just pushed Dennis out, and did not concentrate all his strength on one point on his forehead, otherwise Dennis's forehead would have been shattered. Dennis suddenly knelt on the ground with a plop. "Lord, please teach me how to fight." As the son of a knight, he had been learning how to fight with his father since he was a child, but just now, he knew that even if he learned with his father and older brothers for the rest of his life, he would not be able to beat Hobert. Hobert smiled slightly. "Learn how to fight from me, and then defeat me." Dennis's face was flushed. "No, no." Hobert smiled. "Little kid, your thoughts are all written on your face. I can teach you, but you have to clean the study spotless every day. As long as Alan is still the head male servant, you have to obey his orders." Dennis nodded repeatedly. "Okay, okay." Hobert finally said, "Also, pour my foot washing water every night." Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyofstars for more chapters. Chapter 443, Chapter 443, Joint Action of the Founder and the Fool. Chapter 443, Joint Action of the Founder and the Fool. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyofstars for more chapters. Around 10 o'clock, Hobert, accompanied by Philip, Alan, and a red-faced Dennis, arrived at the pier to welcome the delegation sent by the Mother Earth Church. The pier was once again crowded with people, many of whom were seeing people in church attire for the first time. It had been over 50 years since a pastor had preached or a bishop had performed a ceremony here, but most people still believed in the Mother Earth, and for them, faith had become a habit. Originally, they thought they would be excited to see the bishop and pastor, but when Hobert appeared with his butler and two male servants, their excitement gradually faded. Because they finally realized that the Mother Earth Church sent pastors and bishops not because there were a large number of believers here, but because the Lord had defeated the monster in Moon Lake. Without the Lord, they might never have seen clergy in their lifetime. So when Bishop Dick and his party disembarked, they found that the atmosphere on the pier was not right. They had been warmly welcomed at every port along the way. Arriving at the port of Jeffreytown, it couldn't be said they weren't welcome, as so many people had turned out. But if they were welcome, why didn't their eyes and body language show any sign of welcome? It had been so many years since anyone had come to spread the gospel of the Mother God, so they should have been excited, even tearful, right? But they just watched quietly, more like they were watching a show than welcoming them. Baron Hobert only offered a polite greeting before handing over the reception matters to his butler. Butler Philip took them to visit the repaired church and promised some donations to the church, but he knew nothing about Moon Lake. This made Bishop Dick feel depressed, as it was the first time he had encountered such a cold reception. That night, the major newspapers in Fanapotter City rushed to report the news of the reopening of the Taz River. With the radiation of the railway, the major cities of the Fanapotter Kingdom learned of this news in the following Saturday and Sunday. The first to react were the cities along the Yahweh River in the west. They asked reporters, reputable experts in the shipping industry, and others to publish reports, emphasizing that the Taz River waterway was very dangerous even if it reopened, and there were no supply ports along the way. In short, the Taz River waterway was described as a very dangerous route, with less than 1 in 10 ships reaching Fanapotter City. These debates in the newspapers had almost no impact on Jeffrey territory in the deep mountains, because there were no newspapers here. The entire territory operated in an orderly manner for 2 or 3 days, and Hobert finally enjoyed a belated vacation. He personally went to the kitchen to make dumplings, dipped them in vinegar and minced garlic, and ate more than 50 in one go. Before, in the Common Era, he ate dumplings almost every festival and was completely tired of them. Now, being able to eat one, tears almost fell. This is the taste of the new year. Furs and Donna also thought the taste was very good, much better than meat buns and pies. Hobert spent a whole morning making them, and the 3 of them quickly ate them all. After lunch, Furs returned to Backlund early because she had to attend the tarot gathering. Hobert asked Donna to draw on the tax laws of the Fanapotter Kingdom and the Lone Kingdom to draft a dozen tax rules applicable to Jeffrey territory. Theoretically, Hobert, as a baron, did not have the power to make and promulgate laws, so he found a loophole and promulgated some detailed rules. Donna was also very busy now. After lunch, she returned to the house to continue reading the tax laws of the 2 countries. Hobert basked in the sun in the yard for a while, then returned to his room to prepare for the tarot gathering. At 3 o'clock, Hobert's vision was covered by grey fog, and he came to the giant palace above the grey fog again. As soon as everyone's figures appeared, Hobert noticed that there was one more person in his row. Just by looking at the other person's figure, Hobert guessed that it was the Moon Emlyn White, the current servant of the Harvest Church and the witness of Hobert's baptism. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Justice Audrey's greeting always rang out first. "You have saved Backlund once again." The Moon Emlyn, who was attending the gathering for the first time, was stunned. "Ah. What? When was I saved again?" Even though the hanged man Alger was drifting at sea, he had received news of the Backlund smog incident. He firmly believed that since this matter had attracted the attention of the Fool, it definitely involved a struggle with the evil god. So he was not surprised to hear Audrey say that. Furs was also concerned about this matter. She had been busy writing articles these days and rarely appeared in Backlund, but Zaya was still in Backlund, and she seemed to be able to receive tasks every day, making it difficult for her to leave. While thanking the Fool, Audrey was also observing the others. She saw surprise in the body language of the new member in Furs, expectation in Mr. Hangman, and neither Mr. World nor Hobert seemed surprised by this. Audrey was a little strange. Did Hobert also know some inside information? Then she thanked the World. "Mr. World, if it weren't for your advance warning, perhaps hundreds of thousands of people would have died in this smog in Backlund. In fact, I also saved myself." Klein manipulated the World and smiled. Then, as the Fool, he responded with a smile, "I just provided a little insignificant help. No, it was because of the reminder from your attendant that the Evernight Goddess Church was prepared, prevented the awakening of the primordial demoness, and kept the corruption level of the smog within a controllable range." Audrey described the news that surprised the other members again. He also destroyed the Aurora Order's ritual and once again isolated the true creator, who was trying to descend from the real world. Emlyn almost jumped up. The primordial demoness wanted to wake up. The true creator tried to descend. Why is this different from the information announced within the Sanguine? Wasn't it said that a disaster was caused by a demoness of despair trying to advance? Alger leaned back in his chair. "I said it, this must involve the struggle of the gods." Furs was also surprised and scared. Wasn't it said that this was a disaster caused by a prince and a witch? How could it involve 2 evil gods? God, if any of them descended, the entire Backlund would be destroyed. Fortunately, the Fool prevented all of this. Seeing that someone knew and remembered his contributions, Klein was relieved. Unfortunately, he had to leave Backlund because of this. Audrey stood up and gave a sincere salute. "Please convey my thanks to him." Klein maintained his image and did not respond, just nodded. In addition, the Emperor made an outstanding contribution to preventing the primordial demoness. Everyone turned their attention to the Emperor. Hobert didn't want to mention this, but since the Fool said so, he couldn't help but respond. And Hobert suddenly thought that he should describe this inhumane massacre to everyone and remind Audrey to pay attention to the movements of the royal family. So Hobert said, "After the Creator received the relevant news, he noticed the actions of the demoness sect, so he sent me and 2 saints to stop the demoness of despair, who was spreading the disaster." Audrey was a little surprised. This was information she didn't know. Hobert also participated in this event. I didn't expect the Creator to send saints. Why didn't the church make this information public? Alger looked surprised. This is a joint action between the Creator and the fool. Yes, they seem to be hostile to some evil gods, but it is not clear what they can get by doing this. At the last gathering, everyone just learned that the Emperor was an attendant of the Creator. Only one day later, the two gods joined forces in an action. They had expected it. As a relatively well-informed sanguine, Emlyn had just heard about the relevant information about the Creator in the southern continent a few days ago. Every sanguine was happy after hearing about that battle. It is said that many believers of the primordial moon died in that battle. He thought, this tarot gathering member codenamed Emperor knows some inside information about the Creator. Could he be a believer of the Creator? Why does the Creator want to stop the descent of the evil god? Furs was first surprised, then smiled helplessly. Before, I confidently told Hobert that the smog incident was caused by a prince and a witch. I didn't expect there to be so much information I didn't know. Fortunately, Hobert knows even less and won't think I'm deceiving him. The son Derek also had a similar guess as Alger, believing that this was a joint action between the Creator and the fool. He, who had nothing to do with it, also began to pay attention to this event. Even Klein was a little surprised. There were even saints involved. When Hobert met me in the suburbs of Backlund, he said it so lightly. I thought he was the only one who came to Backlund. Hobert continued, but under the influence of 0-08, two hostile saints happened to appear. Klein, Audrey, and Alger recalled the abilities of 0-08 and couldn't help but sweat for the Emperor. Especially Klein, who was almost killed by a meteorite this time, once again felt the power of a grade 0 sealed artifact. Furs and Emlyn didn't know the specific situation of 0-08. They only knew that a battle between saints also took place on the day of the smog incident. Audrey asked curiously, Mr. Emperor, what was the final outcome of the battle? Hobert asked instead, how many people died in this smog? According to statistics, there were more than 30,000 people. Audrey got the internal statistics. The numbers published in the major newspapers were 3,000. Hobert was slightly stunned before realizing that his actions were also effective. He remembered that about 60,000 to 70,000 people seemed to have died in the original book. This made his mood less heavy. We effectively stopped the demoness of despair from spreading the disaster. Unfortunately, when the other party's two saints were in place, the demoness of despair began to spread the disaster again. Alger followed this topic and said, if it weren't for your obstruction, I think the death toll would have increased by at least double. Audrey nodded, she thought so too. And Klein finally understood Hobert's helplessness. If he was a demigod, he would indeed have a hope of stopping this disaster. Derek also discovered this, Mr. Emperor, that is to say, the battle situation at that time developed into two saints plus a demoness of despair against two saints plus you. Audrey finally realized this, oh my god, Mr. Emperor, that is to say, you had to deal with a demigod. Hobert smiled, yes, I almost died in Backlund. Everyone was silent for a few seconds. Before, the Emperor's understatement made them think that the focus of the battle should be on those saints. At this moment, they finally understood the tragic degree of this battle. Especially Alger, who had acted with Hobert, believed that he was the one among all the members who knew best how powerful the Emperor was, but even so, the Emperor almost died in this battle. This made Alger sigh, if I encountered this level of battle, I might not be able to last 3 seconds. Hobert said, I think I should let you see the tragic situation in the East Borough at that time, so that you can have the most direct understanding and feeling of this disaster. After obtaining the fool's consent, Hobert presented the scene he saw at that time, the streets of the East Borough full of corpses. Everyone saw that in the rolling thick fog, many parents and children died embracing each other. At the last moment of their lives, parents were still using their arms to shield their children from the thick fog. They also knew that such shielding was useless, but what could they do? Only this one way to protect the lives they cherished most. There were also young lovers who died embracing each other. Their lives had just become wonderful, but they fell on the cold streets. More were the elderly, but it was not appropriate to call them elderly, after all, they were only about 40 years old. They may have once had happy families, or a small house that could shelter them from the wind and rain, a good, relatively decent job. But because of such ridiculous and helpless reasons, they lost their good lives and could only live a hungry life, only to sleep on the streets. No, sleeping on the streets is not allowed, because parks and streets are not for homeless people to sleep on. The key is that once you fall into this situation, it is like falling into despair, and only a very few people regain their original lives. In fact, the members present are not the bottom of this era. Even Audrey, who knows the most about this event, only knows some statistics. Although Klein directly participated in this action, he did not know the situation in Backlund. Although Furs and Emlyn were in Backlund at the time, they were not at the scene and only knew that many people died. Alger was at sea and had no direct feelings. Even Derek, who was in the forsaken land of the gods, felt heavy after seeing so many people die, especially so many ordinary people. The members of the Tarot Club were collectively silent after seeing these scenes. For the first time, they directly felt the sorrow of this era and the insignificance of life under extraordinary powers. Quickly improve your strength. Hobert said, when we become stronger, perhaps when we encounter similar things again, we can prevent such tragedies from happening. Everyone looked at Hobert together. At this moment, everyone deeply agreed with his words. Audrey breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this incident is finally over. It's not. Hobert said, the cooperation between the royal family and the Demonist sect and the Aurora Order is still continuing. They need a large number of slaves and innocent girls. For ordinary people, this is a disaster in itself. The Backlund smog disaster may reappear, and may even trigger a greater disaster. The royal family. Audrey was a little surprised. Isn't the royal family also a victim? No. Hobert explained, because the cooperation between the royal family and the Demonist sect may be leaked, the Demonists of Despair used the Backlund smog incident and the arrival of the true creator to divert everyone's attention. Audrey could no longer maintain her spectator state. This was information she didn't know. The others were also surprised that this incident was actually related to the royal family. Furs directly asked, why is the royal family cooperating with these two evil religions? Because the royal family's ongoing conspiracy may not be supported by the Orthodox churches, Hobert replied. The world suddenly said, this reminds me of something. Then he said to the hanged men, I found the Balaam you mentioned. Previously, Alger had posted a task to find the slave trader Balaam during the information exchange stage of the Tarot Club, but there had been no results. Alger asked in disbelief, Balaam involved in multiple slave cases on colonial islands? Yes, brownish-red skin, southern continent race, Backlund accent, the third tooth on the left is a false tooth, the world answered hoarsely. It's him. Alger recalled for 2 seconds and asked, where is he? What is his current identity? The world replied, Balaam is in Backlund. Someone saw him meeting with a member of Military Intelligence Section 9 who is loyal to the royal family. I don't know who it is because the other party was wearing a mask. The world's words were equivalent to providing evidence for what the emperor had just said. The royal family was indeed in contact with some slave traders. Moreover, except for Emlyn, who had just joined the club, the other members all thought of the Capim incident, in which there was also a shadow of a member of the royal family. Audrey asked Hobert, Mr. Emperor, what conspiracy is the royal family brewing? Although she didn't like the members of the royal family who didn't respect women, she always felt that the royal family should be on the side of justice. But some of the information she had recently obtained had seriously shaken her idea. Hobert did not hide anything. George III is dreaming about becoming a god. Even Klein behind the grey fog was stunned, becoming a god. I can guess that there must be a bigger conspiracy behind the Backlund smog incident, but I never thought that it would be related to becoming a god. Alger was surprised at first, then a little excited, so that's it. The creator and the fool don't want George III to become a god, so they have repeatedly disrupted their actions. It must be like this. Haha. The other members must not have thought of this. Audrey's surprise today has almost exceeded the surprise she has felt in the past week, becoming a god. The king actually wants to become a god. How is this possible? Furs, I didn't hear wrong, did I? The smog incident can actually be related to becoming a god. Fortunately, Hobert doesn't know too much about the inside story, otherwise my previous explanation would be too embarrassing. At this time, she suddenly thought, Hobert said that a friend asked him to help rescue people. Could he have learned more information from his friend? Derek was more excited. Before, we were discussing the gods in history, or the gods who had ascended to the throne before this. Today is the first time we have talked about a person who is becoming a god. Emlyn smiled and leaned on the back of his chair. Nonsense, in our Sanguine's long records, the last time someone became a god seems to have been more than 1,000 years ago. There has been no record of anyone becoming a god since the 5th epoch. The emperor must be talking nonsense, but why do the other members believe it? Are they a bunch of fools? It must be like this, they were deceived by the emperor's lies, only I saw through everything. So Emlyn prepared to expose this lie. He asked with a somewhat arrogant smile, Mr. Emperor, why are you so sure? I mean about George III becoming a god. Hobert glanced at him, because I am a beyonder of the lawyer pathway. This answer completely exceeded Emlyn's expectations. Originally, he wanted to tell everyone how difficult the process of becoming a god was. What does this have to do with your pathway? Hobert asked with a smile, want to know the answer? Emlyn answered very honestly, yes. 2,000 pounds. Cough cough cough. I'll think about it. Klein understood a lot of questions based on the emperor's words, no wonder Hobert is so clear about the conspiracy behind the scenes. It turns out that the Creator and George III are on the same pathway or adjacent pathways. The possibility of adjacent pathways is greater. Hobert is a beyonder of the lawyer pathway, and the Augustus family is a beyonder of the arbiter pathway. George III wants to become a god. As a god of adjacent pathways, the Creator will definitely pay more attention to this matter, and as a devotee of the Creator, he must know more. Klein doesn't know that George III wants to become the Black Emperor at this time, so he has such a guess. Alger, Audrey, and Derek, members who know the law of beyonder characteristics, have similar guesses. Furs and Emlyn were confused and couldn't figure out what was going on. Audrey asked again, Mr. Emperor, why does the country George III need a large number of slaves and innocent girls to become a god? I don't know the specific situation. Hobert planned to stop there. If he explained the problem too clearly, it would also reveal some key information about himself. Moreover, concerning the Creator, if he knew too much detail, it would also seem a little disrespectful to the Creator. Klein, who learned the Sequence 5 potion formula, guessed, could this involve a ritual? A ritual to become a god? The others have not yet been exposed to the rituals required for advancement, so there are no related guesses. After this topic ended, Klein pointed to Emlyn with a smile, this is the new member, Mr. Moon. Audrey was stunned, why would a gentleman choose the Moon card? Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 444, Chapter 444 8 Kings of Angels, Bonus 1. Chapter 444 8 Kings of Angels. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to ArcherArchX for becoming a free member, +1. After introducing the new members, it was time to sacrifice Roselle's diary again. However, Audrey and Alger didn't gain anything this week, but Furs obtained 3 pages of the diary through her teacher. Emlyn, who was watching from the sidelines, was surprised and amazed, that was actually Roselle's diary. Mr. Fool actually understands the mysterious symbols invented by Emperor Roselle. Of course, he understands, he is an omnipotent god. As expected, the ancestor guided me to join this gathering. Just by listening in, I've obtained a lot of high-level information. Audrey, on the other hand, was appreciating Mr. Moon's expressions, sometimes surprised, sometimes excited, sometimes trembling. This Mr. Moon is not a gentleman who knows how to hide his emotions. All his thoughts are written on his face and in his body language. Klein spent a few minutes reading the diary, you can begin. Audrey immediately asked Derek, little son, have you gotten rid of that cycle? Derek first nodded, then bowed to the head of the bronze long table, great Mr. Fool, thank you for your guidance, which allowed the chief to find clues from the mural with the Rose of Redemption. The somewhat bewildered Fool, Klein responded with a smile, very good. Then Derek bowed to Hobert, Emperor, thank you for providing information about the Angel of Fate. The information you provided is exactly the same as what the chief saw in the ancient books, allowing us to completely solve the problem after only 2 cycles. Hobert smiled, no need to thank me, you paid for the extraordinary materials. This is a transaction. Not only was the Fool bewildered, but so was Emlyn, what Rose of Redemption? What Angel of Fate? What escape from the cycle? These terms were all outside his knowledge. He could understand each word, but he didn't know what they meant together. Emlyn wondered, could it be that the seemingly young son had just escaped the pursuit of an angel? Liar. He must be lying. But having learned his lesson from before, Emlyn didn't immediately expose son, because he found that the other members believed him. He decided to wait and see, and expose him after the other party revealed a bigger flaw. After hearing Emperor's words, Derek immediately responded, Emperor, although we have successfully solved the problem, we have not returned to City of Silver yet. Once we return, I will immediately pay you all the beyonder materials I owe you. Hobert nodded, no rush. Audrey then asked, what was the specific process like? Derek didn't hide anything, in the 6th exploration, I tried. He described in detail the actions he took and the corresponding results, emphasizing the details of the little boy Jack coming from Enmatport and the details of the mural where the Rose of Redemption was located. Alger clearly told Derek, Enmatport is a port in the northern continent. Except for Emlyn, everyone else was a little excited, because this proved that there was still some connection between the outside world and the forsaken land of the gods. Emlyn was a little strange, what are you excited about? Who hasn't heard of Enmatport? It is one of the most famous seaports in the Kingdom of Loan, supporting more than half of Backlund supplies together with Pritz Harbor, one in the south and one in the north. This is common sense, right? Derek added, the chief told me that he saw in an ancient book that when the omnipotent and omniscient God gazed upon this land, he was surrounded by many angels, and the leaders of the angels, the kings closest to the God's throne, were 8 in total, including the descendants of God. They are the kings of angels mentioned by the Emperor. The chief suspects that Amon is the angel of time among the kings of angels, and the one in the mural is the angel of fate, Ouroboros, the tail devourer. Everyone had heard Hobert explain the kings of angels before, so at this time, except for Emlyn, everyone was not too surprised by this concept, only that there were 8 kings of angels in total. Audrey asked curiously, "Mr. Sun, what are the titles and names of the other 6 kings of angels?" The chief didn't say, and I didn't dare to ask. Derek responded somewhat ashamed. "I really want to know the answer." Audrey subconsciously looked at Hobert. Hobert smiled. "The information is very valuable, worth £5,000. He explained, "The reason it's worth so much is because after telling you this information, the previous information worth £20,000 will be greatly reduced." "Deal?" Audrey said. "Duh." Hobert thought he had misheard. All previous transactions of similar prices had failed. Who knew that this time Audrey would take the initiative? "I am willing to pay £2,000 for this information. Are you willing to jointly pay the remaining £3,000? After the new year, she had completely paid off her previous debts. At the same time, because she received many adult gifts, including gift money, Audrey had no problem paying for this alone. Moreover, because of the role she played in the Backlund smog incident, Earl Hall personally promised that he could reimburse her for magical items or mystical transactions worth no more than £10,000. So for Audrey after the new year, her financial situation was not just a little good, but very good. However, after experiencing the financial difficulties of the previous 3 consecutive months, Audrey decided to save the money in her hand. In addition, she invited everyone to participate in the transaction, and others could also raise some questions that she might easily overlook. Derek, who also really wanted to know the answer, said, "I am willing to pay 7 main materials of sequence 8. Emperor, is it okay to replace £1,500? He had obtained a lot of merits in this operation. In addition to his previous accumulation, he could completely exchange for a main material of the Sun High Priest, and then exchange for the materials to pay off the Emperor's debt, as well as the 7 main materials he promised this time." Before Hobert could say anything, Alger immediately said, "I'll pay £500. Since he explored the island in the depths of the Berserk Sea with Emperor once, and had the main materials to advance to sequence 6 left over, his financial situation had been very good. Furs, I'll also pay £500. She originally wanted to save money to buy a main material of the astrologer, but because she received a New Year's gift from someone, she no longer had to worry about the main material of the astrologer, because teacher Dorian promised that as long as she found one of the main materials of the astrologer, Dorian would provide another one. It's just that Furs hasn't completely digested the potion of the Trickmaster yet, and doesn't plan to tell Dorian that she has obtained the crystallized blood of the Lavos squid yet. There were only £500 left, and everyone looked at the world together. Klein, who originally wanted to freeload, helplessly manipulated the world and said, "Okay, I'll pay the last £500. Klein had just advanced to sequence 6, and had to leave Backlund, where he had a certain network of relationships. His financial situation was not very optimistic. Originally, his financial situation would have been worse, but when he bought one of the main materials from Hobert, he got a discount on the base price. Also, because he and Hobert had done a very profitable task a long time ago, he had a deposit of £809 after adding and subtracting. Audrey looked at Hobert with a smile. "Emperor, £5,000 are all collected." Hobert smiled. "I haven't even started a group purchase yet, and you've helped with crowdfunding. As expected of a banker's daughter." He asked Emlyn, "Mr. Moon, are you participating in this transaction?" Emlyn's money was used to buy puppets, and he couldn't even take out £500 now. I'll consider it." "Then please Mr. Fool to block Mr. Moon's sight and hearing so we can start the transaction," Hobert said. Klein nodded slightly, and after blocking Emlyn's sight and hearing, everyone looked at Emperor. Hobert said, "The other 6 kings of angels are Dark Angel Sefirah, White Angel Caucasus, Wind Angel Leodoro." Hearing this, Klein and Alger couldn't sit still anymore. Hobert continued, "Wisdom Angel Heralding, Angel of Imagination Adam, Red Angel Medici." Except for the origin and current situation of Dark Angel Sefirah, which is another question, most of the information of other kings of angels is included in this transaction. You can think about how to ask questions. But for fairness, Miss Magician, Mr. Hangman, and Mr. World can only ask one question. Alger asked the first question, Lo. He stuttered for a long time before taking a deep breath and calming his tense emotions. "Leodoro is the current Lord of Storms." That was the true name of the Storm Church's true god. When Alger read this name in the Book of Storms, he didn't feel anything, but when he was about to say it, Alger realized how difficult it was. "That's right," Hobert said, "not only is Leodoro the current Lord of Storms, Caucasus is the current eternal blazing sun, and Heralding is the current god of knowledge and wisdom. Their path to godhood is another question. Today we will only talk about their information as kings of angels or before that. Alger felt so nervous about attending the tarot gathering for the first time. Really, is that so? After participating in the tarot gathering and learning about the relevant information, he already knew in advance that the Lord of Storms was also in Beyonder before becoming a god. But after really coming into contact with this knowledge, he realized how serious a blasphemy it was to hear this knowledge itself. Klein leaned back in his chair behind the grey fog. Emperor really didn't disappoint. The information worth £5,000 involved 3 true gods in one go, and the remaining 5 kings of angels were definitely not easy to deal with either. In addition to angels like Amon, this was the second time he had heard Emperor mention Medici. Only he and Dark Angel were relatively unfamiliar. If he had the chance, he would ask about the relevant information of this Red Angel. Audrey was a little excited. This is the information worth £5,000. As expected, it's different from the 2,000 level. Furs, oh my god, I only spent £500 and heard the origins of 3 true gods. Derek felt an indescribable sadness. The omnipotent and omniscient god had so many powerful angels around him, but he still fell. Did he encounter a more powerful enemy? But why haven't I heard of the omnipotent and omniscient god having opponents after regaining his authority? Audrey followed up with this topic and asked, Emperor, can you talk about the origins of these 3 kings of angels who later became gods? Hobert said, there are not many records left of the Wind Angel and the White Angel before they belonged to the ancient sun god. Angels in that era were not as scarce as they are today, and angel-level battles often occurred. They should be 2 who emerged from these battles. Heralding is also called the Dragon of Wisdom. In the second epoch, he was a subsidiary god of Dragon of Imagination, Ankwelt. After the ancient sun god woke up, he betrayed the Dragon of Imagination and turned to the ancient sun god, becoming the Wisdom Angel. Klein took a deep breath. After the ancient sun god woke up. This question should not be included in this question. Furs opened her eyes wide. In other words, the main body of the god of knowledge and wisdom is a giant dragon. This is incredible. Derek, this is an angel from the enemy camp of the former giant king's court. Audrey asked in surprise, can a subsidiary god betray his main god? Hobert explained casually, yes, because the subsidiary gods at that time had great autonomy. At this time, Derek asked, Emperor, can you explain the origin of the Angel of Time? Is he really a descendant of the ancient sun god? Yes, Hobert said, both the Angel of Time and the Angel of Imagination are descendants of the ancient sun god. To avoid you from encountering danger, after this question is answered, I will sacrifice a magical item of the audience pathway to the Fool to help you hypnotize yourself so that you will forget the relevant information after leaving the tarot gathering. Everyone nodded, looking at the Emperor with anticipation. Finally, they were going to know some information about Amon. As expected, the power of £5,000 was infinite. Before this, Emperor wanted Miss Justice to become a psychiatrist before discussing such issues. Hobert first asked everyone a question. If you take too many potions, causing too many Beyonder characteristics in your body, what should you do? Audrey and Furs frowned together. This seemed to be a difficult problem indeed. Alger, who had recovered from the previous Leodoro question, replied, the best way is to have children and pass the excess Beyonder characteristics to the children. Some children are born as half of sequence 9, that's how it happens. Furs immediately thought, Zio is in this situation. Then she was a little surprised, it can be operated like this. Fortunately, I don't have extra Beyonder characteristics in my body. Thinking about it, she blushed a little. Alger added, I heard that high sequence Beyonder also excrete excess Beyonder characteristics through having children. Some children are born as sequence 5. That's right, Hobert nodded with a smile. Then what method should a god use to excrete excess Beyonder characteristics in the body? Everyone was slightly stunned, almost simultaneously realizing the answer, also to give birth to children. Immediately, they understood that this was the origin of Adam and Amon. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 445, Chapter 445, Hobert makes a lot of money at the Tarot Club, Bonus 2. Chapter 445, Hobert makes a lot of money at the Tarot Club. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Zach Mofo becoming a free member, +1. T/N, gone back and fixed as much as I could. Hobert further explained, Adam and Amon were born with the uniqueness of the visionary and marauder pathways, respectively. It can be said that they were kings of angels from birth. The other members felt a sense of understanding, followed by envy. Who wouldn't be envious? Being only one step away from a true god from birth. Alger sighed, my lifelong efforts might not even reach some people's starting point. Klein also sighed, indeed, the starting line difference is even greater in the Beyonder world. Derek then asked, what is their current situation? They both served the Solomon Empire and the Tudor Empire during the Fourth Epoch, Hobert said after some consideration. Amon's main body should be in the forsaken land of the gods, while Adam has formed the Twilight Hermit Order. Hobert did not reveal the information about the awakening of the ancient sun god's divinity in Adam, as this intelligence was too valuable, far exceeding the scope of 5,000 pounds. Behind the grey fog, Klein's eyes narrowed. He had just learned from Roselle's diary that the mysterious organization Roselle had previously participated in was the Twilight Hermit Order. During a gathering, Roselle even encountered an old man suspected to be Hermes. However, Klein did not immediately inquire about information regarding the Twilight Hermit Order. He planned to ask the Emperor separately later. Just as everyone was digesting the knowledge they had just gained, the world said to the Emperor, in a hoarse voice, "Please describe the relevant information about the Red Angel Medici." Hobert smiled and said, "He joined the Rose Redemption at the end of the third epoch and fell in Backlund during the fourth epoch." Furs and the others were stunned. They had been listening to a high-level extraordinary history of the third epoch, and the sudden appearance of the name Backlund felt a bit strange. Audrey asked curiously, "Mr. Emperor, how did he fall?" Hobert replied, "This is a secret history of the fourth epoch, involving one of the four emperors, which is another question." Behind the grey fog, Klein had some guesses. "I remember when the Emperor helped organize the relevant information about the various angel families, it was mentioned that the Medici family once served the Solomon Empire. At that time, I guessed that it might be because the family's angel had fallen early, which is why the current Medici family is unknown. Now, listening to the Emperor, there seems to be a secret involved in the fourth epoch." The other members also had their own guesses, but they couldn't find the key point. Finally, Audrey and the others turned their attention to Furs. At this time, Furs remembered that she still had one question left. However, she felt that just listening was already very worthwhile. But since everyone was looking at her, Furs cleared her throat and asked, "Mr. Emperor, please describe the information about the dark angel Sefirah that can be disclosed in this transaction." Of the other 7 kings of angels, Angel of Fate, Ouroboros had been discussed in detail at the last gathering, and the other 6 kings of angels had also been described successively. Now, only the dark angel was left without relevant descriptions. "I can only tell you that he was the king of angels of the secret supplicant pathway at that time," Hobert said with a smile. Alger couldn't help but shift his sitting position. "I remember that the true creator is the true god of the secret supplicant pathway." Klein immediately had a similar guess. Could the dark angel be the current true creator? "Hiss, I have never heard of the true creator's real name until now, and I dare not confirm such a guess." Derek simply asked, "Mr. Emperor, can there be a true god in a pathway that already has an king of angels?" "In terms of the concept of strength level, it is not possible," Hobert said with a smile. "I know what you want to ask. I can only tell you that the situation of the Dark Angel is quite special. As of now, the true God and King of Angels of the Secret Supplicant pathway have not appeared simultaneously. Well, the King of Angels here represents a conceptual level. Although the sequence 1 characteristic of the Secret Supplicant is now with the true Creator, Sefirah is still sleeping on the second blasphemy slate formed by the remains and will of the ancient Sun God. The sleeping Sefirah certainly does not have the level of an King of Angels at this time, but it still makes it difficult for Hobert to give a definition. Are the true God and King of Angels of this pathway in the same frame? In addition, this is about the fall of the ancient Sun God, which is far beyond the scope of 5,000 pounds, so Hobert did not intend to say too much in detail. After hearing Hobert's words, the others successively denied their guesses. They finally knew why the Emperor had stated from the beginning that the Dark Angel was another question. It turned out that he was related to the more active evil gods, and he had many secrets. With the end of the transaction, Hobert, with the consent of the Fool, first returned to the real world, sacrificed the psychological spoon to the Fool, and hypnotized several other members to forget the relevant information about Amon and Adam after leaving this grey fog. After this transaction ended, it was time for the free trade session. Audrey asked, "Everyone, has anyone helped me find the fruit of the elder tree?" The other members were silent. Furs had asked her teacher, and Dorian did not have the fruit of the elder tree. Little Sun knew where there were mirror dragons, but because he had entered a loop before, his return was delayed, so the magician miscompleted this transaction in advance. Alger and Klein had also paid attention to some extraordinary gatherings, but they had not obtained relevant information. Hobert simply did not pay attention to this matter. At this time, Emlyn suddenly said, "I remember that a sanguine marquis has the fruit of the elder tree, but the sequence 7 main material will definitely have a premium, which may require more than 800 pounds. And because I bear a certain risk, I also have to charge a certain intermediary fee. The total value should be around 900 pounds. Sanguine. Alger immediately captured the key point in these words, is the new member of Vampire. Audrey said happily, "No problem, can we complete the transaction this week?" After the Backlund Smog event, Audrey urgently hoped to improve her strength to protect her parents and family. Furs on the side was a little ashamed, because just last week she sold the Mirror Dragon's eyes to Miss Justice for 1,000 pounds. However, Audrey did not care about this. In her opinion, it was normal for 2 sequence 7 level main materials to have a premium of about £2,000. Emlyn replied, I think it should be possible. Audrey couldn't hide her joy, which meant that she was expected to become a psychiatrist this week. Through her usual acting, the telepathist potion had been basically digested. With the main material, she could try to advance as long as she was in good condition. After completing a transaction, Emlyn regained his confidence. He asked eagerly, everyone, who knows how the sanguine can improve their strength, I mean, without relying on gifts from their elders. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a series of gazes looking over. Now all the members noticed Emlyn's description of the sanguine. Audrey's eyes lit up as she re-examined Mr. Moon, sanguine. A vampire from legends. As a novelist, Furs undoubtedly had various beautiful or bizarre imaginations about the sanguine, and her eyes were also shining brightly. Derek thought of the vampire hidden in the depths of the darkness, covered in pus, and moving like the wind. Klein and Hobert had the urge to shake their heads and laugh, just like Little Son when he first joined the association, he was not cautious. Emlyn, who was being watched by a series of gazes, was a little at a loss, vaguely understanding that he seemed to have asked something he shouldn't have. What are you looking at me for? Am I not allowed to have a sanguine friend? Should I explain a few words? But then he thought, what about the sanguine? I am a sanguine, there is nothing wrong with admitting it. Our sanguine has a long history, a long life, and a wealth of accumulation. We are a noble race. Thinking of this, Emlyn raised his chin and proudly added, yes, I am a pure sanguine. Hobert couldn't help but smile, what's there to be proud of? Mr. Servant of the Harvest Church. Audrey also pursed her lips and smiled, no one asked if you were. Mr. Moon is a little guilty, so he made an overreaction. Hobert said, vampires can also. It's sanguine. Emlyn corrected. Hobert deliberately said, okay, Mr. Vampire. Blood. Emlyn took a deep breath, forget it, you say it. If a vampire wants to improve his strength, in addition to inheriting the legacy of his elders, he can also take potions like humans to advance, Hobert said. Emlyn immediately denied this method, but the main materials of those potions are my own race. Alger smiled and said, if a sanguine baron dies in a sudden conflict and has no time to find an heir, and you accept this legacy in the form of a potion, this is to prevent the loss of the sanguine's power. It is beneficial to the entire sanguine. A pirate that Alger knew had the characteristic of a sanguine baron, but he had not been able to sell it, so he tried to sell it to Emlyn. Hobert also followed up and said, or the characteristic left by the believers of the primordial moon. Those believers should be your mortal enemies, right? Emlyn admitted, that's right, we often hunt the believers of the primordial moon. Don't the sanguine use their characteristic to improve themselves? Hobert simply said, as far as I know, vampires can take the characteristic of the apothecary pathway. I happen to have sequence 6, potion professor, which you call the sanguine baron, that I seized from the believers of the primordial moon. If you need it, I'll sell it to you for £3,500. Alger did not continue to participate in this transaction. He understood that the emperor was obviously selling the spoils of the previous battle, and the characteristic of sanguine baron in his hand still needed to contact that pirate, and he had no pricing power. 3,500. Emlyn knew that for sequence 6 characteristic, this was considered the base price. But if he had such a large sum of money, he would have moved several dolls he had been eyeing for a long time home, and he could also equip all the dolls with several new sets of clothes. Emlyn's first reaction was to give up the transaction, but then he thought of the ancestors' favor, the glory of the sanguine, and was a little embarrassed. This time, Hobert simply interrupted and said, you can go back and consider it first. Okay. Emlyn breathed a sigh of relief. Hobert added, in addition, I have a batch of characteristics that I want to sell to the sanguine. I don't know if you would be willing to contact the higher-ups of your sanguine for me. Emlyn casually asked, how many are there, and what are their sequences? 7 copies of vampire characteristics, Hobert introduced, 3 copies of potion professor, which is sanguine baron characteristic, and 1 copy of scarlet scholar, which is sanguine viscount characteristic. Hobert still had use for the characteristics below vampire, and the sanguine did not need it. Emlyn was a little surprised, so many. Klein and Alger were not surprised. They both knew that the emperor was helping the blessed of the creator to deal with the spoils. Audrey and Furs did not know that the Rose School also had believers of the primordial moon, so they were secretly sighing at the emperor's wealth. However, they also guessed that this should be jointly owned by many blessed of the creator, and never thought that it belonged to Hobert alone. After a brief surprise, Emlyn quickly calmed himself down. How much do you plan to sell those characteristics for separately? Hobert pondered slightly and said, each vampire characteristic is £2,000, and each sanguine baron characteristic is £4,500. If you want it, I can leave one for you, the price is still £3,500, this is the benefit of the Tarot Club members. If this transaction is successful, I can even sell it to you directly for £3,000. Finally, the Scarlet Scholar characteristic is £10,000. This price was a little more expensive than selling it to the Theosophy Order. After all, that was still half a political ally, and Hobert was not very familiar with the Sanguine now. Klein had already quietly calculated a detailed account, £14,000 plus £13,500 plus £10,000. The total is £37,500. If this transaction is completed, it will be the highest transaction amount in the Tarot Club, and it is difficult to be surpassed. Emlyn also simply calculated it, and while marveling at it was a huge sum of money, he smiled helplessly. The higher-ups of the Sanguine don't know that I participated in the Tarot Club. Hobert had already thought of a solution. You can say that you met a blessed of the Creator at a gathering, and he was selling the spoils. If the Sanguine doesn't want it, he plans to sell it to the School of Life. Audrey asked curiously, School of Life? Hobert simply explained, there are also believers of the primordial moon in the School of Life. Relatively speaking, they are not as evil as the believers of the primordial moon in the Rose School. Audrey nodded. Emlyn was still hesitant because even with a good reason, it would easily expose his new channels, and Earl Nibs might very well associate it with him receiving the Fool's attention. Hobert followed up, the opportunity to strengthen the Sanguine and show your strength and channels to your fellow clansmen is right in front of you. Whether you can seize it depends on you. As for whether he would be suspected by the Sanguine's higher-ups, Hobert wasn't worried about that because even without this transaction, the Sanguine's higher-ups would still have suspicions. These words struck a chord with Emlyn. Wasn't the reason I was favored by the ancestor because I always took the ideal of strengthening the Sanguine as my responsibility? As for showing my strength in front of my fellow clansmen, that's not important. Yes, not important. Thinking of this, Emlyn said, I will report this transaction to the Sanguine's higher-ups. Hobert smiled and said, I await your news. The payment for the third batch of building materials was settled. The other members of the Tarot Club haven't had any transaction projects recently. Audrey is preparing to advance to Sequence 7. Besides, she is now a formal member of the Psychology Alchemists and has a source for potion formulas, so she doesn't have any needs in this regard. Alger is still digesting the Wind-Blessed potion, and he knows that he can buy the Beyonder characteristics of Ocean Songster from Emperor, so he doesn't need to consider advancing for the time being. Derek and Furs are both still digesting their respective Sequence 8 potions, and they both have Sequence 7 potion formulas, and the main materials are also settled, so they don't need to trade at the Tarot Club. So the free trade session has almost become Emperor's special. Seeing that no one else initiated a transaction, he said again, does anyone have a connection to the Rose School Temperance faction? Everyone was stunned, guessing whether Emperor was looking for allies for the Creator's forces in the southern continent. World said in a hoarse voice, I can contact the Temperance faction. I happen to have a question to ask you. We can exchange information. Klein believed that if Hobert was looking for allies, it would be a good opportunity for Sharon and Marek. After all, the Creator's power in the southern continent seemed to be very strong. Hobert was waiting for World to talk. He smiled and said, what information do you want to know? Everything about the Twilight Hermit Order. Hobert pondered for a moment. This is not information of the same level. The Rose School contact information I need is only worth £200. I'll give you an extra £100, let's say £300. But the information about the Twilight Hermits is worth at least £1,800. If you need to trade, you need to pay me another £1,500. World smiled helplessly, just about to say that he wouldn't trade for now. Audrey suddenly said, Mr. Emperor, can I contribute £600 to join the transaction? Is anyone willing to join? Hobert nodded and smiled, of course. Klein was also hoping for another crowdfunding or group buying so that he could know the information about the Twilight Hermit Order for a small amount of money. Although Alger, Furs, and Derek were also very curious about the information, they had already spent money once today, and trading again would be an unplanned expense for them. And they didn't want to know the answer as much as Audrey did, so they didn't plan to trade. Emlyn was a little confused again. What Twilight Hermit Order? Is this a mysterious organization? How come I haven't heard of it? Seeing that everyone had no intention of trading, Audrey simply said, then why don't Mr. World and I each pay £900, and the two of us will conduct the transaction? World sighed, sorry, I'm still not participating in this transaction. Although Audrey couldn't quite see World's psychological activities, she could also feel World's embarrassment. So Audrey smiled and said, Mr. World, your reminder during the Great Smog event deserves some substantial thanks. I am willing to pay £1,500 for this transaction, and you only need to pay £300. Mr. World, please don't decline, this is what you deserve. Hobert thought, this is called high EQ, helping is not called helping, it's deserved. Even the always stingy, no, the always frugal Klein was embarrassed to say, I can pay £600, of which £300 will be paid with the Rose School Temperance Faction's contact information. Audrey did not refuse World's request because she knew that refusing a gentleman's payment was hurting the gentleman's self-esteem. And that gentleman regretted a little after saying that he would pay £600, dying for face. People have the family fortune of an earl, do you? After sighing deeply in his heart, Klein comforted himself again. Forget it, £9 in cash is enough for me to buy a boat ticket. Alger sighed in his heart. Emperor can directly get £5,000 in cash at this gathering, plus beyonder materials worth no less than £1,500, to be precise, worth £1,700 to £2,000, and information worth £300. If he can facilitate a transaction with the Sanguine. Alger smiled wryly. How good it would be if I had so much money. However, the fact that the proceeds from the transaction with the Sanguine were not all for Hobert alone made him feel a lot more balanced. Emlyn exclaimed, "This Miss Justice is really rich. She has already spent £3,200 at this gathering, and has confirmed a transaction with me worth about £900. And she seems to be under no pressure." After discussing the price, Hobert asked Mr. Fool to block the senses of the others. Hobert said to Klein and Audrey, "I said just now that the president of the Twilight Hermit Order is Adam. Let me list 2 more members of this secret organization, Hermes and Roselle." Audrey looked surprised and said, "Roselle? Emperor Roselle?" Klein was a little disappointed because he knew this information. Hobert continued, "That's right. It's Emperor Roselle." He looked at Audrey's surprised expression and said, "And the reason why this information is worth this price is because Adam's current situation is quite special." He smiled and said, "Adam is preparing to advance to true god." The fool behind the grey fog almost jumped up. Adam is also preparing to become a god. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyofstars for more chapters. Important. Vote our 18 scenes, ch 479.5, by commenting under the options. Yes. No. Chapter 446, Chapter 446, Twilight Hermit Order. Chapter 446, Twilight Hermit Order. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyofstars for more chapters. After a brief silence, Hobert continued, "Over the long years, Adam, who inherently embodies the uniqueness of that pathway, has successively found and accommodated 2 Sequence 1 characteristics. Now, he only needs to obtain the final Sequence 1 characteristic and complete the corresponding ritual. Theoretically, he can then become a god." Klein only recovered from his surprise at this moment, and he manipulated the world to ask, "So, the last characteristic is?" Hobert smiled and said, "That's right, it's 0-08. Although the world didn't show much emotion, Klein behind the grey fog suddenly felt an invisible force lingering around him. From his arrival in this world to his experiences in Tingen City, and his recent experiences in Backlund, he felt as if an invisible hand was manipulating his destiny. Now Klein wondered, could this invisible hand be Adam? But immediately afterward, Klein denied his idea, because he really couldn't figure out what benefits Adam would gain from manipulating him. This grey fog space. If Adam wanted to obtain it now, he should be able to do so easily, right? Why would he still manipulate me? To make me stronger? Audrey on the opposite side also recovered from her surprise. "Mr. Emperor, have there been many angel-level figures trying to become gods recently?" "No." Hobert said, "Let's go back to the question of the Twilight Hermit Order members. Doesn't the name Hermes sound familiar to you?" Audrey then realized, Hermes language. Is that a descendant of Hermes? Of course, she knew Hermes, who provided humans with the ability to communicate with natural forces. It was precisely because this was common knowledge that she hadn't thought of it. Hobert smiled and said, "It's Hermes himself." He said, "I'll give you a piece of information. The psychology alchemists have a close connection with Hermes. It can even be said that some members found the relics left by Hermes, which laid the foundation for this organization." While Audrey was surprised that Hermes had lived to this day, she nodded slightly and said, "Thank you for your gift." She couldn't help but imagine, could Hermes be the president of the psychology alchemists? Or was the establishment of the psychology alchemists due to some psychological suggestion left by Hermes in the relics? Hobert smiled, indicating that it was nothing, and then he said, "As far as I know, George III is also a member of this organization." This once again surprised Klein and Audrey. Klein immediately made a guess, and he manipulated the world to say, George III's actions to become a god are closely related to Adam. Yes. Hobert said, "According to reliable information I have obtained, the uniqueness and Sequence 1 characteristic that George III needs to become a god were all provided by Adam." Klein asked with some surprise, "What is Adam's purpose?" Hobert did not answer directly, but instead began to tell the story from another direction. From a long time ago, Adam has been trying to revive the ancient sun god. In recent centuries, the Twilight Hermit Order's purpose has been to stir up a torrent of the times, and George III's process of becoming a god will be a catalyst for this torrent. Klein roughly understood Hobert's meaning. Adam supports George III in becoming a god in order to stir up a torrent of the times. And Adam's purpose in becoming a god is to revive the ancient sun god. With the world's explanation, Audrey understood Hobert's meaning. She felt that these purposes and processes of becoming a god seemed very far away from her, but now they seemed very close. Hobert smiled and said, "You can understand it that way, but I want to explain that there is also a very secret piece of information in this, which is just a guess, but the possibility is very high. But I can't tell you now, or rather, that information is worth more than 1,800 pounds. Currently, the awakening of the ancient sun god's divinity in Adam's body may not even be certain for Amon." If Hobert said this information very confidently, there would be a big problem. Klein nodded. Such an answer was already beyond his expectations. Audrey on the opposite side asked, "Mr. Emperor, why are you so knowledgeable about Adam's information?" Klein also looked at Hobert, because he had a similar question. The information that Hobert knew about the Twilight Hermit Order seemed to have surpassed Roselle. Regarding this question, Hobert was prepared. Just last week, Adam went to see the Creator. Because of the Creator's intervention in the Backlund smog incident, Adam was worried that the Creator would affect the torrent of the times that he had worked so hard to create. Klein and Audrey were both a little surprised. They didn't expect such a high-level meeting to have taken place last week. Klein thought, so Hobert learned so much about the Twilight Hermit Order through the Creator's attention to George III's process of becoming a god. Audrey asked curiously, what is the torrent of the times that Adam wants to create, or is creating? Hobert said, the Creator believes that the improvement of the steam engine has brought the world into a new era. The production capacity of various countries in the northern continent is gradually becoming surplus, and the gap between the rich and the poor in various countries is gradually increasing. These unprecedented problems have triggered a series of conflicts. Klein was stunned. He seemed to have heard a description of the Second Industrial Revolution. Audrey said with some worry, can't these problems be solved? Hobert smiled, there is currently no solution in sight. Specifically, the current policy strategies of the North and South continents simply cannot solve such conflicts. Only by transferring the contradiction of overcapacity can there be a possibility of resolving the conflict. Either transfer it externally, or transfer it to the lower classes. External transfer will inevitably lead to war, and transfer to the lower classes will aggravate domestic conflicts. So for the current rulers of the North and South continents, it is a dilemma. Klein asked again, what role did George III play in this? Hobert smiled, I can't answer you this question. Klein was slightly stunned, but thinking of George III's abolition of the corn laws in recent years and the implementation of many new policies, it seemed to be exacerbating domestic and foreign conflicts. Hobert's deliberate concealment, could it be because it involved some key rituals? Audrey keenly realized, Mr. Emperor, will Adam's becoming a god have any impact on me, who is on the same pathway? For now, you can only become sequence 2 of that pathway at most. Hobert said, you may have the opportunity to become sequence 1 of that pathway in the future. Audrey asked strangely, why are there these effects? Hobert smiled, that's another question. Klein used his rich mystical knowledge to guess, according to the law of conservation of beyonder characteristics, when a pathway has a true god, there may be no sequence 1. After all, to become a true god, you need 3 beyonder characteristics of sequence 1 of that pathway. But why does Miss Justice have the possibility of becoming sequence 1 in the future? Could there be some law here that I don't know? Hobert once again used the psychological spoon to hypnotize Audrey and the world so that they would forget the information about Adam after leaving the gray fog. The world then said, go to the Bravehearts bar, ask for a beer, tell the bartender that you are looking for Miss Sharon, introduced by Sherlock the detective. No matter what reply you get from the bartender, drink the beer and leave by taxi carriage. Miss Sharon of the Temperance faction will meet you in the carriage. Hobert nodded. In fact, he knew this method, but he also knew that Klein would return to Backlund in the future and have contact with Miss Sharon again, so he had to spend £300 to go through the motions. The Audrey on the opposite side keenly captured the name, Sherlock the detective. Could this be the identity of Mr. World in the real world? So he is a detective. No wonder he has such a strong counter-reconnaissance ability. All along, it has been almost impossible for me to get any psychological information from him. Klein had abandoned this identity, so he was not afraid of Miss Justice knowing. After this transaction ended, it was time for the final information exchange. Little Son proposed to determine a gesture to pray to Mr. Fool, but the experienced Alger opposed it. Compared with other secret organizations, the most significant characteristic and advantage of our tarot club is that the members do not know each other. To give an extreme example, even if one of our members is arrested and tortured, it will not affect the others. Once there is a complete set of codes or iconic gestures, the betrayal of a traitor can allow hostile forces to use these methods to fish us out one by one. This remark calmed everyone down and dispelled the idea of designing prayer gestures. It's just that Audrey felt a little regretful. Not only Audrey, but Klein also felt a little regretful. I just thought of a special gesture. Hobert thought to himself, this is the difference between a seer and a lawyer. The seer pathway develops its power in a habitually secret way, while the lawyer pathway cannot be hidden after reaching a certain level. With the shelving of this proposal, Klein announced the end of this tarot club. Backlund, south of the Bridge District. Emlyn's vision returned to normal, and he saw the large and small dolls in the room. Huff. Emlyn breathed a sigh of relief, calmed down, and recalled his first tarot club. Except for Mr. Fool, the strength of the other members will not be too strong. Are they all like me, chosen for some reason? I have the ancestor behind me, who is behind them. What can be determined is that the Emperor has the Creator behind him. Emlyn thought of the transaction initiated by the Emperor at the gathering. What information is worth £5,000? Why do the other members still look so convinced? They actually started collecting money immediately. He also thought of the Beyonder characteristic that the Emperor was selling to him, £3,000 to £3,500, the hope of becoming a baron in a short time. It really makes me embarrassed. As for the transaction initiated by the Emperor to the Blood Clan, he decided to talk to Lord Nibs about it at a gathering in 2 days to see if Lord Nibs was interested. Although Emlyn doesn't go out much, he occasionally attends some Blood Clan gatherings and knows some knowledge about Beyonder characteristics. It is precisely because of this that he knows that although the price quoted by the Emperor has some premium, those premiums are within an acceptable range. The key is that it is an Beyonder characteristic from a follower of the original moon. I believe Lord Nibs should not refuse such a transaction. If he facilitates the transaction, he will be equivalent to getting a reward of £500. But there are still £3,000. Emlyn sighed in his heart. He was so worried about money for the first time. Then he began to imagine the Emperor will receive an income of more than £30,000 after completing this transaction. Although he knows that it is not his alone, if he has so much money, he will be in the millionaire class in Backlund. If I have so much money. Emlyn looked at the room full of dolls and showed a happy smile. Above the grey fog, in the ancient palace, Klein picked up the psychological spoon and hypnotized himself once. The previous 2 times were the Emperor hypnotizing the world. For Klein, who could not yet exchange with a secret puppet, such hypnosis had no effect on his main body at all. Fortunately, Hobert had to return to the real world to perform the granting ritual in order to regain the psychological spoon, which gave Klein room to operate. Then everyone began to make sacrifices to the Fool. These sacrifices were basically the income of the Emperor. Klein also thought of his wallet, which would only have a pitiful £9 left. Of course, in addition to banknotes, he also had 5 gold coins, but he only had so much money on him. When he first came to Backlund, his financial situation was better than it is now. At present, he has to take it one step at a time and wait until he goes to sea. There are plenty of villains at sea, so if that doesn't work, he'll borrow a little from them. Returning to the real world, Klein sacrificed the reward for Hobert to the grey fog, and then granted the psychological spoon along with those gold pounds to Hobert, who had performed the corresponding ritual. Klein's plan was to rest in the hotel for one night and then embark on his journey to Pritz Harbor. He sighed. Fortunately, the train ticket had already been bought in advance, otherwise it would be an expense that would make him feel heavy. Fainapotter Kingdom, Jeffrey Territory. Hobert first put away the psychological spoon on the altar, and then counted the gold pounds he had obtained. The income from this gathering was exactly £5,000, including £3,200 from Audrey's 2 transactions, £800 from Klein's 2 transactions, and £500 each from Furs and Alger. In addition, there were 7 Beyonder materials of Sequence 8 level from Little Sunday. In the final free exchange session, the two had already discussed that in the afternoon of 2 days later, that is, on Wednesday afternoon, Little Sun would pay Hobert a total of 17 Beyonder characteristics for the arrears plus this reward. Then Hobert would give the Provoker Warhammer to Little Sun in the way of offering it to the Fool. After Little Sun exchanged the weapon for enough merit, he would exchange it for Hobert's asking price, 15 Beyonder ingredients. In other words, Hobert will receive 32 sets of mystical materials in the coming week. He smiled slightly, a small profit. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 447, Chapter 447, Politics is all about smoothing things over. Chapter 447, Politics is all about smoothing things over. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. After this period of accumulation, Hobert now has over £10,000. He plans to use this money to buy locomotives and carriages, and because some modifications may be involved, the carriages need to be ordered in advance. As usual, Hobert did not immediately put the cash into the Nation of Disorder. He once again sketched out the blueprint of the territory in his mind, and as he thought, evening arrived. Hobert came to the yard and stared blankly at Full Moon Lake in the sunset for a while. Golden afterglows echoed on Full Moon Lake, adding a touch of tranquility to the lake's surface. The people on the construction site began to go home, showing long-lost smiles at this moment. Hobert felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. This is my territory. Tuesday morning, Lone Kingdom, Tinjin City Railway Station. On the platform, Serena wiped her tears and said, "Melissa, remember to write to me." Melissa felt inexplicably sad when she saw her friend in tears. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. "We are only separated temporarily. Maybe you will come to Backlund to work or study in the future." "No, I might go to Fainapotter. I am already learning Highlander by myself," Serena thought. Woo. The departure time arrived, and they said their final goodbyes. Serena watched the train gradually move away from the station and begin to accelerate, eventually disappearing from view. Chris Wood, with red hair and gold-rimmed glasses, came over to comfort his sister. Separation is only for reunion. Tinjin City is not far from Backlund. If you miss each other, you can visit each other by train. Serena said with tears in her eyes, but, only I am left in Tinjin City. Chris patted his sister's shoulder. People will always experience a stage of loneliness. Serena wiped away the last bit of tears and smiled. "Chris, you are like a philosopher today." Chris also laughed. "Everyone says I have the temperament of a philosopher." "Okay, we should prepare to leave too. Over there, Mr. and Mrs. Wood, and Chris's fiancée, Vina, waved to Serena. Serena took a deep breath, trying to shift her emotions to the New Year's vacation mood. The train to Backlund Manor departed half an hour later. The always lively Serena stared blankly at the scenery speeding backwards outside the window, as if it was her 18-year-old self that would never return. The sociable Mr. Wood and Chris had already mingled with the surrounding passengers. They talked about the world situation, the Lone Kingdom's newly built steel behemoth, and the mortal enemy Fasak Empire across mid-seashore. Serena noticed that the train had entered the mountains and would pass through a tunnel in a few minutes. She asked her father, "Dad, are we almost there?" Mr. Wood looked at his pocket watch. "Honey, there are still a dozen minutes." A passenger in the front left asked, "If you get off at the station ahead, are you planning to go to Backlund Manor for vacation?" Mr. Wood smiled. "Yes, I heard the hot springs there are very good." "That's right, and you can go hunting." The passenger laughed. "I heard there are wild boars and sika deer, but you can only hunt 1 or 2 rabbits at most each time." Wood laughed. "Hunting is for young people." Suddenly, a passenger with a low hat brim behind him said, "Don't go to Backlund Manor. There has been something bad there recently. If you go there, you will all turn into monsters." The Wood family looked at the passenger in surprise. Serena also turned her head to look at him. The passenger's coat collar was high, and the hat brim covered his entire face. Although she couldn't see the other person's appearance, Serena could feel the madness and distortion emanating from him. This feeling made Serena feel uncomfortable all over. Serena also noticed that he seemed to only have a left hand and no right hand. Chris Wood asked with a smile, "Sir, what has appeared there? Why would we turn into monsters?" The passenger said, "In short, don't go." Woo. The train's whistle woke Serena from her dream. She saw that her parents, brother, and sister-in-law all looked blank, as if they had just woken up from a dream as well. Serena immediately looked behind her, and the other family members also looked there. That seat was empty. Chris Wood laughed. You wouldn't be having a dream where a passenger advised us not to go to Backlund Manor, right?" The other family members all looked at Chris with some surprise in their eyes. Chris's smile gradually disappeared, and the family was silent for a few seconds. Serena swallowed. Or, why don't we go? It's rare to have a vacation, it's good to stay at home too. Mr. Wood took out the Backlund Manor tickets and smiled helplessly. "I've already bought the tickets." These were discounted tickets obtained through a relationship with a bank client, and even the discounted tickets cost a lot of money. Mrs. Wood said, "We can't change our itinerary because of a strange dream. We will go to the manor and take a look first. If something is wrong, we'll go home immediately." Serena was also persuaded, because she also really wanted to soak in the hot springs and see the snow scenery. A dozen minutes later, the train arrived at the station, and the Wood family took a carriage directly to Backlund Manor. Everywhere here there are gurgling springs. The temperature of the springs that just come out can reach 12 degrees. In winter, they make the entire valley misty, adding a bit of dreamlike color. The ice waterfalls and rime along the way made the family couldn't help but point and praise. The train episode was thrown to the back of everyone's minds. After taking a carriage for more than half an hour, the family arrived at Backlund Manor. There are many hot springs here, and the resulting mist seems to wrap the entire manor. Entering the manor's reception hall, everything here seemed normal. Many guests were in the hall smoking and chatting, and the manager warmly greeted them. "Hello, welcome to Backlund Manor. Sefirah felt that this manager was a bit strange, or rather, his expression was a bit strange, a bit stiff. Or a bit contrived. Neither. After pondering for a long time, Sefirah realized that it was like the expression of a puppet in a puppet show, a little exaggerated, a little unnatural. The manager seemed to notice Sefirah and gave her a puppet-like smile. Sefirah was about to tug on her father's clothes when a bearded man came in from outside. He held a hunting fork and wore clothes made of simply processed animal skins. He looked furry all over. Is there any gentleman who wants to go hunting? If you're lucky, you can hunt sick a deer or wild boar. Chris said with great interest, Father, I want to go take a look. Go ahead, son. Mr. Wood smiled, enjoy the New Year's holiday, and I will settle the 3 beautiful ladies. Watching Chris leave, Sefirah realized that she had forgotten what she was worried about just now. She opened her mouth, as if she had forgotten something very important, but she couldn't remember what it was even after racking her brains. Let's go, Sefirah. Mrs. Wood smiled, I can't wait to enjoy the hot springs. Feynapotter Kingdom, Jeffrey Territory. Baron Hobert finally received Bishop Dick, but what made Bishop Dick a little dissatisfied again was that Hobert sat at the head, while they, the clergy, could only stand, as if they were reporting their work. Hobert certainly saw the dissatisfaction of Dick and others. He smiled and said, Everyone, I am a baron conferred by the king, not by the Earth Mother Church, so there is no superior-subordinate relationship between us. Because I am a devout believer of the Mother Goddess and a friend of Bishop Simpson, I am polite enough to greet you. But that's all. What else are you expecting? Do you expect me to humbly report the situation of Jeffrey Territory to you? These words left Dick and others speechless. Hobert added, I can send a ship to take you to the center of Full Moon Lake to see if there is indeed no corruption. I believe you have monitoring methods. Okay, Alan, help me send these distinguished guests away. Dick and others realized after leaving the main hall that they had almost been kicked out. Was this Jeffrey Territory's custom of treating distinguished guests? Some of them came to Full Moon Lake in anger, boarded the wooden boat provided by Hobert, and indeed did not detect any corruption in the center of Full Moon Lake. After getting this result, they boarded the boat and left immediately, acting as if they didn't want to stay here for even a minute. Hobert watched their boat leave from the Lord's mansion, and even Philip asked with some worry, Lord, will we offend these bishops and priests because of this? Hobert laughed, I want to let the people of the Earth Mother Church see my attitude, although I hope the church will send people here. It's not that I invited you here. It's that you came running over after I solved the problem. The Earth Mother Church will never not send people because of the attitude towards the delegation. On the contrary, they will re-examine how to deal with the relationship with the local nobles. Hobert did not dwell on this issue too much. Today, he was still busy taking soldiers to the shipyard island for training to see if there were any pirates to fight. At the same time, he let the lumberjacks and craftsmen take a look at the wood there. Hobert planned to build a lumberyard on the island, because the construction of the territory required a lot of wood, and if he could build his own lumberyard, he could save a lot of money. In Jeffrey Territory, he only needed to build a kiln to dry the wood. Because Hobert and the Jeffrey army appeared too strangely last time, those small pirate groups did not dare to come again. The Black Whale and Skull pirate groups, because they knew that the strength gap with Hobert was too great, chose to leave cautiously. So now there are only some small pirate groups on Shipyard Island that are not well informed or willing to take risks. Hobert led people to charge and kill them, but unfortunately, he did not catch any pirates with bounties. The spoils were far less than last time, but he did seize more fish than last time. In the evening, Hobert held another banquet in the yard, eating grilled fish and stewed fish with everyone, and rewarded them as he did last time. After deducting the spoils distributed to everyone and the bounties distributed to everyone, this time spoils were only about 200 pounds left, as well as some living supplies. Those things that could only be used at sea, such as fresh water, vegetables, sextants, etc., were simply not transported back. This time's biggest gain may be that several lumberjacks found a more suitable lumberyard, and the craftsmen also believed that the wood for the construction of the territory could be completely provided by Shipyard Island. Subtracting the money saved from the cost of drying the wood and the wages generated by logging, Hobert calculated that he could save as much as 30,000 gold lire. Even more money could be saved by using a large amount of wood for later decoration and furniture making. This money did not belong to the construction funds, so it was not easy to calculate at present. For Hobert, the money saved was equal to the money earned. While the atmosphere in the yard was cheerful, a guest came to the entrance of the Lord's mansion. It was a middle-aged man, wearing a bishop's robe, looking very easygoing. Hobert saw him at a glance. Bishop Simpson, I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Come, try these sea fish. It's hard to eat such fresh sea fish in Feynapotter. Bishop Simpson smiled and sat next to Hobert, readily taking the grilled fish and wine glass handed to him. I asked Dick to report to me as soon as he had accurate information. Then, with the help of the Archbishop, I arrived at your territory as quickly as possible. I have been to Full Moon Lake and confirmed the information you said in the letter. Because there were still many ordinary people present, Bishop Simpson did not say it too clearly. Sure enough, Simpson did not mention the cold reception Dick and the others received. Hobert took a sip of wine and smiled. I welcome the Bishop of the Earth Mother Church to preach on this territory again. But you also see that I want to build this place into a resort area, and I also want to try to implement some new policies, which may delay your preaching. The implication was, I have a lot of things to do, don't affect me. Bishop Simpson smiled. The Archbishop has instructed me to maintain a good cooperative relationship with you after I come to Jeffrey territory. The implication was, we have enough sincerity to cooperate. Hobert smiled slightly and said to Alan and Dennis, prepare a small stove in the side hall, bring a pot of fish separately, and prepare a small grill, and take a few skewers of grilled fish. The two immediately went to work. Hobert also said to Seal, let everyone drink to their heart's content tonight. If there is no wine, move it from the warehouse. I have something to talk to Bishop Simpson about. Seeing that the Lord was about to leave, everyone stood up almost at the same time to see the Lord off. Hobert waved to everyone. After entering the side hall, the yard became lively again. Simpson saw all this in his eyes. He thought to himself, in less than 2 months, Hobert has completely gained a foothold in an unfamiliar territory and has cultivated a group of soldiers who are very loyal to him. He took his wine glass and grilled skewers, and followed Hobert closely. Yutravsky's evaluation of him was correct. This is a person with profound thoughts, a person whose ability is far greater than his current status. Even if Hobert was given a country, he could quickly establish rule. Before that, he just lacked a platform, an opportunity. Arriving at the side hall, the fish stew pot was bubbling and boiling once more. There was also a small dining table, with chopsticks, bowls, and dishes on one side, Hobert's usual tableware, and knives, forks, and plates on the other. The fish grilling oven would take a little longer. After Hobert and Simpson took their seats, Simpson smiled and said, I heard from Yutravsky that you were baptized in his church. Yes, Hobert replied with a smile, Yutravsky and I are good friends. He could sense that Bishop Simpson was trying to use the authority of the Earth Mother Church to regain the initiative in the conversation. But Hobert didn't give Simpson the chance. He said, last night, I raided the demonic forces in Baron Teuton's territory and obtained accurate information. The Blood Sanctify sect has a demigod and 5 sequence 5s in South Colson. I plan to give you the beyonder characteristics of the demigod and the credit for annihilating those demons. I think, with one of the sequence 4 main materials, you should be able to get a chance to advance to demigod from the church, right? Simpson was stunned for a good 2 or 3 seconds. You are confident in killing their demigod. As far as I know, demons have the ability to foresee danger, making them difficult to kill. Of course, I'm confident, Hobert said, taking a light sip of wine, but the prerequisite is that you agree to my plan for constructing official beyonder forces in Jeffrey's territory. Tell me. My family is very supportive of my development in Jeffrey's territory, so they sent me a sequence 6 and some helpers, Hobert said, and before that, I had already contacted the Theosophy Order, and they basically agreed to my demon eradication plan and will send a sequence 6 and several helpers. Simpson frowned and said, cooperating with the Theosophy Order will get you killed. Hear me out, Hobert said with a smile, South Colson is full of evil beyonder forces. If we rely only on you and me, we will have to pay a huge price to complete the cleanup. We can completely use the Theosophy Order to consume the power of the Blood Sanctify sect and the Aurora Order. Simpson also took a sip of wine. They're not that stupid, are they? To be used by you like that. Of course, they're not stupid, Hobert said with a smile. I promised them that as long as this battle is over, I can keep a legitimate official beyonder team for them. Of course, the price they have to pay is, to send out a demigod to help kill the Blood Sanctify sect's demigod, and the beyonder characteristics of that sequence 4 demon will be given to you as your credit. The Theosophy Order certainly did not make such a promise, but Hobert was confident that he could make them fulfill such a promise. If it really didn't work, he would let the Bull Devil Monarch take action. However, Hobert didn't really want the Bull Devil Monarch to appear in South Colson, as it would easily lead some people to associate him with the Creator. Bishop Simpson was tempted, of course he was tempted. That was an opportunity to become a demigod. Taking this step meant a qualitative change in oneself, becoming a legendary half-human, half-god. Bishop Simpson originally thought he would never have a chance in his life. Who would have thought that an opportunity would come so suddenly? When Bishop Gabriel talked to him about this issue before, he still felt that it was just drawing a pie in the sky. He didn't expect that this in-depth conversation with Hobert would already have a concrete plan. Hobert continued from the side, without the help of the Theosophy Order, we 2 sequence 5 simply can't kill the other side's demigod, and we don't have much chance of winning against this group of demons. I don't know the church's promotion standards, but according to my idea, killing 10 sequence 5s may not necessarily be as meritorious as killing 1 demigod, right? Hobert's guess was very much in line with the actual situation. Bishop Simpson pondered for a moment before saying, I must report this matter to the Archbishop, but he may not agree. This was basically an agreement, but there were still some concerns. Hobert smiled and said, "Anyway, the church can't send enough power to wipe out the evil Beyonder forces here for the time being. You can just say that you are cooperating with some folk Beyonder organizations to deal with the Blood Sanctify sect and the Aurora Order. There's no need for the Archbishop to agree, just let him default." Hobert would not say things like, "Since the Archbishop asked you to cooperate with me, this is my plan," as it would be equivalent to giving Bishop Simpson an excuse to pin the blame on him in the future. Simpson didn't hear the promise he wanted, so he said with some concern, "What if, after we cooperate, the Theosophy Order recklessly creates tragedies in South Colson? If such a tragedy occurs in my territory," Hobert said coldly, "I will make the Theosophy Order pay the price." Hobert dared to make a promise on this point. Not only did he make a promise, but if such a thing happened, he would really do it. Bishop Simpson thought for a long time before smiling and saying, "I will report to the Archbishop." But it did not include the deal with the Blood Sanctify sect's demigod. Hobert raised his glass, and the two clinked glasses, happy cooperation. Hobert's plan was that as long as Bishop Simpson became a demigod with his help, then the two would be an inseparable community of interests. When the time came to talk about the Theosophy Order, the positions of both parties would be different. Dennis, who was on the side, didn't quite understand what the two were planning, but he had already given Hobert an evaluation in his heart, a sinister baron. After seeing Simpson off, Hobert asked Dennis to fetch him foot-washing water. After the foot-washing water was brought, Hobert asked, "Do you know why I asked you to do this?" Of course, it was to humiliate me. But the words came to his lips, and Dennis still didn't dare to say them. Hobert looked at the angry expression on Dennis's face. "When you figure out this question, you won't have to fetch me foot-washing water." Dennis was slightly stunned, then smiled, "I will figure out this question tomorrow." Hobert smiled, guessing that this kid wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Lone Kingdom, Eastchester County, Bocklun Manor. Selina looked at the guests in the hall smoking cigarettes or cigars and chatting, and the fog rolling outside in the wind. Something seemed a little wrong. "Beautiful lady, welcome to Bocklun Manor." Selina saw the hall manager with an exaggerated and unnatural smile. You. He. A sinister laughter echoed around. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 448, Chapter 448 She is corrupted. Chapter 448 She is corrupted. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The eerie laughter around her made Selina's hair stand on end. She looked around with some bewilderment, unable to find her parents and sister-in-law. She only saw people around her, all looking at her with exaggerated, unnatural smiles. Selina felt a chill run down her spine and stumbled away from the reception hall. Everyone in the hall watched Selina leave as if watching a play, with unnatural smiles on their faces. As soon as Selina stepped outside, she realized it was already night. Suddenly, the reception hall went pitch black, and the entire valley was devoid of any light. All the buildings seemed to turn into monsters, as if they were about to rush over and devour Selina at any moment. The warmth from the key ring gave Selina courage. She called out to her father and mother, trying to stay away from the buildings. Just then, Selina finally saw two figures in the snow, an adult and a child. They both wore hats, had red noses, and were wrapped in red scarves. "Excuse me." Selina didn't see the unnatural smile on their faces, so she hurried forward and asked, "Have you seen my parents? What's happening here? Why has everything become so strange?" "This used to be a very nice hot spring resort," the man replied, his eyes wide. "A few days ago, a thick fog suddenly floated in from the horizon. Ever since then, the staff and guests here have all become very strange." Selina asked, "A thick fog?" The child, who also had large eyes, said, "Yes, the fog seemed to be filled with something terrible. Look, the fog is coming." Selina looked in the direction they were pointing. The fog was like a living thing, rolling and forming a human figure that landed in front of the reception hall door. The figure saw Selina and quickly chased after her. Selina quickly ran into the forest. The child with the big eyes shouted, "Run! Run! When you come back here, find Mr. Harold. He knows more about what's going on." Selina didn't have time to ask why the adult and child weren't running. She plunged into the woods, struggling through the snow. Although the trees blocked her view, she knew that the figure made of fog was still chasing her. She couldn't stop, she had to keep running, until her strength was exhausted and she could no longer run. The warm key ring once again gave Selina courage. She broke off a branch, leaned against a tree, and prepared to fight the figure. It was getting closer and closer. The branch shook, the snow on it fell, and a dark figure walked out from the trees. "Chris!" Selina exclaimed, "How is it you?" Chris didn't speak, but just gave a wry smile. Selina felt that her brother looked strange, so she didn't approach him. What's wrong, Chris? Chris still didn't speak. He pointed to the snow next to him. There was an abstract symbol there, and it wasn't there before. The symbol consisted of winding vertical and horizontal lines, as well as several dots. Selina asked, "What does this mean?" Chris didn't say anything. He pointed to the sky again. Selina looked up along his finger. She saw a fireplace. Her vision suddenly became distorted. It was indeed a fireplace. She was back in the reception hall. The difference was that Selina was also sitting on the sofa in the hall. The entire hall was filled with people, and they were all asleep. Sitting next to Selina were her mother and sister-in-law, and her father was sitting on the opposite sofa. Everyone was covered with blankets, waiting for the hunters to return. Selina, a little dazed, remembered that the people who had gone hunting in the afternoon hadn't returned by evening. The whole family was very worried about Chris, so they were all waiting in the hall. When they came to the hall, they found that many people whose friends or family members hadn't returned from hunting were already waiting here. As a result, they waited, and eventually fell asleep. So it was a dream. Selina breathed a sigh of relief. But she quickly noticed something was wrong. There was mud and snow on her shoes and her sister-in-law's shoes. Most of the snow had melted, and the carpet was wet. "They're back," someone suddenly said. This startled everyone awake. They all came to the door. A dozen young men and women who had gone hunting had indeed returned, but Selina felt that something was off about them. Leading the way was the hunter who gave a furry feeling. His job was to take the resort's guests hunting. "We encountered a grizzly bear," the hunter said with a smile. "Unfortunately, they're not real hunters, otherwise we could have tried to hunt that grizzly bear. We had no choice but to avoid the grizzly bear, so we came back so late." Selina saw a long-haired woman in the group sharing the fun of hunting with her friends. "Oh my God, it was my first time encountering a grizzly bear in the wild. It was so exciting." Selina remembered that she seemed to have a round face when she set out, but now she had a long face. Also, a young man in the group had become dark-skinned. Selina clearly remembered that he was a fair-skinned young man. But Selina was more concerned about her brother. She stared at Chris's mouth. Fortunately, Chris opened his mouth with a smile and said, "I'm going hunting again tomorrow. This is what a vacation should be like." Selina breathed a long sigh of relief. He didn't become mute. "It was just a dream." Mr. Wood said, "Do you know how worried everyone was about you?" Chris stroked his fiancée Vina's back. "Sorry for making you worry. Well, another group of people are going hunting tomorrow morning. I can go with them and definitely be back in the afternoon." Mr. Wood shook his head. Okay, since it's a vacation, have fun." Everyone was tired and sleepy. After chatting for a while, they all returned to their rooms to rest. Selina stayed in a room by herself. She stared at her dirty shoes for a while, feeling that there were important clues in her dream just now. So she prepared to write to Professor Hobert tomorrow morning, explaining the situation here and asking the professor to help her interpret the dream. Lost in thought, Selina, who had been tired all day, quickly fell asleep. When she woke up, the sun had already risen. At breakfast, Selina talked about her dream last night. Before she could finish, Vina said with a smile, "I had almost the same dream yesterday, except I was chasing someone who knew important information, not being chased." Mrs. Wood joked, "Could it be that the two of you were one escaping and one chasing?" The whole family laughed, only Selina glanced thoughtfully at her sister-in-law's shoes. After breakfast, Chris went hunting again, and Vina, feeling uneasy, followed along. Selina returned to her room, first wrote the letter, then asked the restaurant for 3 donuts and summoned Professor Hobert's messenger. After sending the letter, Selina felt much better and went outside to the courtyard for a walk. Coming out of the reception hall, she thought of her dream last night again. "I remember turning around there and meeting an adult and a child." Selina smiled as she walked in that direction. It was just a dream. But she was still going to check it out. Turning the corner, Selina stood there in a daze for a long time. There were 2 snowmen, one big and one small. They both wore hats, had big eyes, noses made of carrots, and red scarves around their necks. After a long while, Selina felt cold all over. The snowman came to life. No, it's just a dream, just a dream. Is it really a dream? Why are the snowmen in this position? Coincidence? Selina suddenly thought of the snowman's reminder. She had to find Mr. Harold. "Miss, I see you're shivering. Are you feeling unwell?" a kind-looking middle-aged man asked. He had a cigarette in his hand, and it seemed he had just taken a puff, as the smoke hadn't completely dissipated. I want to find Mr. Harold." The middle-aged man was slightly stunned. "That's me." Selina asked, "Mr. Harold, do you know more about what's going on?" Harold looked surprised, and the cigarette fell to the ground. He took 2 quick steps forward and said to Selina in a low voice, "Run while you still have your sanity." Selina panicked a little. Where to run? Run outside the resort. Where to run to? See that pine forest? Climb over a mountain from there, and there's a small village. You'll be safe when you get to that village. Potter Kingdom, Jeffrey Territory. Hobert received a reply from Bishop Simpson early in the morning. In the letter, Bishop Simpson said, "His Excellency the Archbishop has not made any instructions regarding cooperation with the Theosophy Order." That was a default approval. Of course, the Archbishop wouldn't make any instructions, since he would still kill the donkey after it grinds the mill. It was just that after Hobert was tied to Bishop Simpson in the future, there would be more room for maneuvering in how the donkey was killed. After sending the big dog away and having breakfast, Hobert taught Freya her vocabulary for the day before asking Alan to invite Helen over. When the beautiful and elegant Helen arrived in the study, Hobert cut to the chase. "Tell Monica or Chairman Jonathan that the Earth Mother Church has agreed to my cooperation plan, but they have given a condition. The Theosophy Order must help us kill a demigod on the other side, and the beyonder characteristics of the demigod must be given to the Earth Mother Church before we can fully reach an agreement." Pfft. Dennis, who was cleaning the study, lost his grip and dropped the book in his hand to the ground. "The Baron is insidious." Helen didn't pay attention to the male servant's mistake. In her opinion, since it was a cooperation, then of course everyone should state their own conditions. Cooperation could only be promoted if everyone was interested. However, what Helen didn't expect was that the Earth Mother Church would actually have the intention of cooperating. As far as she knew, this was the first time that the Theosophy Order had cooperated with a true God Church. Helen knew very well that she was just a messenger. She agreed and immediately went to inform Ms. Monica. Hobert glanced at Dennis beside him. "Were you just thinking, this Baron is so insidious?" Pfft. Another book fell to the ground. Hobert looked at the somewhat surprised Dennis. "When I can't see your thoughts from your expression, you won't have to clean the study every day." He paused, not sure if he was talking to Freya or Dennis. Politics is like mixing mud. You can mix it with water and soil, but it's still just mud. Only by adding some sand, grass, and other debris can it become harder and harder, and finally become a whole. If you don't have this ability, mud will always just be mud. After waiting for 7 or 8 seconds, he said to Dennis, who was contemplating, "Go, bring me my tea." After Dennis left, Alan came in from the door and whispered, "Sir, what if he leaks your—" Hobert waved his hand. "This kid doesn't seem to have much scheming, but he's very clever and won't joke with his family's lives." Alan nodded and said nothing more. Hobert said to Seal outside, "Keep a closer eye on the military affairs. Just come over for about an hour each day. You don't have to stay here every day. Also, bring Grove's eldest and second sons into the army. 2 big, clumsy fools who can flatten a watering can just by watering flowers." Seal smiled. "Yes. The name of the potion you took is Hunter." Hobert said, "From now on, I will give you 3 days of vacation every week to learn how to be a real hunter from the hunters in the territory." Seal was slightly stunned. Yes. Although he didn't understand the purpose of the Baron, he knew that following the Baron's orders wouldn't be wrong. Hobert returned to his room and was about to use travel to ask Upton how the material purchase was progressing when he felt something. Using spirit vision, he saw the space in the room become illusory. The messenger came out of the spirit world, and a letter popped out of the coffin, landing in Hobert's hand. Hobert opened the letter and was slightly stunned. There wasn't a single sentence that made sense. He felt something and turned the letter over. Upside down, the letters formed a ferocious wolf face. Seeing that the messenger hadn't left, Hobert asked, "Who sent the letter?" "That little girl who likes mysticism," the messenger said. "The donuts she paid with were day-old donuts." Hobert smiled. "I'll give you 3 more when she sends her next letter." He looked at the letter again. "Selina's prank. Does she not want to graduate from me anymore?" "She's been contaminated," the messenger said. "Contaminated? Did she provoke the Aurora Order again?" "No, it's a more serious contamination than that." Since he was Selina's mentor, he couldn't just ignore it, so Hobert asked, "Did she send this letter from her home?" "Eastchester County, Bauckland Manor." Hobert asked again, "Do you know what the source of the contamination is?" "Messenger, I received very contradictory information. I felt a familiar aura, but at the same time, I felt very unfamiliar. What is certain is that there is the scent of a seer. Scent?" Hobert thought of the big dog that delivered the letter this morning. He smiled. "Thank you." "You're welcome, 3 donuts." Hobert smiled and shook his head. "No problem. Also, be careful with this painting. It has become different from before." Hobert was slightly stunned and thanked him again. "Messenger, you're welcome, 3 donuts. You owe me 9 donuts in total." After the messenger left, Hobert realized, is he actively marketing now? And it seems a little like a forced sale. Hobert shook his head helplessly, but then he thought that 9 donuts were all he could afford. He didn't go to rescue her immediately, but crossed his arms and pondered the rescue plan before changing into clothes with a lone style, carefully putting on the magical items and sealed items. This time, he covered the painting on the wall with thick cloth and carried it on his back. First, it was a very good shield, and second, he wanted to try to pull for body and to share the risk. Most importantly, Hobert wanted to see what changes had taken place in this painting. Since the messenger had reminded him, the painting must have undergone some changes, but Hobert didn't dare to bring it to the nation of disorder again, so he could only pay attention to the changes in the painting during the battle. If it was very dangerous, he would just throw the painting away. Brother Farbody, I don't want to throw away the painting like this, but the battle is too fierce, and I have to do this to save my life. Hobert smiled, first changed his appearance, used travel to come to Backlund, and found a travel agency to inquire about the situation of Backlund Manor. After getting detailed information about the manor, Hobert sighed, the manor in the depths of the mountains, the deep mountains covered with ice and snow. It's too easy to think of The Shining. Or rather, this is a standard environment for a ghost story to happen. While thinking wildly, Hobert came to a deserted corner and used travel to come to East Chester County. He stood on the high mountain, looking at the Backlund Manor surrounded by fog in the distance, and could see the guests of the manor coming in and out. This lively scene was not what Hobert imagined, with only Selina and her friends and family. Hobert crossed his arms and thought about it again, then took out the letter Selina had just written and prepared to use the faceless necklace as a medium to navigate and find Selina. But the necklace was hanging there motionless. Hobert, divination failed. No, the messenger said that there was the scent of a seer here, so there may be anti-divination power nearby. He checked the magical items and sealed items on his body again, and then used travel again to come not far from the manor. He hadn't taken a few steps forward when Hobert saw a hand on the road, or rather, a hand holding a cane. The hand was cut off neatly from the forearm, and a string of black gemstone bracelets was worn on the wrist. It was suspended in midair, holding the cane tightly. Seeing that this hand had no offensive nature, Hobert prepared to bypass it and continue walking forward. Unexpectedly, the hand pulled out the cane inserted in the ground, as if jumping on one leg, and blocked Hobert's path. Hobert, who had a lot of adventure experience, calmly asked, "Do you need my help? My medical skills are very good and can sew severed limbs. Or I can sew you back to the corpse." The hand put the cane on the ground and then let go, waving at Hobert. Hobert asked, "Don't need my help?" The hand waved again, then pointed in the direction of the manor. Hobert understood, "You don't want me to go to the manor?" The hand held the cane again, as if to say, "That's what it means." "Thank you for your reminder," Hobert said. "I also know there is danger there, but my student is in the manor, and I must go to save her." The hand stopped for 2 or 3 seconds, and suddenly the bracelet on the wrist seemed to come to life and flew out of the severed wrist in the direction of Hobert. As soon as Hobert caught the bracelet, the hand and cane also fell to the ground. Hobert was slightly stunned holding the bracelet. This was a sealed item. He bowed slightly to the hand, "Thank you for your blessings and gifts." He buried the hand holding the cane tightly in the woods by the roadside to prevent it from being crushed by passing carriages. When burying it, Hobert noticed that it was a right hand. For safety reasons, Hobert used travel again to return to the mountain opposite the manor. He simply set up the altar and dedicated the bracelet to the Nation of Disorder for inspection. Using the authority of the Nation of Disorder, he knew the ability of this sealed item. It can quietly put the opponent into a deep sleep and enter the enemy's dream, creating some monsters in the dream to attack the opponent. The opponent's injuries in the dream are real injuries, and death in the dream is real death. The negative effect is, the holder is prone to sleepwalking. While sleepwalking, he will completely become another person and do things that are difficult for ordinary people to understand. If he dies wearing this necklace, it will seal part of the holder's spirituality and will in the body, turning the holder into a living corpse with wisdom, but the holder will also miss the opportunity to enter the underworld, and eventually become an evil spirit after the body rots. Hobert pondered that the holder of the necklace should have encountered an irresistible attack, and one hand was cut off neatly. The negative effect of the necklace preserved part of the holder's will, giving the hand a certain wisdom to prevent guests who wanted to enter Backlund Manor. Following this line of thought, Hobert felt that this should be a sealed item of the Evernight Goddess Church, and its owner may have come from a Night Watcher squad member who had sacrificed or fled with a severed arm. Looking at the necklace in his hand, Hobert decided to investigate the situation of the manor if he had the opportunity, and then report it to the Evernight Goddess Church. Returning to the real world, Hobert used travel again to come near the manor. This time he did not encounter any obstacles. He entered the reception hall while watching the tourists playing in the snow. The manager greeted him enthusiastically, "Welcome to Backlund Manor, how can I help you? Your smile is too ugly, the best help is to stop smiling." "Okay, keep smiling, the expressionless look is even more ugly." As he spoke, Hobert took out the police ID card issued by the Evernight Goddess Church. According to witnesses, A fraudster has mixed into the guests of the manor. I want to investigate the tourists here, please cooperate with the staff of the manor. The manager asked with an unnatural smile, what is the name of the criminal? He has many false identities, and I have 5 different identities in my grasp. What are the physical characteristics of the criminal? He is proficient in disguise. It is said that he once disguised himself as a woman and deceived a pirate general. I even have reason to suspect that you are him. Sorry, the manager said helplessly, we may not be able to help with this. I don't need your help, I just need you to assist my investigation, Hobert said with a smile. I have been chasing him for several months. After a series of investigations, I can recognize him. The manager nodded, you can also say the false names the criminal has used, maybe he used one of them to register. Hobert nodded, as far as I know, a false name he recently used was Gairman Sparrow. A certain adventurer sneezed loudly at sea. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 449 Daily and Leonard enter, Bonus 1. Chapter 449 Daily and Leonard enter. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The lobby manager certainly couldn't find the name. Hobert smiled and said, I'll investigate in the reception hall. Please get me a cup of tea. Hobert's so-called investigation was just looking at the people around him, one by one, very carefully. He noticed that the smiles on everyone's faces were somewhat unnatural or exaggerated. Just seeing this, Hobert felt that there was definitely something wrong with this manor, but he didn't immediately ask about Serena's whereabouts, just observing quietly. As for the corruption the messenger mentioned, that was the least of Hobert's worries, because the bell of order could break all corruption. The waiter brought Hobert tea, but Hobert didn't take a single sip. Finally, Hobert saw a middle-aged man with a normal expression. He was smoking a cigarette on a chair outside, as if thinking about something. In a place full of abnormal people, suddenly discovering someone who shows no signs of abnormality, then that person must be the problem. Hobert got up and went out to chat with the smoking middle-aged man. Hello, sir. The middle-aged man glanced at Hobert. Hello, is there anything I can do for you? Hobert sat down beside the middle-aged man with a smile and a leisurely expression. I just saw you seemed to be thinking about something, and I was a little curious. Of course, more importantly, I came on vacation alone and wanted to find someone to chat with. Sorry, the middle-aged man stood up and said, I'm not in the mood for chatting. Has anything strange happened here recently? Hobert asked tentatively. The middle-aged man sat down as expected and asked in a surprised whisper, you noticed it too? Hobert nodded, yes, may I ask what your name is? I'm Harold. And you? Everyone calls me Jeffrey. Harold asked softly, then Mr. Jeffrey, why are you carrying an oil painting on your back? If I said this isn't really an oil painting, but a bomb, would you believe me? Hobert knew he had found the right person, because the oil painting was wrapped in a thick cloth, and it was difficult for ordinary people to guess that it was an oil painting at a glance. That's my drawing board, Hobert said. Actually, I'm an art student here to sketch. Harold nodded and didn't continue the topic. Do you have any clues about the problems with this manor? Hobert spread his hands. No clues at all. I can only feel that something seems wrong, but I don't know what to do. Harold's voice was even lower. Listen to me, Mr. Jeffrey, run while you still have your sanity. Hobert asked, where to run? Run out of the manor. Run to where? See that pine forest? Cross a mountain from there, and there's a small village. Once you get to that village, you'll be safe. But Hobert had no intention of getting up and leaving. Mr. Harold, let's escape together. No, I still need to investigate what's going on here. Hobert pondered for a moment. I also want to investigate what's going on. Is there anything I can help with? Harold looked at Hobert, then smiled. Few people have your courage. As far as I know, there seems to be a problem with the public hot spring. You can go take a look. Hobert said, oh, but, I'm sorry, I'm allergic to hot springs. Allergic to hot springs? Yes. Hobert said very sincerely, at least he thought he was being very sincere. Harold nodded. Well then, do you see that forest outside the manor? Yes, that's the one. It said that forest elves appear there. You can ask the forest elves for information. The direction he pointed was the same direction he had just told Hobert to escape to. Sorry, I'm allergic to pine needles. It's all pine trees there. Allergic to pine needles. Hobert said sincerely, seeing pine needles makes me feel uncomfortable all over. Harold carefully scrutinized Hobert, then go take a look at the lake outside the manor. It said that a talking monster appears there. Go ask the monster if it knows anything. There are no hot springs on the lakeshore, no pine trees. To facilitate tourists to walk, all the vegetation has been cleared away. There's nothing around, only a small lake. Hobert opened his mouth. Wait a minute. Let me think, should I be allergic to the lake? Or should I be allergic to water? Just as Hobert was in trouble, a burst of hoarse neighing suddenly sounded from the direction of the manor entrance. 2 carriages with the holy emblem of the knight entered the manor. Hobert smiled. The people in the carriage are good helpers. They can help to go to the lake. Harold had disappeared without Hobert noticing. Hobert's eyes narrowed. He didn't even know when the other party had disappeared. This guy definitely has a big problem. However, Hobert did not take further action. Based on the cane-wielding hand he had encountered before, Hobert guessed that the Nighthawk team had already conducted at least one round of investigation in the manor. But that investigation had obviously failed, so now that the Nighthawks are breaking in so unscrupulously, it must be because they have enough confidence to solve the problem here. Hobert prepared to observe how the Nighthawk team investigated while looking for Serena. So far, Hobert had not found any trace of Serena. He guessed that Serena might have escaped, but of course, this possibility was unlikely. Or Serena was trapped in one of the 3 places Harold had just mentioned, and was already severely corrupted. Hobert planned to wait for the Nighthawks to investigate those 3 places, and then he would save Serena by the way. If the Nighthawks didn't know this information, he would find an opportunity to tell them. As he spoke, the carriage with the holy emblem of the knight came closer. The door opened, and the first to come down was a woman with a bewitching beauty and emerald eyes. Hobert smiled. He ran into an acquaintance. It was actually Miss Daly. Then, he saw the red gloves on Miss Daly's left hand. Hobert, who was more familiar with the Nighthawks' extraordinary system, understood that the red gloves had taken over the case from the Nighthawks. Daly didn't notice Hobert. Surrounded by her subordinates, she began to check the surrounding environment. At this time, the door of the second carriage opened. Hobert felt something. The first person to come down was actually Leonard, who was unkempt and had a poet's romantic air. And after Leonard got out of the carriage, he looked directly at Hobert. Hobert was a little helpless. The old man's nose is sensitive enough. Did he smell the scent on me? Or did he smell the oil painting? This was an opportunity. Hobert believed that he could use Leonard's subsequent probing to inform the Red Gloves of the information he knew. Watching 8 or 9 Red Glove members enter the reception hall, Hobert sat for a while, then also came to the hall and said to the hall manager, after preliminary investigation, I already have some clues, but I'm a little tired now. Arrange a room for me. I'll rest first and continue the investigation later. No problem, sir. The hall manager asked softly, have you locked down the fraudster? Yes, I found a lot of clues. Hobert glanced at the 2 Red Glove members in the sofa area. Hobert followed the waiter to a small room with a heater, a bed, and a table, which were common furnishings in hotels. Outside the window was a snow scene. The scenery was not bad, and the room was quite warm. Hobert locked the door, took off the oil painting, and prayed to himself simply first, then entered the Nation of Disorder. As soon as he entered the Nation of Disorder, a small stream of white mist emerged from Hobert's spiritual body, and the mist immediately dissipated in the Nation of Disorder. At some point, Hobert had been subjected to hidden corruption. Then Hobert frowned. He remembered that when he was previously polluted by the Mother Goddess of Depravity, an extra personality seemed to have appeared in his spiritual body. The corruption was only eliminated after the bell of order rang. But this time, the corruption was only a small stream of white mist, which didn't seem as serious as the Mother Goddess of Depravity. What puzzled Hobert was, why didn't the Nation of Disorder react at all? The white mist, as corruption, actually dissipated on its own in the Nation of Disorder. Was the source of this corruption very weak? Or was the source of this corruption special? But now was not the time to think about this question. Hobert began to consider when he was polluted. Was it when he was talking to Harold? Or was he polluted as soon as he entered the manor? While thinking, he covered his own stars with spirituality, using true sight to see the environment he was in. Hobert noticed that there was a faint cloud of white mist in the direction of the door. He could be sure that there was no cloud of white mist before he came to the Nation of Disorder. The white mist seemed to be alive, rolling around. There seemed to be a tentacle wrapped in the white mist. Although the tentacle did not extend towards him, the corruption should have been spread by it. After advancing to sequence 5, the range of true sight was already very large. Hobert raised his vision and found that the entire manor was shrouded in a thin white mist, with tentacles emitting white mist everywhere. When entering the manor, Hobert also saw a lot of fog around the manor, but that was normal water mist, which was clearly different from these white mists. What is this? Can't even see it with spirit vision. Hobert looked in the direction of the depths of the tentacles, towards the forest outside the manor. The white mist there was even more serious. Unfortunately, the field of vision of true sight was limited, and he couldn't see the situation there clearly. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert realized that the corruption here was more complex than he had previously thought. Hobert didn't plan to continue exploring. He planned to find Serena from the 3 places Harold mentioned and leave immediately, leaving the rest to the official beyonders to solve. In addition, since the corruption was all over the manor, he would have to enter the nation of disorder in an hour to disinfect. After making up his mind, Hobert returned to the real world. He looked towards the direction of the door and indeed saw nothing. Knock knock knock. The knock on the door startled Hobert. Who is it? A colleague. Leonard's relaxed voice sounded from outside. Hobert opened the door. What colleague? Standing outside the door was the poet classmate who, like Hobert, liked to wear a trench coat. I think we should talk inside. Leonard smiled. Hobert invited him into the room. Leonard took out the police-issued certificate. See, I told you I was a colleague. Hobert smiled. Please sit down. After sitting down, Leonard asked, I heard from the hall manager that you are investigating a fraudster. That's right, what are you investigating? We are investigating a murderer. Hobert laughed. The hall manager must have been shocked. What's going on with this batch of guests? One moment there's a fraudster, the next moment there's a murderer. Leonard asked in a relaxed tone, do you have any clues? Yes, I think Mr. Harold has. Harold? Does he like to smoke? Hobert recalled, he seemed to have a cigarette in his hand all the time. Do you know him? He's one of my companions. Leonard gripped his cane tightly, leaned back on the chair, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared, and he's now in York Mountain. Hobert was stunned. York Mountain. Leonard's answer exceeded his expectations. As far as he knew, the former kingdom of the Evernight goddess, the Dark Heaven, was located on York Mountain in the Amantha Mountains, and the headquarters of the Church of the Evernight goddess was also there. The poet classmate spread his hands. All right, let's not do this meaningless probing. We know you have a problem, and you should have seen through our identities. Hobert nodded and thought, Leonard mistook what I just said as a test of him. He didn't intend to explain, the two of them were already testing each other. Leonard asked, do you have anything to say? One of my students is trapped here, and I'm here to rescue her. Hobert said, honestly, also, I learned that the public hot spring, the pine forest outside the manor, and the lake outside all have problems. Anything else? I just arrived too. Hobert also spread his hands like Leonard, that's all I know. Leonard suddenly asked, what's that on the table? An oil painting. Just an oil painting. You can understand it that way. Then. Leonard stood up and said, my 2 colleagues will send you to. Hobert waved his hand, you should solve the problem of the manor first. Leonard, perhaps, you are the root of the problem. Only then did Hobert understand, this was a reminder from the old man. It looks like we have to change the way we cooperate. Hobert held the oil painting in one hand and said, you will only find out how wrong you were when things are over. Although Leonard had made some preparations, he could only watch Hobert disappear before his eyes. Old man, didn't you say he wasn't very strong? Is the ability to travel very strong? A voice only Leonard could hear said, that oil painting interfered with me. Leonard curled his lips ungentlemanly, then, he's gone, is the source of corruption still there? Still here, the voice said, I advise you to evacuate the manor quickly. This is a very high-level contamination. How high level? High level to the point that even your Evernight goddess might not be able to save you if you are contaminated too severely. Leonard frowned involuntarily, pondering how to remind Daly, the commander of this operation. On the hilltop opposite Bachlan Manor, Hobert smiled helplessly. With the old grandpa's help, it didn't work this time. He slung the oil painting on his back, changed his appearance, and prepared to enter the manor again to observe the Nighthawk's actions. Just as he was about to leave, Hobert's spirituality sensed something. He saw a team of a dozen people on the hillside. Rather than a team of a dozen people, it was more like a dozen monsters. Hobert saw that there was a woman in the team who was more than 2 meters tall. It wasn't so much that she was tall, but that her head accounted for a third of her body. There was also a dark and shiny young man in the team whose eyes had turned orange-red, flowing with flame-like brilliance. Someone was covered in cracked, hard skin, someone was covered in barbs like those found on caltrops, and a young man and woman were covered in scales, spitting out snake tongues every time they spoke. Hobert suddenly understood, this group of people has been severely contaminated. He used to travel to arrive on the path they were sure to take, and soon he waited for them. Are you guests of the manor? At the front of the team was a grizzly bear. Hobert originally thought it was a pet raised by Bachlan Manor, but who knew the grizzly bear would speak? We are the manor's hunting team, may I ask who you are? I am a tourist at the manor. Hobert pointed to the oil painting on his back. I went too deep into the forest while looking for a good spot, and got lost. He immediately understood that these people hadn't realized that they or their teammates had turned into monsters. Then come with us. The grizzly bear said, we are looking for a grizzly bear. If we can't find it by 11 o'clock, we plan to return to the manor. Hobert was stunned. Are you looking for yourself? Or are you looking for a female bear? Hobert joined this team of monsters, and soon he noticed the conversation between the snake man and the snake woman behind him. The snake man said, "Darling, that was just a dream, how could I not talk to you?" The snake woman, "But that dream was too realistic. I chased and chased into a forest, and then I saw you, but you didn't speak, just hinted for me to look at the traces in the snow." The snake man hissed and laughed. Sefirah also had a dream, dreaming that she was chased into the forest. Hobert listened to their conversation for a while, but unfortunately they didn't continue to discuss Sefirah, so he turned his head and smiled. "The Sefirah you mentioned, is it Miss Sefirah from Tinjan City?" The snake man asked in surprise. "You know her?" "Yes." Hobert smiled. "Yesterday I met her while painting in the backyard. She is a very beautiful and lively girl." After chatting, Hobert learned that the snake man was called Chris, Sefirah's brother, and the snake woman was called Vina. Then Hobert asked about Sefirah and Vina's dreams. Hobert could basically conclude that it was Vina and Sefirah chasing each other at that time. Their spirituality should have realized the danger, so they fled here in a half-dreaming state, but unfortunately, they were caught back by some force. Inside the manor, Daly learned of the clues Leonard had obtained and decided to investigate separately. Leonard and a male colleague went to the public hot spring together. The two tried their best to look like ordinary tourists, changed their clothes, came to the hot spring, and looked around vigilantly. This was an indoor hot spring as large as a large conference room, surrounded by tiles, with waiters shuttling among them, providing guests with wine, snacks, or fruit. There were many guests in the hot spring, chatting and laughing freely, and everything seemed normal. After a full half an hour, just as Leonard and his colleague were about to leave the hot spring to take a rest, suddenly, the entire hot spring became silent. The two red gloves then noticed that everyone's movements were frozen, standing there motionless like statues. A person covered in seaweed-like things walked out of the depths of the hot spring step by step. It was impossible to see the monster's appearance or gender. Leonard and his colleague were about to react, but found that their whole bodies were paralyzed, and every movement was very difficult. Fortunately, Leonard had the whistle for help by his hand. He immediately blew the whistle, then calmed down and looked at the strange man who suddenly appeared in the hot spring. "Who are you?" "Of course I am a guest soaking in the hot spring." "It can communicate." Leonard asked again, "Why have you become like this? What have you done to us and the other guests?" "That is the toxin on my body. I discharged it into the hot spring, so you can't move, and you have all become my prey." At this time, two red gloves, who were on standby in the hall, rushed in. Seeing the monster approaching Leonard and others, they raised their guns and pulled the trigger repeatedly. Whoosh! The monster disappeared into the hot spring. The red gloves regrouped in the hall. Daly and another team member went to explore the lakeside, but found nothing. In addition, a group of red gloves did not return. Just then, someone shouted, "The hunting team is back." Hobert gripped the black blade tightly, quietly watching the scene before him. The hunting team members were covered with a layer of gray moths. If he hadn't been chatting with them just now, Hobert would have thought these gray moths were lying on some humanoid wooden stakes. The reason why Hobert was just observing and not driving away these gray moths was because these gray moths seemed to be absorbing the contamination from the hunting team members. Previously, those team members who had turned into monsters gradually returned to their human forms. It's just that the long-faced girl's face was still a bit long, and the dark-skinned young man's skin was still a bit dark. "Do." Hobert heard a sharp whistle, which was the Nighthawk's distress whistle. He immediately followed the whistle, but found nothing, only two large cocoons on the pine tree. Wait, pine tree. Hobert suddenly realized that he had entered the forest that Harold had mentioned, the forest with forest elves. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 450, The Contaminated Seer Saint. Chapter 450, The Contaminated Seer Saint. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert paid attention to the surrounding movements while using his knife to cut open two insect cocoons. As expected, two unconscious Red Gloves members fell out. Hobert put on his gloves and examined the two members. They were not severely contaminated. Only then did Hobert carry them back to the hunting team, one in each hand. The gray moths had all flown away, and the team members seemed to suddenly wake up, completely unaware of what had just happened. Some even said they thought they saw a grizzly bear again. Hobert glanced at the team leader at the front, who gave off a furry feeling, and was speechless for a moment. He pretended that nothing had happened and lied that he had found two unconscious people in the snow. Everyone helped carry the two people back to the manor. The hunting team is back. Amidst the shouts of several guests playing in the snow, Hobert and his group returned. Mr. Wood and Mrs. Wood rushed out and said to Chris, "Sefirah is missing. We've searched the entire manor and can't find her." Hobert listened to Mr. Wood's description from the side and quickly made a judgment. "Sefirah disappeared not long before I arrived." Meanwhile, in the hall, Leonard saw a young man in the hunting team carrying an oil painting. Without the old man's reminder, his intuition told him that the oil painting was the one that had disappeared before his eyes. And the person carrying the oil painting must be the same person as before, but with a different appearance. The other Red Gloves members saw the two teammates being carried in the team. After learning that the young man carrying the easel had saved the two companions, Daly stepped forward to express her gratitude. Once the Red Gloves members gathered again, Daly whispered, "There's something wrong with the easel of the young man who saved our teammates." Leonard hesitated for a second or two before saying, "That's the person who gave me the 3 suspicious location information before. He changed his appearance, but I can recognize the oil painting he's carrying." Everyone was stunned, and then they all looked at Daly. Daly considered her words and said, "The situation here is obviously more complicated than Harold reported. Since the other party has enough goodwill towards us, we can cooperate. Leonard, please invite him over. At this time, we should put aside our prejudices and prioritize saving the tourists here." When Hobert saw Leonard wave to him and sit down next to him, he knew that Daly had made the most rational choice. "Sorry," Leonard said with a smile, "we should always investigate the most obvious doubts." Hobert asked, "And now?" "Now we want to invite you to discuss the solution to the problem with us." "Sorry," Hobert mimicked Leonard's tone and smiled, "I've provided you with such important information, but the reward I got was almost being arrested." Leonard was slightly stunned before understanding Hobert's meaning. He immediately went back to report to Daly. Soon Leonard returned, "The condition we can offer is that you have the priority to choose the gains in this mission. Even if there are no beyonder gains, you will not be treated unfairly." Only then did Hobert nod. It seems that some official beyonders are also reasonable. He then sat among the Red Gloves, first listening to the Red Gloves' investigation, and then said, "Everyone, I have a question. Why don't you quickly evacuate these tourists and then try to solve the problem?" "A previous group of colleagues did this," Daly replied, "but after the tourists leave the manor for a distance, they will return here on their own. The method of evacuating tourists is not effective at all and easily alarms the source of corruption here. Harold was the first Nighthawk captain to arrive here, but their actions failed, and the team members also sacrificed themselves here. Only Harold escaped with serious injuries and took the train to the east at the station before Bocklun Manor, reminding the people who came to the train for vacation not to go to Bocklun Manor for the time being, and went to York Mountain. Therefore, the Church of the Evernight Goddess sent Daly and others, who were reporting on the Backlund smog incident at headquarters, to investigate and eliminate the corruption here." Hobert nodded, "My suggestion is to investigate from those 3 suspicious locations, but they all seem to be quite dangerous. I suggest investigating one by one. How about Mr. Leonard and I go to the hot spring again? You can wait outside the hot spring. No matter what happens inside, only come to support after the whistle blows." He found that the Red Gloves didn't know more information than himself, and their investigation progress was too slow. If he waited any longer, Serena would be in grave danger, so he planned to take action himself. Finally, Hobert said to Daly, "I don't think it's possible for us to solve the problem here with our strength." Daly nodded, "I've already sent someone to ask for help." Hobert hummed and got up, heading to the public hot spring with Leonard. At this time, outside the reception hall, 2 team members who were sent to ask for help, along with the 2 teammates who had just been rescued and were still unconscious, were preparing to take a carriage to the nearest church to ask for help from headquarters. When the 2 unconscious team members were carried onto the carriage, a tiny crack appeared on their foreheads. However, the 2 team members responsible for asking for help did not notice this in time. In the public hot spring, Hobert asked about the entire process of the monster's appearance. Leonard also explained in detail, and finally he said, "As long as you come out of the hot spring, the feeling of paralysis will quickly disappear," but the tourists in the hot spring didn't realize that they were as still as statues just now. At this time, the Red Gloves had blocked off the area, and there were no tourists in the hot spring. Hobert held a utensil and sat in the pool. "You come down too. If we want to lure the other party out, we must take some actions to weaken ourselves." Leonard hesitated for a moment, but still sat in the pool. Hobert chatted, "You should have seen it too, right? The people in the manor are more or less contaminated and have become a little abnormal. But the problem is, if they were severely contaminated, they would have turned into monsters long ago, but they haven't. Don't you think it's strange?" Leonard no longer had the confidence he had during the last conversation. "What are your guesses about this?" "I heard Harold say that there is a village across that mountain," Hobert said. "Do you think that the people who have been severely contaminated are all in that village?" "Very likely. Also, I found that," Hobert added, "the hunting team is generally more contaminated than the tourists in the manor." Leonard wasn't stupid either and immediately guessed, the hunting team is closer to the source of corruption. He added, "Then we should investigate the hunting team." Halfway through his sentence, he denied himself, "It's dangerous to act rashly before getting enough information." Hobert nodded, "That's right." In the 2 people's chat, half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and the monster emerged from the depths of the hot spring again. If there were ordinary people here, they would stand there motionless again, as if they had fainted. But beyonders like Hobert and Leonard were only paralyzed and moved with difficulty. Hobert frowned and asked the monster in the hot spring, "I'm very curious, why are you wrapped in seaweed? Is it because you can't afford clothes?" "Fool. This isn't seaweed," the monster said. "Okay, if you say it isn't, then it isn't," Hobert agreed readily. "Did something happen here that turned you into this?" "Yes, it all started with that evil fog," the monster said. Hobert asked, "Evil fog?" "You ask too many questions." The monster was very close to Hobert, "but your physique looks very strong. That fog makes me have to keep looking for a new body. You are a good choice." At this time, a milky white light fell, healing. Hobert immediately recovered his combat power. He jumped ashore and pulled out the knife from the cane not far away. The monster turned around to run. Hobert quickly stepped forward and used the back of the knife to knock the opponent onto the shore. The seaweed on the monster's body was like a snake, and it was about to drill into the hot spring in the blink of an eye. Without the seaweed wrapping it, only a severely rotten corpse remained on the shore. Hobert was quick-witted and nailed the head of the seaweed to the shore with a knife, and then stretched out a foot to step on the tail of the seaweed. After taking a closer look, Hobert could probably determine that this should be a strip of human skin. Hobert said to it, "You're going to answer a few questions." A small slit opened in the front section of the human skin. "Let me leave after answering the questions." "Okay, good." Hobert agreed very readily. "What is the evil fog you just mentioned?" "I don't know. Anyway, that night, a strange fog came, and then many people became strangely shaped, and I became like this." "What's in the fog?" "I don't know. I only know that some people around me disappeared and then reappeared. They became completely different from before. They also said that they went to the village on the other side of the mountain." "What's in the village on the other side of the mountain?" "Don't know." Hobert asked a few more questions, and seeing that he couldn't get more information, he pulled out the knife stuck in the ground. The human skin breathed a sigh of relief and was about to slip away when Hobert suddenly said, "Wait a minute. Human skin, do you have any more questions? I want to solemnly apologize to you, I lied just now." Saying that, Hobert cut the other party in half with a knife, and then held the knife horizontally and cut it in half vertically. The human skin didn't even leave a last word, twitched a few times on the ground, and soon lost its movement. Hobert never intended to let go of the human skin from the beginning. No matter what the reason, it was no longer a person but a monster that constantly devoured lives. At this time, Leonard in the public hot spring weakly stretched out his hand. "Pull me up." Hobert pulled him up and draped him in a bath towel. Leonard asked, "You had a way to save yourself from the beginning, right?" "Of course." Hobert smiled. "I only said half of what I said before. If we want to lure the other party out, we must take some actions to weaken ourselves, but we must have enough confidence to escape danger, otherwise we are just courting death." As he spoke, he put his utensils back into the cloth buttons reserved in his clothes. Leonard sat on the shore, feeling deceived. After reuniting with the other Red Gloves members and telling them the information he had just obtained, the group headed to the second target, the lake outside the manor. Hobert and Leonard walked in the front, discussing the new information in a low voice. Leonard suddenly said, Could it be that this corruption comes from a seer, pathway saint or angel? He or she doesn't know what kind of corruption he or she has suffered, so he or she hides outside the manor and uses spiritual threads to transfer his or her corruption to other people or other creatures." Hobert could be sure that this must be a reminder from the old man. Then he thought of the messenger's reminder, thinking that it was entirely possible, because the operating range of the Scholar of Your spiritual threads seemed to reach several hundred meters, and the distance that could be affected reached 5 kilometers. There was enough space for him to hide in the dark and quietly transfer his corruption. Hobert hadn't thought of this before because he saw many tentacles wrapped in white mist with true sight. He naturally thought that the source of corruption was a monster. But now Hobert thought, could that be the spiritual threads under true sight? The nation of disorder does not have the corresponding characteristics of the seer pathway, so the spiritual threads are somewhat abstract in the vision of the nation of disorder. Thinking of these, Hobert smiled helplessly. "We can only completely solve the problem after your support arrives. Before that, we will try our best to collect information. The key is, do not have a direct conflict with the source of corruption." Arriving at the lake, it was ordinary, just an ordinary semi-naturally formed, semi-artificially modified lake. Because the water in the lake comes from hot springs and mountain springs, the fog on the lake is very thick. Even though it is noon now, the line of sight can only see the center of the lake. The roads along the lake are paved with stone slabs, which are very suitable for walking here. The only thing that is a little abrupt is that there is a warning sign on the shore that says, "Do not throw stones into the water. It's very dangerous." Daly said, "When we came just now, there was no sign." "That's easy," Hobert said, picking up a pebble and throwing it into the lake, but there was no reaction. So he found a stone the size of a fist and threw it into the lake, but there was still no reaction. Hobert found another stone the size of a head and threw it towards the lake. Everyone watched as the stone disappeared into the fog. Plop. After waiting for 2 or 3 seconds, there was still no reaction. While Hobert was looking for a larger stone, a child's voice suddenly sounded in the mist. Help! I can't swim. It sounded like he could be drowned at any time. Everyone could hear the sound of splashing water, and they could also see the figure of a child in the mist. But no one went to save him, because the voice appeared too abruptly. Even ordinary members of the Red Gloves have experienced many cases, and of course, they know that sometimes a call for help is not a genuine call for help. Hobert pondered for a moment and asked, "How should we save you?" "Of course, by swimming over to save me." It was the voice of a little boy. "Is flying over okay?" "Fly. No. Before everyone could react, Hobert had already flown low and entered the fog. He did indeed see a little boy struggling in the water. But there was also a huge figure beneath the little boy. After circling the little boy, Hobert finally saw clearly that there was a strange fish underwater, and on the head of the strange fish, there was a little boy. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 451, Chapter 451 The Uncertain Mist is the source of pollution. Chapter 451 The Uncertain Mist is the source of pollution. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert frowned, unsure whether the little boy had been corrupted into this state, or if the strange fish was the one corrupted. The little boy immediately began to dive after seeing Hobert fly. Hobert plunged into the water, giving chase relentlessly, and because he wore the ocean pendant, he quickly caught the strange fish. But the strange fish was too slippery, so Hobert had no choice but to sink his hands into the fish's flesh. With the ocean pendant on him, even creatures that lived underwater were no match for Hobert. He dragged the strange fish, swimming vigorously towards the shore, and then tossed it onto the land. Even the Red Gloves, who frequently dealt with extraordinary cases, were astonished upon seeing the appearance of the strange fish. The fish somewhat resembled a man-sized grouper, but behind its eyes grew the upper body of a 7 or 8-year-old boy. At this moment, the little boy cried out, "I can't leave the water, I'm suffocating. It was evident that the little boy seemed to have no bones, his arms were limp, but in the water, they could easily deceive. Leonard pulled Hobert, who was coming ashore, and whispered, "I didn't expect you to have so many magical items on you." Without mystical items from the sailor pathway, it would have been difficult to catch this strange fish. Hobert smiled slightly, "Not many, just 1 or 2. Leonard curled his lip ungentlemanly, indicating that he didn't believe such nonsense. Daly immediately began to interrogate the strange fish, "Answer my questions properly, and I'll put you back in the water." This strange fish probably only had the intelligence of a 7 or 8-year-old child, and immediately cried, ask quickly, I can't breathe." "How did you become like this?" "It's all because of that evil white mist a few days ago." Hobert followed up, "What was in the white mist?" I seem to see the shadow of a wolf." Hobert was taken aback, "Do you know what a wolf is?" "I possess memory fragments of several people I've eaten." Hobert pondered for a moment. "I remember that high-level beyonder creatures of the seer pathway are basically wolf-shaped." Hobert wondered if this was because of inheriting Phlegria's genes. Or was it that from the very first season, a group of wolves contained the beyonder characteristics of the seer? Then he recalled the pattern composed of letters on the letter Selena wrote him, which was a wolf's head. At this moment, Leonard suddenly said, "Demonic wolf of fog." Hobert was stunned. This must be a reminder from the old man again. Daly, having the authority to access related information, explained to the other team members that demonic wolf of fog is a creature known for its strangeness and variability, said to be above the level of a demigod. It has the ability to control marionettes, and possesses extremely strong anti-divination and anti-reconnaissance capabilities. Hobert thought back. He didn't seem to have any memory of how Klein got this main ingredient. The information is becoming clearer. Daly said, "The source of the corruption is a demonic wolf of fog. Its condition may already be very bad, close to being out of control." Daly pondered for a moment. "We must find a way to get the tourists here out of danger as soon as possible." Having identified the source of the corruption, Daly also determined that this was not a problem that the Red Gloves members in the manor could solve, so she completely changed her mission from resolving the source of corruption to rescuing the tourists here. At this moment, screams came from the direction of the manor. Daly immediately ordered everyone to return and investigate. The monster on the ground shouted, Hey, you promised to put me back in the water. Almost forgot about you." Daly grabbed at the strange fish, which screamed miserably and quickly lost its life. Daly kicked the fish into the water. "I fulfilled my promise, I put you back in the water. But I didn't say whether it was the living you or the dead you that I put back in the water." Hobert, walking at the back, smiled. At least he had told Seaweed that he was lying. Daly was planning to fulfill her promise in another way, from the beginning. Still some distance from the manor, they saw a giant moth flying in the air above the manor, its wings scattering a lot of grey powder. The people in the manor's courtyard who inhaled the powder fell to the ground as if asleep. There was also a giant moth flying at low altitude. It was very strong and could throw a person far away. Soon, those in the courtyard who were not injured and had not inhaled the powder fled into the hall. The two moths then turned their attention to Daly and the others who had just entered the manor. They took out their revolvers, but Leonard suddenly shouted, That's Hant. Only then did everyone realize that below the long antennae and large compound eyes on the moth's head was a human face. Hobert vaguely recognized that their appearances seemed to be one of the two Red Gloves members he had rescued. Fire! Daly ordered. Bang, bang, bang. Under the attack of the demon hunter bullets, the two moths fell to the ground, making painful sizzling sounds. The Red Gloves members aimed their guns at one of the moths. They hesitated slightly, but ultimately pulled the triggers together. Only then did everyone come forward to check, and finally confirmed that these were the two team members that Hobert had rescued earlier, who could not be awakened after fainting. Daly asked Hobert, You said before that you rescued them from a cocoon, right? Yes. Hobert said, They should have suffered serious corruption at that time, but this corruption seems difficult to detect. Not only Hobert, but even Daly and the others had not noticed any signs of corruption in the two companions. The companions who had been rescued by Hobert had turned into this. The other two members who had requested assistance should have already met with misfortune. Daly ordered two more members to take another carriage to seek help. At this time, Leonard suggested, Should we retreat as a group and wait for higher-level assistance? Daly shook her head. I brought 1-068, even if we encounter the source of corruption, we have the strength to fight. But it would be best if there were no direct conflict. After two more members left, only Daly, Leonard, and a Sequence 7 named Jess remained of the Red Gloves members in the manor. At this time, the tourists who had fled to the hall earlier came out to check the situation, and they were all amazed to see such large moths. Daly had Jess deal with the tourists and organize them to rescue the injured. She, Leonard, and Hobert took a short rest and went to the third suspicious location. At this point, Hobert no longer had any hope of saving Selena. She may have entered that pine forest, or she may be in the village on the other side of the mountain. In any case, she had either turned into a moth or had been severely polluted. But since they had already checked two suspicious locations, it wouldn't hurt to go to the last location to see if they could gather more information. Entering the pine forest, everything seemed to quiet down immediately, or rather, there was no sign of life here. In the trees and under the trees, there were many cocoons of different sizes. Hobert cut open two of them with his knife. Some of the cocoons contained people, and some contained wild animals. Logically speaking, these corpses should have lost their lives in the past few days, but without exception, they were all highly decayed, and many dense grey moth larvae were crawling out from under the corpse's brownish-grey skin. Hobert suddenly thought of the grey moths that had landed on the hunting team before, and he felt a little nauseous. Suddenly, Hobert's scalp went numb, and he felt extreme danger. He thrust his knife into the air, but hit nothing. Then he looked up and saw a pair of huge eyes. Hobert suddenly felt a little dizzy, as if he saw strange brilliance from the dense canopy. That brilliance was very dazzling, very charming, and almost attracted all of Hobert's attention. With the last bit of focus, Hobert injected his spirituality into the order crystal on his cane, and a black shield immediately appeared around him. In that instant, Hobert seemed to lose all vision. Almost instinctively, Hobert threw himself to the ground and rolled, and his vision became dim again. A grey moth the size of a rhinoceros landed beside the three of them. Its tail had a structure like a scorpion's tail, and it had just stabbed at Hobert. Fortunately, Hobert used the power of Nation of Disorder with the help of the Order Crystal to get himself out of the illusionary state. Seeing that Hobert was about to wake up, the moth quickly flapped its wings to take off. Hobert rushed over in 3 steps and cut off its scorpion tail with 1 slash. Then the blade went upward, cutting a hole in its abdomen. Amidst the moth's sizzling sound, Hobert used Lightning Strike again, hitting the moth's head directly. The moth fell to the ground, but it was still not dead. Immediately, a scalp-numbing buzzing sound rang out. Hobert, as well as Daly and Leonard, who had woken up from the illusion, discovered that they were surrounded by countless moths. Some of these moths were the size of normal moths, and some were as big as cats and dogs. Golden clouds, fluttering over the silent earth, vast silent fields, shimmering with dewdrops. As Leonard recited the verses in a melodious voice, silent waves that could not be seen rippled around, and most of the grey moths became calm, or folded their wings and fell to the ground from midair. Hobert seized the opportunity and slashed off the head of the giant grey moth that had been struck by lightning with 1 blow. The grey moth's 6 legs and wings struggled desperately, as if its vitality was even more vigorous. Hobert saw the pair of wings with huge eyes again. These eyes were on a pair of hind wings, and even though Hobert was mentally prepared, he still felt a little dazed. He quickly cut off this pair of wings with his knife, letting the pattern of the wings face the ground. Many times I marvel at the endurance of life. A voice suddenly appeared on a tree branch behind Hobert and the others. It was Harold, of course. The three people under the tree knew that this must be a fake Harold. Then Hobert had doubts about his spirituality and ability. The illusionary attack of the giant grey moth just now had affected both sequence 5s. Now, a person suddenly appeared behind them, and Hobert and Daly had not noticed it. Harold said, that was originally an ordinary grey moth, which survived the initial stage of corruption by a 1 in 10,000, or even 1 in a million chance. Later I found that it actually had the ability to absorb corruption, and its offspring also had this ability, so I simply tricked some people into coming to this forest to raise them and absorb the corruption from my body. As a result, it later developed the ability to create illusions. It does not possess beyonder characteristics, but its wings are like a magic circle that can cause people to have illusions. And the power that drives this magic circle is the corruption it absorbs from me. The level is quite high, and anyone below the level of an angel will be affected by this illusionary magic circle. He paused and smiled. You have done me a great favor, otherwise I wouldn't know how to deal with it. Harold looked at Hobert, obviously very interested in the things on Hobert's body that could isolate such high-level corruption. Hobert guessed, you are the demonic wolf of fog that was polluted. It seems you have obtained a lot of information about me. Harold, or rather, the demonic wolf of fog, generously admitted, that's right, it's me. Hobert asked, do you know Selena from Tingen City? That's a little girl with very high inspiration. Harold, or rather, the demonic wolf of fog, said, I told her to run into this forest, but she didn't completely believe me, and instead chose to escape in another direction. She has been wandering in the mountains, but she has not escaped my control so far, and has been subjected to my corruption. Hobert did not expect that this little girl was quite clever. Why don't you turn the people here into marionettes? And just simply lure them. If they become my marionettes, they will have a close connection with me, and the corruption may return again. Harold said, so I will only briefly connect your spirit-body threads and transfer the corruption to you. Hobert asked again, has this method been successful? Very successful. Harold smiled, the corruption on my body has been basically transferred out. How did you get polluted? Don't know. Hobert was stunned, don't know. You don't know even with your level and ability. I have received some revelations, but I can't interpret them. Harold shook his head, but I can be sure that this is very high-level corruption. Harold thought for a moment and said, before I was polluted, I got a small bottle of white mist, which is said to contain the ultimate secrets of the Trunsoist Empire. But the next day, the mist in the bottle disappeared, and I was polluted. Thinking about it now, I should have been polluted because of this. Hobert showed a very interested expression, the ultimate secret of the Trunsoist Empire. Harold smiled, although your chances of surviving are very slim, I still can't tell you the details. How are you going to kill us? I don't have to do anything, this corruption will soon cause you to show signs of losing control. Harold said, the people you sent out to seek help, they can't leave the barrier I set up at all. You're definitely going to say that you had a colleague named Harold who escaped from here. Seeing Harold talk about Harold was a bit awkward for everyone. Harold sneered, I let him go on purpose. If none of them had escaped, the Church of the Evernight Goddess would definitely organize a stronger team to deal with me, and they might even send a demigod. But if someone escapes, they will only send a relatively elite Red Gloves team. This will buy me some time, and by the time the Church of the Evernight Goddess realizes something is wrong and sends a second batch of reinforcements, it will be at least 2 days later. And in those 2 days, Hobert and the others would have already turned into monsters due to the corruption. This made Hobert sigh, as expected of the old schemer pathway. This is just a magical creature of that pathway, and it's already so good at playing tricks and schemes. Then Hobert tentatively asked, I have the ability to travel, you can't trap me. Harold smiled, haven't you noticed? Since you approached the manor, the 2 times you used travel you only appeared on the mountain opposite the manor, and didn't leave the 5-kilometer radius. You have been corrupted, which is equivalent to having a psychological suggestion planted in you, you can't escape. Hobert then asked, what about the village you mentioned across the mountain? He asked questions while moving his wrist, as if he had been injured in the battle with the giant grey moth. Not bad, you actually noticed the village. Harold laughed, if you were in normal condition, I would have planned to turn you into my marionette. Hobert understood, that's your marionette village. Not anymore. During this corruption, they began to worship a god from the depths of the universe. Harold said, I have severed contact with all the marionettes. They have become living corpses with some intelligence, but their remaining intelligence is limited to worshipping that evil god. Predating living people is their nature. Without my restraint, they will find food themselves. And for those living corpses, Baklan Manor is the largest food garden around. Hobert nodded. So, you won't turn me into a marionette, right? Harold raised his head. I should say, you no longer have the qualifications to become my marionette. That puts my mind at ease. Hobert smiled. I'll show you something good. He suddenly raised the oil painting. When Hobert was moving his wrist just now, his other hand was untying the rope on the oil painting. Daly and Leonard, who were closer, also noticed this, so at the same time as Hobert raised the oil painting, Daly already had a necklace with a huge black pearl in her hand. The surroundings instantly darkened, as if it had suddenly become night, and the demonic wolf of fog fell into a dazed, half-asleep state. The demonic wolf of fog originally had time to switch positions with a marionette, even under the attack of a Grade 1 sealed artifact, so it stood there confidently, as if showing off its masterpiece, and talked eloquently. But what it didn't expect was that just as it was about to switch places with the marionette, its mind suddenly went blank, and the thought of switching positions with the marionette seemed to have been stolen. If it were in the past, it wouldn't have met Hobert and the others in its true form, but today it had just severed contact with its previous marionettes and was in a stage where it didn't have a normal marionette that could be turned into a human form. By the time the demonic wolf of fog came back to its senses, it had already been affected by 1-068, and its heart became very peaceful, and it would almost immediately fall asleep. The demonic wolf of fog also felt very strange. There were clearly no beyonders of the Marauder pathway among these three people, nor were there any sealed artifacts of that pathway, so how could its thoughts have disappeared just now? Hobert, however, already understood that it was the old grandpa in Leonard's body who had taken action, because he didn't bring the demigod-level Marauder pathway sealed artifact, 1-101. In a half-asleep state, the demonic wolf of fog saw a beautiful landscape painting, which made it sigh. What a beautiful landscape. The monster with the eye growing on its chest appeared, and Hobert noticed that its skin had turned black, and the curse it emitted had also been significantly strengthened. It seemed that Farbody just descended once in this dream and brought some strengthening to the oil painting. The demonic wolf of fog finally woke up a bit, and it tried its best to use its ability. Its position was finally exchanged with a flying ash moth marionette hundreds of meters away. In the end, the monster's curse fell on an ash moth, and the demonic wolf of fog on the original branch disappeared without a trace. Hobert quickly stepped forward and killed the monster with one blow, and the monster's shadow turned into nothingness. As he picked up the oil painting, he said, "The guys of the seer pathway are so hard to kill." He also wrapped the two wings into the oil painting. Hobert didn't expect to kill the demonic wolf of fog with one blow. Being able to successfully mark the demonic wolf of fog's spirituality was already a blessing. He would find this magical wolf to settle the score when he had the opportunity. Daly also knew that now was not the time to hunt down the demonic wolf of fog. We must make some preparations before the demonic wolf of fog's marionette arrives at the manor. Hobert nodded. You guys go back first, I'll go find Selena. Without waiting for Daly and the others to answer, Hobert had already used the ability of low flight to fly out of the canopy and search for Selena's figure on the mountain. More than 10 minutes later, Hobert finally found Selena, who was exhausted and sitting on a rock to rest. Seeing Hobert, who had returned to his own appearance, descending from the sky, Selena happily said, "Teacher, I knew you would come to save me." Hobert smiled. The main purpose of this trip to Lone was finally achieved. Just as he was about to use travel to take Selena away, Hobert suddenly saw an abstract symbol painted in the snow. The symbol consisted of zigzagging vertical and horizontal lines, and several dots. Hobert's eyes narrowed. He was very familiar with this symbol, but he couldn't recall the relevant information. Selena noticed that Hobert's eyes were different from just now. She explained, "That's a symbol I saw in a dream, and I don't know why it's so deeply imprinted in my mind. I couldn't help but reach out and draw it several times. You wait here for a while." Hobert used to blink to hide behind a big tree, and then entered the Nation of Disorder. Hobert instantly recalled the relevant memory, Uncertain Mist. Hobert finally understood that it was Uncertain Mist that had polluted the demonic wolf of fog, and the source of the corruption was that bottle of white mist. No wonder even the demonic wolf of fog's level couldn't divine the source of the corruption, and only knew that this corruption level was very high. Hobert also finally understood why these white mists that polluted his spiritual body would directly integrate into the Nation of Disorder, because the Uncertain Mist, the part of the Nation of Disorder, and it has the same origin as the Nation of Disorder, controlled by Hobert, so the corruption is just some nutrients for the Nation of Disorder. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 452, Chapter 452 The True Image of the Uncertain Mist. Chapter 452 The True Image of the Uncertain Mist. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert, having changed his appearance once again, returned to the mountain lodge with Serena. The Wood family quickly greeted them, eager to inquire about the situation. Serena introduced Hobert to her family. "This is my mysticism mentor. I was fortunate to be rescued thanks to him. You don't need to worry anymore. As long as my mentor is here, we won't be in any danger." The two giant gray moths from before had left a significant psychological impact on the family. If it weren't for some plainclothes policemen, red gloves, holding them back, they would have already rushed out to search for Serena and leave the lodge. Of course, that was assuming they could leave. Hobert turned to Serena and said, "I'll have a proper talk with you later." He then approached Daly. "How about we make a deal?" Already feeling overwhelmed, Daly casually asked, "What deal?" She didn't know how many puppets the demonic wolf of fog had, but since they could form a village, there were likely many. However, she currently only had 2 subordinates. The 2 she sent for reinforcements had not yet returned, and she didn't know how things were on their end. "I'll personally block those puppets, but the condition is." Daly glanced at Hobert. "What is it?" She initially thought Hobert was joking, but his serious expression suggested otherwise. Hobert repeated, "I can block those puppets, but the condition is that all the Beyonder characteristics on them belong to me." After learning about the source of corruption, Hobert had a plan to deal with the enemy. If it were corruption from other ancient gods, he wouldn't dare be so arrogant. But against the corruption of the uncertain mist, with the nation of disorder in hand and within Earth's barrier, this level of corruption was nothing to him. Daly scrutinized Hobert again. "Don't be reckless." Hobert smiled. "Just tell me if you're willing to make this deal with me." Daly pondered for a moment before saying, "Deal." She wasn't confident in leading the tourists away. Leaving aside whether they could escape the barrier mentioned by the demonic wolf of fog, just encountering those puppets during the transfer would be a massacre. Since this young man carrying an oil painting was so confident, she might as well let him try. It was just some Beyonder characteristics, it wasn't a significant loss for the Church of the Evernight Goddess. After reaching the agreement, Hobert jumped onto the roof, observing the surroundings. Daly, on the other hand, was still trying to set up defenses in case Hobert failed to stop the puppets. In the end, Daly arranged for everyone to gather in the reception hall. The space was large enough, and they only needed to block the side doors and focus on guarding the main entrance. After settling everyone down, only a few minutes passed before a man in his 30s suddenly appeared in the courtyard. He was expressionless and seemed devoid of any life. Many tourists thought they were seeing things because the man suddenly appeared in the snow, where there had been nothing before. Soon, everyone sensed something was wrong with him. Even ordinary people could feel that he wasn't a normal human. The man flashed again, appearing in front of the window, startling many of the onlookers, who retreated in fright. Just as the man was about to blink again, he suddenly looked up at the roof. Hobert jumped down from the roof. "Disorder." The man immediately used blink to dodge, but disorder had already locked onto the target, making it impossible to evade even with blink. The man simply disappeared from the courtyard, using travel to avoid disorder. Disorder also had an effective range. Once outside that range, Hobert's attack could be avoided. After this brief exchange, Hobert understood the state of these puppets. They lacked intelligence, relying mainly on instinct to fight. Their senses weren't very sharp, they only noticed me ambushing on the roof when I was a dozen meters away. This skirmish seemed to herald the start of the puppets' attack. Soon, over a dozen figures darted into the courtyard, some human, some beast-like. Lightning, holy light, curses, and other attacks rained down on Hobert in the courtyard. Even with their limited intelligence, Hobert and Daly, along with the other 4, were no match for them. Daly and Leonard in the reception hall were closely watching Hobert, ready to launch a rescue if he was in danger. Serena was also sweating for her teacher. The enemy seemed very difficult to deal with. A layer of black shield appeared around Hobert, blocking the first wave of extraordinary attacks. Then everyone saw Hobert lower his head and begin to pray, seemingly taking a few steps back unconsciously. After sequence 5, Hobert only needed to take 3 or 4 procedural steps back to enter the nation of disorder, unlike the larger movements he needed initially. Immediately afterward, a tremendous mental pressure appeared in midair. Even ordinary tourists without spiritual vision couldn't help but lower their heads, afraid to look outside. Daly and others saw the figure sitting amidst the swords. It radiated holy light, and its majestic aura filled the air, causing people to lower their heads involuntarily, wanting to submit. Even Daly lowered her head unconsciously. Leonard heard a voice only he could hear exclaim, "Solomon." That was Palez, old boss. However, the voice then said, "It can't be him." Trunsoist. Because Hobert wasn't using his original face, he wasn't afraid of Daly and the others finding out that he could beseech the Creator's attention. Sitting on the Iron Throne, Hobert immediately saw white mist entwined around the puppets as he projected his power using his astral projection. Without Hobert even needing to act, this white mist flowed towards the Creator on its own. The puppets seemed to sense something as well, turning their heads to run back. Hobert reached out and grabbed, accelerating the flow of mist toward himself. The mist was like the puppets' life force. As the mist gradually disappeared, their movements slowed down, and they eventually fell to the ground, becoming truly abandoned puppets, mere corpses. Hobert withdrew his power, feeling a sense of foreboding. The palace he had built cracked open from the middle, and he saw the white mist he had absorbed into the nation of disorder congeal in midair. It formed a phantom wheel-shaped object with a black ring on the outside and chaotic but orderly small black cylinders in the center. Some of these cylinders intersected, while others didn't connect with any other cylinders. The wheel-shaped object gave a sense of solidity and antiquity, as if it had existed for a very long time, filled with mystery and the unknown. Its appearance was somewhat similar to the wheel-shaped space station Hobert had seen in the Common Era, but Hobert sensed through his spirituality that it wasn't an alien high-tech product. It was the image of the uncertain mist's main body. However, what was in the nation of disorder was just a projection. Even as just a projection, Hobert felt a tremendous threat. His control over the nation of disorder seemed to waver. Therefore, Hobert immediately mobilized the greatest power he could muster to entangle the uncertain mist's projection. With his efforts, the projection, which didn't have much actual power, was crushed and dissolved in the nation of disorder. In the instant the other party dissolved, Hobert saw two scenes. The first scene was the uncertain mist's main body appearing on the ocean of a certain planet. The main body, of course, wasn't as illusory as the projection but was very solid. Dense white mist constantly surrounded and flowed around the uncertain mist, giving a mysterious and powerful feeling. Even just a scene gave Hobert tremendous pressure. This was the pressure brought about by the difference in position, almost making him kneel before the Iron Throne. This scene flashed by, followed by a second scene. The second scene was a picturesque valley with snow-capped mountains, a magnificent hall on the mountainside, and birds and flowers in the valley. Some villas and residences were scattered throughout the scenic valley. In the magnificent hall, a grand ritual of sacrifice to the uncertain mist was being held. In the front row were three people who looked somewhat similar. The person in the middle had perfectly symmetrical features, gray eyes, and black hair, looking like a wax figure. On the left was a woman with gray eyes and black hair. Her expression was erratic, as if she had difficulty concentrating. On the right was a young man with black hair. He looked somewhat unruly, as if he didn't want to participate in such a ritual. This scene also flashed by. Hobert only saw the three people clearly before the scene disappeared. Hobert checked the situation in the nation of disorder. There was no trace of the uncertain mist anymore. Then he closed the palace he had built. First, he had a guess about the scene just now, that was equivalent to the projection sending coordinates to its main body before dissolving, but it was sent to Hobert instead. The scene he just saw was a fragment of the main body's memory held by the projection. This should be a warning mechanism similar to a projection, telling the main body that there was danger here, or that there was an opportunity. However, in the special environment of the nation of disorder, such a warning couldn't be sent out at all. Even in the real world, similar warnings would be difficult for the uncertain mist to locate Hobert after being blocked by the barrier. Hobert could make such a guess based on Farbody's experience fighting the Mother Tree of Desire. If every move Farbody made could be watched by the Mother Tree of Desire, then the Devil Monarch would have fallen long ago. Also, the two scenes were very crucial information, but now wasn't the time to consider these things. There were still many people outside looking at him expectantly, so Hobert immediately returned to the real world, pretending to say, "Praise the Creator." Then he used the spirit wine glass to arrange the dozen or so puppets that had turned into corpses in a row and accelerated the extraction of the Beyonder characteristics within them. 4 or 5 seconds later, the puppets lined up to send the Beyonder characteristics or extraordinary materials into Hobert's hands. There were a total of 10 Beyonder characteristics and 4 extraordinary materials. The Beyonder characteristics of the 4 extraordinary creatures that were turned into puppets by the demonic wolf of fog were basically in a certain part of their bodies. Hobert could easily sense the parts with Beyonder characteristics with his spirituality and have them dig out the characteristic parts themselves. The only flaw was that Hobert didn't bring enough containers today and couldn't collect some of the spiritual materials on them. After Hobert collected all the spoils, Daly and Leonard came out of the hall to avoid causing unnecessary misunderstandings. Hobert smiled. "I told you, I can solve these puppets myself." Daly smiled. Who would have thought that this young man carrying an oil painting could beseech the help of a godlike existence? According to our previous agreement, if there are no gains in this mission, we will also give you a reward. Hobert wasn't greedy. "No, I've already gotten what I wanted just now. I don't need your reward. These are two different things. What you gained just now was our deal and doesn't belong to our previously agreed mission," Daly said generously to win over the young man. If possible, she would use the reward to attract him and wait until her own demigod arrived. After all, in the eyes of official Beyonders, all hidden existences other than the 7 orthodox gods are evil gods. And those hidden existences didn't disappoint official Beyonders, often showing enough madness and evil. So Daly planned to arrest the young man when she was confident. Hobert smiled. "I don't want the reward. You guys do what you need to do. I'm going to talk to my student alone." Daly secretly felt it was a pity. "Okay, the Church of the Evernight Goddess will remember the contribution you made today." For Hobert, this problem was easy to solve, but for Daly and the others, it was difficult. They were even prepared to sacrifice themselves here. After all, that was a demonic Wolf of Fog's puppet, and there might be a demigod-level opponent among them. Just then, a scream came from the crowd. Someone suddenly fell to the ground. The moisture in his limbs was quickly drained, but his stomach quickly bulged. Finally, his limbs became as dry as dead wood, and his body and head were like a fat worm, rolling around on the ground, constantly shouting, "Save me, save me." Seeing that the other party's mutation was irreversible, Leonard directly shot him, ending his pain. The process of ordinary people being polluted and turning into monsters is irreversible. Killing him was a relief for him. The people around were so frightened that they were about to scatter and flee, but Daly immediately said, "Gather around me. I will pray for the power of the goddess to dispel the evil power in your bodies." Everyone seemed to have found a backbone and gathered around Daly. With Leonard's assistance, Daly quickly prepared the altar and then prayed for the goddess's power. "The Evernight goddess stands higher than the cosmos and more eternal than eternity. You are the Lady of Crimson, the Mother of Concealment, the Empress of Misfortune and Horror, the Mistress of Repose and Silence. Your devout believers beseech your attention. We pray that you will save these innocent people around the altar and eliminate the corruption in our bodies." While chanting the prayer, she burned the corresponding essential oils and herbs. The altar was filled with a sense of tranquility. After the prayer was completed, a surge of profound peace descended, making the surrounding tourists feel as if they were in the dead of night, on the verge of falling asleep. A cup of coffee next to the altar suddenly tipped over, and the coffee-colored liquid flowed like it was alive to the center of the altar, forming letters one by one. Having performed so many rituals, this was the first time that Daly had encountered such a situation. The coffee ultimately formed a sentence: "Let Hobert eliminate your corruption, he has already received my blessing in advance." Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 453, Chapter 453 Arranged by the Goddess, Bonus 1. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to John Doe for becoming a free member. Daly stared at the words on the altar for a full 10 seconds. Usually, rituals involved praying to the goddess for healing companions, crafting charms, or seeking the power of fate, the power of darkness, and so on. No matter what they prayed for, they would recite the prayer and wait for the goddess's response. Generally, the Nighthawk's prayers would receive some response from the goddess. But that response was only the goddess bestowing some kind of power. There had never been a response like a sentence appearing on the altar. As the overwhelming sense of drowsiness faded, Daly came back to her senses. "Hobert, who's Hobert? Which Hobert?" Finally, she looked at the young man with the oil painting on his back, talking to Selina in the yard. Hobert called Selina over to the two large moths. They were two Beyonders before, but they were contaminated by a high-level power, so they became like this. Selina had seen them earlier, but hadn't looked closely. Now, she felt somewhat shocked. "Teacher, is this the true face of the world?" "Yes," Hobert said. "I said in the letter that I wanted to talk to you about something recently, and that's what I wanted to talk about. Your and Elizabeth's intuition are both relatively high, so the probability of encountering extraordinary events is higher. The Aurora Order, your previous divination teacher, wanted to develop you into their peripheral members because they valued your intuition." Selina felt a huge sense of crisis for the first time. "Teacher, what should I do? Either pretend nothing happened and try to tell yourself not to touch extraordinary events, or things that look or sound strange." Hobert scrutinized the moths in front of him. "Or, become an Beyonder as soon as possible and have the ability to protect yourself. The Beyonder world and Beyonder power won't give you time to spend more time with your family and then become an Beyonder without any worries. Sometimes, the closer you are to your relatives, the easier it is to bring disaster to them." Selina lowered her head with tears in her eyes and said, "I understand, teacher. I will say goodbye to my family and then leave with you." "Enjoy your New Year's holiday," Hobert said. "When the New Year's holiday is over, I will come and pick you up." Selina wiped the corners of her eyes. "Thank you, teacher." At this moment, Hobert saw Daly and Leonard walking over quickly, and he stepped forward. "I'll help Selina clear the corruption in her body. You guys take care of your own business." "Hobert Jeffrey." Daly stared at him with certainty. Hobert scratched his head and smiled. "You've mistaken me, my name is Gehrman Sparrow." Daly shook her head. "The goddess has given instructions, asking you to help eliminate the corruption in our bodies. She said you have already received the gift in advance." F. Hobert saw Daly and Leonard's faces suddenly darken, and he immediately changed his words. "Don't worry, I will help you solve the problem." Then he thought seriously, "When did I ever receive a gift from the Evernight Goddess or the Evernight Goddess Church?" Suddenly, Hobert recalled the hand he encountered before entering the manor, and the bracelet on that hand. Now that bracelet was lying on the stone platform of the Nation of Disorder. Hobert went with Daly to the reception hall, while taking a breath. Could this be the Evernight Goddess's authority related to fate? Selena's family are all devout believers of the Evernight goddess, and Hobert didn't quite believe that there was no Evernight goddess's manipulation in this. For a moment, Hobert also felt that his actions this time seemed to have been arranged. What are you arranging me for? I didn't hang out with you in the Sefirah castle for so many years. We're not that familiar. You want me to eliminate corruption, aren't you afraid of losing prestige in front of the red gloves? Hobert glanced at Daly and the others, and found that they had no doubts about the Evernight goddess, but instead looked respectful, believing that everything was in the Evernight goddess's control. He smiled helplessly. Well, I still have a lot of room for improvement in the matter of being a god. Then Hobert guessed that the Evernight goddess had also marked him. After all, when he just became a lawyer, he had prayed to the Evernight goddess for help twice. And the first time he prayed, the help he received was obviously a little strange. The power of the Evernight goddess's descent seemed a little too strong, and he fell asleep before he could even lie down on the bed. After figuring out this problem, Hobert also came to the crowd. He once again pretended to pray, praying for the help of the Creator. Because the corruption on the passengers was not as serious as on the marionettes, there was no need for the image of the Creator to appear this time. Just through the star representing Hobert himself, he could absorb the corruption of the uncertain mist. After the corruption in their bodies was absorbed, everyone felt relaxed and thanked Hobert. Then Hobert came to the woods with moths again, and he repeated the same operation, absorbing all the corruption that the moths in the woods had absorbed. This corruption may have been transferred once, so it was not as pure as the mist wolves and those marionettes. It did not form the image of uncertain mist again in the nation of disorder, but silently dissolved in the nation of disorder. Dozens of kilometers away from Baklan Manor, a wolf, about the size of a rhinoceros, shuttling through the snow and trees suddenly stopped. Its body was surrounded by a thick, rolling mist. Within dozens of meters, only a cloud of mist could be seen, and at most a figure of a giant wolf could be seen in the mist. Hundreds of meters away, only a cloud of mist could be seen. The demonic wolf of fog looked in the direction of Baklan Manor. The corruption there has disappeared. He shook his head thoughtfully and continued to flee. Inside Baklan Manor, Hobert sat opposite Daly and Leonard. Hobert spoke first. I didn't expect us to meet again here. As you know, I have a bounty on my head, so I can't use my own appearance in the Lone Kingdom. Daly smiled. Then you can reveal your identity. Are you afraid that I will arrest you to exchange for the bounty? I'm doing this to avoid causing trouble for you, Hobert said shamelessly, while he looked at Daly's subordinates over there, as if to say, I don't distrust you, but I don't trust your subordinates. In fact, he didn't intend to recognize Daly and Leonard at all, so that everyone could avoid trouble. Leonard suddenly thought of a sentence Daly had said a long time ago. Although the royal family said you are a traitor, the Evernight Goddess Church has never issued a similar statement. Hobert thought about it, and it was true. In that case, can I continue to trade with you? I had agreed with Captain Thomas that he would buy some Beyonder characteristics from me. Especially those Beyonder characteristics that are difficult to sell, such as the criminal pathway, that is, the abyss pathway, and the seer pathway. Hobert only wanted to sell these Beyonder characteristics to the Orthodox God churches, otherwise it would be easy to return to the hands of the Blood Sanctify sect or the Aurora Order through multiple transactions. Daly said, I can report this matter, and I think there is no problem. It's just that the trading object will change from the Nighthawk team to the Red Gloves. Hobert, that's great. This was another huge gain of his trip. He asked again, is the reward you mentioned earlier still valid? Daly smiled elegantly. Didn't you say you didn't want the reward? That was then, this is now. Hobert smiled. He was also once a semi-official Beyonder, so of course he knew that Daly was using the reward as bait to find an opportunity to control him or investigate him. Daly took a sip of the tea brought by the waiter and said, you are still a formal member of the Nighthawk team, and saving the goddess's believers is what you should do. Why do you need a reward? Hobert sighed. Sure enough, talking about feelings hurts money. Talking about this kind of thing with acquaintances is not as refreshing as talking to strangers. The three chatted for a while. Hobert left away to summon his messenger, and confirmed the time to pick up Selena, and then left here using travel. The barrier set by the demonic wolf of fog was a thick fog that could make people lose their way, but such a thick fog could not stop abilities like travel. Hobert had been polluted before, and those pollutions would make him make the choice to continue staying near the manor. Now that the corruption has basically been eliminated, at most there are a few demonic wolf of fog's marionettes still wandering in the deep mountains, which no longer affects Hobert's use of travel. As for how Daly and the others would leave, Hobert believed that in the absence of corruption, the Red Gloves should have a way to cross the barrier set by the demonic wolf of fog. Returning to his territory, Hobert first ate a late lunch, then returned to his room and sacrificed all the Beyonder characteristics and extraordinary materials he had just obtained to the Nation of Disorder. Hobert sat on the Iron Throne and first checked the 10 Beyonder characteristics, one of which was actually a demigod-level Beyonder characteristic of the Warrior pathway. That is to say, there was a Demon Hunter among the demonic wolf of fog's marionettes. Hobert realized that the demonic wolf of fog at its peak was actually very powerful, and even demigods were not its opponents. The demon hunter marionette should be at the forefront in the demonic wolf of fog's battle with the enemy to make up for the demonic wolf of fog's shortcomings in melee combat and defense. The other Beyonder characteristics were mostly sequence 5. In terms of attack, there were Light Priest, Ocean Songster, and Reaper. In terms of playing tricks in the back, there were Wraith and Dream Stealer. In terms of recovery, there was Druid, and in terms of escape, there was Traveler. There were also a Spirit Guide and a Rose Bishop, which were more versatile than the equipment that Hobert had painstakingly managed. This should be that the demonic wolf of fog spent a long time accumulating so many marionettes that could cooperate with each other. Not to mention demigods, even a sequence 3 facing the attack of 10 marionettes may not be the demonic wolf of fog's opponent. The 4 creatures also had their own uses, one of which should be one of the main materials needed by the sheriff. Because it was in the Nation of Disorder, Hobert's spirituality could give a clear judgment. Hobert couldn't judge the other main materials at present, but they were also main materials at the sequence 5 level. Hobert looked at the dazzling array of spoils in front of him, and felt as if the demonic wolf of fog's accumulation of decades, or even hundreds of years, had been harvested by him all at once. If all of this was really arranged by the Evernight goddess, it wouldn't hurt to arrange it a few more times. The last trophy was the hallucination-inducing wings that Hobert had taken back casually. He studied it briefly, and it was indeed as the demonic wolf of fog said, it was a bit like a naturally formed magic circle, and Hobert hadn't figured out its specific use yet. Hobert once again manifested a stone platform, put all the spoils on the stone platform, and then seriously considered the problem of the Evernight goddess. The only explanation he could think of was, uncertain mist, and other ancient corruption are quite troublesome to solve for the current Evernight goddess. The Evernight goddess may have known for a long time that I am the creator, after all, if she marks me, she can often spy. Or the Evernight goddess simply knows that I am the creator's blessed one, so she arranged me in this matter to help solve the corruption of the uncertain mist. As for the Evernight goddess's spying problem, Hobert didn't think much about it. After all, he often spied before, and the Evernight goddess wasn't embarrassed. What was there for him, a young man, to be embarrassed about? And according to Hobert's spying experience, after he is promoted to demigod, he can use the power of the Nation of Disorder to briefly avoid being spied. After becoming an angel, unless he invites the Evernight goddess to watch, even if the Evernight goddess wants to watch, she can only see some blurred pictures. Hobert smiled. It's like wanting to peek at me taking a bath. And about the fact that Hobert is the creator, being known by the Evernight goddess, Hobert didn't think there was a big problem. After all, he had always shown enough goodwill to the Evernight goddess church. The most important thing is that his pathway doesn't conflict with the Evernight goddess's pathway. Unless it involves god-level transactions, he shouldn't be suppressed by the Evernight goddess. The reason is simple, lack of motivation. If he maintains the status quo, Hobert is still a member of the Nighthawk team, and the creator is also the Evernight goddess's secret ally. But if he changes this strategy, Hobert will have a very hard time. If she can kill him, everything will be fine. If she doesn't kill him, the Evernight goddess will lose a potential ally and gain an enemy. In terms of cost, maintaining the status quo is the most beneficial for the Evernight goddess. After having a certain conclusion on this matter, Hobert recalled the 2 pictures when the projection of the uncertain mist disappeared. The first picture brought a lot of impact to Hobert. This was the first time he had come into contact with the body of the uncertain mist, and it was also the first time Hobert had felt the power of the uncertain mist. Before, Hobert had always felt that the uncertain mist was not a pillar among the outer gods, and its power should be ranked behind the mother tree of desire, and the key was that it had always had no sense of existence, so it shouldn't be very strong. Today, Hobert had a thorough change of this self-righteous feeling. That was after all an ancient being with part of the Sefirah. Even without the support of any sequence 1 characteristic, he is still a very powerful existence. At least below the level of true gods, no one can hope to harm him. Hobert also thought about how, after he prepared to become king of angels, he planned to find trouble with the unshadowed crucifix, which would have been purely to deliver Beyonder characteristics. Then Hobert recalled the second scene, that bird-filled and fragrant valley, which Hobert had seen in a spiritual connection long ago. That was the settlement of the Tamara family. And among the 3 people at the very front of the sacrificial ritual, it is very likely that one of them is Tamara herself. Back then, among the 5 great families of the Tudor dynasty, besides the Abraham family, the Ammon family, and the Antigonus family, which had the level of king of angels, the other 2 families were the Jacob family and the Tamara family. To be a great noble family of the empire at that time, one had to be at least a sequence 2 angel. The Tamara family initially controlled the justiciar pathway, and later, through marriage with the Abraham family, they gained control of some of the door pathways potions and Beyonder characteristics. Hobert had previously speculated that the ancestor of the Tamara family should have been a sequence 2 balancer of the justiciar pathway, because all 3 sequence 1 characteristics were with the Night Emperor at that time. However, after the Blood Emperor, Tudor fell, there was no definite information proving that Tamara had also fallen. Hobert suspected that Tamara herself should have survived to this day. Having reached the level of an angel, as long as they didn't die in the War of the Four Emperors back then, in the Fifth Epoch, unless they died of old age, almost no one could kill them in the North and South continents without the presence of true gods. Later, after the Knight Emperor fell, Augustus and Castilla, who betrayed their old boss, each obtained a Sequence 1, Hand of Order. A similar history had been staged before, where Tudor and Trunsoist obtained the Sequence 1 characteristic by betraying their old boss, Solomon. The uniqueness of the Justiciar pathway is now with Castilla, but according to Adam, it seems that the Church of the God of Combat gave it to him not long ago. There is also a Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic of the Justiciar pathway, which is likely in the hands of a certain Orthodox God's Church. After all, it was the 6 gods who joined forces to kill the Knight Emperor back then. The Church of the God of Combat should have also obtained the Brass Book at that time. Tamara should not have the courage and ability to take a Sequence 1 characteristic under the gaze of the 6 gods, unless there is some unknown transaction involved. So Hobert guessed that if Tamara is still alive now, she should still be a Sequence 2 balancer. As for where that Sequence 1 characteristic is specifically, Hobert also has some guesses. From the perspective of dividing the spoils, the Church of the God of Combat already has the uniqueness and should not have another Sequence 1. The Church of the Eternal Night, the Church of Storms, and the Church of the Earth Mother are also unlikely to possess that Sequence 1. The former 2 churches support the founding of Lone, and the latter supports the founding of Fenapotter. In the War of the Violated Oath, in which the countries of the northern continent almost beat each other's brains out more than 600 years ago, I believe that if these 3 churches had the Beyonder characteristics of Sequence 1, they would have given them to the secular forces they supported in order to achieve greater results and more believers. Then the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom and the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun are more likely to possess that Sequence 1, and the probability of the Eternal Blazing Sun is greater than that of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Because the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom also supported the kingdom of Fenapotter in the early 5th epoch. Although they later broke up with the Church of the Earth Mother, they had at least supported it. From the perspective of gaming and dividing the spoils, the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun has a greater probability of obtaining that Sequence 1. Hobert reviewed that period of history and could probably feel that after the 6 gods joined forces to kill the Knight Emperor, they were roughly divided into 3 to 4 camps. Since the Evernight Goddess and the Lord of Storms joined forces to seal Mr. Door in the War of the Four Emperors, it can be seen that their relationship was relatively close at that time, and they were in one camp. Therefore, the God of Combat, the Eternal Blazing Sun, and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom must be hostile to this camp. In the early 5th epoch, the God of Knowledge and Wisdom and the Earth Mother were basically in the same camp, and they jointly supported the founding of Fenapotter. The God of Combat and the Eternal Blazing Sun do not seem to have a very close cooperative relationship and can be regarded as non-aligned or 2 different camps. Then, from the perspective of the God's game, the God of Combat, the Eternal Blazing Sun, and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom would not allow the Evernight Goddess and the Lord of Storms camp to hold another Sequence 1 of the Justiciar pathway. Similarly, the Lord of Storms and the Eternal Blazing Sun would not allow the God of Knowledge and Wisdom and the Earth Mother camp to hold another Sequence 1. The best result would be for each of the 4 camps to have one, so the Eternal Blazing Sun has the greatest probability of obtaining the last Sequence 1. Returning to the 4th epoch, after Abraham was jointly sealed by the Evernight Goddess and the Lord of Storms, many forces of the Abraham family should have defected to the Tamara family. After all, they are relatives who often intermarry. Therefore, after the War of the Four Emperors ended, the strength of the Tamara family should have increased, and it may even have directly added a traveler. Or, in the long years of more than 1,000 years, it is not impossible for the Tamara family to cultivate an angel of the Door pathway themselves. These 2 forces should be the mainstay of the Tamara family today. In addition, based on the law of mutual exchange of adjacent pathways, the Tamara family also controls certain Beyonder characteristics of the Black Emperor pathway. This pathway started the latest, and the highest sequence holder may only be a demigod or a Sequence 3 saint, and it is unlikely to be a Sequence 2 angel. Hobert guessed that these 3 pathways are not very united, which is why in the second scene, the 3 chief priests in front of the altar looked at each other with seeming agreement but were not sincere. The reason is also obvious: the angel of the Door pathway can basically be equated with the corruption of the Mother Goddess of Depravity. And the Tamara family seems to have an unclear relationship with the Mother Goddess of Depravity. 80 or 90% of the time, Tamara herself got something with the imprint of the Mother Goddess of Depravity from her old boss, and since then, she has established a connection with the Mother Goddess of Depravity. Thinking about it now, the Tamara family is very much like an outer god's forward base. Hobert is even considering whether to report it to the Evernight Goddess. Then the 3 people in the second scene that Hobert obtained are likely to be the highest level forces of the Tamara family: a Sequence 2 balancer, a Sequence 2 planeswalker, and at most a Sequence 3 frenzied mage. Among the angel families that have failed to become rulers of the North and South continents, this kind of strength should be relatively high. After sorting out the gains and intelligence from this operation, Hobert returned to the real world. Not long after, he received a notification from the fool that little son had paid the emperor the arrears and rewards. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 454, Chapter 454, Reminder from the Poet Classmate, Bonus 2. Chapter 454, Reminder from the Poet Classmate. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Gregorius Matthew Surya Kuzuma for becoming a free member. Hobert looked at the 17 dazzling beyonder ingredients on the altar. The season of harvest had arrived. He put the materials away, sacrificed the provoker warhammer to the fool, and then waited for another 15 beyonder ingredients. Just then, Hobert thought of a very serious problem. These 17 materials of 5 different kinds were difficult for him to distinguish by name and pathway. His first thought was, who should he consult? At that moment, the messenger suddenly appeared in Hobert's room, and a letter accurately flew into Hobert's raised hand. Hobert looked at the sealing wax on the envelope, which was an abstract pattern of a book and an eye, quite unfamiliar. Opening it, it turned out to be a letter from Vice Admiral Iceberg, Edwina. The content of the letter was short, simply telling Hobert that pirates had discovered the flagship of Vice Admiral Dusk in the southwest of the Berserk Sea. Edwina promised that she would continue to send people to investigate the specific location of Vice Admiral Dusk. There was also a page of drawings in the letter, a very neat hand-drawn sea chart that was no less than a printed version. It had a few islands marked in elegant handwriting, and the location where Vice Admiral Dusk was discovered. Hobert compared it with the sea chart he had bought from Phaenopotter, and easily got the approximate location of Vice Admiral Dusk. Putting down the sea chart, Hobert suddenly thought, isn't there a ready-made teacher? So he began to write a reply, first thanking Edwina for providing the information, and then asking her in detail what the 5 beyonder ingredients he had obtained this time were. Forsaken Land of the Gods, City of Silver. Chad, the old man in charge of logistics, brought Derek to the top of the round tower, to the chief's room. Your Excellency, take a look. Derek was lucky enough to get an extraordinary weapon during an outing to collect materials. Chad handed over the weapon, which was somewhat bloody, stained, and looked very old. Chief Colin took the provoker warhammer, and looked at it. As a former weapon master, he roughly knew the weapon's abilities as soon as he touched it. Finally, he concluded, it's very suitable for facing monsters. The always rigorous Colin even had a slight smile on his face, and he casually asked Derek, how did you get it? After this period of growth, Derek had already prepared a response. Chief, because of a transaction with a companion, I owed him a pair of mirror dragon's eyes, so I went to try to hunt a mirror dragon today, on the way. Derek described vividly how he encountered a powerful monster, how his abilities restrained it, and how he accidentally obtained the warhammer after a fierce fight. Very good. Colin said to Chad, redeem more merits for him. As he spoke, he winked at Chad. Chad understood and took the provoker warhammer, returned by the chief with both hands. Yes. Derek secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He originally prepared the reason he gave to Chad, but he didn't expect to report it to the chief. After the two left the round tower together, Chad indeed redeemed more merits for Derek. Derek received the merits, exchanged them for materials, and happily went back. Because he had seen the chief, Derek was more cautious this time and did not immediately exchange for the beyonder ingredients that needed to be paid to the Emperor, as planned, but only exchanged for a main material of Solar High Priest. After Derek left, Chad took the provoker warhammer, and came to the chief's room again. Colin picked up the provoker warhammer from the wooden box. What did Derek redeem with his merits? A main material of Solar High Priest. Chad reported, after returning from this exploration, he has already exchanged for a main material of Solar High Priest. I heard that he also exchanged for some useless main materials on the black market. Colin was stunned. Useless main materials. Yes, they are all main materials that cannot be used in the potion pathways we have mastered, and a lot can be exchanged with very few merits. Colin thought for a while and asked again, are mirror dragon's eyes not among his redeemed items? I'm not sure about this. Chad said, but I heard that he exchanged for main materials at the sequence 8 level. He recalled for a moment and said, about 20 days ago, he did come to exchange for mirror dragon's eyes, but there was no stock left. Colin nodded. In this case, except for Derek's exchange for useless main materials being a bit abnormal, there was nothing else that was too suspicious. He stared at the provoker warhammer for more than 10 seconds, and suddenly had an idea. He found a damp rag and wiped the old-looking areas of the weapon. After repeatedly wiping it a few times, it was wiped clean. It was the same when wiping other places. Soon the weapon in Colin's hand became brand new. Chad also saw something was wrong, because weapons seized from monsters had never been so clean. The stains on them could not be wiped off with a simple wipe. Chief, should we find someone to keep an eye on him? Colin raised his hand. No need, give Derek some freedom, maybe he can bring us some surprises. Potter Kingdom, Jeffrey Territory. Hobert learned that little son would have to wait a few days to pay for the weapon in order to avoid being suspected by the chief. Hobert first sacrificed the 17 Beyonder ingredients he had obtained to the Nation of Disorder, and waited until evening before finally receiving Edwina's reply. As Hobert expected, Edwina indeed recognized all 5 main materials and gave a relatively detailed description of the monsters that yielded the 5 materials. This gave Hobert an idea, and it would be easier to price them when selling them in the future. Then Hobert pondered what to send Edwina as a return gift to thank her for her explanation. Although Hobert knew that she liked to teach others, he still had to express his gratitude, so that it would be easier to ask her questions next time. After thinking for a while, Hobert remembered that he had a notebook of Duke Southville from the 4th epoch, which recorded many anecdotes from the mid and late 4th epoch. For Hobert, only a few paragraphs in this notebook were important, and there were excerpts already. In fact, for those who don't know, 0-05, or Genie, those conversations that are more important to Hobert are just some anecdotes about the Night Emperor. Hobert came to the Nation of Disorder, and searched for a long time before finally finding the notebook. After rereading it, he simply tore off some places that might have important information, preparing to lie that he only had a part of this notebook himself. This kind of ancient book was gathering dust in Hobert's place, so it was better to give it to Edwina, who had this kind of hobby. After the kitchen's second batch of donuts was ready, Hobert packed the reply letter and the notebook full of 4th epoch anecdotes into a package and gave it to the messenger. In the evening, it was time to wash his feet again. After Dennis put down the foot-washing water, he preemptively answered, "Lord, you asked me to fetch water for you, hoping that I would exercise my arm strength and waist strength while fetching water, right?" Hobert looked at Dennis with bright eyes. "If you think I'm so superficial, I think you'll have to fetch water for another 50 years. Dennis was slightly stunned and started to ponder again. Before going to sleep, Hobert received another reply from Edwina, saying that she liked the notebook very much and read it all in one breath after receiving it. Hobert smiled. "I'm glad you like it." Hobert fell asleep while considering how to hunt Vice Admiral Dusk. Early the next morning, Hobert was sleeping soundly when a letter floated on his face. By the time he took the letter away, the messenger had already entered the spirit world, as if to express his dissatisfaction with starting work so early. Hobert yawned. "Who is sending me a letter so early?" To his surprise, it was actually Leonard's letter. In the letter, Leonard briefly described how they took the tourists away from Bachlan Manor. They also found 2 or 3 secret puppets who had been caught in the net on the mountain. However, the corruption on those secret puppets did not seem to be serious anymore, and they solved the problem relatively soberly. Then Leonard reminded Hobert that the hidden existence that solved those secret puppets should be a big shot from the 4th epoch who had not completely died, and asked Hobert to be careful and not to completely trust this kind of god in poor condition. Hobert smiled helplessly. Should I remind him to pay attention to the old grandpa in his body? But thinking that Leonard was doing this out of good intentions, he sent a letter back to express his gratitude. The kitchen of the Lord's mansion had to start making donuts at dawn. He summoned the messenger again. The messenger said while receiving the letter, "You've been very busy lately, sending letters so frequently that I don't have much time to rest." Hobert immediately said, "I'll add 3 donuts for you this time. It's good to be busy." After getting 6 donuts, the messenger quickly disappeared into the spirit world. Hobert smiled and took the remaining donuts to the restaurant to share with Donna and Furs. After breakfast, Hobert started his work for the day. First, the land distribution work that had been going on for a week was basically completed, and Conrad came to report to Hobert on the progress of the work. At the same time, in the past 2 days, Hobert's potion had indeed digested another wave, but the degree of digestion was not as obvious as last time. Of course, this kind of formal business had to be discussed in the main hall. Hobert knew the number of cultivated land and orchards in the territory like the back of his hand, and had a clear understanding of the work reported by Conrad. There was plenty of cultivated land in the territory. After all the land was distributed, there was still a large part of the Lord's cultivated land. After reporting on the land distribution, Conrad said again, "Lord, I found a phenomenon during the land distribution. There are many more people in each village." Hobert was stunned. "Did we have cases of falsely reporting the population when we did the household registration before?" "That's not the case," Conrad smiled. "I did some research. The extra people are residents from the surrounding territories. I heard that we don't collect taxes here, so they came to rely on relatives and friends." Hobert nodded and asked, "How many more people are there?" "According to my preliminary understanding, there are more than 300 people who can rely on relatives and friends." Conrad said, "There are about 800 people who have no relatives and friends to rely on, and just want to rent land to farm here." Hobert pondered for a while. "Didn't you just say that there is still a lot of land belonging to the Lord's mansion? If we distribute those lands, how many people can we distribute them to?" "About 400 people." "Then distribute it." Hobert smiled. but pay attention, the land distributed to these people should be slightly less than the original residents, giving priority to the relatives and friends of the original residents, in order to reflect the preferential treatment for the original residents and create a little sense of superiority for them. I suggest that the extra land can be distributed to about 500 people. You can handle the specific situation yourself. Conrad immediately opened his notebook and wrote while saying, yes. Since these people are going to live on this territory, they must do 3 things. The first is household registration. The second is to divide households by family. The third is to obey the Lord's Mansion's dispatch. Conrad immediately said, I will do a good job in publicity. As for the housing problem of these people, Hobert said again, the Lord's Mansion will rent tents to them for free and sell them building materials at a fair price. They can pay for the building materials in gold lire, or they can pay for the building materials in crops. The tents rented to them are only free for 1 year, and the building materials sold to them on credit can be repaid at a fair price within 1 year, and interest must be paid on them after 1 year. Those tents were seized by the Jeffrey Army from the shipyard island, and they were piling up and getting moldy in the warehouse of the Lord's Mansion. As for building materials, the Jeffrey territory will not lack building materials in the future. The shorthand Conrad lamented that the Lord was a political expert he had never seen before, and always had a way to turn waste into treasure. No matter what the problem was, it was not a problem in his hands. As for the remaining 600 people, we can't give up either. Hobert said, their housing problem can also be solved by renting tents and selling them building materials on credit. The food problem can be solved by the construction site, which is currently in urgent need of manpower. If one person in a family works on the construction site, they can provide food for other family members. But the food must be deducted from the salary of the person working, and if the salary is not enough to pay for the family member's diet, another person in the family must work on the construction site. Hobert paused and said, this will bring a lot of burden to the financial work in the territory. Go and call Philip and Roy, and let's discuss a standard. This discussion lasted for more than 2 hours. Now there is more and more paperwork in the territory. As long as the residents in the territory have a little bit of literacy, they are arranged to do the corresponding paperwork. Hobert asked the teachers of the school in the territory to open a night school to give these paperwork workers remedial lessons, and stipulated that only those who have passed the corresponding examination and graduated from the night school can get full salary. At the end of this meeting, Hobert made a major personnel appointment. I am going to let Conrad be the mayor of Jeffrey Town. In the main hall, these 3 people, who have been trained to a certain level of governance and political level, were all slightly stunned. With the Lord in charge, does Jeffrey Town still need a mayor? After the town government is built, Conrad will take your team to work there. Hobert was both explaining and making arrangements. Recommend a few candidates from your subordinates to me. I'll reappoint a registry knight, who will report to the town mayor in the future. Roy will be the construction knight, and will report to the town mayor. When Albert returns, he will be the judicial knight, and will also report to the town mayor. Also, the newly appointed shipping knight, Wayne, and the soon-to-be appointed taxation knight, Donna, will all report to you. In the future, after the hospital and school are built, there will also be medical education knights. Once the territory's tourism industry develops, there will also be tourism and culture knights, agriculture and animal husbandry knights, and so on, all of whom will report to the town mayor. Conrad felt a surge of joy in his heart. This was equivalent to being the second-in-command of the Jeffrey territory. At this moment, he also understood the significance of the Duke setting up the town mayor position, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart, thank goodness. I seized this opportunity, or my life would have been wasted in mediocrity. Hobert glanced at Philip. From now on, you will be the finance knight and will report to me. When Corwin returns from out of town, he will be the human resources knight, in charge of talent recruitment and staff promotions. Knight-level promotions will be directly assessed and handled by me. Corwin will also report to me. Philip smiled and bowed slightly, yes. As for the butler's job, will I hold it concurrently, or? Of course, he was happy. Although he and his son were not as high-ranking as Conrad, both father and son were in charge of key departments, especially the finance knight, who was clearly a confidant of the Duke. This arrangement was clearly more favored by the Duke than Albert and Corwin, the original knightly father and son. Alan is quite meticulous, the butler's job can be handed over to him. Hobert had already thought about the arrangements. Alan, who was at the door, immediately showed a smile. Although he had not become a knight, as a butler, he would surely be trusted by the Duke. Finally, Hobert said, these personnel arrangements are to be kept secret for now. After the town government is built, we will gradually implement these arrangements. This noon meeting took a lot of energy from Hobert, so he took a nap at noon before teaching Freya vocabulary in the afternoon. Rorsted Archipelago, Byam. Rafter Pound passed the final round of assessment and finally became a tutor at the Tony Manor. It is said that the Tony Manor is one of the largest manors in the entire colony. Some say it is one-third the size of Masick, but after a few days of observation, Rafter felt this statement was a bit exaggerated. However, 1/5 of the mountainous area in the central Blue Mountain Island belongs to the Tony Manor, nearly 1/4 of the most fertile land on Blue Mountain Island belongs to the Tony Manor. It also includes a large number of rainforests, beaches, lakes, and so on. The Tony Manor even built its own railway to transport products from the manor. As for the background of the Tony Manor, there are many speculations. Some believe that this is the king's property because the largest manor in the Rorstad archipelago is actually the king's manor. The royal family couldn't easily purchase another manor of similar size, so they simply called it the Tony Manor. Others believe that the power behind the Tony Manor is the family of Valentine Tony, the first governor of the Rorstad archipelago. Although Governor Valentine made great achievements in battle, the Tony family currently has little influence in Backlund. Some say that Governor Valentine exchanged all his battle merits for land in the colony. Regardless of the forces behind it, ordinary people cannot afford to offend it. Now that the Tony Manor is recruiting a tutor, Rafter plans to use the tutor's identity to cover up some of his illegal activities in Byam. Yes, he plans to establish his own gang in Byam and then obtain a certain degree of development by bribing the governor's office, thereby digesting the briber potion. However, this is very risky and can easily be targeted by official Beyonders or other Beyonder organizations coming to seek gold, so he needs an identity that he can disengage from at any time. At the same time, he must prepare for the subsequent Baron of Corruption. If he can do well in the Tony Manor and become the manager of a certain area of the manor, he can take the opportunity to digest the Sequence 6 potion. If he doesn't do well, Rafter plans to take the forces he has built up to the southern continent to find opportunities. The forces of the northern continent countries are even weaker there, and there are warlords everywhere. Like Hobert's idea back then, he can raise a team himself. With his Sequence 6 strength, it is enough to occupy a territory and become a small warlord. It was not surprising that Rafter passed the assessment because he had a pure Backlund accent, understood noble etiquette and noble dances, and most importantly, he knew a lot of real-time noble information. In addition, Rafter never forgot to play the role of briber and bribed the examiner of this assessment, adding another layer of insurance to this assessment. In this way, Rafter arrived at the Tony Manor, which looked like a small palace, by carriage. This manor is actually not far from Byam. A 1-hour drive can take you from here to the port of Byam. Under the leadership of the butler, Rafter met Mr. Tony, who had blood-colored hair, a mustache, and black pupils. For some reason, Rafter always felt that this Mr. Tony looked familiar. Mr. Tony also smiled and said, "You look a lot like one of my nephews." Rafter immediately climbed up the pole and directly called Mr. Tony, who was 7 or 8 years older than him, uncle. After leaving Backlund, Rafter completely let go. The original noble etiquette and dignity had long been thrown behind him. He now just wants to advance as soon as possible and become a mentor of disorder. This is the first step in restoring the family's glory. After obtaining Mr. Tony's approval, Rafter finally settled in this huge manor. The treatment here is very good. He has his own set of rooms with a study and living room, which gives him enough free space. However, the butler specifically instructed that after 8 p.m., Rafter's range of activities is limited to the courtyard of his residence. Rafter solemnly agreed on the surface, but didn't take it too seriously. In the afternoon, he met 5 eligible students, who all looked very well-mannered. There is more than just him as a tutor in the entire manor, it's just that the Tony family has 5 eligible children, so they need to find a new tutor. Other tutors also have their own students to take care of. At night, Rafter secretly got up, preparing to return to Byam to find suitable gang forces that could be secretly subdued. After carefully observing the situation outside, there was actually no one patrolling. He jumped onto the wall and suddenly froze. Why am I jumping on the wall instead of sleeping well at night? So he returned to his room and changed into his pajamas. At this time, Rafter suddenly realized, why am I back again? He changed into neat clothes again, and just jumped onto the wall. The moon is so beautiful tonight. After admiring the moon, Rafter returned to his room again, changed into his pajamas and lay on the bed, his eyes wide open, without any sleepiness. Although he still couldn't remember what was wrong, he could be sure that tonight was definitely very wrong. Rafter came to the wall again. Byam is so beautiful at night. He returned to his room again, changed into his pajamas and lay on the bed, staring with wide eyes, without any sleepiness. Although he still couldn't remember what was wrong, he could be sure that tonight was definitely very wrong. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 455, Chapter 455, the official Beyonder organization is formally established. Chapter 455, the official Beyonder organization is formally established. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Kingdom of Fainapotter, Jeffrey Territory. It was Hobert's footbath time again. Dennis placed the water, not immediately answering Hobert's previous question, but asked, "Sir, you are already a lord, why appoint a town mayor?" Hobert smiled and nodded slightly. Progress. He explained, facts have proved that the Chief Executive Officer system is a very practical and advanced system. A town under large-scale construction has thousands of daily tasks, which are very cumbersome. According to the advanced experience of various countries in the northern continent, these cumbersome tasks should be handed over to the bureaucracy. And I should focus all my energy on outlining the future blueprint of the territory and guiding the town government. Dennis opened his mouth wide. This was some knowledge he had never been exposed to before, as if a new door had been opened for him. After thinking for a long time, he asked again, "Sir, what if the town government disobeys the direction you have pointed out after a long time?" Good, you can perceive that the mayor's power is too great. Hobert smiled and said, "So I have to hold the financial power and the power to employ people in my hands." Dennis's eyes lit up, and an advanced power framework was built in his mind. No matter what actions the town government wants to take, it needs the support of money. As long as the power to appoint the main officials of the town government is in the hands of the Lord, this bureaucracy cannot escape the control of the Lord. Hobert asked while soaking his feet, "What do you think is missing in this structure?" Although Dennis was clever, his knowledge was insufficient after all, and he couldn't figure it out after thinking for a long time. Supervisory agency. Hobert said, "Okay, the water is cold, take it away." Suddenly, Hobert felt again that the potion in his body showed signs of digestion again. Although it was not as much as when he lectured Freya before, the 3 digestions added up have digested 1/5. Hobert couldn't help but sigh. As expected, the higher the sequence, the slower the digestion. Then he realized that the highest administrative officer system in the entire northern continent was not perfect enough, otherwise he would not have digested the potion when he explained these to Dennis just now. In the yard, Dennis remembered when he was splashing water that he had forgotten to answer the Lord's previous question. However, he was already very satisfied with the knowledge he gained tonight, and that question can be answered tomorrow. Suddenly, Dennis seemed to understand something. At this time, a few snowflakes fell on the place where the water had just been splashed, and quickly melted. Dennis looked up. It's snowing. The snow fell all night and did not mean to stop the next day. The construction sites in the territory had to rest for a day. On this snowy morning, Hobert's cousin Angus returned, along with 8 Tudor family beyonders and a family elder. Hobert first met Angus in the study and asked about the situation of his return home. "The family is very supportive of your career in South Colson," Angus said conservatively. "It's more than just support." The members who wanted to participate in the official beyonders filled Angus's living room, and even some Sequence SIXS wanted to follow Angus. In the end, Angus had to use a lottery to determine who would come with him. Then he brought a Sequence 6, in fact, he could have brought more Sequence SIXS, but Angus was afraid of affecting his status, so he only brought one who was willing to obey his arrangements, 4 Sequence 7s, 2 Sequence 8s, and 1 Sequence 9. Hobert was very satisfied with such combat power, and asked, "How did the elders in the family consider the transaction I proposed before?" "A representative was sent to talk to you, but what?" "It's just that this elder has a bad temper." Hobert smiled. "I will meet him in the afternoon. You can remind him euphemistically that it's okay to test me, but don't go too far, otherwise I will turn my face." These testing methods are all that Hobert has left over from playing. It can be said that the initial meetings will lay the foundation for future ways of getting along in status. Of course, the Tudor family will first send a crazier person. Angus nodded. "Understood." As for the treatment of team members, Hobert said, it is the same as that of normal official beyonders. There are 2 types of rewards, one is Gold Salas plus merits, and the other is pure merits. The so-called Gold Salas plus merits is the same as ordinary official beyonders. They receive a weekly salary regularly, and can accumulate merits only after making contributions. The reward method of pure merits is that not only will you have merits after making contributions, but you will also be paid with merits at ordinary times. Merits can be exchanged for Gold Salas, but Gold Salas cannot be exchanged for merits. Merits can be exchanged for potions, amulets, main materials for potions, beyonder characteristics, and even sealed artifacts. I have a list here for the specific exchange standards, you can take a look. Angus took it over and took a look. 300 merits can be exchanged for an beyonder characteristic of Arbiter. The beyonder characteristic of Sequence 6 Judge requires 3,500 merits. Angus immediately asked, "If the weekly salary is settled with merits, how many merits can I receive a week?" Sequence 9 can receive 4 merits per week, which can be exchanged for 4.8 Gold Salas. Sequence 8 doubles and can receive 8 merits, Sequence 7 gets 20 merits per week, and Sequence 6 gets 45 merits. Hobert had already thought about the exchange ratio and the number of merits issued. Angus was excited for a while, which means that he can exchange for an beyonder characteristic of Arbiter in 7 weeks. Seeing the other party's excited face, Hobert knew that this plan was very practical. It's not to say that this plan is fraudulent, but it is easy to ignore the fact that a Sequence 6 can only earn £300 in 7 weeks. Hobert is unwilling to do such a chore anyway. A sequence 6 earns more even if he is a bodyguard for someone. If a team member has any doubts about this, Hobert will calculate such an account with him, but you are a respected and honorable official beyonder. And you can also exchange for beyonder characteristics at almost the basic price. These are your benefits. Where can ordinary beyonders have such benefits as you? They may pay a premium of 7 or 8,000 pounds to purchase the beyonder characteristics of sequence 6, and it depends on luck, and you can't buy it if you want to. I believe that if you say this, even people with doubts will think that they didn't think of this, and continue to work for Hobert. After discussing the treatment, Hobert asked Philip to settle Angus and other team members. Their office and residence had already been prepared, in Jeffrey Town, the area closest to the Lord's mansion. Just after sending Angus away, Alan came to report that Wayne was back, bringing back a whole ship of decoration materials that would be needed in a while. This time, Wayne can finally rest in the territory for a few days. Wayne was accompanied by 2 ships of building materials transported by Captain Dean. After inspection, Philip settled the payment in person. Dean made a lot of money and invited the crew of the 2 ships to have a big meal at a restaurant on the shore. As long as these 2 ships go back, without Hobert publishing advertisements or doing any publicity, people will often come to Jeffrey territory with building materials. The lower reaches of the Taz River can be regarded as completely open. It's just that Wayne reported to Hobert that there were still some bandits following along the way, and it seemed that they would still rob if they had the opportunity. This aroused Hobert's attention. He planned to take the soldiers in the territory to the lower reaches for training after they had been trained for a while. As if they had discussed it, the beyonder sent by the Theosophy Order also arrived on this snowy day. According to Jonathan's previous agreement, the Theosophy Order sent 2 sequence 7s, 4 sequence 8s, and 3 sequence 9s. Compared with the power of the Tudor family, their power is much weaker, and most of them are beyonders of the door pathway, and their frontal combat power is not very strong. Hobert also gave Helen a list of merits to exchange for beyonder characteristics, and after explaining it to her, asked her to go back and explain it to the team members. From the demonic Wolf of Fog, Hobert had just obtained an beyonder characteristic of Traveler, which made him dare to make promises to the beyonders of the door pathway. Although Hobert does not have the beyonder characteristics of the witch pathway now, it does not affect him from making promises first. In the afternoon, Hobert met the sequence 5 sent by the Tudor family to discuss the beyonder characteristics business in the main hall. The other party not only had a bad temper but also looked very arrogant. As soon as he entered the main hall, he said, "According to seniority, you should call me Grandpa." Hobert ignored him and asked Angus, "Who is this?" Angus hurriedly said, "This is." The other party interrupted Angus, "According to seniority. I am your grandfather." Hobert said to Angus again, "Introduce me, who the hell is this?" Angus, "This is." The other party interrupted Angus again, "I am your grandfather." Hobert sneered, "Introduce me. Who the hell is this?" Angus waited for a while, and seeing that the elder's face was flushed with anger, he quickly said, "This is Mr. Bunnier." Hobert then smiled and stood up and said, "Welcome, welcome. Mr. Bunnier, please sit down." While saying that, he pointed to the seat at the lower position. Bunnier had no intention of sitting down. After trying to restrain his anger, he said with a smug look, "I heard that you have a batch of beyonder characteristics and want us to buy them." Hobert sat in his seat carelessly. "I do have a batch of beyonder characteristics, and I want to sell them to you for the sake of being from the same clan." Bunnier sneered, "How many characteristics? What are the sequences?" Hobert said unhurriedly, 17 copies of Arbiter, 15 copies of Sheriff, 4 copies of Interrogator, 3 copies of Judge, and 1 copy of Disciplinary Knight. In fact, Hobert has 5 beyonder characteristics of Interrogator in his hand, but he reserved 1 for Zio, who is preparing to be promoted. When he heard 17 copies of Arbiter, Angus opened his mouth wide. At first, he thought that Hobert only had a few beyonder characteristics to sell, but he didn't expect that he would sell more than a dozen copies. Bunnier was also obviously stunned for a second or two. He cleared his throat to cover up his embarrassment before asking, "How much do you plan to sell each of them for?" Hobert said, "Arbiter 400 gold salas, Sheriff 1,000 gold salas, Inquisitor 3,000 gold salas, Judge 7,000 gold salas, Disciplinary Knight 14,000 gold salas." This was the most ruthless time Hobert had ever asked for a price. He thought that with the other party's attitude, he would bargain again and again, so he overpaid a lot. But even if the premium is a lot, this is a price that can be barely accepted in the outside world. Especially the beyonder characteristics above sequence 7, the royal families of the 2 countries of Lone and Feynapotter control them so much that they often cannot be bought even if they have money. Hobert guessed that this should also be the dilemma faced by this branch of the Tudor family. After all, the beyonder characteristics of the lawyer pathway are not so scarce. What Hobert and Angus didn't expect was that Bunnier sneered, "I will only give you half the price for the beyonder characteristics of each sequence." I guessed on the way here that in this poor mountainous area, even if you have beyonder characteristics, it is difficult to sell them. Now it seems that this is indeed the case, otherwise you would not have accumulated so many beyonder characteristics in your hands. Hobert was stunned for a long time before saying, You. Are you sick? Bunnier smiled triumphantly when he saw Hobert's surprised expression. As expected, I guessed it. Don't worry, although you father and son are sorry for the family. Hobert simply said, Alan, send this guest away. Let him go out and calm down. Bunnier was slightly stunned. You have to think clearly, no one except the family will want your. I have many sales channels. Hobert also sneered unceremoniously, for example, the royal family of Fainapotter, such as the Solomon family. He said to Angus on the side, tell your elders that if you want to facilitate this transaction, send someone with a normal brain to talk. No wonder Christian wanted to leave the Tudor family. It turns out that there are people with sick minds in these extraordinary families now. At this time, Bunnier realized that he had completely guessed wrong, but as an elder, he still wanted to save face. It's just that Hobert didn't give him this opportunity. He pulled out the scepter on his waist and said, You don't think that the beyonder characteristics of the disciplinary knight were given to me by someone else, do you? Get out. If you appear in my territory again, you will definitely appear with the beyonder characteristics of disciplinary knight. Bunnier immediately realized that Hobert had a level 1 sealed artifact in his hand. He is sick, but that doesn't mean he is stupid, and immediately left in despair. Hobert asked Angus, Are the Tudor family all this kind of stuff now? No wonder they have been forgotten by the world. Of course he knew that this was the Tudor family patriarch giving him a blow. Angus smiled bitterly. He couldn't figure it out either. Christian and his son obviously didn't like this, so why did the patriarch still use this old trick? This deterrence obviously failed again. Before, Hobert still said, our Tudor family, but now he simply said, Tudor family, or your family. Obviously, the goodwill Hobert had just built up towards the family vanished instantly. After Hobert left the main hall, the anger on his face quickly disappeared. In fact, he wasn't as angry as he seemed. As the saying goes, life is all about acting. He was just expressing his anger to Angus. Now that there were no more spectators, he naturally didn't need to continue acting. He went to the study to continue teaching Freya vocabulary. This time, while he was teaching, the messenger suddenly appeared, placed a long package on Hobert's desk, and then disappeared from the study. Hobert continued teaching Freya vocabulary as if nothing had happened. Freya had seen messengers a few times and didn't take it too seriously. Dennis, who was becoming more and more professional as a male servant, was startled. Why did he suddenly feel a sense of fear? And something suddenly appeared on the desk. But seeing that Hobert and Freya both acted as if nothing had happened, Dennis also suppressed his curiosity, glancing at the package on the desk and then at Hobert. He waited until Hobert finished teaching Freya vocabulary before Hobert took the package back to his room. Although Dennis was scratching his head with curiosity, this time he restrained himself from asking. He took a few deep breaths and realized that patience was a way to temper his inner world. Back in his room, Hobert didn't know about Dennis's inner thoughts, but he did deliberately not give Dennis a chance to ask. Silence is an inner practice in many situations. He opened the package and looked at it. It was from Jessica. Inside the long box was an extraordinary weapon that Carrie had just completed. It was a black sword that looked sharp and menacing. In the letter, Jessica first expressed her apologies, saying that they had gone to the sea for a few days during the new year, so the production cycle of this weapon was a bit longer. The following was a detailed introduction to the weapon. The first ability is to be sharper when cutting through the flesh of enemies, and there is a 3% probability in battle that it can cut the enemy even without directly touching them. The second ability is that when facing non-human opponents such as beasts and monsters, the wielder can exhibit a certain aura that makes beasts or monsters fear, and there is a 5% probability that the beast or monster will give up resistance. The last part of the letter was Jessica relaying Carrie's recent research results. Beyonder materials make it easier for extraordinary weapons to gain beyonder abilities than spiritual materials, and they generally gain 2 abilities, making them more powerful than extraordinary weapons made from spiritual materials. Carrie suggested that Hobert could sell this weapon for £1,300 to £1,500. She was always concerned about Hobert's cost issues. In her opinion, if it could be sold for £1,500, Hobert would not only be able to recover his costs in this transaction, but also make a small profit. Although extraordinary weapons have no negative effects, their abilities are only probabilities and are full of uncertainty, so even if they have 2 abilities and are relatively scarce, they can only be sold for this price. Actually, this new weapon is quite good. Even without the probabilistic abilities of only 3% and 5%, it can become sharper when attacking enemies and also enhance the wielder's aura. The second ability seems to be tailor-made for the forsaken land of the gods. However, Hobert planned to sell it to Little Sun after a while. He already had a lot of beyonder ingredients in his hand, and he didn't have a stable sales channel yet. There were also 2 failed weapons in the package Jessica sent. Hobert smiled. If Carrie's mystical weapons could be mass-produced, he would definitely make a fortune. Hobert first asked the kitchen to make donuts, then wrote back to Jessica, saying that he was very satisfied with the weapon, and stuffed 200 pounds of material costs into the envelope. Then Hobert said that he had found a way to extract Beyonder ingredients from failed weapons, and put 2 Beyonder characteristics of the sequence 8 level main ingredient of the Hunter pathway in the return package for Carrie to see if she could use them. If she could, he wouldn't have to worry about the cost issue in the future. Hobert only partially concealed this matter. After all, even if he didn't explain it to Jessica, Carrie would probably discover or think of this, so he might as well generously tell the other party his business secret. At the same time, Hobert also provided 3 main materials of the sequence 8 level of the assassin pathway, which is also the witch pathway, hoping that Carrie could try to make a weapon. These 3 main materials were just paid by Little Son. The reason why he knew so clearly what pathway the materials were from was because he had just consulted Vice Admiral Iceberg. After writing the reply, Hobert named the new weapon Black Jade Sword because the sword looked as beautiful as black jade. Then he simply sacrificed the 2 failed weapons to the Nation of Disorder, and took the Beyonder ingredients and characteristics to be sent to Jessica from the Nation of Disorder. Then Hobert selected some Beyonder characteristics and several sealed artifacts from the stone platform where he stored his spoils and brought them to the real world. After sending the letter, Hobert took the Black Jade Sword and a dozen wooden boxes to the courtyard of the Anton Tudor family and the Theosophy Order Beyonders. A sign of the Special Operations Department had already been hung at the entrance of the courtyard. Starting tomorrow, it would be officially open for business, but no one knows what they do yet. The courtyard had just been renovated and looked brand new. Each Beyonder had been assigned a separate room, and each team had been assigned 3 offices, as well as a shared lounge and a large conference room. Except for the 2 captains, everyone was here for the first time. After settling down, they gathered in the conference room to chat. The team members on both sides were still quite excited. One side was an ancient family that had been hiding for more than 1,000 years, and the other side was an evil secret organization that had been doing it for about 1,000 years. Suddenly, they became official Beyonders, and official Beyonders recognized by the Orthodox Church. This made them feel novel and excited, like college students who had just settled in their dormitories. Just as everyone was chatting happily, Helen suddenly stood up and said, "Our Lord is here." Everyone looked towards the entrance of the courtyard and sure enough, they saw a young man in a noble cloak entering the courtyard. The 2 captains got up to greet him, and the others, although they didn't take the so-called Lord too seriously, also followed to greet him. After exchanging a few polite words, Hobert entered the room and sat at the head of the conference table. "I'm here to talk to you about the purpose of the Special Operations Department, and everyone's powers. Of course, most importantly, I'm here to show you that I have the ability to fulfill your promises." He lined up 10 small wooden boxes on the conference table and then opened them one by one. Everyone's breathing immediately became heavy. Each wooden box contained an Beyonder characteristic, from Arbiter to Disciplinary Knight, from Apprentice to Traveler. The Beyonders, who had been somewhat unconvinced because they didn't know Hobert's strength and thought Hobert was a baron from a remote area, immediately became respectful. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 456, Chapter 456 The Purpose of the Goddess. Chapter 456 The Purpose of the Goddess. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. After a few seconds of silence in the meeting room, Helen asked Hobert, "Oh my God, how did you get the Traveler's Beyonder characteristics?" Hobert explained casually, he wasn't in a good state at the time. That was the truth, he had become a marionette, how could he be in a good state? Helen smiled and said, "You're so lucky." Hobert closed the wooden boxes one by one and said, "Your captain should have explained the use of merits to you. I'm showing you these Beyonder characteristics just to tell you, don't think there's no future here just because it's a mountainous area. In at most 3 months, this place will become the most important port on a prosperous sea route. And the rewards we provide for you far exceed your imagination. For example, I even have a main ingredient for a imperative mage. The Tudor family gasped, especially Angus, whose eyes were filled with enthusiasm, which meant there was hope of becoming a demigod here. Hobert said to Helen, "I don't currently have any Beyonder characteristics from the witch pathway, but if there are any corresponding materials you need, I will definitely help you buy them." Helen gave a charming but not vulgar smile, "You'd better keep your word." "Of course." Hobert smiled and opened the rectangular wooden box in front of him again. "This is the Black Jade Sword, a Beyonder weapon, its ability is." After repeating the abilities of the Black Jade Sword, Hobert added, "The detailed rules for exchanging Beyonder weapons are also in the list given to your captain. I think they should have explained it to you." In fact, they didn't. Even Helen and Angus only glanced at the exchange rules other than the Beyonder characteristics and didn't take them seriously at all. Now they had to awkwardly take out the merit exchange list that Hobert gave them, take a look, and then explain it to their team members. Exchanging for a Beyonder weapon requires 1,800 to 2,000 merits. A member boldly asked, "Lord, is this the only extraordinary weapon you have?" Hobert smiled and replied, "I know an artisan who is good at making extraordinary weapons." Everyone looked at each other, which meant he could buy new extraordinary weapons at any time, which made many people envious. Then Hobert took out another wooden box and introduced the 2 tubes of potion inside. This one can quickly restore strength, and this one can quickly restore spirituality. Because we will have in-depth cooperation with the Church of the Earth Mother, exchanging for such potions won't cost much merit, and some will be distributed to you for free before the battle begins. Hobert took out a few more small wooden boxes. Finally, let me introduce the sealed artifacts of our Special Operations Department. Although our Special Operations Department has just been established, this new department still has 6 Grade 2 sealed artifacts and 5 Grade 3 sealed artifacts. Everyone was surprised again. This was comparable to the number of sealed artifacts of an official Beyonder in a medium-sized city. Then Hobert briefly introduced the abilities of 2 Grade 2 sealed artifacts and 2 Grade 3 sealed artifacts. These sealed artifacts all came from the spoils of the extraordinary war with the Rose School before. Hobert continued, because everyone comes from different forces, the spoils of war, if obtained entirely through your own efforts, can be distributed by the captain within the team or handed over to your respective organizations. If you choose not to hand over the spoils to the Special Operations Department, even if you have made contributions, the Special Operations Department will not issue merits. If the spoils are obtained while holding sealed artifacts provided by the Special Operations Department, the Special Operations Department has the right to share the spoils. If the spoils are obtained through cooperation between 2 teams, I have the corresponding right of allocation if you cannot negotiate a solution. If you do not have a channel to dispose of the spoils, you can exchange them for merits or gold livres, but the number of merits and gold livres exchanged depends on the pricing of the actual object. Hobert's method of distributing the spoils was relatively reasonable, and everyone in the room had no objections. Finally, there were the application rules for sealed artifacts. The 5 Grade 3 sealed artifacts will be stored in the Special Operations Department. 2 or more team members can apply, and they can be used after the captain approves. The Grade 2 sealed artifacts are stored in the Lord's Mansion. The captain takes the application form to the Lord's Mansion to collect them, and they can be used after Hobert approves. After discussing the sealed artifacts, everyone came back to their senses. Sealed artifacts, application forms, this is what official Beyonders should have. At this time, they realized that Hobert's strength and ambition had far exceeded their understanding of a baron. This was quickly confirmed, because Hobert then said, "You may want to ask, what is the specific scope of jurisdiction of the Special Operations Department? I want to tell you, the entire South Colson is within the jurisdiction of the Special Operations Department. Helen really wanted to remind Hobert, you are just a baron on one side of Full Moon Lake. Even the Theosophy Order doesn't dare to brag like that. Hobert didn't seem to see Helen's moving eyes. In other words, the entire South Colson, apart from the extraordinary power of the Church of the Earth Mother, only the Special Operations Department is a legitimate official extraordinary organization. If we don't take care of the extraordinary cases here, who else can we expect to take care of them? Then he changed the subject. In addition to handling extraordinary cases, you also have the responsibility of supervising the officials, knights, and staff of the Lord's Mansion. If you find any dereliction of duty or violations of laws and disciplines, you must immediately report to the Lord's Mansion. Hobert had long planned to let the Special Operations Department serve as a supervisory agency. These people had no local background and would not be bound by the local convoluted family relationships. The team members felt the importance of their responsibilities, and at the same time felt the Lord's Mansion's respect for them, which made them very happy. Even Helen and Angus did not expect that Hobert would be so generous in granting them such great power. Actually, this understanding was due to the fact that these 2 people had no political literacy, because Hobert had just said very clearly that they only had the power to supervise, not the power to investigate, let alone the power to judge. Finally, Hobert got to the point, as the only official extraordinary organization in this area, how can we allow demons and lunatics from the Aurora Order to exist within our jurisdiction? Therefore, I and the Archbishop of the Phaenopotter City Diocese of the Church of the Earth Mother will have a cooperation to eradicate these tumors entrenched in our jurisdiction. This operation will be a 3-party cooperation. After the power of the Church of the Earth Mother arrives, we will immediately launch a series of actions to drive the other party out of South Colson. With the previous foreshadowing, everyone already had a certain sense of ownership. Driven by Hobert's words, they couldn't wait to immediately attack those demons and members of the Aurora Order. To make this territory peaceful and harmonious. Overall, Hobert was very satisfied with his mobilization, giving everyone sufficient motivation to fight. Of course, he knew that the so-called official Beyonder was just a fig leaf. Everyone was actually moved by the benefits he showed. Back at the Lord's Mansion, Hobert met Albert, who had been waiting at the door for a while. This time, Albert went to Fanapotter City and even met the king, feeling that he had broadened his horizons. After returning, his attitude towards Hobert became more and more flattering, and his determination to be loyal became more and more obvious. Hobert simply asked a few questions about the trip to Fanapotter City, focusing on discussing Albert's work content next. Now, Albert agreed to whatever Hobert said without any doubt. The conversation lasted until evening before Albert left. Hobert had long planned to go and see what the demonic wolf of fog was up to tonight. If the time was right, he planned to simply turn the demonic wolf of fog into an extraordinary material and high-level spiritual material. He first used the faceless necklace to divination through the oil painting. As Hobert expected, all the divinations failed. So Hobert simply took out the sealed artifact he had just obtained from the Church of the Evernight Goddess from the Nation of Disorder. This sealed artifact has the ability to enter dreams and can be used to enter the dream in the oil painting. Hobert held the sealed artifact in one hand and supported the oil painting with the other, and once again came to the peaceful grassland and soon came to the door of the oppressive hall. When Farbody pulled Hobert into the dream last time, this place was similar to an ordinary hall. But when Hobert came in by himself, it was like when he came in with Christian. The hall became very deep, and the walls and top were painted with monster murals. Hobert was about to look for the wooden statue of the demonic wolf of fog, but his legs seemed to suddenly lose control, striding forward, taking a long step with each stride. Fortunately, this wasn't a dream, otherwise Hobert would have worried about tearing his balls. Hobert was a little surprised. That's not right. I'm using the sealed artifact of the sleepless pathway, I should have enough self-control in the dream. Then Hobert seemed to understand, I'm using the sealed artifact of the sleepless pathway. And it was given to me under the arrangement of the Evernight Goddess. Then, the Evernight Goddess's purpose in giving me this sealed artifact is likely to enter Farbody's dream with me. Thinking of this, Hobert simply stopped fighting for control of his legs. He strode past the location of the wooden statue of the demonic wolf of fog, passed through a sea of swaying flowers, and came to the deepest part of the hall. The monsters in the mural seemed to ignore Hobert's existence and did not appear in the hall to obstruct Hobert. Not only that, but the demons in the murals hid when they saw Hobert. Hobert finally stopped in front of the throne. Then, a string of vertical words appeared on the high stone back of the throne. Your arrangement in the Tucker plane has been destroyed by me. After this string of words appeared, Hobert felt that he had control over his legs again. The Evernight Goddess entered Farbody's dream just to leave a message for Farbody. Hobert glanced at the content of the message again. The Tucker Plain is a large plain in central Lone Kingdom, spanning East Tucker County, Southville County, Winter County, and Desi County. It is the largest grain-producing area in Lone Kingdom and even the entire northern continent. Who does you refer to? Hobert pondered for a while. Could it be Farbody and Fleegria? What are they planning there? Hobert pondered for a while, and finally could only guess that this should be a game between the Evernight Goddess and the ancient gods. With such an experience, Hobert simply withdrew from the dream. As for the plan to use part of the demonic wolf of fog's spirituality to find its traces, he could wait a while before talking about it. After sitting in his room for a while, Hobert smiled helplessly. I'm just an errand runner, why make it so heavy? He looked at his watch. It was only a little after 7 in the evening, it was still early. So Hobert brought forward what he had originally planned to do tomorrow to today. He asked the kitchen to bake another batch of donuts and wrote a letter to Upton in Connaught City, asking about the progress of purchasing building materials. At about 8:30, the letter was sent, and at a little after 9, Hobert received a reply. In the reply, Upton roughly described the process of purchasing building materials and had completed all the purchasing tasks. At the same time, he said in the letter that because he had recently sold a large amount of gold, he was being targeted by an extraordinary organization. He noticed that he was being stalked by the other party, so he requested the help of the blessed. Hobert smiled slightly. He seemed to see some walking beyonder characteristics again. Because Upton's wording was not very urgent, Hobert planned to go to him tomorrow to take a look. As for tonight, he planned to rest early, but thinking that the snow on the construction site was already very thick, if the snow was not cleared, the construction site would definitely become very muddy, which would affect the construction progress. So the creator worked overtime again, letting the Nation of Disorder provide power, and using the ability of the ocean pendant to blow away all the snow on the construction site. After doing all this, Hobert lay on the bed and used the power of meditation to fall asleep faster. As he expected, he was pulled into a dream by a force in the middle of the night and came to the hall full of flowers again. Farbody, the tall and thin middle-aged man, was already sitting on the throne. Almost as soon as Hobert stood still, the other party asked urgently, the fool who just appeared recently, is not Fleegria? Hobert replied affirmatively, no. Ha ha ha, Farbody had drastic emotional changes in front of Hobert for the first time. When he opened his mouth, Hobert saw that there was no tongue in Farbody's mouth, only a fleshy red cavity. He didn't know how he made a sound. This made Hobert obviously uncomfortable. He was very curious about what the real appearance of Sequence 0 Abyss was like. Farbody smiled twice before saying, "You really guessed it." Phlegria's interpretation of an important divination had a serious deviation. He divined that the fool in the future would gain powerful power and status, and you, Hobert, would provide important assistance to the fool. At that time, Phlegria thought that the current fool was his identity after resurrection. It's hard to imagine that he was so wrong. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 457, Chapter 457, Taking First to Earn Extra Money. Chapter 457, Taking First to Earn Extra Money. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Hobert didn't laugh at Phlegria like Farbody did. For a seer, misinterpreting some divination was unavoidable. After all, fate isn't so easy to decipher. It's easy to get an interpretation that's the opposite of the actual situation. Phlegria might have divined that someone would ascend to the position of the fool in the future, and that person would be someone not belonging to this era. Of course, Phlegria would think that was himself after his resurrection. After all, both the fool and not belonging to this era seemed to describe him. Hobert was curious. What arrangements did you and Phlegria make in the Tucker Plains? Of course, arrangements for Phlegria's resurrection. Hobert nodded. That made sense. The Evernight goddess would definitely destroy such arrangements. If Phlegria was still as mad as he was before his resurrection, he might even try to seize the uniqueness of the sleepless pathway from the Evernight goddess. In other words, Phlegria divined that he might fall, and that someone not belonging to that era would ascend to the fool position in the future, so he confidently made arrangements for his resurrection, only to have them destroyed by the Evernight goddess at some point. Phlegria might have other backup plans, but currently, his hope of resurrection is slim. He's being watched by the Evernight goddess from the front, and blocked by the newly risen fool from behind. And soon, both the Evernight goddess and the fool will have the chance to become outer deities. If Phlegria wants to resurrect from the two pathways he previously occupied, there's currently no chance. Farbody's emotions gradually subsided, and he became expressionless again. In that case, this thing is useless to me here. He raised a hand, and Hobert felt like something had appeared in his hand, but it looked like nothing. Give this to Amon-Isis. As he spoke, Farbody reached out his hand. Hobert unconsciously reached out to take it. His two hands felt weight, but visually and spiritually, there was nothing in his hands. This. Hobert asked strangely, could this be the concealment authority? That's not right. The Evernight goddess is now the true god of the darkness pathway, and she should have already grasped the concealment authority. Besides, Hobert remembered that in the goddess's image, one of her hands was empty, like she was holding the concealment authority of the void. At this time, Farbody explained, it comes from the cosmos, and you can use it to find the cosmic part of the river of eternal darkness. Also, holding this item can maximize Amon-Isis's state, turning all the creatures in the universe that worship the cosmos into her anchors. Before, Phlegria was able to maintain a certain amount of sanity while possessing the uniqueness of both the darkness and fool pathways at the same time because he held this item. As far as I know, the undead bird Greg race has a similar item. Hobert felt a bang in his mind. The Evernight goddess herself is the concealment authority. Does she need to hold any sealed artifact to grasp the concealment authority? Then, in the battle with the god of combat, the thing held in one of the Evernight goddess's hands should be this thing Farbody gave me. The Evernight goddess used it to stabilize her anchors, so she was able to maintain a good state in the subsequent war, even when her followers wavered. Thinking of this, Hobert took a deep breath. The war in the northern continent will not break out for another half-year, but the pressure of the battle of the gods is already at its peak. The Evernight goddess is already preparing for war. I believe the god of war is not idle either, such as giving the uniqueness of the Justiciar pathway to Philip I, Castilla, of the Fanapotter kingdom. Farbody also urged, sacrifice it in the dream outside the hall. If you bring it to the real world, the entire southern Colson area will fall into eternal darkness, and all life in southern Colson will fall into eternal dreams. Hobert looked at his empty hands. Okay. Obviously, in this round of the game between the Evernight goddess, Phlegria, and Farbody, the Evernight goddess won completely. Farbody's state is not very good, so he had to obediently hand over this special sealed artifact that Phlegria had previously stored with him, or that he had obtained while Phlegria fell. Of course, the main reason why Farbody handed over what the Evernight goddess needed because of a single sentence from the Evernight goddess should be that his main body is hiding in the dream. This guy said before that the Mother Tree of Desire does not have the relevant authority of dreams, and he was very confident that he was safe in the dream. But now it's different. If he makes the Evernight goddess unhappy and she turns to help the Mother Tree of Desire, it's estimated that she can easily blow up Farbody's equipment. When dividing the spoils, the Evernight goddess can still get what she wants. Of course, in order to preserve the strength of the Earth side, the Evernight goddess is unlikely to do so. Hobert certainly wouldn't let go of this opportunity. He asked Farbody, do you know Uncertain Mist? Farbody was obviously stunned. He also gained knowledge today. This kid dared to take advantage of Ammonizes' power to obtain the information he needed. However, this only surviving ancient god is all about being flexible, I know. He is also an outer god. As far as I know, he used Solomon and Trunsois to briefly descend his power to the northern continent 3 times. Hobert then asked, what is the specific process like? Projecting one's will, and forming a projection with independent consciousness under the protection of a certain ritual or sealed artifact. Hobert immediately thought of the projection he had just killed a few days ago. That should be one of the projections. So he asked again, what are the characteristics of such a projection? Beyonders or beyonder creatures are very susceptible to the projection's corruption, becoming the medium for him to spread corruption. For Body explained in detail, the more creatures that are polluted, the stronger the projection's power. However, the projection has enough wisdom to avoid the investigation of the Orthodox God's Church. Sometimes they will actively hide themselves, quietly influencing a powerful beyonder and turning him into a believer who believes in him. For Body said, the Mother Tree of Desire likes to do this. One of Tolzna's subordinates became a believer of the Mother Tree of Desire, and the Mother Tree of Desire found a suitable opportunity to capture Tolzna. Hobert recalled that Tolzna seemed to be the chained god, the king of angels, of the prisoner pathway. There is no accurate information to prove that he has fallen, but according to Farbody's meaning, he should be living a life worse than death. Hobert remembered that the leader of the Rose School, the abomination Sua, was born from a sequence one that the Mother Tree of Desire tore from the chained god. Then Hobert suspected that Tamara herself, did she get a projection of Uncertain Mist, and the entire Tamara family began to believe in Uncertain Mist. Then, is the one who polluted the demonic wolf of fog also one of the projections? The demonic wolf of fog was very proud of his corruption transfer operation. Now, in Hobert's view, it is estimated that the corruption on the demonic wolf of fog has not been eliminated, and his transfer process has caused more creatures to be polluted. However, the demonic wolf of fog's transfer was not without effect. He successfully transferred the projection to the marionettes. This is because the marionettes were once a part of the demonic wolf of fog. Such a transfer can only be completed by beyonder creatures or beyonders of the seer pathway. Secondly, the projection of Uncertain Mist is also willing to do so, because those marionettes can easily become his believers and are more easily controlled by him. The only thing he didn't expect may be that he would soon encounter Hobert, who absorbed the main power supporting the existence of the projection into the Nation of Disorder, turning the projection into ordinary, great old one's corruption. Hobert even believed that if he hadn't taken action, most of the tourists in the manor would gradually become believers of Uncertain Mist in the years to come. Thinking of this, Hobert asked again, do you know where the 3 projections are specifically? The answer he got was, didn't you just destroy a projection? I don't know where the other 2 are. Hobert nodded slowly. It seems that as long as he uses the oil painting, Farbody can perceive some of the things happening around him through the oil painting. Finally, Hobert said, thank you for your answer. Farbody didn't respond, but disappeared directly from the throne, seemingly to express his dissatisfaction with Hobert. Hobert didn't take it too seriously, and left the hall with his hands as if holding a ball of air. He felt that if others saw him like this now, they would definitely think he was a fool, carefully holding a ball of air as if holding a bomb that could explode at any time. After finding a suitable place, Hobert carefully put down the thing in his hand, and then materialized candles, essential oils, and other items in the dream to simply set up an altar. After lighting the candles, Hobert began to recite the prayer, Evernight Goddess, more sublime than the starry sky, more eternal than eternity, you are the Lady of Crimson, the Mother of Concealment, the Empress of Misfortune and Fear, the Mistress of Repose and Silence. Your devout believer begs for your attention. Beg you to accept my offering. Beg you to open the door to the kingdom. That surging sense of tranquility that made people sleepy descended in the dream. Hobert saw twinkling starlight, giving people an illusory and dark feeling overall, and the sacrificial door like a transparent starry sky opened. Hobert took the opportunity to ask, Great Evernight Goddess, may I ask how long Farbody's state can be maintained? This was actually asking if the Evernight Goddess was willing to help Farbody hide his tracks after receiving the thing. The sand around the altar suddenly flowed towards the altar as if it had life, forming letters on the altar, eventually forming a sentence, I will continue to provide him with help in terms of concealment. The sacrificial door like a starry sky closed, and Hobert realized that the sacrificial ritual was over. The altar was empty before, and now the altar still seems to be empty. At this time, Hobert had time to savor the Evernight Goddess's answer just now, and quickly found the key point, continue to provide him with help in terms of concealment. In other words, she was already providing help in terms of concealment for Farbody before. No. Hobert realized, Farbody and Phlegria did not form alliances with other ancient gods. In that era when the ancient gods had crazy tendencies, not an enemy meant the possibility of being a friend. Farbody should have realized the existence of the Mother Tree of Desire very early, so he sought some help from Phlegria. Hobert guessed, at that time, Phlegria might have divined that he would be resurrected in the future as the fool who does not belong to this era, but there were many obstacles on the road to resurrection. There is someone who can help the fool who does not belong to this era. Hobert didn't know exactly how to help, but thinking of his previous conversation with Farbody, it seemed that he was very important to the fool. He guessed that he might help Klein stabilize his state and resist the will of the celestial worthy to resurrect in the future, but he must become Shadow of Order before he has such ability. In short, Phlegria must have divined that Hobert was of great use, so the two ancient gods may have reached a deal. Farbody looked for opportunities to provide Hobert with some help to help Hobert grow faster, while Phlegria provided some help in terms of concealment and stored the thing he sacrificed to the Evernight goddess today in Farbody's place. So Farbody, like Phlegria, has always had little presence, especially in the third epoch and fourth epoch, he still has little presence. It is very likely that as time went by, the Evernight goddess grasped the concealment authority in the third epoch and was still providing concealment help to Farbody. Compared to outer gods like the Mother Tree of Desire, the Evernight goddess should be more hopeful that Farbody can continue to persevere. In this way, Farbody did not completely hand over the remnants of that outer god today because of the pressure from the Evernight goddess, but also had the meaning of paying rent. However, even if he understands this, Hobert will not completely trust Farbody, because even if he has a transaction with Phlegria, it will not affect him making some sinister arrangements while improving himself. After ending the sacrifice, Hobert finally withdrew from the dream. Just as he was about to continue sleeping, the image of the fool suddenly appeared in his mind again. Then the fool played a video for Hobert. It was Moon Emlyn reporting in a prayerful way that after several days of discussion, the high-level vampires agreed to the deal with the Emperor. However, the vampires requested that they send 2 vampire viscounts to directly trade with the favorite of the Creator. The time and place of the transaction will be discussed by Emlyn and the favorite of the Creator. Half asleep and half awake, Hobert first sighed, "My dream is really busy tonight." Then he muttered in his heart, "Is Emlyn sick?" Late at night. Well, vampires seem to be energetic at night. Hobert tried to wake himself up, prayed to the fool, and thanked the fool for notifying him of the transaction in the middle of the night. Finally, Hobert said that the specific transaction time and place would be discussed at the tarot meeting next Monday. After lying back on the bed, Hobert looked at the dark roof and sighed, "It's not so busy during the day." In fact, as a sequence 5, even if he is not on the sleepless pathway, 3 or 4 hours of sleep a day is enough. However, Hobert felt that sleeping 7 or 8 hours a day was a normal routine and made him feel psychologically comfortable, so he went to bed around 10 o'clock every night and occasionally slept in the next day. So Hobert used meditation to fall asleep again, and this time no one disturbed him, and he slept until dawn. The next morning, on the way to the restaurant for breakfast, Hobert, with his keen hearing, heard Scholar in the neighboring courtyard's office muttering to Vok about Jeffrey's haunted territory again. The snow in other places had reached their ankles, but there was no snow at all on the construction site. They really couldn't figure out why and could only assume it was haunted again. It is said that many people were kneeling and worshipping at the construction site this morning, believing it to be a miracle. Hobert shook his head and did not explain to them whether it was a miracle or a haunting. While eating breakfast, Hobert asked Furs, "What are your plans for a while?" Furs smiled wryly, "Writing a book, but fortunately, it will be finished in another 2 or 3 days. I plan to start large-scale construction with the Baron and end with the territory being built into a tourist attraction and an important port on the Taz River waterway. You make the decision on this." Hobert smiled, "You've been writing for so many days in a row, it's been quite boring, right? How about I take you out to earn some extra money today?" Since becoming Sequence 5, Hobert no longer cared about ordinary extraordinary organizations. So, in Hobert's view, helping Upton solve the problem today was just a way to earn extra money. Furs felt as if she had never had such a strong desire to go out. Okay, then I might as well take a break today. If we come back early, I plan to go see the snow scene." "Hobert, when did I mean to let you take a day off?" However, seeing Furs's happy look, Hobert thought about it. Well, a day off is a day off, as long as it can be finished before the 15th, so that there is time to contact the publisher and publish it. Donna smiled and said, "Where are you going to play?" "Take me with you, I've been working since I came to the territory." "No." Hobert directly refused, "Don't even think about going anywhere until you sort out your own work." Donna pouted, "Stingy. I don't want to go." Hobert and Furs smiled at each other, knowing that Donna's little temper was up again. After eating breakfast, Donna continued to work sulkily, while Hobert and Furs came to the study together. Hobert briefly explained the next action. "Do you remember Upton, whom we helped before?" "Remember it. Yesterday I received a letter from Upton asking for help. He was targeted by an extraordinary organization for helping me with a favor. Today I am going to investigate. There may be some battles. I'll lend you this pistol again. When the time comes, you can pick up the Beyonder characteristics of Sequence 9 and Sequence 8 attacks, and I will buy them with gold pounds. Today, in addition to taking Furs out for a walk, the other thing is that he hopes Furs can accumulate some practical experience, so that he can find her to be a helper in the future. Especially when she becomes a traveler, she will be a powerful assistant. This is a part of Hobert's construction of his extraordinary power. While training Seal and others, he can also train Miss Magician, by the way. After all, Hobert knows how fast her promotion speed is. Furs took the pistol with enchanting abilities. This was a magical item she was familiar with. With it, ordinary sequence 8s were not Furs's opponents at all. This time, Hobert simply didn't wear a mask. After all, the other party already knew his identity, and with Furs by his side, there was no point in wearing a mask. However, he prepared a mask for Furs, not the kind worn by god envoys, a mask with the mysterious symbol of the creator on the forehead, but an ordinary mask. When Hobert and Furs first met Upton, they wore this kind of mask. Holding Furs's shoulder, Hobert used travel to bring her to Conant City, Upton's office. Upton quickly got up to greet him. He was about to call out God's envoy, but noticed that Hobert was not wearing a mask today, and there was one more person. So he simply didn't call anything, but smiled and said, "It's great that you can come in person." He glanced at the person next to Hobert and found that she looked like one of the female Beyonders who had helped him deal with the Tamara family members before. Hobert said, "Briefly explain the situation." Upton began to tell, the batch of gold that was sold some time ago, because the quantity was too large, was targeted by many gangs. They all thought I had robbed a transport ship transporting gold from a certain country. He smiled helplessly and continued, "Most of the gangs were easily dismissed by me, but one gang had an extraordinary background, so I was careful when dealing with them. When negotiating with their boss, he said that he wanted to buy a batch of gold from me at a low price, and threatened me that if I didn't sell it to them, they would rob it. Then I was stalked. After investigating, I found out that there was an extraordinary organization behind this gang. I didn't have the confidence to solve the problem, so I asked you for help." Hobert asked, "What is the name of the extraordinary organization behind them?" "I don't know, I only found out that this happened." Hobert nodded, "You wait in the office for a while." After speaking, Hobert left with Blink. Upton warmly entertained Furs, "Please sit down, would you like coffee or black tea?" The person who could be brought by Hobert with his real face must be extraordinary, so of course he had to treat her well. However, before he could make the tea, Hobert came back, "There are 6 stalkers in total, only one of whom is an extraordinary. Through spirit vision, I already know the gang's hideout. Let's go, we'll go and destroy this gang." Upton opened his mouth, "Are we going to do it right away? Otherwise, are we going to keep them for the new year?" Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 458, Chapter 458 Old Acquaintance. Chapter 458 Old Acquaintance. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Upton savored the previous battle. The 3 of them directly used travel to arrive at the Black Hand organization's lair. Hobert didn't waste words with them, he kicked their boss half to death with one foot. Hobert also had no intention of interrogation, finishing him off with a single knife. And that lady was also a ruthless character, firing several shots at a Black Hand leader, emptying her gun. Of course, it wasn't that she was abusing the corpse, but her marksmanship was average. 6 bullets didn't kill him, but stray bullets killed one of his subordinates. In the end, the lady still had to pull out her dagger to give that Black Hand leader relief. The other 3 Black Hand members, seeing their boss and leader dead, immediately knelt on the ground begging for mercy and asking Upton to plead for them. But Upton still drew his short sword, killing them one by one. This operation must be kept secret, as he planned to continue living in Conant City. By the time Upton finished killing the 3 Black Hand members, Hobert had already finished his spirit channeling. The extraordinary organization behind them is the Judgment Group. Hobert smiled meaningfully, "Old acquaintances." Upton was taken aback, "You know members of the Judgment Group?" "Yes, I killed one of their Sequence 6 members, which should be a core member of the Judgment Group," Hobert said casually. Hobert still hadn't found a suitable opportunity to deal with that Dawn Paladin Beyonder characteristic, but his mutated Fire Rose Spider had become a stepping stone for Hobert to build a relationship with the Church of the Earth Mother. Upton, standing to the side, thought, "Is this human language? I'm old acquaintances with him." "You know him?" "I killed his family." Hobert smiled, "According to the information I gathered before, the person in charge of the Judgment Group in Conant City is a deputy leader named Gale. He has at least 1 Sequence 6 and 2 Sequence 7 helpers, as well as at least 6 or 7 Sequence 8 and Sequence 9 subordinates. From the spirit channeling of this Black Hand leader, I learned of a stronghold of the Judgment Group. It might be difficult to catch Gale there, but we should be able to kill another core member of theirs. By continuing to spirit channel, we'll find Gale sooner or later." Furs was a little worried, the enemy's strength was very powerful. That deputy leader, named Gale, actually had 3 mid-sequence assistants, so Gale was likely a sequence 5. However, Furs recalled the battle she participated in with Jeffrey, in which they dealt with an entire mercenary squad. She was worried, but she didn't show it. Upton thought for a moment and asked, "Could the Gale you're talking about be the boss of Balin Fisheries Company?" Hobert was stunned. "The location of the stronghold I obtained from spirit channeling is a fish shop." He paused and added, "Judgment Group Deputy Leader Gale is tall, with a horizontal scar on his face, running from his left ear across his nose to his right ear." Gale's appearance was obtained by Hobert from spirit channeling from the Dawn Paladin before. Upton nodded repeatedly. "That's right. It's him." Then he secretly thought, that was close. Previously, a subordinate had advised him to seize the seafood industry in Conant City as well. At that time, Upton had already obtained the general agency authorization for Keen Mechanical Trading Company, and was focusing on contemporary, high-tech products, so he didn't get involved in the seafood business. Fortunately, he didn't get involved, because the mastermind behind the entire seafood industry in Conant City was Gale. After confirming the target, Upton said, "I'll send someone to investigate immediately." "It's too late," Hobert said. "At most, in 2 or 3 hours, Gale will receive the news of the Black Hand's destruction. While the initiative is still in our hands, take us to the place where we're most likely to catch Gale. As for his subordinates, it doesn't matter if a few escape." Upton thought for a moment. Gale should be at his fish shop now, but he has many helpers there. Hobert smiled. "Prepare for the upcoming battle. If I'm entangled by Gale and you're in danger, you can escape from there first." Furs nodded. "Okay." She was best at running away. Even if 1 door couldn't get her away, 2 doors would definitely allow her to escape. After a simple battle preparation, Hobert and Upton briefly formulated a battle plan. To hide his identity, Hobert changed his appearance when he set off from Upton's place. Upton wore the mask bestowed upon the devotee by the Creator. With this mask, they wouldn't have to worry about their details being divined. The 3 of them used travel again to arrive near Balin Fisheries Company. Upton pointed out the approximate location of Gale's office. Hobert briefly surveyed the terrain and used travel again to take them upstairs and into the office. But they found nothing. The rough-style office was empty. Upton smiled awkwardly. In theory, Gale should indeed be in his office at this time. Hobert cracked his knuckles. "There should be people from the Judgment Group here. Now that we're here, we can't leave empty-handed." His understanding of surprise attacks was to strike wherever he could. He couldn't waste a surprise attack opportunity just because things didn't go according to his plan. So Hobert openly opened the office door. Seeing 2 thugs standing in front of another room door in the corridor, he kicked them one by one without saying a word, knocking them unconscious. Although separated by a door, Hobert's spirituality was enough to sense that there were enemies inside. However, the people inside should also have similar spiritual warnings. Time was tight. To avoid the enemies making any preparations, Hobert waved his hand, signaling Upton and Furs to keep their distance, and he kicked open the door. Just as he was about to rush into the room, Hobert discovered that it was a conference room, packed with people, with no empty seats. At the head of the table sat a scarred face, Gale himself. As it happened, they were discussing today whether to develop Upton into a member of the Judgment Group or to seize the gold in his hands. So the members of the Judgment Group in Conant City were basically all here. They didn't react for a moment after seeing Hobert. Even Gale was stunned. Even with spiritual reminders, no one expected someone to be so bold as to come here to make trouble for the Judgment Group. Hobert smiled. "Sorry everyone, I went to the wrong room." After saying that, he took a step back. Gale was the first to react. "Catch him." Hobert had only taken 1 step back. Corrosion. For him, sometimes enemies gathering together wasn't a bad thing. Because this time Hobert's corrosion wasn't brewed for a long time, Gale and a judge weren't greatly affected, but those Sequence 8s and Sequence 9s were affected by the corrosion, lost their minds, and fought with their companions. The originally spacious conference room became a chaotic mess. Hobert's estimate of the Judgment Group's grassroots personnel had a considerable error. In the conference room, there were at least 6 or 7 Sequence 8s and 7 or 8 Sequence 9s. But the more enemies there were, the better, because now Hobert could reap their lives like harvesting straw. Gale roared and overturned the huge conference table towards Hobert. Hobert kicked the conference table away, knocking out a Sequence 8 and a Sequence 9 at the same time, and removed the seal on 1 to 103. Although Hobert didn't take ordinary extraordinary organization seriously, he wouldn't underestimate the enemy tactically. Gale lifted the conference table, creating space to draw the giant sword hidden in the cello case he carried with him. He drew the sword and threw away the scabbard with one hand. But before the scabbard hit the ground, it suddenly flew back and sheathed the sword. Gale heard the scabbard say, "I am the scabbard, it is the giant sword, we are a loving couple, don't disturb our good times." Gale was stunned for a full second. He had used the sword for so many years, and this was the first time he had encountered this situation, and the first time he had been stunned in battle. Would you be more comfortable if I pulled the scabbard back and forth a bit? The sword and scabbard both made shy noises. A chair in the conference room suddenly stretched out its legs and tripped a Sequence 9 who was fighting with his companion. Ha ha ha, idiot, you can't even dodge this, I'm not playing with you anymore. It went to trip a Sequence 7, but the Sequence 7 kicked off its outstretched leg. Ah. My leg. You broke my leg, the chair screamed. Fortunately, I still have 3, I'll trip you again. The chairs had all come to life, traversing through the battle in groups. Some would stretch out their legs to trip the people fighting, and some ran around yelling, insisting that the members of the judgment group sit on the back of the chairs. Under the influence of corrosion, some Beyonders actually went to sit down, but just as they were about to sit on the chair suddenly ran away, causing the Beyonder to fall on their butt on the ground. The table, already broken in the middle, flipped over and completely twisted into 2 halves. Although I am not complete, I still look forward to a warm embrace. After saying that, it flew towards an Beyonder and slammed them against the wall, pressing down hard. Someone broke the window, and there was broken glass everywhere. They flew around like a swarm of bees, shouting, I am a scalpel. I am a scalpel. I think you all are sick, stand still, let us operate on you. Any Beyonder who still had a little bit of sanity dodged one after another. Those who couldn't dodge in time were immediately stabbed into sieves by the glass. The opened window had 2 thick branches extending in from outside. The branches wrapped around an Beyonder. Did you nail nails into me? Are you sick, or are you blind? My relative, the wooden board, likes nails, I don't like them. Furs and Upton, who were following behind, were dumbfounded and didn't know how to attack for a while. The conference room was in chaos, but the core members of the judgment group, who were not too affected by the corrosion, quickly reacted. They all guessed that the other party should have a very powerful sealed artifact. Gale finally stopped struggling with the giant sword in his hand. The light of dawn radiated from his body, and these rays quickly expanded and radiated dozens of meters around. Outside, adjacent to the fishing boat harbor, many fishermen and stevedores looked upstairs. They wondered why different rays of light were emitted from there. In order to hide his identity, Gale rarely used his abilities. Usually, when he really had to fight, he would use the giant sword he carried with him, rather than the sword of dawn he condensed. After all, this was not the Fasak Empire. If he exposed his Beyonder abilities, it would easily attract the siege of the Nighthawks. But this time he felt a huge threat, so he planned to use the light of dawn to disperse the surrounding effects. But those chairs, tables, trees, and glass still attacked the members of the judgment group while chattering. Those low-sequence Beyonders who were affected by the corrosion regained some sanity, and the effects of the corrosion were rapidly weakening. The other sequence SIXS and sequence 7s were preparing to break through the walls from 3 directions and leave the area affected by the sealed artifact. A werewolf used his steel-like fists to smash a hole in the wall. He was about to enlarge the hole, but his arm was actually caught by the wall bricks. Only to hear the wall say, he, caught you, caught you. The infinitely powerful werewolf wanted to pull back his hand, but couldn't pull it back. The wall said, don't try to cheat. If I catch you, I catch you. Now, it's your turn to catch me. Werewolf, you let go first, and I'll catch you again. This is the punishment for being caught just now. The judge wanted to knock open the wall in front of him with his shoulder, but the wall moved back and dodged. I dodged. The judge went to bump it again, and the wall moved in another direction again. I dodged again. Judge, you're just a wall, what are you dodging? While 1 to 103 was turning the members of the judgment group upside down, Hobert wasn't idle either, but the bloodthirsty negative effects dispersed his sanity. He didn't take advantage of this excellent opportunity to kill the other party's mid-sequence members, but killed a sequence 8 and a sequence 9 in front of him. After killing 2 Beyonders, Hobert gradually regained some sanity. Seeing the trapped werewolf, he raised his knife and rushed towards him. The werewolf also saw Hobert rushing towards him and was very anxious. His legs were kicking on the wall, trying hard to pull out his trapped arm. Just as Hobert's knife was about to hit the opponent, a sword of dawn blocked in front of the werewolf. Gale stepped forward and swung another sword. Hobert could only step back and block horizontally with his knife. The power of the Mentor of Disorder was not as good as the Guardian, but it wouldn't be like the previous sequence 6, who was directly knocked away by the opponent's sword. Lightning strike. As Hobert regained more sanity, he certainly wouldn't compete with the opponent in strength. Hobert was very grateful for the training those mercenaries gave him. Before that, he would have found Gale very tricky. But now, Hobert felt that Gale's reaction was slower than those mercenaries. This didn't seem like a very difficult enemy to deal with. This was of course the case. After all, mercenaries often had to fight, while Gale often planned conspiracies. Hobert's use of Lightning Strike made Gale panic a little, and he quickly used the Dawn Barrier ability to block it. But at this moment, a bronze door with mysterious patterns appeared beside him. Pale hands grabbed Gale, and Hobert took the opportunity to step forward, continuously slashing. First, he broke through the dawn barrier, then he broke through the dawn armor, and sent his black blade into Gale's heart. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 459, Chapter 459, Killing Another Sequence. Chapter 459, Killing Another Sequence. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. When Hobert was still Sequence 6, he had no way to effectively attack a Guardian. But now that Hobert has become Sequence 5, with more attack methods at his disposal, he actually managed to wound a Guardian so easily. This is inseparable from Hobert's tactics. First, the surprise attack put Gale at a psychological disadvantage. Then, Hobert concealed his magical items, and after finding an opportunity, he quickly used Lightning Strike to attract Gale's attention and Underworld Gate to restrict Syl's actions. After that, he attacked at the fastest speed, severely injuring Gale before the Judge and the two Sequence 7 Pyromaniacs and Briber could react. Through the tempering of previous battles, such tactics almost naturally formed in his mind and began to be implemented. So even if Hobert hadn't fully regained his sanity, it didn't affect his formulation and implementation of tactics. The first to be surprised was Gale, who never thought that he would be so seriously injured. Of course, Gale knew that the enemy in front of him was a Sequence 5, and the Sequence 5 of the warrior pathway had never been afraid of anyone in battle. Gale hadn't been injured for several years. Of course, even if Hobert's knife pierced Gale's heart, he wouldn't die for a while. Immediately afterwards, the Judge and the others were also surprised. He realized that instead of crashing through the wall to escape, he should join forces with the Vice-Captain to eliminate the enemy in front of him. Underworld powers are forbidden here. And the Pyromaniac and Briber, who had previously been preventing their subordinates from attacking each other, also attacked Hobert together. One used Fireball, and the other kicked a piece of wood at Hobert, completing the bribery process, and then used the combo Weaken. Hobert, whose bloodlust hadn't completely subsided, grinned and put away his knife, Exploit. This was the ability of 1 to 104. Hobert utilized the Briber's Weakening, turning the weakening on himself into a weakening on everyone in the conference room. Gale finally escaped from the Underworld Gate because of the Judge's prohibition. But immediately afterwards, the injured Gale was weakened again, which made his self-healing ability much worse, and blood kept flowing from his chest. That's not all. Hobert, weaken. Everyone else in the conference room was weakened twice, while Hobert was only weakened once. The price of using Weaken was that he took a fireball from the Pyromaniac. The fireball ignited a piece of clothing on his body, but the Sequence 7 fireball caused extremely limited damage to him. Hobert attacked Gale again. Exile. The Judge quickly came to Gale's rescue. But Hobert suddenly used Blink to come in front of the Pyromaniac. The Pyromaniac quickly ignited a wall of flames in an attempt to stop Hobert. But his wall of flames was blown away by a surge of power, which was the power generated by Exile, which could even blow away spirits. The Pyromaniac used his agility to dodge, but Hobert, driven by Exile, quickly caught up with the Pyromaniac and cut him in half with a knife. If it were a Disciplinary Knight's Exile, Hobert wouldn't have had time to play such tricks. Unfortunately, it was just a Judge. Hobert didn't stop and immediately attacked the Briber next to him. The Briber pulled the trigger of the revolver in his hand, firing continuously, but Hobert was not afraid of bullets at all, and stray bullets accidentally injured a companion, Charm. However, the Mentor of Disorder had extremely strong resistance to mental attacks, and the Briber's Charm was useless. And Hobert had already rushed in front of him, and a knife struck Gale's Dawn Barrier in front of the Briber. Chaos. Hobert took the opportunity to use the Mentor of Disorder's signature ability on Gale, causing Gale to fall into a state of chaos. Hobert used Blink to stab Gale in the chest again with a knife. Gale recovered from the brief state of chaos and punched Hobert in the jaw, knocking Hobert flying. As he was about to fly up, Gale's Dawn Sword came again, preparing to cut Hobert in half. Hobert quickly used Blink again to dodge. Even when injured and weakened twice, Gale's combat power was still strong. If it were a one-on-one fight, Hobert would have a very difficult battle, but Hobert had already taken the initiative with a surprise attack, and he could also use Gale's other teammates. The Blink used by Hobert not only dodged Gale's attack but also appeared in front of the Judge. The Judge, who had been looking for a chance to attack, Death. He punched, launching a death attack on Hobert, who smiled slightly, Link. When the Judge used Exile just now, Hobert had secretly established a connection with him. Now that Hobert suddenly used Link, the Judge was immediately hit, lowered his fist, and felt that Hobert was a very familiar person, unwilling to hurt Hobert, and lost the desire to attack Hobert. But Hobert's attack would not be delayed because of this. He slashed over with a knife, hitting the dawn barrier again. Hobert reached out to Gale, Underworld Gate. This was Hobert's tactic. After Hobert's surprise attack succeeded, Gale was still difficult to deal with. Fighting with injuries would not affect the combat power of the Beyonder of the warrior pathway too much. But Gale was not alone, which gave Hobert an opportunity. For Hobert, sometimes he only has a chance when enemies are concentrated together. Although Gale made the dawn armor on his body more solid to prevent Hobert from taking advantage of the attack again, the dawn armor could not stop the hand stretching out from the bronze door. What was even more deadly was that the two knives Gale took were connected to the power of the underworld. The fear in Gale's heart was detonated. His hands trembled, he could barely hold the sword, and his legs were weak, almost unable to resist the hand stretching out from the underworld gate. Hobert immediately used Blink to prepare to deliver the final blow, but Gale suddenly inserted the dawn sword into the ground. Bang! The giant sword collapsed, turning into pieces of dawn-like light fragments, pouring out forward. These fragments were extremely sharp, cutting holes in the underworld gate. Hobert used Blink again to dodge, but because the distance was too close, he still couldn't dodge. Disorder. This time, Hobert didn't use Disorder against a specific person, but instead caused a small area to fall into directional chaos, changing the direction of most of the light fragments in front of him. But the light fragments were too dense, and Hobert was still hit by several fragments, which caused Hobert to suffer very serious injuries. Distort. Hobert distorted the concept between himself and the trapped werewolf. The werewolf suddenly bled, bearing half of Hobert's injuries. Then Hobert used healing, and the injuries on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. During this period, Hobert did not receive any attacks from the enemy, because Gale's storm of light injured Hobert, but more of it killed his own people. Whether it was the Dawn Paladin or the Guardian, they rarely used Storm of Light when they were not sure, because before becoming demigods, they could only simply control the direction of the Storm of Light and could not target a specific target, which could easily cause accidental injuries. If it was Hobert's side that was ambushing, using skills like Storm of Light was the most appropriate, just like having a Vulcan cannon in his hand. If there were no other teammates on the battlefield, he would just keep shooting at the enemies. But the situations Hobert encountered before were all situations where the enemy had a large number of people. Using Storm of Light would be helping Hobert. But one thing to say, the power of the Storm of Light was really great. The underworld gate was cut to pieces, and the surrounding walls, chairs, trees, and other monsters temporarily given spirituality by 1 to 103 were also killed in large numbers. But the Judgment Squad also suffered significant losses. The judge dodged in time but was also injured. The briber was seriously injured and had fallen to the ground. 2 Sequence 8s and Sequence 9s received their lunch boxes on the spot, and other Beyonders were also injured. Only the werewolf's direction was not within the attack range of the Storm of Light, so that werewolf was not injured. Gale used this ability in such a narrow space, indicating that he had been forced into a desperate situation. Upton and Furs were very glad that they did not rashly enter the conference room without being sure. At this time, the Sequence 8s and Sequence 9s, who had completely recovered from the corruption state and escaped the entanglement of those monsters, reacted and fled from the windows and doors. Upton and Furs were prepared, one blocking the window and the other blocking the door. Bang bang bang. Gunshots rang out one after another outside. And in the conference room, which was already a mess and no less than being bombed by artillery, Hobert began to reap the fruits of this battle. Charm. Hobert's charm was not comparable to that of the briber. The judge, who had just been connected, was immediately hit, feeling that Hobert was like a long-lost friend, wanting to invite him to the tavern for a drink. But Hobert didn't intend to accept the other party's invitation at the moment. He was attacking Gale, who was still stubbornly resisting. Gale, who was still in a weakened state, had a dawn sword that had been recondensed with a very light color. The key was that the wound on his chest had begun to flow out a thick black liquid, which was obviously severely negatively affected by the underworld. But in this case, he still fought back and forth with Hobert. It's just that as the dawn light around him faded, Gale's resistance to Beyonder abilities also decreased. The distortion and disorder used by Hobert had been eroding Gale's defense against Beyonder abilities, and finally Hobert seized the opportunity: arrogance. Compared to pure Beyonder attacks like distortion and disorder, arrogance was more inclined to an insidious mental attack, which was more likely to affect Gale. Sure enough, Gale was affected by arrogance, propping up the dawn sword with one hand and hooking his index finger at Hobert with the other. How could Hobert let go of this opportunity? He slashed up with a knife, breaking through the dawn armor on Gale's head and neck, and then another knife, and the head of this guardian flew far away. Gale's body raised the dawn sword, as if preparing to fight again. Clang. In the end, this body finally fell to the ground, and the dawn armor on it gradually disappeared. At this time, Hobert had already killed the judge. The intense desire to survive made the judge quickly get rid of the charm, state, imprison, distort. Hobert did not use the protection of the order crystal, not because he didn't have time, but because it was unnecessary. He distorted the concept between himself and the judge, and both of them were imprisoned at the same time. The judge's ability to imprison was weakened as a result, which was equivalent to only having one half of an imprisonment on each person. As a sequence 5 Hobert, he broke free from the shackles of imprisonment before the judge. When the judge attacked again, Hobert had already come close to him. The judge, who was very bad at fighting, only resisted for a few seconds before being seriously injured by Hobert with a knife. With the second knife, he also received a lunchbox. Then Hobert killed the werewolf, trapped by the wall, and the briber, who was lying on the ground dying. The most aggrieved was the werewolf. In the fierce battle just now, he was only doing one thing from beginning to end, pulling his arm. His arm was not pulled out, and his life was lost. Finally, Hobert resealed the 2 Grade 1 sealed artifacts, and went to the corridor outside to help Upton and Furs kill several low-sequence Beyonders who wanted to escape. Hobert used the power of the spirit wine glass to manipulate the corpse back to the conference room. This fight had already been noticed by the people downstairs and on the street, but after hearing the continuous gunshots, most people did not dare to come up to check the situation. Even those who came up to check the situation were scared away by the fierce battle in the corridor and went directly to the patrol police on the street. Hobert let Furs and Upton clean up the spoils, and he came to Gale's body and began to channel. Coming to the channeling space with the grey fog as the background, in front of him was Gale with dazed eyes and a hideous scar on his face. Hobert asked, the leader of the Judgment Squad and other deputy leaders. After chanting silently 7 times in a row, the grey fog in front of Hobert separated, and a picture appeared of a meeting in a luxurious living room. Sitting opposite Gale was the gloomy old man Stephen, and a cold-looking middle-aged man. This was the scene of Gale's first time attending a Judgment Squad leader-level meeting. A voice first introduced Stephen, and then introduced the cold-looking middle-aged man named Loft. Sitting at the bottom was a woman who looked somewhat aristocratic, named Shondora. Sitting next to Gale was that beautiful and charming woman, named Simone. Hobert suspected that she was a witch. In addition, there was the leader of the Judgment Squad sitting at the top, but his appearance was still not clear, but this time the picture was clearer than the last time he used the spirit necklace. Based on the attire of the individual, Hobert was able to ascertain that he was a count from the Feynapotter kingdom, which immediately narrowed down the possibilities, as Feynapotter only had about 20 counts. The noble's large sapphire ring caught Hobert's attention, or rather, it had caught Gale's attention at the time. Hobert had a feeling that it was no ordinary ring. Hobert then posed his second question, what is your relationship with the Intercia Mutual Aid Society? The grey fog swirled, generating the answer Hobert sought. Before Gale appeared a person wearing a loose war robe, still with an indiscernible face, only his tall and burly physique was visible. You will go to the Judgment Group as a link for cooperation between our 2 organizations. This is also Captain Vic's intention, the voice said in a commanding tone. At the same time, you will also be responsible for transactions and information transfer between our 2 organizations, causing as much disruption as possible in the southern part of Lone, and managing our industries well with the cooperation of the Judgment Group to earn gold pounds. The grey fog reappeared before Hobert's eyes, and he immediately understood that the Judgment Group and the Intercia Mutual Aid Society had economic and business cooperation, with Gale being responsible for these collaborations. At the same time, the scope of Captain may have narrowed again. His name is Vic, if that's his real name. Hobert also asked about the potion formula and the password to the safe in his office, but unfortunately, Gale didn't know the Demon Hunter potion formula. Hobert was just asking on a whim, as he certainly knew that this was strategic-level information and wouldn't be told to a spy like Gale. As for the safe in the office, Hobert had noticed the large and tall safe when he appeared in Gale's office. In the end, Hobert only asked about Gale's subordinates who hadn't come to the meeting before withdrawing from the spirit channeling. He didn't ask for information about the Judgment Group's strongholds, because attacking the Judgment Group was just to earn extra money for him, and there was no need for sustained strikes. Moreover, after learning of Gale's death, he estimated that the strongholds he knew would be immediately abandoned, and the secret transactions he knew would be immediately terminated. To confuse the Judgment Group and the official Beyonders, Hobert used the enemy's blood to write a sentence on a still intact wall, I found you, hee. Returning to the real world, Hobert accelerated the extraction of the Beyonder characteristics, and the 3 divided the spoils according to the enemies they had each killed. Seeing that the patrolman had not yet arrived, Hobert went to Gale's office again and opened the safe. Unfortunately, there wasn't much cash inside, mostly contracts, with only 2 Beyonder materials. The cash and Beyonder materials were, of course, taken away without hesitation. The 3 then used to travel to return to Upton's office, rested for a few minutes, and then went to the Judgment Group's last stronghold in Connaught City, eliminating a Sequence 8 and a Sequence 9 there. At this point, the judgment group's power in Connaught City was completely wiped out. Ordinary official beyonders would find it difficult to do this so cleanly and efficiently because they had to investigate, plan, and then launch a siege. In particular, the investigation process could easily allow Gale and others to sense the danger, thus making the operation full of uncertainty from the beginning. Hobert didn't have so much trouble attacking wherever he went, mainly focusing on spontaneity. Perhaps only demons could effectively avoid enemies like Hobert, but now even demons can't avoid it, because their god betrayed them and gave Hobert a ring that could avoid being detected for malice. As for other pathways, some with high spirituality, such as the seer pathway, might foresee danger or even divine it, but they can't completely avoid it. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any seers dying in this world. Even someone as strong as Zeradal could hardly avoid being killed. Hobert and the others were doing the final division of spoils in Upton's office. In the battle, Upton obtained 5 Beyonder characteristics, and Furs obtained 3. Upton pushed 2 Sequence 8 characteristics he obtained to Hobert. Today, I invited you to help, and I originally shouldn't have taken any Beyonder characteristics. But I'm planning to turn some of my subordinates into Beyonders so that I can better expand my power to reflect my value. Because Furs was present, he didn't say it too clearly. What he meant was, when I am more valuable, I will be more useful to the favored. Hobert didn't stand on ceremony with him and put away the 2 Beyonder characteristics. Although this matter started because of his commission, he played a major role in today's battle. It was as if Upton had picked up the 3 Beyonder characteristics on the street. Upton asked Hobert, holding the 3 Beyonder characteristics in his hand, I recognize one of them as the lawyer Beyonder characteristic. What pathways do the other 2 belong to? Hobert took the 2 Beyonder characteristics that needed to be identified. At his current level, he could already distinguish the pathways to which the Sequence 9 characteristics belonged. This one is Arbiter, and this one is Warrior. He said, I have the corresponding potion formulas there, and I can sell them to you cheaper, £200. Write me a letter if you need them. These 2 potion formulas definitely can't be bought for £200 on the market, but as a follower of the creator, there must be some visible benefits. Upton nodded, okay. It's good to have an organization. You don't have to go everywhere to find related potion formulas, and you can buy them at very low prices. Hobert was about to leave with Furs when Furs suddenly said, now that we're here, let's go to the beach to take a look. She had long wanted to go to Connaught City with Zio for a few days, but she always lacked the financial resources, so she never made it. Upton immediately said, all expenses for the 2 of you in Connaught City can be charged to the Coast Gang's account. Furs looked at Hobert with expectant eyes. Hobert smiled, okay, but we have to go back and put down the spoils first, and then come back after changing into more casual clothes. Furs nodded repeatedly. So the 2 first returned to Jeffrey territory. Hobert sacrificed all the spoils he had obtained to the Nation of Disorder, and then quickly changed his clothes. Furs put on her favorite yellow dress and took Hobert's arm. Hobert suddenly felt a huge sense of separation. He was still killing people like flies just now, and now he was going on a trip. The space in front of them suddenly became illusory, and the figures of the 2 disappeared. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 460, A Trip to Connaught with Furs. Chapter 460, A Trip to Connaught with Furs. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The Punisher Bolton led a team to the meeting room of Balin Fisheries Company. 2 neat rows of corpses lay on the floor, as if someone had arranged them after they died. The floor was covered in sawdust, and not a single piece of furniture was intact. The glass in the windows was long shattered, and it looked like the glass was shattered by the shockwave of a violent explosion, because there were many glass fragments on the corpses on the ground. But strangely, no one witnessed or heard a violent explosion. The strangest thing was the branch of a large tree outside, extending into the room. From the outside, it looked as if the tree had bent down and stretched its branch in. Someone witnessed the tree suddenly coming to life, and some even heard the tree talking. In addition, one wall of the meeting room seemed to have become elastic, turning into a wavy shape, and 2 of the walls were full of fist-sized holes. People who had participated in the war were very familiar with this scene. This was a room that had been swept by the enemy's heavy machine guns or cannons. But the problem was that no one had witnessed heavy machine guns appearing here, nor had they heard the sound of heavy machine guns, nor had they left any traces of setting them up. So the police believed that this was a Beyonder case and transferred it to the Punishers. Gale was ostensibly a believer in the Lord of Storms. Bolton glanced at the line of words Hobert had left behind. This is likely a vendetta, but it should be a grudge from a long time ago. The murderer killed so many people in a row, and even wrote hee, which shows that he is a rational and perverted Beyonder. At this time, a police officer quickly walked over from the stairs. Everyone, are there any clues? Bolton glanced at the police officer with some anger. We just arrived. The police officer was full of smiles. It's the group of reporters downstairs who keep asking questions. I was thinking that if there are any clues, I'll go and perfunctorily answer them. Bolton said impatiently, tell the reporters that it was a vendetta or a gang fight. The police officer said awkwardly, the person who called the police saw this line on the wall, and now the reporters also know this line. Everyone already knows that it is not a simple vendetta or a gang fight. Two Punisher team members looked at their captain. The captain was very sure just now that this was a vendetta. Bolton's old face turned red, and he reached out and punched a wall, making it shake. Why isn't it a vendetta? The police officer didn't know the inside story, and quickly explained, because in the case of a vendetta, they would definitely write something like, I have taken revenge. What the other party wrote was, I found you, which is obviously the beginning of a serial murder case. Bolton was stunned, and glanced at the words on the wall again, muttering to himself, isn't it because I found you that I took revenge? This reminded him of the lunatics of the Aurora Society. He still firmly believed that this was a vendetta, because he had handled too many similar cases. An ordinary person was targeted by a bully, causing his family to be destroyed. At this time, the ordinary person encountered the opportunity to become an Beyonder. After a few years or more than 10 years, the Avenger, whose mind had been distorted by hatred and potions, would definitely come back and go on a killing spree. It's just that the scene wasn't too bloody, and the bodies of Gale's family members were not seen. According to the investigation, Gale's family members were fine. In this regard, it seems a bit abnormal. This is the difference in the concept of official Beyonders and the police in thinking about the case. Bolton was too lazy to explain to the police officer, then you can explain to the reporters according to the gang fight. If not, I will go and talk to those reporters. Two Punisher team members quickly asked the police officer to explain to the reporters according to the captain's statement, because last month, the captain had just been punished by the headquarters for hitting a reporter. When Hobert and Furs reappeared on the streets of Conant City, the two immediately blended into the joyous atmosphere of the tourists. For the lone people, the first choice for vacation is Conant City. In Hobert's impression, the Desi Bay is just on the northern edge of the subtropics. The warm wind on the sea blows just right to Conant City. When the entire northern continent enters the cold and dry winter, it is still as warm as spring here. In the summer, the Cruz Mountains in Southville County can block most of the hot air from the southeast, so the summer in Conant City is not as hot as other coastal cities. There are also beaches here, as well as small islands not far from the coastline, which can be described as a natural tourist resort. It is still the New Year holiday, and there are many tourists from the northern counties. Upton's Company and Ballon Fisheries Company are in another district, where there are fewer tourists, and it is not easy to feel the atmosphere of a resort. On the shopping street and the coastal street, there are crowds of people, and there are street performers performing everywhere. Most of these performances are musical instrument performances that can be completed independently by one person, such as violin, saxophone, etc. Hobert and Furs chatted in a low voice, occasionally stopping to admire the street performances. When they encountered wonderful places, Hobert would also reward a few copper pennies. Generally, the places where there are performances are very crowded. Hobert would gently put his arm around Furs's shoulders to block others. At first, Furs was attracted by the street performer's guitar performance. When she came back to her senses, she suddenly blushed. She didn't know when, but she was no longer resistant to having intimate gestures with Hobert. At this time, she heard Hobert say in her ear, I can also play the guitar. In a few days, you can help me buy one from Backlund, and I will play it for you. When Hobert was in college, he was still a literary youth. Not only could he play the guitar, but he also sang very well. He was once a campus heartthrob. But after graduation, people were all competing for, do you know who his father is? Gradually, he rarely played the guitar. Furs felt her chest beating, thump, 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 okay, okay. Guitar performances are rarely heard in Backlund. This is a characteristic musical instrument of the Feyenopotter kingdom. The gentlemen of Backlund believe that this musical instrument is too frivolous. In Lone, only tourist cities like this have guitar performances. The more Hobert listened, the more itchy he became, so he simply took out a 5 soldi banknote. Hello, can I borrow your guitar for a while? This is a scene that often happens in Conant City. A gentleman who comes to vacation suddenly becomes itchy, and borrows the artist's instrument to play a song. But most of those are violins, accordions, etc. Few people borrow guitars, but there was still immediate applause of encouragement around. Of course. The street performer, a young man with a beard, stood up and handed the guitar to Hobert. Hobert thanked the young man, took the guitar in one hand, and took Furs's hand in the other to bypass the street performer's money box. Hobert focused on plucking the strings to find the feel, but Furs was inexplicably nervous, because there were at least dozens of people watching around, and there were more tourists on the outer layer. The key is that she had never seen Hobert touch a musical instrument, and was very worried about Hobert. Classical guitars are somewhat different from modern guitars, but they are similar. Hobert tuned the sound, and his mind suddenly fell into a state of confusion because his mind was full of songs. But these songs are all Chinese songs. Could it be that they are translated into loan language on the spot? That would give people a completely different feeling. Fortunately, the pretending youth, fortunately, the experience of being a literary youth did not embarrass him. He plucked the strings and sang one of the English songs that impressed him more, Sound of Silence, translated as, The Sound of Silence. Loan is also a language with alphabetic pronunciation, so it is similar to the European and American languages in Hobert's concept. There is nothing wrong with translating it, and the lyrics don't even need to be changed. After the brisk and somewhat ethereal prelude was played, the surrounding tourists stopped talking and were completely attracted by the rhythm. When Hobert's crisp and clean singing sounded, many passing tourists also began to come over to watch. Furs, who was on the side, finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to appreciate Hobert's performance. The street performer who contributed the guitar first realized that this was actually a new song that he had never heard before, but the lyrics were very meaningful, the rhythm was light and clear, and it was very attractive. It sounded like a song that had been repeatedly polished. More and more people were attracted by Hobert's singing. After a song was sung and played, there were actually 100 or 200 people around. Hobert stood up and bowed slightly to everyone. Everyone then applauded Hobert, and Furs applauded and said excitedly, "That's great, Hobert, I mean you sang really great." Looking at her appearance, it was as if she had just received everyone's applause and affirmation. It's okay, it's okay." Hobert returned the guitar to the street performer. The artist quickly asked, "Sir, can I sing your song just now?" Of course. Hobert doesn't rely on this to make a living, so naturally he wouldn't be so stingy. Amidst the continued applause of everyone, Hobert pulled Furs out of the crowd. Suddenly someone shouted, "Furs, it's really you." That was a woman in her 30s, who looked good. "Rin." Furs smiled, "I didn't expect to meet you here." Then she introduced, "This is Rin, a best-selling author." When she introduced Hobert, she suddenly didn't know how to introduce him. This is friend. Or. Hobert smiled, "Let me introduce myself, Miss Furs and I are purely boyfriend and girlfriend." Rin nodded with a, "I understand," expression. She smiled and said to Furs, "You're fast enough. Last time we talked about marriage at the salon, you said you were single, and now you have a boyfriend." Hobert corrected, "It's fiancé." He just corrected it casually, but after he finished speaking, he felt that he hadn't considered Furs's feelings, so he glanced at Furs. Seeing that Furs didn't mean to stop him, he felt relieved. Rin covered her mouth, "Oh my god, your progress is too fast." At this time, Furs realized what fiancé meant. Most of the time, this meant living together. She was a little embarrassed, "It's not what you think." But she couldn't make too specific rebuttals, because she and Hobert did live together. "Rin doesn't care about these, be sure to write to me when you get married, I must attend your wedding." Of course, lunch was on Hobert, the fiancé. When you come to a coastal city, how can you not eat seafood? Hobert very gentlemanly let the two ladies order as much as they want. Rin was indeed not polite. Shrimp, fish, and crab all had to be the best, but Furs first looked at the prices behind the dishes. Until Hobert reminded her, "You forgot, our expenses are charged to the Coast Gang's account." Since Upton said so, if it is not charged to the Coast Gang's account, it would be disrespectful to Upton. Furs then remembered and began to order the dishes she liked, without considering the price. The three were eating happily when suddenly a middle-aged man with a beard and a fierce face sat down next to Hobert. "Long time no see, old friend." Hobert scrutinized the middle-aged man. "You have mistaken me for someone else." "Let me introduce myself," the other party said to himself, "I am a bounty hunter. I may mistake my wife, but I will never mistake the face on the wanted poster, Mr. Hobert." After all, he came out to play. Of course, Hobert was unwilling to wear a mask, so he just made his beard longer and changed his hairstyle, looking 7 or 8 points similar to his original appearance. Everyone is here for travel, who would pay attention to whether there is a traitor published in the newspaper around them. Sure enough, even after a performance, no one recognized Hobert. But in the restaurant, Hobert was very unlucky to meet a bounty hunter. Hobert smiled, "You really have mistaken me for someone else. My name is Sherlock." He suddenly thought that this name also seemed unusable. The military and church people seemed to be looking for Sherlock Detective. But the bounty hunter didn't notice this. "Don't worry, I'm also here on vacation and won't pull you to collect the bounty. If I suddenly have £50 more in my wallet, I should be able to pretend that I didn't see you." Of course, the bounty hunter would not be stupid enough to subdue the £10,000 wanted man. He felt that since Hobert brought a woman to Conant, he must also be here to play, and of course he would not want others to discover his whereabouts. This is also a busy restaurant. If the other party doesn't want everyone to discover his whereabouts, he won't easily make a move, so he dared to take the opportunity to blackmail him. Hobert really didn't want to spoil the fun because of this, and was about to use connection to resolve the problem, when 7 or 8 people came over, led by a middle-aged man who was a little fat, but looked quite rich. There was a 16 or 17-year-old girl with a bit of cute baby fat, holding a noblewoman's arm slightly behind, and the remaining 4 or 5 people were all burly bodyguards. The middle-aged man smiled at Hobert. "Mr. Matthew, I didn't expect to meet you here." Hobert stood up. "Mr. and Mrs. Dominic, I'm very happy that we met again. Elizabeth, are you here on vacation too?" This is exactly the Elizabeth family who came to Conant City on vacation. Elizabeth showed a cute smile. "Yes, Mr. Matthew." Dorothy changed her face like a face change. The last second she was still smiling, but when she saw the bounty hunter, she asked with a look of disgust, "What do you want from Mr. Matthew?" The bounty hunter looked at the bodyguards and said, "It's nothing, I mistook him for someone else." With that, he got up and left. Dorothy winked at 2 of the bodyguards, and they immediately followed. To prevent the bounty hunter from continuing to harass Hobert, they would of course have a chat with him in private. Dorothy smiled and chatted with Hobert for a few words, then shook his hand. "I won't disturb your vacation, goodbye, and I wish you a pleasant stay." He leaned closer to Hobert while shaking his hand. "Mr. Ulysses once said that as long as you are willing to go to Tingen City, there will be a new identity and a decent new job waiting for you." Hobert said, "Please thank Mr. Ulysses for me. I will visit him when I have time." Elizabeth also came over to say goodbye. "Goodbye, ho. I mean, Mr. Matthew. Goodbye, and I wish you a pleasant stay too." After seeing Elizabeth's family off, Hobert smiled and explained to Furs, "I handled a case in Tingen City before, and that's when I met Mr. Dorothy. I didn't expect to meet him here." Furs nodded. She remembered this incident. At that time, she and Zio were hiding from Kalangos, and Hobert went to Tingen City on a business trip, so she and Zio stayed at Hobert's place. Looking back now, it may have been the shared living during that time that made her feel that going to Fainapotter with Hobert later wasn't a big deal. At this time, Rin carefully observed Hobert. "Don't say, you really do look a bit like the traitor Hobert." She laughed and said, "If Furs and my books really can't sell one day, we'll ask you to pretend to be Hobert and send you to the police station to collect the £10,000 bounty." At the same time, she also felt a little strange. It was clear that the other party introduced himself as Sherlock, but why did that middle-aged man call him Mr. Matthew? Could his full name be Sherlock Matthew? Then Rin couldn't help but think, could he really be Hobert? The traitor who killed the prince fell in love with a best-selling author. "Oh my god, I have inspiration for my next book." Furs smiled unnaturally from the side. That day should not come. Because even if there were 10 Furs plus 10 Rins, there would be no way to bring Hobert to the police station. "I don't mind." Hobert smiled and said, "To be able to earn £10,000 in one day, just thinking about it makes me feel like I've struck it rich." He suddenly thought that he seemed to have earned more than £10,000 today. He. As expected, earning extra money can make people feel happy. The 3 of them spent about £6 on this meal, and even Rin felt a little embarrassed. Usually, 8 or 9 people in a restaurant, plus opening 2 bottles of good wine, might not even cost that much money. Rin noticed that Hobert had the bill charged to an organization called the Coast Gang. Curiosity arose, and after saying goodbye to Hobert and Furs outside the restaurant, she returned to the restaurant and asked the waiter, "Hello, excuse me, what is the Coast Gang that the gentleman just mentioned?" The busy waiter didn't even look up. "Sorry, I don't know." Until a 1 solely bill was handed to him, the waiter immediately put on a smiling face. At this time, there were not many people in the restaurant, so the waiter whispered, "Beautiful lady, the Coast Gang is the largest gang in Conant City." Rin couldn't help but cover her mouth, unable to imagine that Furs had met people from the underworld. No, it was that Furs' fiancé seemed so familiar with people from the underworld. The waiter probably felt that his answer was not worth 1 solely, so he continued, "However, Mr. Upton is a very reasonable gentleman. He has been here for dinner before and doesn't look rude at all. Oh, by the way, Mr. Upton has also recently obtained the general agency rights for Keen Machinery Company." Rin was surprised again. She had heard science fiction writers mention Keen Machinery Company, which should be one of the leading steam engine companies in the country. The value of this company's general agency is self-evident. Unexpectedly, a gang leader could obtain the general agency of this company. Someone must have used rich channels and connections behind this to complete such an operation. She suddenly thought of the gentleman who helped Sherlock out of the siege. "Do you know Mr. Dorothy?" "I know him." The waiter smiled and said, "I have a colleague from Tingen City who knows him. He is a large arms dealer and also runs transportation, shipping, and other businesses. It is said that he is a big businessman in Tingen City." Rin sighed. Furs' fiancé knows very powerful friends. Could he really be Hobert? Although he betrayed his country and king, he never betrayed his lover. It's definitely possible to write this in the next book, but you can't use real names, otherwise it will easily cause dissatisfaction from the royal family and the traitor. Hobert felt that the wind on the coast was still a bit cool. After all, it was still winter. But it was only relatively cool. It was much warmer than the wind in Jeffrey's territory. Tourists only needed to wear autumn clothes. After strolling on the beach for a while, Furs stretched her waist and looked at the sea. I finally walked on the beach here. Okay, let's go back. Hobert took out his pocket watch. It's only 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It will be troublesome if someone recognizes you again. When the bounty hunter threatened Hobert just now, Furs was very worried. Of course, she was worried for the bounty hunter, afraid that Hobert would cripple him with one punch, and her vacation, which had just started, would be ruined. Hobert smiled and said, "Let's wait until someone recognizes me. Anyway, we can leave at any time." Furs smiled and said, "Okay then." Continuing to walk forward, the two played beach volleyball for a while, and then took a boat to see the deserted island. Unfortunately, the water was a little cold and you couldn't swim, which Furs felt was a pity. Hobert looked at Furs' figure and stopped at the position of her chest, also feeling that he was missing out on a lot of fun. After getting off the boat, the two bought a coconut each, drinking while sitting on beach chairs on the beach, watching the sun gradually fall from the horizon. Furs sighed, "Hobert, this is what life should be like. Sometimes I really want to turn down everything and not worry about promotion, curses, or anything, and just go out and play and see the world. Let my life stop and take a break." Hobert smiled and said, "With me here, you can do whatever you want. But the book still needs to be written, and it needs to be finished as soon as possible." Furs held Hobert's hand and smiled sweetly. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 461, Chapter 461 It's time for the Tarot Club again, Bonus 1. Chapter 461 It's time for the Tarot Club again. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Keshavs for becoming a free member. Potter Kingdom, Jeffrey Territory. Donna yawned, "You woke me up so late just to show off these expensive and useless things you bought." Hobert lightly flicked Donna's head. "This is a gift your sister-in-law bought for you. Don't take it if you don't want it." "I want it. Sister-in-law is the best." Donna immediately said with a smile, "I've loved seashells since I was little, I'll put it on my desk." Hobert thought he was hearing things. "Didn't you just say these things were expensive and useless?" Donna stood up, displeased, and said, "Hobert, how can you say that about something my sister-in-law bought for me?" Hobert opened his mouth wide, and after a long while, he said, "I have never seen such a shameless person." Furs watched the siblings and couldn't help but shake her head and chuckle. Back in his room, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. Hobert didn't feel tired, he just felt that today had been too exciting. In the morning, he was fighting and killing, and at noon he transformed into a tourist. Shopping on the commercial street at night really felt like accompanying a girlfriend. After savoring it for a while, Hobert entered the Nation of Disorder to check his spoils of war today. Today's spoils of war included 2 sealed artifacts, as many as 22 Beyonder characteristics. There were also 2 Beyonder materials, and 422 pounds in cash. He first placed the cash neatly stacked with gold pounds and gold levers on the stone platform, and then Hobert looked at the 2 Beyonder materials. They were Sequence 6 and Sequence 7 level Beyonder materials, probably traded and hoarded at the Beyonder gathering. One of them was a mutated Heart of the Black Radiance Beast, which is one of the main materials for Baron of Corruption. Thinking of Gale having a briber subordinate, it was probably a reward prepared for that subordinate in the future. One of the 2 sealed artifacts was a Seer Pathway sealed artifact, with the ability to divine and use some magician skills. The other was an earring, a Beyonder item of the Assassin Pathway, which allowed the wearer to have excellent skills and fighting abilities, and also had the effect of concealing traces, but not invisibility. Finally, there was Hobert's favorite part, checking the Beyonder pathways. This battle yielded 1 Guardian Beyonder characteristic, and 1 Judge Beyonder characteristic. 3 Sequence 7 level characteristics, 1 Briber, 1 Pyromaniac, and 1 Werewolf Beyonder characteristic. 8 Sequence 8 level characteristics, 2 Pugilist, 2 Sheriff, 2 Barbarian, 1 Provoker, and 1 Lunatic Beyonder characteristic. 9 Sequence 9 level characteristics, 3 Warrior, 2 Lawyer, 2 Arbiter, and 2 Hunter Beyonder characteristic. After crushing a batch of them, Hobert looked at the slowly re-aggregating Beyonder characteristics and thought, although the Judgment Group Beyonders are somewhat like a motley crew, they mainly come from the 4 pathways of Warrior, Arbiter, Lawyer, and Hunter. He let his thoughts wander. The Warrior pathway obviously came from Gale, the Arbiter and Lawyer pathways came from Potter nobles, and the Hunter pathway should also come from the Potter Kingdom. It's just hoarding the spoils from the Beyonder battles with the Intis Republic, so it's better to use them to play some role. Finally, Hobert looked at the Werewolf Beyonder characteristic. Where did the Prisoner Beyonder characteristic come from? Hobert remembered that one of the two numinous episcopate executives he killed before was a beyonder of the prisoner pathway. Although this pathway appeared somewhat abruptly, Hobert didn't take it too seriously. It's extra money, make a profit when you can, who knows when you'll earn it next time, no need to worry about these things. Hobert looked at his accumulation of the warrior and hunter pathways. He planned to keep the beyonder characteristics of these two pathways for now, to cultivate beyonder forces loyal to him. Hobert brought some gold pounds back to the real world, and the next morning, he spent 1,200 pounds to acquire the 3 spoils of war from furs. For furs, the 1,200 pounds were earned easily, just providing cover and stopping the Sequence 8 and Sequence 9 enemies from escaping. Furs, who had spent almost all of her savings at the tarot gathering before, became rich again. Furs played all day yesterday and half a day today, dragging Hobert to see the snow scene, and Donna followed along shamelessly. Arriving at the mountain peak, Hobert looked at the snow-covered landscape in his territory, which made him feel very proud, and he immediately thought of the poem, Ode to the Plum Blossom. When Hobert was in college, he used this poem to participate in a recitation competition, but unfortunately only got 5th place, and now he has almost forgotten it. He only remembered the northern scenery, 1,000 miles of ice, 10,000 miles of snow. He only remembered Pity Qin Shi Huang and Emperor Wu of Han, lacking literary talent, Emperor Taizong of Tang and Emperor Taizu of Song, slightly inferior in grace. The proud son of heaven, Genghis Khan, only knew how to bend his bow and shoot big eagles. Although Furs also recited a few poems, Hobert felt that in terms of sentiment and mind, those poems were far inferior to this poem in his mind. The only flaw was that the weather had begun to warm up, the snow was melting quickly, and the mountain roads were a bit muddy. So the 3 of them returned to the Lord's mansion at noon and did not continue to enjoy the snow in the afternoon. That afternoon, Hobert received 2 letters, one from Elliot, who said in the letter that the Balk family had organized 36 young members of the family, hoping to study in the northern continent. But the problem now is that their loan language is still very poor and has not reached the level of normal communication. So Elliot wanted to ask the favored of God to arrange a study class so that they could learn loan language first after arriving in the northern continent. All tuition and other expenses will be borne by the Balk family, paid in gold. Hobert pondered for a while, but he could ask Edwina if there were any permanent loan language charms. While writing a letter to Iceberg General, he received a letter from Daly. Daly informed Hobert that the Archbishop had approved the continuation of trading beyonder characteristics with Hobert, and the specific person in charge was Leonard. This was good news, so after replying to Edwina, Hobert wrote a letter to Leonard, saying that he had several beyonder characteristics of the secret supplicant pathway in his hand, and asked him about the purchase price from Sequence 9 to Sequence 6. While waiting for the 2 to reply, Corwin returned to Jeffrey territory. Hobert simply asked how the errand went. Then he appointed him as Human Resources Knight, temporarily equipped with only 1 assistant, to do human resources work. The operation of the territory has been on the right track. Although Hobert has been absent from work for 2 days, the territory is still operating normally, but there are a few things that have been backlogged and need to be dealt with by Hobert. After Conrad takes office as the mayor, such backlog of things will no longer occur. At more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Edwina and Leonard replied one after another. Both replies were simple. Edwina said that there were charms that could permanently master languages, but the price was relatively high. She thoughtfully gave the price in gold livres, 52 gold livres each. Charms with time limit are cheaper. For example, you can speak, understand, and write loan language within a month, which only costs 8 silver livres, and it will be even cheaper if you want a batch. Hobert calculated that 36 permanent charms would only cost 1872 gold livres. He believed that the Balk family should not be short of this money. After all, they will need to import equipment from the Kingdom of Loan in the future, need to read the instructions, need to communicate with loan engineers, and so on. Let the kitchen make donuts first. Hobert replied to Elliot, telling him about the permanent charm. Hobert didn't ask for much, just added 3 gold livres in the middle, telling them 55 gold livres each. Then Hobert opened Leonard's letter. He only replied with a phrase, basic price. Hobert shook his head, lazy poet classmate, in the attainment of laziness, he can be compared with furs. Hobert entered the Nation of Disorder and took out 8 beyonder characteristics of the Secret Supplicant pathway. They are 2 Secret Supplicant, 2 Listener, 2 Shadow Ascetic, and 2 Rose Bishop. In fact, these 8 illegal characteristics only came from 2 Rose Bishops. After breaking contact with the Church of the Evernight Goddess, Hobert has not had a way to sell these materials. If it is the basic price, their selling prices are £300, £600, £1,200, and £2,500 respectively. Although Sequence 9 and Sequence 8 seem very cost-effective, Sequence 7 and Sequence 6 are definitely not as good as selling at beyonder gatherings, but Hobert is only willing to sell these beyonder characteristics to the Orthodox gods' churches. He roughly calculated that he could sell a total of £9,200. Hobert smiled, happy that he had successfully turned a £5,000 deal into £9,200. After the donuts were made, Hobert sent the two people's letters and packages separately. Half an hour later, Hobert received a reply from Elliot. Elliot stated in the letter that the Balk family was willing to buy 40 permanent charms, but could only pay in gold. Hobert then wrote to Edwina to confirm the deal. Leonard's reply fully demonstrated the work characteristics of the Nighthawks. Leonard sent a package at 12 o'clock in the evening, which was neatly filled with cash. Seeing so much cash, Hobert, who had already slept, suddenly felt refreshed. He counted it all night, not a pound less. After sacrificing the money to the Nation of Disorder, Hobert remembered that Leonard only sent the money, and didn't even send a reply. Shaking his head, Hobert continued to sleep, even smiling in his sleep. He even had a dream in which he completed a transaction with the vampires and rolled around on a bed made of money. The construction work in the territory is steadily advancing. Leisure time always passes quickly. The snow in Jeffrey territory basically melted in only 2 days. Except for the construction site, everywhere else is muddy. For the villagers, this is the last period of rest. After the spring, the weather warms up quickly, and they will start spreading manure and sowing seeds soon. At that time, they will be busy day and night. This year everyone is particularly hopeful, because the area of their own land is much larger, and the crops harvested in the land will belong to them. Just thinking about this makes people happy. In a blink of an eye, it was Monday afternoon again, and it was time for the tarot gathering. At 3 o'clock sharp, Hobert's vision was covered by grey fog, and he came to the giant lake hall again. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." The first item of the gathering, Justice Audrey's greeting. The Fool, Klein responded, "Good afternoon, our psychiatrist, Mississippi." Last Friday, Audrey completed the transaction with Moon Emlyn and was finally promoted to psychiatrist. Hobert also echoed, "In the future, if there are any transactions that are not suitable to be brought to the real world, you can ask Miss Justice to hypnotize us." Audrey smiled and said, "If any members have psychological problems, they can also come to me for treatment. I don't charge any consultation fees at the moment." Then Audrey continued to greet as usual. As the number of members increased, the time spent in the session became longer and longer. Then it was the sacrifice diary and Klein's reading time, but this time Klein's reading process was very fast. Hobert estimated that the diary sacrifice this time did not have much valuable information. Major events have occurred in the previous gatherings, which have disrupted the procedures of the tarot gathering. Now that it has suddenly returned to the normal procedures, Hobert is a little unaccustomed. The third session is free trade. Moon Emlyn first said to Hobert, "When and where do you plan to trade?" Hobert was not in a hurry to answer this question, but said to Klein, "Mr. Fool, I request to communicate with Mr. Moon alone." "Can?" Emlyn was slightly stunned. "Can it still be like this?" After Klein established a separate communication space, Hobert said, "The time is Tuesday at 8 o'clock in the evening, as for the transaction location." He asked knowingly, "I heard that Backlund has a harvest church, are you familiar with it?" Klein, sitting at the head of the bronze long table, "You asked the right person, he is not very familiar with it, he just goes there every day." How can a noble vampire be familiar with places like the harvest church? It was as if someone had stepped on Emlyn's tail, he almost shouted it out. But he immediately seemed to think of something, glanced awkwardly at the fool at the head, and then said, I occasionally pass by there." Hobert nodded, "That's good, I require the transaction location to be opposite the harvest church in Backlund." This. Emlyn was a little embarrassed. This seemed to imply a humiliation to the vampires. "I wonder if Lord Nibs will agree." "You still have to tell them." Hobert smiled and said, "If it's just me trading with you, I might even give the vampires some discounts. But since they are going to send 2 viscounts, then sorry, there are no discounts, and I must decide the transaction location, because those 2 viscounts made me take huge risks for this." Emlyn, Ed, this is a good excuse, but why do I feel insulted?" Hobert added, "I need a batch of medicines to treat colds, chills, and diarrhea, preferably made into 3 types, ready to use, starting with 100 servings each." Because of the snow, Hobert heard that many people on the construction site were sick. The pharmacist he was cultivating had not yet been finalized, and now there were only 2 barefoot doctors from the territory watching over the construction site. The medicine they prescribed was not very effective. Emlyn raised his chin, "You've come to the right person." Although the quantity required was not small, he and his parents could complete this order. He was very familiar with the prices of various herbs. Each portion for treating colds requires 15 salas, each portion for treating chills requires 2 salas, and each portion for treating diarrhea requires 6 salas. These were all common ailments, and the herbs used were very ordinary, and a dozen portions could be made at a time. Emlyn added at the end, "The expiration date is 1 month." Hobert calculated and couldn't help but sigh, he still needed to cultivate his own pharmacist. 300 ordinary potions would cost £115. He said, "Deal." With this transaction settled, the two ended their private exchange. The other members were no strangers to the Emperor's transaction with the vampires, so they didn't show much curiosity. At this time, the world said in a hoarse voice, "I want to sell and be under characteristic." Its original owner was good at divination and could change his appearance. This was the first soul released from the creeping hunger, and it was an beyonder characteristic of the faceless. As soon as the world finished speaking, Hobert immediately said, "I'll take it for £4,000. Klein didn't expect it to be so smooth. He originally thought it might be difficult to sell. After all, none of the Tarot Club members were related to the seer pathway. He thought he would have to ask everyone to help inquire through their respective channels. "Deal," Klein said immediately. As a fairly popular beyonder characteristic, the price given by the Emperor was not very high, but the advantage of this transaction was that it was clean and efficient. And Hobert had already decided to sell this beyonder characteristic to the Church of the Evernight Goddess. In order to make up for the lack of ritual magic in the Sleepless and Corpse Collector pathways at the low sequence, the Church of the Evernight Goddess currently has many beyonders of the Seer pathway. Therefore, the acquisition of this kind of beyonder characteristic cannot still be based on the base price. Even if it was based on the base price, this transaction would still be profitable for Hobert. Audrey said with some regret, "It's a pity, it's just an beyonder characteristic." The beyonder power to change appearance sounded very tempting. Hobert opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Through the battles of the previous 2 days, Hobert felt that the faceless necklace was becoming more and more useless. Before, Hobert felt it had some use because of the paper substitute ability of the faceless necklace, and he had been wearing it. But when Hobert reviewed the battle with Gale, he suddenly realized that the paper substitute ability was not very useful. If he encountered a powerful enemy, such as a demigod, one paper substitute would not be enough. But if he encountered an enemy of sequence 5 or below, he wouldn't need the paper substitute ability at all. Hobert originally planned to sell it to Audrey, but then he thought about it again. This necklace also had the ability to divination. Hobert still had a need for this aspect, so he couldn't sell it for the time being. Then the world initiated a new transaction. "I need the remaining spirituality of an ancient wraith and a pair of eyes of a six-winged gargoyle." "I seem to have the eyes of a six-winged gargoyle there," Hobert said. "But I need to go back and confirm." "Well, I'll reply to you tonight at the latest." That was what he had obtained from tomb raiding before. At first, he thought it was the core crystal of the six-winged gargoyle, but when distinguishing the levels in the Nation of Disorder, it didn't seem to be a main material of sequence 5. After hearing the world's request, Hobert realized that it might be an auxiliary material of sequence 5. At that time, Hobert's level was too low to make a detailed distinction. Now he should be able to complete this distinction, but he had to go to the Nation of Disorder before he dared to confirm it. Even if it was an auxiliary material, it could be sold for £700 or £800 at this level. The world said in a hoarse voice, "Okay." Because no one had the remaining spirituality of an ancient wraith, this transaction was temporarily put on hold, and everyone said they would help the world pay attention. This free trade session was unusually hot. The hanged man, Alger, even asked everyone to help inquire about the Ocean Songster potion formula. The wind-blessed potion had begun to be digested, and he planned to take advantage of his current good financial situation to prepare for his promotion to sequence 5. Hobert immediately thought of Edwina's pathway. He believed that the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom should have the corresponding potion formula, and they should also be happy to spread these potion formulas. However, the price must also be very beautiful, so Hobert planned to ask Edwina when he had time before giving Alger a definite reply. Audrey looked at the Tarot Club like this and felt somewhat gratified. At the beginning, this gathering was only trading potion formulas of sequence 9 level. Now, most of the members have become mid-sequence, and they have already begun to trade potion formulas of sequence 5 level. The free trade session ended here, and everyone entered the information exchange session. Audrey asked Emlyn curiously, "Mr. Moon, do vampires really imitate human nobles and use baron, earl, etc. to distinguish ranks?" "It's humans who imitate our vampires." Emlyn's chin was raised so high that you could almost see his nostrils. "How many years have human nobles existed?" "Our vampires have had our own history since the Second Epoch." Little son Derek said a little unconvinced, "There are no similar records in the City of Silver's classics." Emlyn said proudly, "The records of the small City of Silver, how can they be compared with the history of our vampires?" After he finished speaking, he thought in his heart, "Where is City of Silver? I've never heard of it." Derek said a little aggrieved, "Mr. Emperor, please judge for us, which came first, the vampire's title or the human noble's title?" Hobert pondered for a moment. "Humans should have appeared first." Little son looked at Emlyn triumphantly. Emlyn said coldly, "Mr. Emperor, what is your basis? Could it be that humans already had nobles in the Second Epoch?" In that second epoch with dragons and giants, humans were indeed like a second-class race. Hobert smiled, but I don't feel any inferiority as a weak human being. Because humans used the time of the second and third epochs to become the masters of this world. There may still be dragons and giants now, but the number should be very, very small. Anyway, the elves of the north and south continents are extinct. Mr. Hangman can testify to this. Alger nodded, indicating that he did know about this. Before Emlyn could speak, Hobert said again, of course, my guess is based on the time of the appearance of the first blasphemy slate. Everyone was stunned. How did it get related to the blasphemy slate? Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 462, Chapter 462 8 Ancient Gods, Bonus 2. Chapter 462 8 Ancient Gods. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Gabs Gomez for joining, +1. During the free trading session earlier, Audrey felt happy, but she always felt like something was missing. Now she finally understood, what was missing was Emperor's seemingly endless high-level intelligence, and yes, well, and the blasphemy against the gods. At the tarot gathering, it seemed like you couldn't get past this stage without blaspheming against the gods or discussing them. Emlyn asked strangely, what does our previous argument have to do with the first blasphemy slate? The fool had previously explained information about the blasphemy slate at the tarot gathering, Hobert said with a smile. Mr. Fool, can I tell Mr. Moon that information for a fee? Klein slowly nodded, you may. I think this information is worth at least £1,000, Hobert asked with a smile. Mr. Moon, do you want to continue listening? You. Emlyn was a little angry, this was a bit of a rogue move. They were in the middle of an argument, and suddenly he had to spend money to buy information to prove that his opponent's statement was correct. Hobert added, how about this, you can replace these £1,000 with medicine. I'll place an order with you whenever I need it. With Mr. Fool as a witness, the actual value of the information I'm about to tell is definitely more than £1,000. The sanguine with a long history should also have similar records, but I believe you definitely don't know this information at your current level. If you knew similar information, I wouldn't take a copper penny from you. Emlyn took a deep breath, of course I believe in Mr. Fool's witness. Tell me, I want to hear what information I don't know. As a member of the Sanguine, he knew far more information and history than ordinary Beyonders. Everyone showed expressions of waiting to watch the show. If it were someone else, it would be hard to say, but compared to Emperor, Mr. Moon's words were too confident. Hobert said, as far as I know, the first blasphemy slate only appeared occasionally during the second epoch, and it wasn't until the third epoch that it was fully presented to the world. Klein behind the grey fog thought, is this really some of the information I disclosed before because of Emperor's bribery? Why does it sound so unfamiliar to me? The Nighthawks related information only said that the first blasphemy slate appeared in the third epoch, and it existed in the second epoch. Audrey also felt a little strange, did Mr. Fool say the specific time when the first blasphemy slate appeared at that time? Why don't I have any impression at all? Alger realized something, I only know that the first blasphemy slate appeared in the third epoch, but I didn't know that it also appeared in the second epoch. Mr. Fool must have given Emperor some valuable information separately after the gathering. After all, Emperor was bribing Mr. Fool at that time, and we were just bystanders. Derek was a little confused. When I was in school, I heard that the first blasphemy slate was a gift from the omnipotent and omniscient Lord to people, but this is the first time I've heard that it appeared in the second epoch. Mr. Fool never mentioned these things before, but Mr. Emperor said that it was information that Mr. Fool had disclosed. How strange. Magician Furs hadn't joined the tarot gathering at that time, and didn't know the process of Emperor bribing Mr. Fool. At the moment, she didn't dare to breathe loudly, for fear that Emperor would remember this matter and ask her for £1,000 as well. The most surprised person was Emlyn. This is indeed information that I haven't heard of, damn it. The noble Sanguine actually lost to a human in terms of history. But he still stubbornly said, Mr. Emperor, is this worth £1,000? What can this explain? Think about it carefully, Hobert said with a smile. Without exception, the 8 ancient gods of the second epoch were known for their madness and distortion. And in the third epoch, and after that, there were very few mad and distorted gods. Every pathway has also become traceable, and people can effectively resist the madness and distortion brought about by Beyonder characteristics. Emlyn opened his mouth. He seemed to have thought of a very important piece of information, but he didn't know how to express his thoughts for a while. The other members had similar feelings. Klein and Alger were the first to understand what Emperor meant. Alger said to Emperor, are you saying that there was no systematized pathway system in the second epoch at all? Before this, he thought that there might not be a complete potion formula system in the second epoch, but there should be the concept of pathway, but listening to Emperor's meaning, it didn't seem to be the case. Hobert nodded, that's right. Then Alger found that his voice was too loud. He calmed down a little before asking, then, how did those ancient gods become gods? Hobert nodded, we can only say that they were lucky, and they didn't die after swallowing so many beyonder characteristics. The other members were all in a brief shock. They all knew from the myths that the Second Epoch was a barbaric era, and after listening to what Emperor said, they realized the extent of its madness and bloodiness. In Audrey's mind, some extremely brutal scenes of the Second Epoch appeared. At that time, there were strong creatures everywhere. They were fighting, and in the end, only 8 extraordinary creatures ascended to the throne of God. At that time, humans were as weak as ants at that time. Even Derek temporarily forgot the argument just now and began to imagine the scene of the City of Silver struggling under the rule of the Giant King. Everyone looked at Emlyn in unison, as if saying with their eyes, your 1,000 pounds is really worth it. Even Klein, who had always been frugal, was thinking about whether to help Emlyn bear 100 or 200 pounds. Hobert continued, the history of the Sanguine can indeed be traced back to the Second Epoch, but at that time, a beyonder was equal to madness and distortion. The Sanguine must not have distinctions such as barons and earls. In the Third Epoch, the Sanguine also benefited from the blasphemy slate, and then there was a distinction between sequences. And at this time, humans have also risen, and nobles have also appeared. I am not a historian and cannot give you a clear answer, but according to my guess, humans should have appeared with the division of titles first. After all, the Sanguine did not play a big role in the entire Third Epoch. In the Fourth Epoch, there was a Sanguine archangel who became the Queen of the Night Emperor. Emlyn was speechless for a while. He didn't know how to refute Emperor, because after Emperor's reminder, he also recalled that the history of the Sanguine in the Third Epoch was indeed a bit vague, and it was indeed in the Fourth Epoch that they ushered in glory again. At this time, everyone had forgotten the original intention of the argument. Audrey asked, Mr. Emperor, why did the first blasphemy slate appear in the Second Epoch? Is there any unknown secret in this? That's right. You, give me a price. Audrey said with some excitement and nervousness. 30,000. No, 50,000. Finally, Hobert sighed, I'm sorry, with the information you currently have, I really can't price it. Or rather, that level of information can't be measured by money. Everyone was secretly surprised by 30,000 and 50,000, but later Emperor directly gave the price of priceless, which was the first time Emperor had made such an expression. Audrey asked again, then how can I get the answer to this question? Hobert pondered for a while, wait a minute, when the time is right, Mr. Full may explain it to everyone, or I will conduct related transactions with everyone and tell everyone. But this level of information is difficult to measure with money, so let's talk about it when there is a chance. Audrey was a little disappointed, but then asked, Mr. Emperor, there are a total of 8 ancient gods, right? Can I trade with you for information related to the ancient gods? Of course, Hobert said with a smile, a simple introduction is 3,000 pounds, but overly detailed information, such as the current state and situation of the only surviving ancient god, is not included in the answer. And the related information of Lilith's fall, etc., are all key information that can affect the current situation. Of course, it cannot be easily revealed. Audrey once again launched crowdfunding. Is there anyone willing to join the transaction together? I can pay Mr. Emperor 1,000 pounds, and the rest will be collected by everyone. I am willing to pay 500 pounds. Furs, who had just obtained 1,200 pounds, said first. Now, trading high-end information with the Emperor has become a habit. Alger hesitated slightly, I'll also pay 500 pounds. Although he also knew that he should save money to buy the Ocean Songster potion formula, he didn't want to miss such a transaction. Derek, I am willing to offer 2 Beyonder ingredients at the Sequence 8 level. The previous Provoker Warhammer gave him a lot of merit, and 2 Beyonder ingredients were a piece of cake for him. Then, as usual, everyone looked at the world. Klein, who had just obtained 4,000 pounds, also said confidently, I will also pay 500 pounds. Deducted from the money from selling Beyonder characteristics. In the end, only Emlyn was left. He moved his lips, but in the end he didn't say anything, indicating that he was not very interested in this issue. Ancient gods, I also know a few, there is no need to spend such unjust money. Audrey didn't want the new members to be isolated, so she said again, how about this, I will pay 300 pounds more to give Mr. Moon the right to listen, but he cannot ask questions, is that okay? Mr. Emperor. No need. Emlyn refused, I'm not interested in this question. Audrey smiled, Mr. Moon, this will be your reward for answering my question just now, please be sure to accept it. Reward? What reward? Emlyn thought for a while before realizing that Miss Justice was talking about how he answered her question about the way the Sanguine distinguishes levels just now. You are an upright and generous lady, but there is no need to pay a reward for this. Audrey continued to smile, Mr. Moon, please participate, the transaction initiated with Mr. Emperor is one of the important links in the tarot gathering. Furs recalled that after participating in such a transaction, she couldn't stop at all. Hobert also said to Emlyn, if you join the transaction, I will give you a piece of information when I talk about the sanguine ancestor, as a welcome to the new member. As soon as this remark came out, the other members more enthusiastically invited Mr. Moon to join the transaction. Emlyn reluctantly agreed. He also wanted to see how worthwhile the information worth £3,000 was. After discussing the price, Hobert smiled, then let's start. The 8 ancient gods are Giant King Ormer, Elf King Seniathrim, Sanguine Ancestor Lilith, and Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt, Phoenix Ancestor Greg Race, Mutant King Kvaster. There are also Annihilation Demonic Wolf Fleegria and Devil Monarch Forbody. Everyone remembered carefully, and they all sighed that many mythological figures were actually ancient gods. Then Hobert began to elaborate. Giant King Ormer, Little Sun should know very well, is the god of the warrior pathway, and the city of Silver was once under the rule of the Giant King. Little Sun nodded repeatedly. That's right, later we received the redemption of the Lord and began to believe in the omnipotent and omniscient God. Hobert continued. The Giant King subsidiary gods are Harvest Goddess Amabella, Dawn God Badhile, God of Honor. Wait a minute. Alger interrupted in surprise. Sorry everyone, I suddenly remembered a confidential document I read, which said that the name of the God of Combat is Badhile. The others were also surprised, and then looked at Emperor together. Hobert smiled. That's right, this eldest son of the Giant King is the later God of Combat. The hall was silent for a full 5 or 6 seconds before everyone reacted and spread their thoughts. Klein behind the grey fog thought, it turns out that the 7 gods can be traced back to the second epoch. Alger felt his heart pounding. I know the origin of another god. All along, they have been so high above that I always forget that they also have origins. Audrey, heavens, God of Combat, is actually the son of Giant King. How does it feel like the position of God in the warrior pathway is like a noble title? Did God of Combat inherit his father's position? Furs, God of Combat, he is actually a son. No, I mean, he was actually born by someone else, and not, okay, so the gods really have a birth process. The most surprised person was Emlyn. Is this how God of Combat came to be? Mother above, cough cough, ancestor above, why do we, a group of mid-sequence beyonders, need to know these things? Then he realized, no wonder they all said that Emperor's information was worth more than its value. This one piece of information alone is worth more than £3,000. Am I crazy, or is Emperor crazy? Little Son, Derek thought for a while before asking, Mr. Emperor, is the harvest goddess the Earth Mother you are talking about? I noticed that their authority is very similar. Reminded by Derek, everyone suddenly realized this and looked at Emperor with either surprise or excitement. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 463, Chapter 463, The Ancient Gods Subsidiary Gods, Bonus 3. Chapter 463, The Ancient Gods Subsidiary Gods. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Cledaddy for joining, +1. Hobert smiled and said, this question is very complicated and not within the scope of this answer. Well, to be precise, I cannot answer this question until the situation is clear. He thought to himself, the Evernight Goddess is hovering over my head right now. If I ruin her plans, I believe there will be no Emperor left in this world. Derek nodded with some disappointment. All right then. Klein and Alger both realized that the Emperor's answer implied a huge hidden story. Emlyn, is it or isn't it? What does, not within the scope of this answer, mean? We all paid for this. Thinking of this, he felt a little guilty, because his spectator seat came from Miss Justice's payment, and he certainly understood that this answer was worth more than £3,000. Hobert continued, Elf King is a true god of the sailor pathway. Oh, by the way, let me mention that, as mentioned before, there is a high probability that there are beyonder characteristics of other pathways in the bodies of ancient gods. But what specific pathway is impossible to verify, so I'll just say his true god pathway. Hobert paused slightly and then said, Elf King's subsidiary gods are Calamity Queen, Kohainum and God of Luck. Alger said, sorry everyone, I need to ask another question. In the last transaction, Audrey, who paid the most, could ask questions freely, but for the sake of fairness, others could only ask one question. Although this was not stated in advance this time, everyone felt that it would be fairer to follow the previous practice. Little Son Derek said, Mr. Hangman, I can give you my chance to ask a question. Although he had asked a question just now, he did not get an answer, so it doesn't count as using up his chance to ask a question. Alger was not polite, thank you. After all, he had given Derek a lot of guidance before, so now it was like using up the favors from those times. Alger asked the Emperor, as far as I know, there are still a small number of natives on some islands who still believe in the Calamity Queen. May I ask, does the Calamity Queen still exist? Hobert replied, as far as I know, after the Elf King fell, she also fell along with him. But her beyonder characteristics seem to have been preserved in a relatively special way, and have not been completely reused, so her will has been preserved to a certain extent within a small range. Alger opened his mouth. What a strange state. Klein behind the grey fog couldn't help but think, I didn't expect that the ancient gods and subsidiary gods of the second epoch still have an impact on the present. Hobert continued, sanguine ancestor, Lilith is a true god of the moon pathway, and her subsidiary gods are, goddess of beauty, Orania and the goddess of life. Emlyn exclaimed, Your Majesty Orania has indeed followed the ancestor since the second epoch. Hobert smiled and continued, and the information I give to Mr. Moon is, before Lilith fell, there were some problems with her state. In addition, it is said that her fall was due to a betrayal. Emlyn stood up abruptly, Who? Who betrayed the ancestor? Hobert thought to himself, it seems that Emlyn's level has not reached the authority to know these things. Logically speaking, the vampires should know some inside information about this matter. After all, the goddess of beauty did not fall until the fourth epoch, giving them enough opportunities to tell their clansmen some secrets about the ancestor's fall. Hobert smiled at the angry Emlyn. The value of this answer is £3,000. This piece of information is free, but an explanation requires payment. Emlyn immediately calmed down a lot. £3,000. Then I must trade with you as soon as I have enough money. Hobert smiled, no problem. Everyone smiled at each other, marveling at how much the Emperor knew, and also marveling at his high-end or hidden information, one ring after another. Even if Hobert didn't explain this information in detail, everyone couldn't help but come up with many associations. Klein leaned back in his chair and thought, it seems that there are many secrets between the ancient gods of the second epoch. These secrets may be the key to unraveling some historical questions. Alger folded his arms. The more information he gets from the Emperor, the more he feels that the history of the gods is the history of an era. Every time at this time, one can't help but feel how insignificant human power is. Audrey, I really want to know the answer, but I can only wait for a while, because this is a question that Hobert prepared for Mr. Moon. The hall was quiet for a few seconds, and then Emlyn seemed to suddenly come back to his senses. That's not right, the ancestor clearly hasn't fallen. Some of the vampire elders occasionally receive instructions from the ancestor. He thought to himself, I came to participate in the tarot gathering because I received instructions from the ancestor. This question is also included in those £3,000, Hobert said with a smile, but I can only give you a simple answer and cannot explain it to you in detail. Emlyn nodded, which meant that the ancestor had indeed not fallen. Let us continue, Hobert continued, Dragon of Imagination is a true god of the visionary pathway, that is, the spectator pathway. In addition, there are beyonder characteristics of other pathways in his body, but what specific pathway is impossible to verify. His subsidiary gods are Nightmare Dragon, Alzahad and Wisdom Dragon, Harabjan. According to some of our previous transactions, we know that 0-08 was formed after Alzahad fell. And last week we just said that Wisdom Dragon is the current god of knowledge and wisdom. Only Emlyn was a little surprised. This is already the second god to appear. Could it be that the current 7 gods were all subsidiary gods of the ancient gods? Because of 0-08, everyone was relatively familiar with the Dragon of Imagination, so they did not stop here, and Hobert continued, Phoenix Ancestor is a true god of the death pathway, and at the same time has certain beyonder characteristics of the door pathway in his body. Audrey asked, Mr. Emperor, these two pathways don't seem to be adjacent pathways. Yes, they are not adjacent pathways. Everyone's thoughts were similar, no wonder the ancient gods were all crazy. It turns out that they have two non-adjacent beyonder characteristics in their bodies. The Emperor is right, becoming a god in the second epoch all depends on luck. In fact, everyone had already anticipated this point, but now there is direct evidence to prove the previous guess. Mutant King is a true god of the prisoner pathway, Hobert said. We mentioned not long ago that the members of the Rose School are mainly beyonders of this pathway. His subsidiary gods are God of Spiritual Beings Tolzna and the God of Combat. Tolzna belongs to a somewhat niche god, and no one has heard of him, so Hobert did not make further explanations. Annihilation Demonic Wolf is a true god of the Sleepless pathway, and at the same time he has the beyonder characteristics of an King of Angels level of the Seer pathway in his body, Hobert said. His subsidiary gods are Goddess of Misfortune, Amon-Isis, God of the Undead, Salinger, and God of Wishes Kotar. Even Klein, who had been a Nighthawk, did not know the true name of the Evernight goddess. His attention was drawn to another name, so he manipulated the world and asked, Salinger. Is that the later Underworld Emperor? Klein had seen some descriptions of the Underworld Emperor in a previous diary, including the Underworld Emperor's true name. Hobert smiled, yes. He thought to himself, you don't even know what you just missed. Everyone was not as surprised as before. After all, this was not the first subsidiary god to later ascend to the throne of God. Finally, Hobert said, Devil Monarch, Farbody is a true god of the criminal pathway. Members in Backlund should still remember that the murderer in the serial murder case that caused a stir before wasn't beyonder of this pathway. Except for Emlyn, who had just joined, everyone was deeply impressed by this matter. A certain Mr. Fool sitting at the head of the table had also investigated the Apostle of Desire, and finally finished him off. Everyone savored the answers just now, and no one spoke for a while. Audrey savored it while saying in her heart, this is the atmosphere that the tarot gathering should have. After a dozen seconds, the free exchange session restarted, and Klein manipulated the world and said, I heard about a matter at sea, which is related to the Storm Church. Alger frowned, related to the church? Why didn't I receive a notification? Klein was a little disappointed. He originally thought that he could find out from the Hanged Man how the Bansi Harbor incident was handled, but judging from the Hanged Man's reaction, he didn't know about it. However, Klein still manipulated the world and continued to describe, the ancient customs of Bansi Harbor have revived, and some residents have become cultists. Even the bishop of the Storm Church has fallen. I heard that the matter has been resolved, but many people have died. Alger recalled the situation in Bansi Harbor and took the initiative to explain to everyone, there is a tradition of human sacrifice there, and the target of the sacrifice is an evil spirit called the God of Weather. Overseas, in the southern continent, there are many similar evil spirits. They seem to have been cleared, but they actually survive in a strange state. This reminds me of an King of Angels. Hobert suddenly realized that Klein had not met Medici in Backlund and did not know the relevant information. He felt that he should remind Alger. Audrey asked curiously, Mr. Emperor, what does this have to do with the King of Angels? Other members had similar questions, except for Emlyn. He remembered that other members had traded information about the King of Angels at the last gathering. This made Emlyn inexplicably excited, and he found another reason why the ancestor asked him to pray to Mr. Fool. Sure enough, this is a savior gathering preparing for the end of the world. We are all the chosen ones and will gradually face evil existences such as the King of Angels, Primordial Demoness, and True Creator. This made Emlyn suddenly have an impulse to initiate a transaction with the Emperor to obtain information about the King of Angels, but the fact that he had no money ruthlessly shattered the fantasy in his mind. Hobert replied, I remember that the descendants of an King of Angels live in Binzi, which is now Bansi Harbor, and that King of Angels is the Red Angel Medici we mentioned at the last gathering. Klein was stunned, so there are descendants of the Medici family still alive, but they should be relatively weak and can only hide in this small port. Alger did not expect that this incident would lead to an King of Angels. He was already thinking about how to report this news to the church. While accumulating merit for himself, he can also make the Storm Church more vigilant. Everyone, I have a question, Emlyn said. The thing is, suppose a strong person arranges for you to investigate something. Although you have successfully obtained the information, you cannot report it to that strong person for some reason. Then, how should you continue to get support from that strong person? Other members, including Hobert, turned their attention to Alger. In their minds, Mr. Hangman has rich experience in this area. Alger glanced at the moon. It's very simple, but you must bear certain risks. Emlyn subconsciously denied, it's not me. Suppose it's you. The hangman replied with a smile, you can slowly show some abnormalities in your daily life to make that strong person aware of your problem. He will have two choices, one is to directly torture you, but this can easily break the clue. The second is to inadvertently provide you with help so that you can do more in-depth investigations, and then send someone to monitor you. I think the second possibility is the greatest. The risk you need to bear is how to not expose the information you want to hide under surveillance. It can still be like this. Then Emlyn realized that he no longer needed to show any abnormalities. His transaction with the followers of the Creator that he mentioned to the vampires was a relatively abnormal move. Because in the vampire's impression, the Creator's sphere of influence should be in the southern continent, but Emlyn, who doesn't usually go out, met the followers of the Creator in Backlund and established contact very accurately. This sounds incredible. Emlyn finally understood. No wonder Lord Nibs seemed very interested in the transaction, but still discussed it for a few days before finally confirming the transaction matters. It turned out that they were not worried about the followers of the Creator, but had concerns about me. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and said to the hanged man, thank you for your suggestion. Alger smiled slightly, indicating that it was nothing. Then, Audrey started another topic. I heard a piece of news this morning that a large-scale conflict between Beyonders just happened in Conant City. One of the parties, using a fishing company as a cover, suffered huge losses. It is said that more than 20 Beyonders died. Some people described it as a rare tragedy in the Beyonder world. She got the news from her father. Since the last Backlund smog incident, Earl Hall has allowed Audrey to participate in the meetings with the Archbishop every 3 days. In addition to doing prayers and sermons, the Archbishop also routinely informs important believers like Earl Hall of some extraordinary cases encountered by the Church and some information that can be disclosed on a small scale to increase important believers' understanding of extraordinary cases, so that they can have self-help references when encountering similar incidents. The Punishers connected the case in Conant City with the previous case at the Nicro shipyard in Backlund, and contacted the Nighthawks to form a joint investigation team. The details of the tragedy in Conant City were then revealed to the Nighthawks. The Punishers did this not because they had found clues about Hobert, but because the two cases were very similar. Many people died. Ordinary Beyonder cases usually involve 1 or 2 deaths, at most a few. But these two cases involved a dozen or 20 deaths, which was a clear difference from other cases. This was actually because, in other Sequence 5 level conflicts, the strengths were usually comparable, and many times it was just a fight without anyone dying. If the strength was vastly different, the stronger side would focus on harvesting the enemy's mid-sequence Beyonders, and would not care about the enemy's low-sequence Beyonders, or would maintain their status and be too lazy to fight those low sequences. So, in similar conflicts, the low sequences also had a high probability of escaping. But Hobert didn't think so. In his eyes, those were all 300 pounds walking around, or 300 plus 600 pounds walking around. If he couldn't harvest the consistently frugal goods, he would try to harvest a wave, which was why so many people died. Alger guessed it might be a conflict between Beyonder organizations. Furs suddenly said weakly, I seem to know something about this. Everyone was stunned. Alger and Audrey had suspected that it was related to the world or the Emperor, but they had never thought that it would be related to the magician, who rarely spoke. Audrey said, Miss Magician, if you have detailed information, can you tell us about it? Furs confirmed, is the case you're talking about happening at the Ballon Fisheries Company? Audrey nodded, that's right. Then we're talking about the same thing, Furs said, that was an action I took with 2 companions. Everyone was surprised again, and Hobert also pretended to be surprised. Klein, I saw Miss Magician in disguise at the pier before. Judging from her temperament, she doesn't seem like someone who likes fighting. Emlyn couldn't believe it, Miss Magician looks like a quiet girl, but I didn't expect her to create such a tragedy as soon as she makes a move. Audrey also couldn't believe it, I didn't expect Furs to be able to do such a thing. I wonder if the 2 companions she mentioned include Zio. Furs realized that everyone seemed to have misunderstood something, and quickly explained, those who were killed were all members of the Judgment Group. They were supported by the Feinipotter Kingdom and specialized in sabotage in the Lone Kingdom. Before the action, Hobert explained the immoral things that the Judgment Group had done, so that Furs would not have any psychological burden. The Numinous Episcopate that appeared in Southern Lone before was planned and organized by the Judgment Group. This evil cult not only performs live sacrifices, but also uses infant sacrifices. Furs said. And this is just a conspiracy planned by a deputy leader of the Judgment Group. Many heinous cases in the Lone Kingdom were planned by them. They also forcibly force wild Beyonders to join them, otherwise they will turn those Beyonders into Beyonder characteristics. In this operation, we only killed the Beyonders of the Judgment Group, at most a few thugs who helped them, and did not kill anyone outside the Judgment Group. Audrey also felt a sense of shared hatred, these people deserve to be killed. Alger's focus was not here, how did you 3 kill more than 20 Beyonders? Even 3 mid-sequence Beyonders could not kill more than 20 low-sequence Beyonders. Those people were Beyonders, not stones. Wouldn't they run? Furs explained, one of my companions has a very powerful and strange sealed artifact. Alger nodded, which sounded more reasonable, your companion is a Sequence 6 or Sequence 5, right? Yes, it's Sequence 5. This was even more reasonable. Alger smiled and said, then the enemies must all be low-sequence Beyonders. That's not the case, Furs said, the other side also had a Sequence 5. Alger thought he had misheard, that is to say, each side had a Sequence 5. Yes. Several male members with rich Beyonder combat experience felt a little unbelievable. The world asked in a hoarse voice, are your 2 companions both Sequence 5? Furs thought for a while, feeling that saying only the sequence number would not reveal too much information, one is Sequence 5, and one is Sequence 7. The world then asked, what about the enemies? Furs said with a slight sense of pride, it seems like there were 4 or 5 mid-sequences, and the rest were low sequences. Alger immediately made a judgment, Miss Magician's companion should be holding a Grade 1 sealed artifact, otherwise there would not be such a result. Klein had a similar idea, and thought, the spoils of this battle, the Beyonder characteristics alone could sell for a lot of money. Emlyn was stunned for a few seconds before he thought, are you kidding me? 3 people won without any advantage and killed so many people. At this time, Audrey was already a little strange, why don't the official Beyonders eliminate the Judgment Group? Alger said, it is difficult to completely wipe out this kind of local Beyonder organization. It is very likely that the official Beyonders investigation will be discovered by them at the beginning, so they will immediately transfer, and in the end, they can only catch some peripheral members. Furs also said, my companion also said that being able to achieve such a great result this time, surprise attacks and luck accounted for at least half of the factors. Originally, he thought that at most he could kill one core member of the judgment group, and they would react. Who knew that Gale and the others would be holding a meeting at that time? Audrey frowned. Isn't there any other way? Yes. Alger smiled and said, dispatch demigods, seal off the entire city, and the attacking force is at least twice the strength of the opponent, so that they can be effectively prevented from running away separately during the pursuit. Everyone smiled together. The step of dispatching demigods alone was very difficult. After all, there were only so many demigods of the official Beyonders, and they had many more important things to do, such as deterring the enemy's demigods, or sitting in a certain place. After discussing this issue for a few more sentences, Klein announced the end of the gathering. In the middle of the Berserk Sea, on the white agate. Klein, who had finished the sacrifice and bestowal ceremony, got up from the bed and saw that the sky outside the window was dim, as if brewing a storm. With a dull whistle, the ship finally docked. Klein pushed open the door of the bedroom and found that Danitz had thoughtfully packed his luggage in advance. Danitz smiled and said, we have finally arrived at Generosity City. From Bansi Harbor to now, he had been worried, and now, he was finally free. Klein, no, Gehrman Sparrow, said, you can talk about which pirate contact points are in Biome. Danitz's expression twisted, shit, join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 464, Chapter 464, Doomed Hobert, Bonus 4. Chapter 464, Doomed Hobert. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Oka for joining, +1. Hobert almost broke even in this gathering. He spent £4,000 to buy the faceless Beyonder characteristic and sold information for £4,300. Of course, this includes the Little Sun's 2 Beyonder materials and Emlyn's £1,000 potion. The total immediate income is only £2,800. So, Hobert sacrificed £700 to pay Klein for the Beyonder characteristic. After a short rest, Hobert used travel to come to Conant City and discussed with Upton the matter of the Southern Continent's Blessed Learning Delegation. Upton will be responsible for the reception and learning matters. The expenses required will, of course, be paid by Hobert first, and after calculating the total expenses, an additional 8 or 9% will be reimbursed by the Balk family. Although this is a matter for the Blessed, Hobert has been busy and used many of his own channels. Adding a 10% markup is already a very fair charge. For this reason, Hobert first paid Upton £2,000 as a fee for learning matters, with refunds for any surplus and additional charges for any deficiency. Then, he discussed with Upton the matter of customizing a train and carriages. Hobert paid Upton another £2,000 as a deposit for the train and modification costs, also with refunds for any surplus and additional charges for any deficiency. As for Upton's remuneration for these two tasks, there are two options, 1/6 of a Baron of Corruption, Beyonder characteristic, or a £600 reward. Upton, of course, chose to accumulate Beyonder characteristics. £3,600 cannot buy a Sequence 6 Beyonder characteristic. Finally, Hobert talked to Upton about the spoils of war. According to convention, if you obtain spoils of war such as Beyonder characteristics above Sequence 9, you must hand them over to me for processing. Common curses, corruption from loss of control, etc., can be dealt with. Most importantly, Beyonder characteristics that have been processed can reduce the burden of potions on Beyonders. Upton was stunned, not expecting such a good thing. Do I need to pay any fees? No, Hobert said, this is a benefit for the Blessed. He was also concerned about the Blessed. Otherwise, taking too many potions would definitely bring a considerable burden to the Blessed. As for the fees, the Blessed don't need to worry. As long as they send the Beyonder characteristics, it is equivalent to having already paid the fee. Amid Upton's constant exclamations of, the benefits for the Blessed are really too good, Hobert left his office and came to the warehouse where building materials were stored. Seeing the building materials piled high, Hobert smiled wryly, leaving only one word, move. It took a full hour and a half for Hobert to move all the materials into the Nation of Disorder. After advancing to Sequence 5, he felt the first sign of spiritual exhaustion. And in the Nation of Disorder, the mountains and fields were full of building materials, as if to rebuild the mountain under Hobert's feet. Returning to Jeffrey's territory, Hobert was not in a hurry to move the building materials out. He planned to rest for a while and pile the materials in different construction sites in several batches. Then Hobert rummaged through the pile of sundries and finally found the pair of eyeballs he had obtained during the tomb robbery. He used the Nation of Disorder to confirm that it was a Sequence 5 level auxiliary material. Then this must be the eyes of the six-winged gargoyle. Enduring his fatigue, Hobert completed the transaction with Klein for £700 before returning to his room to rest. That night, Hobert fell asleep without meditation. Hobert had just gotten up and was about to have breakfast when he received a letter from Edwina. He originally thought the talisman was ready, but it was just a letter. Opening it, he found that Edwina had obtained the latest information. Yesterday, Vice Admiral Dusk and Admiral of Blood had a major battle in the southern waters of Capri Island. Now is the weakest time for Vice Admiral Dusk's fleet. Edwina guessed that Vice Admiral Dusk's fleet might go to the nearby Pontgar Island or Lambie Island to rest. But it is more likely to temporarily hide their tracks at sea, and after some of the wounded die and some of the wounded basically recover their combat power, they will land on an island to rest. Regarding the current location of the fleet, Edwina gave 3 locations at sea. If they are not in these 3 locations, it means that the other party may have left relatively safe waters, in which case it will be difficult to find them. Without delay, Hobert prepared to take action immediately. This is not because Hobert is reckless, but because he had considered the tactics of hunting Vice Admiral Dusk before. The ocean is Vice Admiral Dusk's home field, coming and going without a trace. Even if Hobert has the ability to travel, the first step of finding the opponent is difficult to achieve. So once he gets the news, he must strike immediately. Even if he goes all the way just to let Vice Admiral Dusk take a look at the oil painting, the purpose of this attack will be achieved. As long as the oil painting marks Vice Admiral Dusk, then Hobert can calmly launch continuous surprise attacks, and he can exhaust Vice Admiral Dusk to death. He carried the oil painting on his back and adjusted the magical items on his body. Now, whenever Hobert encounters a battle he is not sure about, he will carry the oil painting on his back. And hunting a pirate admiral is a battle he is not sure about. Although the other party is also a sequence 5, pirate admirals are generally filthy rich, possessing at least one sealed artifact. And the first mate and second mate on the ship are also difficult to deal with. Hobert also plans to use Vice Admiral Dusk as a target for practicing his skills. Even if the hunt is unsuccessful, it is good to improve his combat skills. And in this kind of large pirate group, not only the pirate admiral and first mate have high bounties, but even the bosun, squad leader, and captains of other ships must have bounties. Killing one at random is not a loss. Then Hobert took the sea chart and, after transiting with travel, first came to Pontgar Island. Hobert used travel to search the 2 small islands, but did not find any ships of the Vice Admiral Dusk fleet. Pirates as experienced as them would certainly not rest on an island when they are vulnerable. So Hobert used travel to continue to check the 3 locations at sea given by Vice Admiral Iceberg. As for the specific location, he used the Faceless Necklace to navigate. After arriving at sea, Hobert suddenly lost confidence in this operation. It was not the first time he had come to the sea, but the scene of looking out and not seeing any land or any ships was still a bit despairing. After Hobert used travel to come to the sea, he immediately switched to using the low flight ability to fly at sea. However, the boundless sea also has a benefit, good visibility. Without much effort, he could determine that the Vice Admiral Dusk fleet was not nearby. And when Hobert came to the second location, he unfortunately encountered a huge storm. As far as the eye could see, the clouds were very low, giving people a great sense of oppression. The sea was full of strong winds and huge waves. In the air, the waves did not feel very intense, but once on the sea, he could feel that the surrounding waves were as high as small mountains. Flying here was like flying on a moving land, which made people feel insecure and even a little frightened. Fortunately, he was wearing the ocean pendant, otherwise such a strong wind would definitely blow people into the sky like a piece of paper. Although the visibility was poor at this location, Hobert vaguely saw lights in the storm. After flying closer to observe, he determined that it was a fleet of 8 ships. The flagship among them was as long as 70 or 80 meters and 11 or 12 meters wide. In Hobert's concept, such a large ship was about the size of a warship with a displacement of 3,000 to 4,000 tons. To be honest, it was a bit unbelievable for a wooden ship to reach this length, which was about the length and width of a 4-story residential building with 7 or 8 units. In the hammering of the storm, Hobert finally checked the equipment on his body and then dived into the water. Although it was in a storm, Hobert estimated that someone might have spotted him, so he prepared to attack from underwater. Being in the turbulent waves, even Hobert, a sequence 5, felt a little frightened. This is the power of nature. It took him some effort to find the location of the fleet's flagship. From a distance, Hobert saw the monster-like bottom of the flagship. For some reason, Hobert had an illusion that it was a living monster, giving people the feeling that it could open its mouth at any time and swallow him into its belly. The closer he got, the more Hobert felt that something was wrong. This ship seemed to have extremely high spirituality, and the bottom of the ship was dark and occasionally wriggled. This made Hobert think, a flagship at the level of a naval admiral basically has certain beyonder characteristics. When he came near the ship, Hobert saw several people jump into the water. He realized that his tracks had been discovered. However, Hobert was not flustered. He moved flexibly in the sea like a fish. The people who entered the water were not as agile as him, and they almost chased him to the bottom of the flagship. Hobert pulled out his knife and cut a hole in the bottom of the ship. He swam into the ship along the seawater. The light in the ship's bottom hold was very dim, and the water level was not high, only up to Hobert's thighs. As soon as he came out of the water, Hobert smelled a strong smell of blood and saw corpses hanging on the walls of the ship. Then he discovered that the hole he had just entered the cabin was quickly healing, and the water was quickly drained. The ground was full of white bones and more corpses. It could be seen that they had died tragically, and their flesh and blood seemed to have grown on the ship. Some of these corpses seemed to have struggled before they died, but they still did not escape the fate of merging with the ship. Just as Hobert was preparing to use a blink to enter the upper level, his spirituality sensed something and he looked warily in the direction of the stairs. Lights and footsteps appeared, but Hobert did not hide, but instead went to meet them. A sequence 5 is enough to run amok at sea. Soon, Hobert saw a pirate wearing clothes with the characteristics of the Rorsted archipelago, carrying a lamp towards this side. Hobert was about to attack and then conduct spirit communication, but the other party took the lead and said, "Guest, if you haven't had breakfast yet, the captain invites you to have breakfast together." Hobert put away his knife and smiled slightly. "That's really great, please lead the way." The upper level was a storage room with many wine barrels and food, as well as some goats, pigs, and many chickens, ducks, and geese. Of course, there were also some goods. The second floor was where prisoners were held and goods were stored, but Hobert saw that the cages were basically filled with girls dressed in different regional styles. Some of them had numb expressions, and some were sobbing softly. The pirate leading the way politely said, "Guest, if you like any of the ladies, you can let her serve you in the restaurant." "No need," Hobert said in a bad tone. "This is a pirate, the outlaw in people's mouths." The third floor was where the crew members rested, as well as the lower-level turrets. At this time, the ship's gun ports were all closed, and the cannons were firmly fixed, but as the ship swayed, the cannons could still sway slightly with the ship. The cabin was shaking so violently, but there were still crew members sleeping like dead pigs. The fourth floor was some public areas such as restaurants, as well as weapon depots with heavy iron doors, and a large winch. 7 or 8 people were shouting slogans and slowly turning the winch to fix the ropes on the ship. Going out from here was the stormy deck, and many sailors were busy fighting against the huge storm. The pirate leading the way covered his hat and walked close to the wall, for fear of being blown away. Hobert saw that a huge wave was coming, which had swallowed the bow of the ship, and the entire ship began to tilt significantly to the front left, giving the illusion that it was about to capsize. But the giant ship under his feet still broke through the huge waves and continued to move forward in the turbulent waves. "You bastard fools!" A voice shouted loudly, "Turn the rudder to the left. Advance along the direction of the waves." The fifth floor, which was higher than the deck, had exclusive restaurants for the captain and first mate, and even entertainment venues such as bars and card rooms. The view here was good, but Hobert found that the shaking seemed to be even greater. There were 5 people sitting around the dining table in the restaurant. The leader was in his 40s, with a mustache on his lips and a frighteningly pale face. There were also 7 or 8 almost naked girls shuttling among them, serving these 5 people. The leading man smiled and said, "Welcome to the flesh and blood tree. Girls, bring this guest a breakfast." Hobert opened his mouth slightly. "Do you believe me if I say I went to the wrong place?" Then he felt something was wrong. This was the second time he had gone to the wrong place recently. Last time he broke into the Judgment Group's meeting room, and this time he simply came to the Admiral of Blood's flesh and blood tree. The first thing he thought was whether he was entangled in bad luck. "Don't do this. I helped you sacrifice things to you from Farbody, and you let me be entangled in bad luck. But now is not the time to think about this." Hobert sat generously opposite the Admiral of Blood. "Sorry, I hope I didn't disturb you enjoying breakfast. I'm just here to ask for directions." A one-eyed dragon with a scruffy beard on the left asked, "Ask for directions." "The road to hell." "The road to the Vice Admiral Dusk's flagship." Hobert thanked the girl who served him breakfast and said, "I heard from a friend that you just had a conflict with him." Admiral of Blood, Senor asked, "What do you want him for?" "To hunt him down, of course." Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 465, Chapter 465 Codename 1-102, Bonus 5. Chapter 465 Codename 1-102. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, readerpatreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Thanks to Nominu for joining as free member, +1. If you ignored the corpses in the hold and the large number of imprisoned girls, Senor, apart from his slightly sunken eye sockets and pale face, looked like an ordinary middle-aged uncle. Everyone burst into laughter when they heard Hobert was going to hunt the Vice Admiral Dusk. Senor smiled and said, "Young man, I know you're strong. I knew it when you approached this ship, but this is at sea, and it's not as simple as you think." Hobert smiled. "All right, since you don't know either, I'll go look again." "Wait a moment." Senor suddenly tossed Hobert a small glass bottle containing a small piece of wood. I just used this to design a trap for Bulatov, the Vice Admiral Dusk's name. If you have the ability, use it to find Bulatov. Similar to the Vice Admiral Iceberg's idea, Senor was happy to send an opponent to his opponent. Hobert looked at the glass bottle seriously. It seemed to be a piece of wood taken from the ship. Thank you. You're welcome. I'm always so helpful, Senor said earnestly, while his subordinates seemed to be trying hard to suppress their laughter. He paused and added, also, this breakfast costs £3,000. You can leave after paying the bill. Finally, he thoughtfully added, if you don't have that much money, you can pay with corresponding items. Hobert looked at the breakfast in front of him. I didn't eat a single bite. Young man, be reasonable, Senor said. Although you didn't eat, you didn't refuse when I served you breakfast, did you? Senor's subordinates finally burst into laughter. The Admiral of Blood smiled coldly. Let me introduce you. This is the ship's first mate, Caesar, who, like you, is also a Sequence 5. To your left are the flagship's third mate, Clarin, Combat Captain OLED, and third Captain Bird. This was Senor's way of intimidating him. There were at least 5 mid-sequence Beyonders in the restaurant, including 2 Sequence 5s. They all felt that Hobert should pay the bill. Hobert smiled. What follows will be a conversation between men. Please, ladies, leave. Senor sneered. This young man is taking pity on these little girls. But I am the captain of this ship, and only I can give orders here. The people at the table looked at Hobert with smiles, as if they were looking at an inexperienced junior. Senor dragged a girl to his side and put a hand under her short skirt. Tears streamed from the girl's eyes, and she trembled all over, closing her eyes in pain, but she didn't dare to resist. Senor said coldly, this is a descendant of a noble from Lone, a reserved little girl. She tastes very good. Would you like to try her? Unfortunately, Senor didn't see the young man's angry expression. The young man in front of him was still so calm as before. Never mind then, Hobert said. I'll show you something. Hobert, who had been preparing, suddenly flipped the oil painting forward. Senor and the others tensed up, preparing themselves, but none of them expected that the first thing Hobert did was use the oil painting to block their view. Their spirituality told them that the oil painting was dangerous and that they should quickly turn their heads away. But for some reason, it seemed like there was a huge attraction that made their eyes unable to resist glancing at it. In the end, the people in front of them had to exclaim in horror, what a beautiful landscape. Senor was also puzzled. Wasn't the young man letting those little girls out to avoid accidentally hurting them? Why did he still launch a Beyonder attack? Immediately afterward, the monster in the oil painting appeared on the dining table, but before it could deliver its curse, Senor let out a soul-piercing shriek. Poof! The monster disappeared without a trace like a deflated ball. At this time, First Mate Caesar and the others' Beyonder attacks were blocked by Hobert with the oil painting. At the same time, he released the seal on 1-102. This sealed item was more suitable for use against more powerful enemies. Its ability was, it can summon monsters from the mirror world that desire to have a face. These monsters will try everything to devour enemies so that they can obtain the enemy's face and become stronger in the mirror world. It can summon up to 4 monsters, but the holder has no control over the summoning process or what kind of monsters are summoned. The negative effect is, this item opens the mirror world, and the creatures inside all want to have their own faces, so they will try to devour people in the real world and take their faces whenever they have the chance. If the holder doesn't want to die a terrible death, they should not look in the mirror for a day, stay away from any glass products, and stay away from anything reflective. After a day, the opened mirror world will disappear. It cannot be confirmed what kind of monster will be summoned. It may think the enemy's appearance is too ugly and want to take the holder's appearance. In that case, it is equivalent to summoning an enemy. It may also summon monsters that attack indiscriminately. After releasing the seal on 1-102, the wooden puppet in Hobert's hand began to shake its head from side to side. Da-da-da. It shook faster and faster, with greater and greater amplitude. It raised a hand, and a piece of glass on the restaurant's window lost all its color. The other side of the glass was another world, an evil world, and now only a layer of gray film separated the two worlds. A human-shaped shadow appeared inside the gray film. The shadow's face could not be seen clearly, but everyone in the room could feel it looking at the outside world with evil eyes. The combat captain named OLED accidentally glanced at the monster, stood up straight suddenly, and then walked stiffly towards the window. OLED quickly restrained his spirituality and attention. Before competing with the evil monster for control of his body, one of his legs stepped out and then back, then out again, then back again. It was like dancing a very awkward dance. The others ignored OLED. They all knew this was the ability of the sealed item on Hobert's body, so they attacked Hobert together. But the more people there were, the more operational Hobert's ability became, weaken. This skill was the unwavering vanguard. Senor and the others didn't care, because even if they were weakened, their combined strength was still stronger than Hobert's. Abyss shackles. First mate Caesar was at the very back, preparing to control Hobert. A set of dark and solid shackles appeared out of thin air in the restaurant. In theory, these shackles should have appeared on Hobert's feet or body, but strangely, the shackles flew around Hobert, refusing to latch onto him. That was because Hobert was holding the oil painting in front of him. Anything related to the abyss didn't dare to approach the oil painting. At the same time, Senor's ice arrows and third mate Claren's frost cyclone had reached Hobert. Their attacks caused the temperature in the restaurant to plummet. If you accidentally touched the frost cyclone, your flesh would immediately become stiff. And even if you didn't touch the ice arrows, your flesh would still become stiff if you were close enough. The latter was equivalent to an upgraded version of the former. Distort. These two kinds of frost attacks were distorted by Hobert and smashed towards third Captain Bird, who was attacking Hobert with a knife. Bird dodged agilely, and his attack was also resolved. Hobert withstood the second round of attacks from Senor's men, and the puppet in his hand raised its other hand. A glass on the table that had not been knocked over lost all its color and suddenly turned dark gray. A blurred black shadow could be seen inside, and slippery tentacles stretched out from it, coiling towards Caesar, who was closest to it. Caesar immediately threw a small glass bottle at the tentacles. Smash! The glass bottle was shattered by the tentacles, and the dark red liquid inside splashed on the tentacles. A sizzling, corrosive sound could be heard. The tentacles shook violently, but they still couldn't shake off the potion, and they couldn't stop the tentacles from being rapidly corroded. Caesar was about to continue attacking Hobert when the tentacles suddenly retracted, and then tentacles with obvious exoskeletons stretched out from the glass, with inverted barbs on the tentacles that looked very sharp. Each tentacle was as thick as an arm, and a dozen of them stretched out at once, making the glass on the table look very small. But incredibly, these tentacles stretched out from a small glass. The tentacles were very thin when they first stretched out, but they suddenly became thicker after leaving the glass for a distance. Scarlet moonlight appeared around Caesar. In the moonlight, he would become more agile, his spirituality would be more abundant, and his strength would be greater. His nails grew rapidly, and his nails were suddenly covered with mystical symbols and patterns. He waved his hands, blocking the tentacles' attacks. Each strike had a strong, corrosive effect, but it had little effect on the tentacles. And it was difficult for the tentacles to attack Caesar, because Caesar's speed was now so fast that it was dazzling. The girls finally gathered at the door, crawling and rolling. The door of the restaurant was opened, and the wind blew in. As the girls screamed and ran out, the guards also discovered the fighting in the restaurant. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The sound never stopped. On the other side, Senor and the other two were launching their third round of attacks on Hobert. They were all known for their speed and strong attacks, and they liked close combat. At this time, they had already rushed in front of Hobert. Claren, who was in the front, kicked the oil painting, which was like a shield, causing Hobert to crash heavily into the cabin. Seeing this was a good opportunity, Senor immediately transformed into a shadow and possessed him. Disorder. Hobert, who was almost falling apart, caused Senor to fall into a brief state of chaos, underworld gate. Hobert regretted not wearing the light priest ring. For Senor in shadow form, holy light would definitely have an attack bonus. Senor, who had recovered from the brief state of chaos, suddenly slipped and miraculously avoided the pale hand stretching out from the underworld gate. However, the suction of the underworld gate was still very strong, and Senor rolled towards the bronze door involuntarily. He let out a piercing shriek at the bronze door, and the arms, eyes, and sounds in the bronze door all froze. The price Hobert paid for using the underworld gate was that he took a blow from Claren. Claren originally wanted to tear off one of Hobert's arms. The power of a zombie was enough for him to tear apart the body of a Sequence 5. Of course, he couldn't tear apart Sequence 5s with extremely strong physiques such as Guardians and Druids, or Priests of Light who could partially lightify, or Shepherds who could shadowify. Although Hobert's path could also enhance his physique, it was still within the range that the other party could tear apart, but Hobert had the blessing of the zombie spoon, making it difficult for the other party to succeed. Claren turned around and slammed Hobert to the ground. The floor of the restaurant was of some unknown structure and was not damaged at all, directly throwing him into a daze. At this time, the puppet shaking its head raised a leg, and a metal plate on the ground suddenly lost all its luster and turned gray. A cloud of dust like ashes floated out of it. This layer of dust formed a layer of gray mist above everyone's heads, rolling and stirring non-stop as if it had a life of its own. Including Hobert, everyone immediately felt their spirituality rapidly draining away. These gray mists were attacking indiscriminately. Whoever couldn't hold on first would be the first to collapse, thinking that their spirituality had been exhausted. Claren on the other side had the advantage and directly chased after him with another kick. Hobert used Blink to dodge. Before he could counterattack, Sefirah in shadow form had already rushed over. It turned out that Sefirah had summoned a black swamp, and vines grew out of the swamp. Now the underworld gate was trapped in the swamp, entangled by the vines, and it would be difficult to play an effective role within 10 seconds. Night. Hobert ended the summoning of the underworld gate, and recited this summoning word at the same time. Hant, wearing a knight's uniform and with his eyeballs hanging on his cheeks, appeared from the void. His white longsword flashed with a pale light, forcing back Sefirah in shadow form. Hobert ordered, "Entangle him." Footsteps could already be heard in the corridor. Although it was suicide for ordinary pirates to participate in this battle, there must be other mid-sequence beyonders on board. The longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for Hobert, so Hobert summoned Hant, hoping to find an opportunity to counterattack. Sefirah did not rashly possess Hant, who was full of underworld aura, but attacked Hant's spiritual body in shadow form. But strangely, the pale white light emitted from Hant's body effectively isolated Sefirah's attack on the soul. The strange thing about this matter was that Hant clearly came from the underworld, so the source of his power should be from his own spiritual body. In theory, attacking his spiritual body would cause him a fatal blow. But he couldn't be attacked. How frustrating. Hant's appearance allowed Hobert to take the initiative. Facing Clarin, who continued to chase after him, Hobert also kicked out, leg against leg, causing Clarin to take a step back. Both of them had the boost of the zombie state, and they used all their strength in that kick. They both felt a wooden pain in their calves from the earlier clash, and almost reached out to rub them. At this moment, the puppet, whose head was shaking violently, lifted its last leg. In the corner, the wine bottle suddenly lost all its color and turned gray. A dark gray hand, devoid of any life, reached out from inside and grabbed the calf of third mate Bird. Bird was the only sequence 7 in the dining hall, and in a battle of this level, his role was actually not significant. When the underworld gate appeared earlier, the fear in his heart exploded, and the suction of the underworld gate greatly affected him. The suction of the underworld gate was a pull from the soul level, directly acting on the soul. Therefore, Bird, who had not yet recovered after the underworld gate disappeared, was grabbed by this hand and immediately dragged down, being pulled little by little towards the wine bottle. Now the situation was great for Hobert. He only needed to deal with Clarin. So Hobert blocked Clarin's attacks while carrying the oil painting on his back again. Freeing up a hand, he pulled out the knife hidden in his cane and began to fight back. Distortion. This distortion was not used on Clarin but on the bosun who came to support from outside. The bosun had been outside directing the crew to fight the storm. After receiving the alarm of an enemy attack, he immediately came to support. He was a wind-blessed. He put on his gloves and was about to rush in to punch Hobert, but when he rushed to the entrance of the dining hall, Hobert changed his thought of supporting the captain to supporting the captain's woman. So the bosun looked at the several girls huddled in the corner of the corridor, shivering from the frost. "Give them some clothes." Idiots. As he spoke, the bosun took off his already soaked shirt, preparing to put it on one of the girls, but he hesitated for a moment. "WTF, can someone tell me, which one is the captain's woman?" At this time, in the dining hall, Hobert had already forced Clarin into a corner. Just when Clarin was in a precarious situation, 8 pale-faced men rushed in from outside the dining hall. They held knives and guns and attacked Hobert together, finally giving Clarin a chance to breathe. These 8 men were puppets cultivated by Clarin. One of them was killed by Hobert with a single knife, but they seemed unafraid of death and continued to charge at Hobert. Suddenly, the movements of the remaining 7 people slowed down. Hobert was using the spirit wine glass to compete with Clarin for control of these living corpses. Because they were puppets carefully cultivated by Clarin, and the spirit wine glass was not as high level as the Azic copper whistle, Hobert could only slow them down for the time being. Charm. Hobert put Clarin, who was about to whip up another frost hurricane, into a state of charm. Clarin was immediately captivated by Hobert's charm, and really wanted to invite Hobert to his room to enjoy the pleasure brought by the girls and handsome young men who served him. But Hobert had already rushed close, and with one knife, he slashed from the head to the abdomen. Clarin's 2 eyes were falling in different directions, one forward and one backward. At this moment, he still hadn't recovered from the charm state. His eyes were full of surprise, unable to understand why this extremely charming old friend suddenly turned against him. As the 7 living corpses stopped moving and fell to the ground one after another, it indicated that Clarin's life and spirituality were rapidly draining away. At this time, Hobert was observing the situation on the battlefield. Old's movements had become smoother. Obviously OLED was gradually gaining the upper hand in this battle for his body. He took the opportunity to break the wine glass that had stretched out tentacles, but the tentacles were not affected much, and continued to stretch out from the fragments. He threw a few more potions at them, and rust-like spots appeared on the tentacles, and their movements were becoming sluggish. Under the moonlight, he was rapidly breaking away from the weakened state, and his spirituality and power were becoming stronger. Senor was completely suppressed by Hant, but Hant was unable to hurt Senor for the time being. Only Bird was about to be dragged into the bottle and was struggling desperately. Hobert quickly made a decision. He used Blink to come to Bird's side, first stabbing the other person in the chest, and then cutting off the other person's grabbed leg. Then, dragging the half-dead Bird, he used Blink again to grab Claren, who had not completely died, and used Travel to leave here. But when the space in front of him became illusory, a middle-aged man with a grin came out first. He had sunken eyes, a pale face, and a black mustache. It was Senor. He let out a sharp shriek at Hobert, and Hobert immediately felt pain from the depths of his soul, arrogance. Senor, who could have continued to expand the results of the battle, suddenly put his hands on his hips and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, I am a pirate admiral. That knight with the eyeballs wandering outside is nothing great except for his swordsmanship. And this kid carrying the oil painting wants to use Travel to leave. What a joke, the spirit world is like my backyard. As long as he uses Travel on this ship, I can block him. While he was gloating, one of the tentacles suddenly whipped over and sent Senor flying. This did not cause him much damage. On the contrary, if he hadn't flown out, he would have been pierced through the heart by Hant, who was chasing after him. Hant's sword was not an ordinary weapon either. If it pierced through the chest, it would also cause great damage to a wraith. We'll regroup later. Hobert shouted to Hant, dragging 2 half-dead trophies and running out. Corrosion. He had been brewing it for a long time, and immediately the pirates who came to support from outside the dining hall were affected by corrosion. Hobert took the opportunity to rush out and came to the deck in the wind and rain. At this time, the bosun, who had recovered from the distortion state, shouted, "Surround him. He doesn't dare to enter the spirit world, he can't escape." Skinny horse. Hobert shouted in Hermes, and a huge, winged skeleton horse came out of the void. Hobert jumped on the horse's back, and the skeleton horse took him away from the flesh and blood tree. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 466, Chapter 466, Transaction with the Sanguine, Bonus 6. Chapter 466, Transaction with the Sanguine. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. The Church of Miss Raven has obtained its first Grade 1 sealed artifact, Archer X. This skeletal horse is called Maximilian, another contract object of Hobert's spirit wine glass, and this is the first time Hobert has summoned it. The reason for summoning it is that Hobert is not a proper wind-blessed after all, and his low-flying ability cannot take away 2 trophies. Moreover, the other party's bosun has already chased after him, and that is a true wind-blessed. The ghostly horse's skeletal wings spread out, spanning 4 to 5 meters, and without needing a running start, it directly lifts Hobert and the 2 trophies into the air. Hobert laughed loudly. "You thought I couldn't escape just because I couldn't enter the spirit world." The bosun ran over with large strides, the surrounding storm swirling around him, lifting him up to continue chasing Hobert in midair. Just as Hobert was preparing to chase after this wind-blessed, he suddenly noticed a ball of red mist appearing in the ghostly horse's empty stomach. Poof! The red mist was released from behind, enveloping the shouting wind-blessed. Hobert grimaced. "Never open your mouth when chasing enemies in the future, who knows what kind of fart they'll release." Then he realized, "Horse, could this be your weird ability?" Hobert remembered that his request at the time was for it to be able to fly and possess a weird ability. Maximilian proudly raised its head, as if wanting to let out a neigh, but perhaps due to the lack of vocal cords, it had to give up. Hobert thought, "It's just releasing a fart, what's so great about it?" However, Hobert soon discovered that the storm dispersed the red mist, and red flames were burning on the bosun's body. The rainstorm did not extinguish the flames, and the bosun jumped into the sea, but the red flames still did not immediately go out. At this time, Hobert had already flown away from the Tree of Flesh and Blood ship, and he suddenly realized that this ghostly horse could definitely play a huge role in naval battles. In an era without anti-aircraft guns or similar weapons, any airborne force at sea possesses a huge advantage. After putting some distance between himself and the Tree of Flesh and Blood ship, Hobert used Travel. The space in front of him became illusory, and this time the Admiral of Blood was not blocking the way. Hobert used Travel to arrive at the nearby Pontus Isle, where dark clouds covered the sky, as if a huge storm was about to come. Hobert hid in a corner of the jungle, first recovering his condition, and then killed the not yet dead Byerly with one strike, while Crane had already breathed his last. The ghostly horse stood aside, quietly watching Hobert accelerate the extraction speed of the Beyonder characteristics, waiting to divide the spoils of war. Hant stepped out of the void and also waited aside to divide the spoils of war. This time Hobert only obtained 2 Beyonder characteristics. I summoned Hant first, let him choose first. The ghostly horse lowered its head, as if nodding. Hant took the zombie Beyonder characteristic, while the ghostly horse took away Byerly's Beyonder characteristic. If it were in the past, Hobert would have gotten nothing. But this time it was different. Hobert prayed to the fool, contacted Alger, and handed over the 2 corpses for Alger to deal with. After seeing the 2 corpses, Alger was a little surprised. This is Iron Hand, Clarin, Crimson Butcher, Bird. Hobert, Ed, that's right, what are their respective bounties? £5,500 and £3,900, Alger said. Where did you hunt them down? On the Tree of Flesh and Blood ship. Hobert didn't expect that his hunt would earn £9,400. The violent sea is indeed full of walking pounds. Alger thought he heard wrong. The Tree of Flesh and Blood ship. Isn't that the Admiral of Blood's flagship? Hobert didn't care too much, still split the spoils according to the old rules. After speaking, he stepped into the spirit world and used travel to leave. Alger stared at the corpses in front of him for a few seconds before realizing that he had to hand over the 2 corpses to the governor's office before the news of the Tree of Flesh and Blood ship being attacked spread, lest he be noticed helping to deal with the bounty and be targeted by the Admiral of Blood. Fainapotter Kingdom, Jeffrey Territory. Hobert came out of his room, as if he had just woken up. He ordered Alan outside the door, go to the restaurant and bring breakfast to my room. The tableware should be wooden bowls or wooden plates. Do not use metal tableware or glassware. He also said to Dennis, find some glue and paste a layer of paper on all the glass on the windows and doors. In this yard, anything reflective must be covered with a layer of paper. Although Alan and Dennis found these orders a bit strange, they executed them without fail. After eating breakfast, Hobert wrote a letter to Vice Admiral Iceberg, summarizing the hunting process and results, and promised to give her £2,000 as a reward for providing information. Then he entered the oil painting hall and smashed the wooden statues of the girls he saw in the restaurant, but of course he would keep the wooden statues of Senior and others intact. After the letter was sent, the Lord's mansion welcomed a special guest, Dofus. With only a dozen days left until the wedding, Dofus was sent by Christian to arrange the wedding venue and arrange related matters. Along with Dofus came hundreds of servants and wedding planners. Hobert first asked Alan to arrange for these people to stay, and asked Dofus about the recent situation of his parents. So all day long, Hobert was discussing the details of the wedding with Dofus. He didn't expect that a noble's wedding, even a baron's wedding, would be so cumbersome. And on the wedding day, in addition to Christian, there will be 3 earls, 7 viscounts, and a dozen barons to congratulate. Dozens of merchants involved in arms and military supplies will also come. Doing a good job of entertaining these people is another key point of the wedding. Hobert thought that although many nobles and wealthy merchants would come on the wedding day, the reputation of Jeffrey Territory would only spread in a small circle, which was far from enough. While Hobert was thinking, it was already past 7 in the evening, but he still had no way to expand his influence, so he could only prepare for the deal with the vampires first. Hobert entered the Nation of Disorder and brought all the Beyonder characteristics to be sold tonight to the real world, and put them into small wooden boxes that had been prepared long ago. Then put the small wooden boxes into a large box. At 7:50, Hobert put on his mask and sprayed some perfume. The perfume bottle was also covered with paper in advance. Carrying the suitcase, Hobert used travel to come to Rose Street in Backlund. Emlyn was already waiting here. He was slightly stunned when he saw Hobert's mask, because the traitor had also worn the same mask. Could the traitor also be a follower of the Creator? He was just about to distinguish the smell of the person in front of him when he suddenly pinched his nose. How much perfume did you spray? Hobert, who never wore perfume, suddenly wore perfume tonight to make Emlyn's sense of smell fail. Otherwise, this guy's nose is more sensitive than a dog's nose, and he can determine in minutes that the person in front of him is the traitor. Hobert smiled. This is my personal hobby. Emlyn fanned in front of his nose. Come with me. He pointed to the tallest building around, that is the Harvest Church. Then he pointed to the opposite of the Harvest Church, that is a clothing store, but I spent £5 to rent it for one night. We can trade in it. The clothing store owner who got the money was overjoyed. This was equivalent to a week and a half of his income, and he knew that Emlyn was a servant of the Harvest Church, so he didn't have to worry about the other party stealing his goods. Hobert smiled. After the transaction is completed, you will be equivalent to getting £500 of remuneration. Please go in and put away the mirror first, otherwise this transaction will definitely be interrupted by accident. Emlyn felt that this request was a bit strange, but he did it anyway. After learning that the mirrors were put away, Hobert entered the clothing store. The 2 viscounts inside were standing and sitting. After Hobert entered the store, they looked at Hobert and frowned at the smell of perfume on Hobert's body. Emlyn introduced, this is Viscount Ernest, this is Viscount Ivan. Then he introduced Hobert to the 2 viscounts, this is a Creator follower I met by chance at a gathering. The 3 sequence 5 simply nodded, as a greeting. After the 4 people sat down in the reception area of the clothing store, Ernest asked, we got the news that the Creator severely damaged the Rose School in the southern continent. Hobert smiled, that was last year's news. Ernest smiled and asked, did you participate in that battle? No, I'm just a small soldier. Hobert smiled and said, "A small soldier responsible for selling stolen goods." At this time, Ivan suddenly said, "It sounds like your accent is a relatively pure Backlund accent." "Yes, my teacher is a Backlund gentleman." Hobert smiled and responded to their probing. After chatting for a few words, Ernest and Ivan found that they could not get any information from Hobert's mouth. Ernest put the box next to him on the coffee table. "Okay, let's start trading." Hobert also took out the suitcase in his hand and put it on the coffee table. To his surprise, Ernest and Ivan did not bargain. But then he understood, the proud vampires never bargain. The transaction was very smooth. Since he was a follower of the Creator, the vampires would not do anything to Hobert. And Hobert did not intend to do this business once, and believed that the vampires were allies that could be won over, so naturally he would not cheat in the transaction. This time, a total of 7 vampire B under characteristics, 2 potion professor B under characteristics, and 1 scarlet scholar B under characteristic were sold. According to the previous quotation, they were £2,000, £4,500, and £10,000 respectively. In fact, Hobert's bottom line was £1,600, £4,200, and £9,500 respectively. Since the other party did not bargain, he would naturally not reduce the price himself. Hobert counted for a long time before he finally counted clearly that it was a total of £33,000. The money and goods were cleared, and the atmosphere was much more relaxed. Ernest smiled, "I hope our transactions can continue in the future. The vampires with a long history have enough wealth to buy all the beyonder characteristics of the primordial moon believers in your hands." Hobert glanced at Emlyn out of the corner of his eye, and this guy also raised his chin. Do all vampires like to emphasize long history and rich wealth? In Hobert's opinion, this seemed to be saying, my family has a vault, my family has antiques, and I have beyonder characteristics. Come on. While thinking wildly, Hobert smiled, "This time I felt your sincerity, and I will give you some discounts next time." Ernest didn't seem to care too much about these. "I was thinking, if possible, can we establish a smooth communication mechanism? In fact, we are natural allies in dealing with the Rose School. Hobert nodded, "That's no problem. If there is anything, I will contact this Mr. Emlyn. He also knows which gatherings I often appear in and can find me." Ernest and Ivan looked at each other. Of course, they could hear that Hobert meant, among the vampires, he only trusted Emlyn. After the transaction ended, Hobert left with the money box, and Ernest and Ivan went back to report as soon as possible. Emlyn stayed at the end and sprayed related potions to cover up the traces of their visit. Feynapotter Kingdom, Jeffrey Territory. Hobert used travel to return to his room and sacrificed the big box of pounds to the Nation of Disorder. Sitting on the Iron Throne, looking at the pile of pounds, a smile climbed onto Hobert's face. Now he has more than £50,000 in his hand, which is enough for the third batch of payment. As for the first batch of building materials, Hobert transported out a lot to the construction site in the territory. Tonight, he mainly sprinkled the materials on the railway along the way. The problem of transporting materials that was a headache for Scholar was solved by the Creator. As for the other building materials, I'll talk about it tomorrow. Finally, Hobert glanced at the pool in front of him. Recently, there have been many more stars, all of whom are members of the Balk family. If he encounters a member whose own state is not very good and who prays to get rid of the out-of-control state, Hobert will conveniently restore the order between their beyonder characteristics and themselves, temporarily getting rid of the doom of out-of-control. Just as he was about to leave the Nation of Disorder, Hobert suddenly thought that if the Princess of Feynapotter Kingdom came to attend his wedding and praised Jeffrey Territory a few words, it should be explosive enough. Hobert looked at the star representing Ethel and could use the identity of a follower of the Creator to send an invitation. But Hobert did not act immediately, he wanted to think about it again. Lone Kingdom, Conant City. Late at night, an old man with a gloomy face looked at Baron Fishing Company and sneered. The next second, he turned into a shadow, avoided the police guarding here, and came to the conference room on the second floor. The old man snapped his fingers, and a ball of dark flames ignited. He saw the sentence on the wall, "I found you, he he he." The flame was fleeting, and the old man sneered, "What arrogant tone." Then he seemed to realize something and looked towards the office. In the darkness, a lithe figure emerged from the office. What a pity, Gale had such a great physique, to die just like that. There isn't a single useful man left in the Judgment Group. The old man chuckled coldly, "You could go to the Church of the God of Combat in the Fasak Empire, if he doesn't try to sleep with you before arresting you." The lithe figure laughed back, "What would an old man like you know about these pleasures?" These were none other than the other two vice-leaders of the Judgment Group, Stephen and Sandora. Stephen didn't continue the topic, but instead asked, "Did you find any clues?" Sandora shook her head, "Even if there were clues, they were taken away by the Punishers. Still can't divine anything, is it?" "Yes, it seems to be the enemy we encountered in Backlund." Stephen frowned, "Strange, when did we make such an enemy?" Sandora naturally had no way to answer this question. No matter what, this is the biggest crisis that Judgment Group has faced since its establishment. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 467, Chapter 467, Marry First, Love Later, Bonus 7. Chapter 467, Marry First, Love Later. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Potter Kingdom, Jeffrey Territory. After finishing teaching Freya vocabulary, Hobert suddenly remembered something very important. He returned to his room, set up a simple altar, and recited the Evernight Goddess's honored name. More sublime than the starry sky, more enduring than eternity, Black Evernight Goddess, you are the Lady of Crimson, the Mother Concealment, the Empress of Misfortune and Horror, the Mistress of Repose and Silence. Your devout believer begs for your gaze. Begging you to help me eliminate misfortune. A surge of tranquil power descended. Although the sun was shining brightly outside, the room felt as silent as deep night. A piece of sealing wax near the altar suddenly floated onto it. The wax, about the thickness of a finger and half the length of a candle, softened and turned into a red liquid within seconds. The liquid formed letters, which eventually composed a sentence: that is misfortune, but it is also a reward for you. There will be another such misfortune. Then the tranquil power disappeared, giving Hobert the feeling that the other party has logged off. He pondered for a moment, and it seemed to be the case. He had twice entered the wrong room, but both times he had gained quite a bit. The first time, he had basically trapped Gale and his subordinates in a conference room. The second time, although he hadn't found the Vice Admiral Dusk, he had managed to mark the Admiral of Blood with the oil painting. And he had also obtained a clue about the suspected Vice Admiral Dusk, but this clue was given by the Admiral of Blood, so he had to take it to the Nation of Disorder to disinfect it before using it. Well, let's just take it as a reward. Although both battles were quite dangerous, his gains were also considerable. Hobert also thought that next time he prayed to the Evernight Goddess, he should prepare a bowl of fine sand next to the altar, so that when she wanted to communicate, she wouldn't have to find something suitable on the spot. After cleaning up the altar, Hobert received a letter from Vice Admiral Iceberg. Edwina first apologized for her misjudgment, and at the same time encouraged Hobert not to be discouraged. She would continue to monitor the Vice Admiral Dusk's whereabouts and notify Hobert immediately if there was any news. Hobert felt that Edwina's tone was very much like a teacher encouraging a student who had just experienced a setback, which made him a little unsure of his position. At the end of the letter was the transaction regarding the charms. Edwina said that because Hobert was buying in bulk, he could pay 50 gold lire per piece. Along with the letter was a package containing 40 neat brass charms. The metal corresponding to the god of knowledge and wisdom is brass, which is not as expensive as the gold corresponding to the eternal blazing Sunday. Hobert found a wooden box and prepaid 2,000 gold lire and 2,000 gold pounds to Edwina. Hobert had to give this 2,000 pounds, because it was the intelligence fee for the entire Admiral of Blood pirate group. If he could hunt down the Admiral of Blood, this amount of money would be nothing. For the next 3 days, Hobert assisted Dofus in preparing for the wedding. During this time, he first completed the transaction for Emlyn's potion through the Fool. After the potion was distributed to the construction site, it prevented many people from worsening their conditions or even losing their ability to work. The potions for treating colds and chills were not enough, while the potions for treating diarrhea were not needed as much. So Hobert placed another order with Emlyn, asking for 200 portions of medicine for treating colds and 300 portions of medicine for treating severe chills. This order was worth 180 pounds in total, which was deducted from the 1,000 pounds. Hobert had just placed the order when he completed a transaction with Little Sun, or rather, Little Sun repaid his debt. For the Hammer of Provocation, and the expenses at the last tarot gathering, Little Sun once again paid the Emperor a total of 17 sequence 8-level main ingredients of 5 kinds. These main ingredients were basically the same as last time, with only one new material that had not been seen before. Hobert wrote another letter to Vice Admiral Iceberg, asking what this material was, and also asked about several Beyonder ingredients seized from the Dockyard Island, so as to have a clear understanding. Now Hobert only had the materials seized from the demonic Wolf of Fog and a few others that he was not very clear about. He knew what the main ingredients were for the other materials. Hobert had been too busy to hunt the demonic Wolf of Fog recently, so he could only let it jump around for a few more days, and deal with it when he was not so busy. In addition, Hobert received 7,990 pounds through the Fool from Alger through his channels, after Alger left 15%. After deducting the reward to Vice Admiral Iceberg, there was still 5,990 pounds. The bulk of the proceeds from this operation was still with Hobert. During these 3 days, Hobert unloaded all the building materials from the Nation of Disorder at night on the construction sites that needed them. Also, Bishop Simpson led a team to Jeffrey Territory. He not only brought many bishops and priests but also brought 2 Druid teams. Druid is not only the name of Sequence 5 of the Planter Pathway, but also the official extraordinary being title of the Earth Mother Church. In ancient times, this name represented the messengers of the forest, the warriors who defended all life, which was very in line with the Earth Mother Church's official Beyonders. These 2 druid teams were both elite, including 2 sequence SIXS and 4 sequence 7s, as well as several low sequence Beyonders. But Hobert had been quite busy recently and couldn't spare time to fight demons, so he could only put this matter aside for the time being. In the blink of an eye, it was Saturday, and Furs could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Her new book was finally finished. It had to be said that this was the fastest book she had ever written. If it weren't for Hobert's urging, she wouldn't have known that she could complete a novel in a month. Arriving at Hobert's study, Furs quickly handed the manuscript to Hobert, because she had to contact the publisher, proofread it many times, and typeset it. There were still many processes waiting. Hobert briefly looked at the manuscript and said to Freya, who was beside him, "I have something to talk to Miss Furs about. Please close the door for me." Freya nodded and closed the door when she went out. Furs sat opposite Hobert, leisurely drinking tea. "Is there anything you are not satisfied with in the plot?" "No, I want to talk to you about something else." Hobert took out a red invitation from the drawer. This invitation was very exquisite. The outermost layer was silk, and the inside was hard cardboard. When opened, it was the content of the invitation. "This is the wedding invitation I have chosen." Christian had already sent out the invitations from Feynapotter City. The invitations designed by Hobert were prepared to invite some of his friends and subordinates and residents in the territory to attend the wedding. In the Feynapotter Kingdom, red invitations are not popular, because most of them are followers of the Earth Mother, so they mostly use green, which symbolizes vitality, or yellow, which symbolizes harvest, and even white, which symbolizes holiness, are used by many people. When the invitation designer handed Hobert a white sample, Hobert almost threw it in the other person's face. Furs was a little unnatural. Invitation. She had always been a little evasive about the wedding. "Hobert, I don't think we need to make it too grand. After all, we are just contract couples. This is exactly what I want to talk to you about." Hobert smiled. "I think we should all follow our true inner thoughts and make choices, don't you think?" Furs didn't quite understand what Hobert meant. Hobert took a deep breath, concealing his slight nervousness. "Miss Furs, I want to say that through this period of time together, I have developed enough affection for you and would like to officially become your boyfriend and fiancé, not just a so-called contract relationship." Furs looked surprised. "Is this Hobert's confession? I just came to send a manuscript. How did I receive a confession? What to do? What to do now?" Furs was a little nervous and a little shy. Her pretty face was slightly red, and a few strands of hair fell down, making her shyness very cute. "I hope we can all follow our inner feelings." Hobert continued to guide. "You don't dislike me either, do you?" Furs straightened her back, stood up and sat down again, picked up the cup and put it down, and finally nodded slightly. Hobert smiled and stood up, came behind Furs, his hand just hanging on Furs's shoulder. "Then listen to me, I will pay you the remaining contract couple remuneration in a while, and then we will end this contract. Next, please continue to live in the Lord's mansion and help your boyfriend, Baron Hobert, deal with those nobles and wealthy businessmen who are always trying to arrange marriages. And our wedding is an important part of achieving this goal. As long as I get married, those barons and wealthy businessmen will completely give up. As for our wedding, not only will it be held, but it will also be a grand event, so that our relatives and friends can all attend." As Hobert spoke, he leaned down, put his face on Furs's shoulder, very close to Furs, and at the same time his hands hung naturally on her chest. Such intimate behavior was a bit uncomfortable for Furs at first, but she did not avoid or push Hobert away, because they had already had a lot of intimate behavior. Listening to Hobert's voice in her ear, that little bit of discomfort gradually disappeared. Furs grabbed Hobert's wandering hand. But, this is still too fast. We only confirmed our relationship today, and we are getting married in half a month. I always feel a little unacceptable." Hobert smiled. "So, you agreed to my confession just now?" Furs looked at Hobert with 3 points of annoyance and 3 points of smile, and said nothing. Everything is self-evident. Hobert saw that this delicate and glossy face with healthy skin was right in front of him, and he kissed it. Furs dodged. I'm not ready yet. Does this still need to be prepared? Then are you ready now? Considered ready. Pada. Hobert was so unpromising that he almost kissed out the saliva. Furs hid in Hobert's arms, enjoying this moment of sweetness. She had described so many love scenes before that she was almost numb, but now she felt that love was really such a sweet feeling. The two hugged like this for a while, and Hobert continued the topic just now. "We can hold this wedding well, and we can get married first and then fall in love. But, if we find that we are not suitable for each other in the future, then we will have to get divorced." "We won't get divorced." Hobert, who was already prepared, smiled. "We can continue to be contract couples." Furs also smiled, which meant that no matter what, she would spend the rest of her life with the men in front of her. But the proposal of getting married first and then falling in love was very novel, which made Furs a little tempted. Next, they began to discuss who to invite to the wedding. Zio must be invited, and I will also invite her to be my bridesmaid. Furs said, I really want to invite Teacher Dorian, but I don't know if he is willing to attend. Hobert said, you can send him an invitation and briefly introduce me in the letter. It's up to him whether he comes or not. Furs also said, I originally wanted to invite my friends from the medical school and some writer friends, but they are all ordinary people and I can't bring them to Feyenopater, so I can only forget it. And I have already broken contact with my relatives, so I won't bother them. But I can send an invitation to my father, but only send one, because our wedding will be over when we reach the southern continent. Well, the key is that I don't want him to appear at my wedding either. Furs let out a long breath, feeling that this matter was too heavy. Hobert said, then why not invite the members of the Justice League to attend the wedding? Furs nodded, okay. After discussing this matter, they discussed the new book and going to see the publisher. Hobert had already asked Dofus to contact the publisher in advance. The two returned to their rooms, changed into more formal clothes, and then used travel to come to Spring Publishing House in Feyenopater City. The scale of this publishing house can rank in the top 3 in the entire northern continent, and most of the best-selling novels in the Feyenopater Kingdom are also published by this publishing house. Because Dofus had greeted them in advance, the two waited for a while before meeting Mr. Gordon, the editor-in-chief. This was a middle-aged man in his 50s, wearing black-rimmed glasses. The office was a bit messy, but his desk was relatively clean. He looked through the manuscript for more than an hour before saying, Miss Furs, your writing is still very good, but this kind of biographical book is not very popular now, please be prepared. Before Furs could say anything, Hobert asked first, if we sign a contract with your company, how many copies does your company plan to print? 3,000 copies. Mr. Gordon smiled, if it weren't for Mr. Dofus's instructions, we would only be willing to print 1,000 copies at most, because the Jeffrey town that appears in this book is really not very famous. Mr. Hobert, to be honest, we would have printed more 2 months ago, but now, people's attention to you has sharply decreased. Hobert did not make any explanations, but simply asked, if we want to self-publish, how much does it cost to pay for a book? Mr. Gordon was slightly stunned before saying, it depends on what kind of material you use. Medium to high grade. About 1 silver selas. Hobert said decisively, then let's self-publish. Gordon, of course, wouldn't refuse. May I ask how many thousands of copies you want to print? 60,000 copies. 6. Gordon thought he had misheard. Mr. Hobert, haven't I explained it clearly enough? Furs also tugged at Hobert's sleeve, indicating that Hobert was printing too many. Hobert winked at Furs, indicating that he knew what he was doing. I'll pay for it, you print the books, don't ask anything else, okay. Gordon opened his mouth several times before saying, of course, that's fine. Leaving Furs to sign the contract, Hobert went to the bank and quickly withdrew 6,000 gold lire. Before noon, the contract was signed. Hobert overpaid 500 gold lire, requesting Mr. Gordon to have the books printed before the 28th and sent to bookstores all over the country. In this cooperation, Hobert was the financier, and his requests would naturally be met as much as possible. After leaving the publishing house, Furs said, this is the first time I've come to a publishing house to spend money. Hobert laughed, this isn't called spending money, it's called investing, or rather, advertising. He took a deep breath, now that we're in Feyenopater, let's go shopping and spend some money. The money he earned before was all spent on the construction of the territory, and he should spend some of it elsewhere, otherwise, he would quickly lose motivation to earn money. In Feyenopater, it's nothing more than eating and buying clothes. Although Hobert was also a noble, he didn't have any noble consciousness. Furs also didn't like luxury goods very much, so the two of them basically bought things at the department stores that the middle class liked to go to. After shopping for half a day, they only spent 16 gold lire, which made Hobert sigh that he was really getting carried away. This was equivalent to 12 or 13 pounds in cash, and now he didn't feel any psychological pressure when spending it. On the way back, Furs also sighed, in the extraordinary world, spending hundreds of pounds at a time doesn't feel like much, but in daily life, just spending a few pounds makes me feel like I've spent a fortune. Hobert smiled, so, the real world and the extraordinary world are completely like two different worlds. Back in the territory, the two of them went about their own business. Hobert continued to busy himself with the preparations for the wedding and the reception of the distinguished guests, while Furs returned to Backlund and once again entered the circus to play the magician. However, now Furs also had a sense of participation in this wedding and would participate in the preparation matters. Some of the actions of the two people inadvertently were also more intimate than before. On Sunday morning, Hobert received the first batch of invitation cards. He couldn't wait to write one and bring it to his room. Then, he entered the Nation of Disorder and spread his spirituality to Ethel's star. Feyenopater. Wearing a waist-cinching court dress that showed off her good figure, Ethel, who was attending a very boring event, smiled as if she was very interested in the event. Suddenly, her eyes were filled with black, sacred light. Ethel saw the solid figure sitting on the throne made of swords again. Ethel almost blurted out, "Great Creator." Only to hear the Creator say in a solemn voice, "At 8 o'clock tonight, one of my blessed will come to you." Hobert didn't explain much and immediately interrupted the connection. Ethel was slightly stunned, seeing that everyone around her was normal. The figure of the Creator just now could only be seen by me. Then she resumed her smile, restoring the elegant and somewhat powerful temperament she had before. This temperament was unique in the Feyenopotter royal family because although she was a female member of the royal family, she had actually been on the battlefield, not just spending time in the northern war zone to gain experience. She quietly asked her adjutant, "What are the arrangements for tonight?" Having an adjutant by her side was also unique because Ethel really couldn't stand the slow and procrastinating style of those butlers. The adjutant said, "Earl Ralph is holding a banquet tonight." Ethel raised her hand to interrupt, "Help me push it back, just say I suddenly have something urgent to deal with." "Yes." Ethel attached great importance to the blessed of the Creator. She specifically came to an estate in the suburbs of Feyenopotter. This place was not as heavily guarded as the royal palace, nor was it protected by level 0 sealed artifacts. The key was that the people here were absolutely loyal to Ethel. Even if they accidentally captured the blessed, it wouldn't matter. The information given by the Creator was too vague. Ethel could only try her best to prevent this meeting from going wrong. At 7:58, Ethel, who was waiting alone in the spacious living room, found that the space in front of her had become illusory. "It's traveling." Ethel immediately made a judgment, somewhat vigilantly seeing a man wearing a black crystal mask and a noble cloak coming out of the spirit world. The two looked at each other, but for Ethel, it was almost impossible to see any information from Hobert. For Hobert, the Ethel in front of him was similar to the appearance he saw in the Nation of Disorder, about 24 or 5 years old, with a good appearance and some freckles on her face. After meeting, the heroic spirit on her body became more and more obvious, and there was also an unquestionable temperament, which still gave Hobert a feeling of meeting an online friend in real life. Hobert broke the silence first, "Princess Ethel, hello." Ethel was not surprised that the other party knew her identity. "Blessed, hello." Hobert smiled, "I came to you to seek your help." "The Creator sent you." Hobert seemed to have suddenly been injected with chicken blood. He pounded his chest with one hand and his back with the other, his arms raised at roughly 45-degree angles. "Praise the Creator." Ethel was slightly stunned before realizing that this should be the gesture of praise for the Creator. Then Hobert said seriously, "The great Creator certainly wouldn't care about such trivial matters. The merciful Creator only guided me in the direction of solving the problem." Hobert basically learned from Klein how to use a small account to sing a duet with a large account. Hobert's performance made Ethel put away her contempt, and unconsciously became serious. "Is there anything I can help you with?" "Yes, please attend my wedding." Hobert handed over the invitation card that he had prepared long ago. After Hobert's repeated weighing in recent days, this invitation did not have too much danger. After the battle in the southern continent, the Creator was no longer unknown. Moreover, Ethel had seen the strength of the Creator. Hobert believed that even if he exposed his identity as a blessed of the Creator here in Ethel, it wouldn't matter. Before he had enough certainty, Ethel would definitely not harm him, at most she would only do some investigation. And Hobert could beat Ethel in the Nation of Disorder at any time, so he didn't need to worry too much about her leaking secrets. This request completely exceeded Ethel's expectations. "Attend the wedding." She opened the invitation card and saw Hobert's name. After a brief surprise, she immediately realized that Hobert wanted to use her identity to expand the influence of this wedding. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Chapter 468, Chapter 468, Klein bravely seizes Sea God's Scepter, Bonus 8. Chapter 468, Klein bravely seizes Sea God's Scepter. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters. Before seeing the name Hobert, Ethel had been imagining that the favorite of the Creator would have needs for wealth or power, or for beyonder ingredients. She certainly didn't expect that Hobert would make such a request. After Hobert made the request, the positions of the two sides were different. Although Ethel still had a smile on her face, the words she spoke were already a bit aggressive. "As a baron, shouldn't you salute a princess?" "I should," Hobert pointed to his mask and said, "but that's when I'm not wearing this mask. And when I wear this mask, you should salute me." Ethel asked, "What does this mask represent?" "A favored one of the god." Ethel asked again, "I heard that in the southern continent, the great Creator has many favored ones. With your level, I cannot reveal this information to you. What level do I need to reach to know this information?" Hobert smiled, "Have you fought for the Creator?" Ethel shook her head. On the contrary, the Creator had saved her life. Hobert's aura gradually overwhelmed Ethel again. Do you know how to please the Creator? Ethel shook her head helplessly again. You don't have to help. I have other alternatives to choose from, Hobert said seriously, but if I come to you again next time, and you are still unwilling to help, I will not come to you again. Ethel fell into a brief contemplation. For her, the Creator had not shown the side of an evil god, and she was still more willing to maintain a good relationship with the Creator. Okay, I will attend your wedding. Ethel thought again that helping this favored was equivalent to establishing a relationship with the Creator's favored ones, which might be a hidden help in the future. And if she refused, she was not only refusing the opportunity to establish contact with this favored, but also refusing to repay the life-saving grace owed to the Creator. Hobert smiled. I will be waiting for you in my territory. Ethel quickly asked, how can I become a favored one of the Creator? Believe in him piously, and be ready to offer your heart to him at any time. Hobert stopped there, and left using travel. Offer your heart. Ethel didn't know if this was a metaphor. She looked at the invitation again and smiled unconsciously. He is actually a favored one of the Creator, that's interesting. Jeffrey territory. Hobert encountered a new problem. The villa was built, but there was not enough time for decoration. Nowadays, most Feyenopotter families have abandoned the complex classical decoration style and turned to a bright and simple modern decoration style. However, the villas for nobles are still mainly decorated in classical style. These villas are designed for nobles, so of course they must be decorated according to the needs of the nobles. This means that there must be a lot of carving and murals, but these two types of workers are very scarce, and it is difficult to complete these detailed decoration works. Hobert thought for a while, and simply became bolder. All the decorations of these 5 villas were changed to Ming style. He had been exposed to some Ming-style furniture during his work in the Common Era, which were known for their simplicity and atmosphere. Relatively speaking, the patterns of Qing-style furniture are cumbersome, but they are far less dignified and atmospheric than Ming-style decoration and furniture. Hobert made up his mind to do so. One is to use Ming-style furniture and decoration for emergency, and the other is that Hobert is preparing to try to establish his own unique aesthetic style. Even if there is time in the future, he does not plan to change the decoration of these 5 villas. He will only use Feyenopotter-style decoration when building new villas, so that nobles can choose between the two. At the same time, Hobert also plans to adopt some Chinese decoration styles for other hotels and apartments to gradually establish the unique aesthetic and decoration characteristics of Jeffrey territory. However, as the only person in Jeffrey territory who has seen Ming-style decoration, Hobert has to stay on the construction site almost every day. For this reason, he learned to draw woodworking drawings and decoration design drawings. Berserk Sea, Biome. The bad weather caused by the confrontation between Sea God and Sea King has lasted for several days, and Klein has been trapped in Biome for several days. In the middle of the night, Klein suddenly woke up, vaguely aware of something. He turned over and got out of bed, came to the window, and opened the curtains. The scarlet moonlight shone in all at once, covering everything like a layer of light-colored dye. Those low-pressure clouds that had lasted for several days and gave people great pressure had disappeared. Does this mean that the confrontation between Sea God and Sea King is over? Klein pondered for 2 seconds, closed the curtains, walked back 4 steps, and entered the grey fog. He sat at the head of the bronze long table, conjured a coin, and muttered the divination language. Calvetua is completely dead. After 7 times, he flicked the coin, watching it jump up and roll down. Pa. The coin landed in Klein's palm, with the king's head facing up. This means affirmation. Sea God Calvetua is almost completely dead. Klein recalled his previous guess. Sure enough, the ancient elf ruins on Simeem Island, the place where a Book of Calamities was discovered, are closely related to Calvetua's hiding place. Then he recalled the Emperor's guess about Calvetua at the previous tarot meeting. Based on Klein's adventure to sacrifice to Calvetua yesterday and his understanding of him these days, Klein increasingly felt that the Emperor's guess was very accurate. Calvetua is a sequence 3, and a sequence 3 in very bad condition. Strictly speaking, he cannot be called a god. Suddenly, Klein realized that Calvetua was dead, and the military and the Storm Church should not have found his location yet. Klein has 2 ways to find Calvetua. One is to divine the iron cigarette case he sacrificed to him, and the other is to ask Hangman for Calvetua's location. At worst, he will pay Hangman some information fees at the tarot meeting. How could he miss such an opportunity to pick up leaks? Klein divined again. Official Beyonders have found Calvetua's hiding place. After chanting 7 times, he flicked the coin, but the coin happened to fall into the cracks of his fingers and stood on Klein's hand. This means the divination failed. Klein guessed that it might be because he knew too few related conditions, or the official Beyonders had related anti-divination abilities and sealed items. After thinking about it, Klein conjured the yellow crystal pendant and changed his thinking. It is dangerous to explore Calvetua's hiding place now. This involved himself, and the divination quickly had a result. The yellow crystal pendant rotated counterclockwise, not too fast, and the amplitude was not large. There is danger, but it can be tolerated. Klein immediately took action. He left the space above the gray fog, arranged the ceremony, and summoned himself. Then he returned to the gray fog. Klein picked up the death card and put it into his spiritual body. Suddenly, Klein's spiritual body became solid, emitting a pale white light all over his body, as if he was death itself, the end of all life. Wearing the creeping hunger glove, he put Azek's bronze whistle, biological toxin bottle and other magical items into his body. Finally, he picked up the black hardwood cane and used it to find the lost iron cigarette case stained with the aura of gray fog. Klein responded to his summons and stepped out of the gate of summoning. Because he is now in a spiritual state, he easily entered the spirit world. He held the cane upright and said in a voice full of death, "The location of my exclusive iron cigarette case." After 7 times, Klein released his palm and waited for enlightenment. The black hardwood cane slowly floated in one direction. Klein grabbed the cane and completed the process of traveling in the spirit world just by standing in place. Klein's spirituality realized that in the surrounding space, there were pairs of indifferent eyes looking at him. This may be due to the relationship of the death card. Although it can make the spiritual body very powerful, it will also attract some attention in the spirit world. Klein looked down at his cane and dared not look at the surrounding gazes. Fortunately, this place is not far from Calvetua's temple, and this journey ended quickly. Klein fell into the ruins of the collapsed building with anticipation. As described by the Hanged Man, this ruin is at the bottom of the sea, surrounded by glowing coral. Among the coral reefs, there is a semi-collapsed ruin, and Klein appeared directly in the main hall of the ruin. He saw that there was a huge pillar in front of him, engraved with strange patterns and symbols, extending from the center to support the nearby buildings. At this moment, an unwilling and painful roar echoed in the hall for a long time. The sound echoed back and forth without any weakening trend. This is the resentful roar made by Calvetua before his death. But Calvetua's body was not in the hall. There were many sea god believers with shriveled faces and bodies, turned gray and black. Calvetua died, taking away most of the water in their bodies. In a state of half-life and half-death, these believers completely went crazy, similar to the state of living corpses. Facing the rushing believers, Klein was about to wave his cane to launch an attack, but suddenly seemed to think of something and injected spirituality into the death card. The pale white light around Klein's body seemed to suddenly become agile. The aura of death and extreme fear spread out. The believers who were already in a half-dead state suddenly stopped. Their eyes, filled with numbness, madness, or confusion, suddenly became fearful and awe-inspiring, and they slowly knelt in front of Klein. Klein breathed a sigh of relief. He had previously discovered that the death card was more restrained against undead or undead-like creatures than Azek's bronze whistle. Especially these sea god believers, who have lost their wisdom, basically just knelt down. In front of the Beyonders of the death path, injecting spiritual power into the death card can also form a huge sense of oppression to the other party. At least the Beyonders below the demigod will be in very bad condition, and sometimes they will forget to avoid the enemy's attack because of fear. Klein easily passed these believers and entered a collapsed side hall. What came into view first was a huge, unimaginable cyan sea snake. Its scales were smooth and covered with patterns similar to the various symbols inside the ruins. Although Klein had already confirmed that the Emperor's guess was correct through the sacrifice to the sea god, he still couldn't help but admire the Emperor's erudition after seeing the evidence in front of him. At that time, he was only listening to the Hanged Man's description, and he could guess that Calvetua was a sea monster. At this time, the huge sea snake opened its huge mouth and bit a stone pillar. Its body below its head hung on the ground, entwining 1/3 of the hall, like an undulating cyan hill. It has already precipitated cyan mysterious light, slowly converging towards a tooth longer than a human arm. At this time, next to Calvetua's body, lay an old man wearing a clergyman's soft hat. He was gnawing on the flesh and blood of sea god Calvetua. Several clergymen have already died from eating too much of the sea god's flesh and blood. Calvetua's Beyonder characteristics have not been completely precipitated, and his flesh and blood contain a considerable dose of Beyonder characteristics. This caused these clergymen to collapse on the spot and die completely, either because of potion overdose or because of the conflict of Beyonder characteristics of different paths. The only remaining priest seemed to realize something, raised his head and looked at Klein, an uninvited guest, with eyes flashing cyan light. Klein did not hesitate and immediately threw out the biological toxin bottle, and then the creeping hunger turned golden and shone out a violent sunlight, purification halo. The blue light in the priest's eyes also became more intense and purer. His belly, which had eaten too much flesh and blood, also became much higher. Woo! An ethereal but shrill sound came from his body, instantly covering the entire ruin. The priest's body swelled instantly, like the resurrected Calvetua. Cyan smooth tentacles drilled out from under his robe. The tentacles were surrounded by a layer of white lightning, waving around at an extremely fast speed. Klein struggled to avoid it, but was still hit by a tentacle and flew out. Before he could get up, tentacles surged again. Fortunately, Klein was in a spiritual state at this time, so he quickly flew up to avoid it. At the same time, a brilliant beam of light descended from the sky and hit the old priest straight. The high temperature of the holy light caused the sea god priest's robe to burn, and the gray-black skin and flesh also melted a lot in the pure light. When the robe disappeared, Klein realized that there was a face in the sea god priest's belly, trying to drill out. Soon the sea god priest's tentacles resumed their rapid waving state, but a hand suddenly stretched out from behind him, grabbed a tentacle, and put it into a seriously deformed mouth with meat shreds hanging on the teeth. That was another priest who had died next to Kelvetua just now. Although the death card did not provide Klein with any abilities of the death path, he had keenly discovered before that the death card could create an environment that was more likely to form living corpses. Klein couldn't control these living corpses and could only let them attack indiscriminately. However, at this time, Klein was in a spiritual state and had no flesh and blood at all, so of course the living corpses would not gnaw at him. So, from the moment he realized the sea god priest's condition was off and that he might be his enemy, Klein had been creating an environment conducive to the formation of living corpses. Now, 3 corpses of the priests sat up from the ground. Their death process was similar to their loss of control. At this moment, they had basically turned into monsters, bearing their fangs and claws as they charged towards the sea god priest. After one hand grabbed a tentacle, another mouth came over and bit onto another tentacle of the sea god priest. The lightning released by these tentacles didn't have any effect because the beyonder characteristics of these living corpses hadn't completely separated. They were all beyonders of the sailor pathway before their deaths, and they had some resistance to lightning. The sea god priest wrestled with the living corpses. They rolled around and crashed into the ruins, shaking the entire structure. But neither could do anything to the other. The sea god priest couldn't shock or electrocute the living corpses to death, and the living corpses could only bite the sea god priest, unable to inflict serious damage for the time being. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Klein flew towards the snake tooth that had absorbed all the beyonder characteristics. As the beyonder characteristics condensed, the snake tooth gradually straightened, becoming a white short staff. The top of the staff was inlaid with small cyan blue gems, some of which had a dark undertone in their cyan blue color. Before he even touched the scepter, Klein heard layers of overlapping prayers in his ears, and he seemed to see a hallucination, witnessing believers prostrating and praying. This made Klein quickly retreat a few steps. He divined with his cane and received a revelation that he could control the scepter in his current state, but only for a few seconds. So, Klein, in his spirit-body state, suddenly rushed forward, trying to pull out the scepter. At this moment, the battle between the sea god priest and the living corpses changed. The sea god priest's stomach was torn open, forming a huge mouth full of sharp teeth, dripping with cyan blue pus. This huge mouth let out a roar, and for a moment, the surroundings seemed to be filled with seawater, and a terrifying vortex formed at the mouth, creating a huge suction force on everything around it. The 3 living corpses were pulled off the ground by the suction force, but they were still firmly grabbing the tentacles, still biting desperately. Splash! The seawater in the surrounding sea area suddenly surged. On the other side, Klein used force to pull the scepter from the stone pillar. The layered prayers once again drilled into his ears, immediately making him feel intense throbbing and dizziness. Klein looked at the sea god priest and the 3 living corpses. The entire hall was suddenly filled with dark clouds, accompanied by thunder and rain. Crack! A bolt of silver-white lightning struck the sea god priest. This was different from the silk-like silver lightning on the sea god priest's tentacles. It was a giant lightning bolt that could cover the sea god priest and all 3 living corpses. The terrifying vortex disappeared, and the surfaces of the 3 living corpses were burned into charcoal, falling straight down. Crack! Another silver lightning bolt struck the sea god priest, and the giant mouth on his abdomen was directly charred. The sea god priest's head was burned smaller. He raised his face with only a few empty holes left, and looked at Klein in midair with his 2 empty eye sockets, and finally fell to the ground. Klein, whose spirit was about to reach its limit, released the scepter, letting it fall to the ground. Floating in midair for more than half a minute to recover, the throbbing and dizziness in Klein's head gradually disappeared, and the feeling of madness in his mind finally gradually subsided. After recovering for another minute or 2, Klein dragged his tired spirit body to search the battlefield, first recovering the biological toxin bottle, a sealed artifact that paired very well with the spirit body state. However, this time the death card played a huge role, and the effect of the biological toxin bottle had not yet manifested before the battle ended. Then, according to the guidance of his spirituality, Klein found the iron cigarette case he had sacrificed next to Kelvetua's corpse. Just as he was about to leave with the scepter, Klein's spirituality sensed something and came to the sea god priest's corpse. The charred abdomen of the corpse moved around, as if something alive was about to break out of its shell. Klein used his cane to pry open the charred abdominal muscles of the sea god priest and saw that the sea god priest's stomach was still basically intact. The stomach bag formed the face of a sea snake in its wriggling. He could still hear Calvetua's roar in his ears. This is actually Calvetua's spiritual residue. The power of a demigod's will far exceeded Klein's imagination. Klein used his cane to dig out the sea god priest's stomach bag, then found a piece of rag to wrap it, preparing to take it back to the grey fog for research. At this time, Klein also noticed that the 3 living corpses next to him had separated out beyonder characteristics after being baptized by lightning. However, these beyonder characteristics had a cyan blue light, and should have fused more than one beyonder characteristic. This kind of beyonder characteristic should cause loss of control if taken. Rather than being an beyonder characteristic, it was more like a sealed artifact with extremely negative effects. Klein thought that the Emperor had a way to remove the spiritual residue in the beyonder characteristics, and he might buy this kind of beyonder characteristic. So, Klein used another piece of rag to wrap the 3 beyonder characteristics, carried the 2 cloth bags, and came to the white scepter again. Klein took a deep breath and rushed over, grabbed the scepter, and immediately ended the summoned state. Splash. Without the power of the scepter to support it, seawater poured into the ruins, submerging the place. Above the grey fog. Klein, who had finished summoning himself to himself, used the level of the grey fog to divine the abilities and negative effects of the scepter in his hand, and named it the Sea God Scepter. Sitting at the head of the long table, Klein thought to himself, in the future, when the Emperor blasphemes the gods again, he will finally be able to give him a lightning strike. It's just that the fool also likes to listen to the Emperor's blasphemous remarks, so the punishment of lightning can be recorded in a small notebook first, and then discussed later. Then Klein looked at the stomach bag and the 3 obviously abnormal beyonder characteristics and left the grey fog. The negative effects of these 4 things were terrifyingly high, and they couldn't be used at all. Klein thought about it, and he could also try to sell the stomach bag to the Emperor. He was knowledgeable and might find a corresponding use. After doing all this, Klein returned to the real world and continued to sleep. The next morning, before Klein got out of bed, he suddenly sensed something and opened his spiritual vision. He saw a heavy coffin appearing in his bedroom, and a red invitation card floated out of the coffin and fell into Klein's hand, and the coffin immediately disappeared. Klein was stunned for a moment before he understood that this was a messenger. Opening the red invitation card, he saw, Hobert is getting married. The bride is still furs. Join the Church of Miss Raven and become a Sequence 9, reader patreon.com/keyoffstars for more chapters.